Chapter 1. The Day of Rebirth and Marriage. Zhang Wenfeng. If you continue to lie on the ground pretending to be dead without producing 300 yuan, don't even think about marrying my daughter today. A sharp and piercing voice pierced through Zhang Wenfeng's ears, causing him to abruptly open his eyes. He found himself lying in a rural courtyard adorned with festive decorations, and before him stood a middle-aged woman with slanted eyes and a harsh countenance, his mother-in-law, Fan Suihua. However, this was the visage of Fan Suihua from 20 years ago. Zhang Wenfeng was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the courtyard, and then it dawned upon him that this was the very scene from 20 years prior, on the day he came to marry Lu Fangfang. At that time, Fan Suihua had unexpectedly raised the bride price, and he had been reluctant to part with the money. As a result, Lu Fangfeng's brother, Lu Jibin, had struck him from behind with a brick, rendering him unconscious. Not a single member of the Lu family had thought to call a doctor instead. They merely urged him to hand over the money. Zhang Wenfeng never expected to find himself reborn 20 years into the past. A mix of shock, joy, and a simmering anger surged within him. In his previous life, he had endured the humiliation of being struck by his brother-in-law on his wedding day, yet he had still managed to gather the bride price and eventually welcomed Lu Fangfang into his home. 6 months later, Lu Fangfang bore him a robust son, and he believed himself to be the happiest man in the world. However, when he later learned he was dying of cancer, he discovered that the son he had cherished for 20 years was not his own, and the woman he had loved devotedly had never loved him in return. Even his affliction had stemmed from the hand of the one he held dear. Reflecting on the myriad of betrayals Lu Fangfang had inflicted upon him in his past life, Zhang Wenfeng's ire flared, and he yearned to storm in and give Lu Fangfang a sound beating. Yet he understood that such an action was unfeasible, and he could not simply let Lu Fangfang off the hook. Fan Suihua, noticing Zhang Wenfeng had opened his eyes, cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression rife with derision and disdain. Zhang Wenfeng, stop pretending to be dead. Lu Jibin merely tapped you lightly, it's not that serious. I've already stated, if you don't produce an additional 300 yuan today, don't even think about getting married. Lu Jibin, standing nearby, mirrored the arrogance of his mother as he glanced at Zhang Wenfeng, his tone equally scornful. Zhang Wenfeng, if you hand over the 300 yuan, I might even call you brother-in-law. If not, he'll make sure you crawl out of our courtyard today. Even Liu's father, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, feigning sorrow as he looked at Zhang Wenfeng, as if all that had transpired was his fault. Wenfeng, you are also the son-in-law we have chosen. Don't let us down over a mere 300 yuan. If you can produce it, we will hold a splendid wedding today. Hey, how can you suddenly raise the price? The bride price has already been settled. I have never heard of additional charges on the wedding day. What do you take your daughter for? Zhao Guodong, having freed himself from restraint, rushed to Zhang Wenfeng's side, indignant as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Lu family. Zhao Guodong was Zhang Wenfeng's childhood friend and had accompanied him to the wedding. He was appalled that what should have been a joyous occasion had devolved into this. Fan Suihua crossed her arms defiantly, her expression one of obstinacy, fully aware that Zhang Wenfeng was infatuated with her daughter, willing to go to any lengths for her, let alone part with an additional 300 yuan. What are you? Today, it's Zhang Wenfeng who is marrying my daughter. Stop your incessant prattling. Zhang Wenfeng, without the 300 yuan, you will not take my daughter away. This is my stance today. If you can produce the money, you can marry her with grandeur, otherwise, the wedding is off. What a farce. Fan Suihua scoffed, spitting out her disdain. Zhao Guodong could no longer contain his frustration. Aunt, we must not conduct ourselves in such a manner. Zhang's family has made all the preparations, merely awaiting the bride for the ceremony. Are you really going to make a mockery of the Zhang family? Fan Suihua turned her face away, uninterested in Zhao Guodong's words. The entire Lu family stood defiantly in front of the house, preventing the wedding party from approaching. Zhang Wenfeng rose to his feet, stepping toward Zhao Guodong, and tugged at his arm. Guodong, let it go, there's no need to argue with them. Zhao Guodong had witnessed Zhang Wenfeng's pursuit of Lu Fangfang and understood the depth of his affection. As his only good friend, he reluctantly pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Wenfeng. Wenfeng, I only have 50 yuan, take it. Let's just make do for today. Zhang Wenfeng knew Zhao Guodong's family situation was similar to his own. They were both impoverished. This 50 yuan was originally intended for his mother's medical treatment, borrowed from relatives. The fact that Zhao Guodong was willing to part with it now to assist him in gathering the bride price was a kindness he would forever remember, but he no longer needed it. In his previous life, he had gratefully accepted Zhao Guodong's 50 yuan, which ultimately left Zhao Guodong unable to afford his mother's treatment, leading to her passing that winter regret that haunted him for life and distanced them. Now that he had been reborn, he would not willingly become the fool who married the shameless Lu Fangfang again. Such a farce would not be allowed to repeat itself. He returned the 50 yuan to Zhao Guodong, shaking his head. "Guodong, it's unnecessary." Zhao Guodong looked at Zhang Wenfeng in confusion. "Wenfeng, don't do anything foolish. Today is your big day, and you cannot allow a mere sum of money to lead to regret. This money can be earned again, but if this opportunity is missed, it will be gone forever." Zhang Wenfeng understood Zhao Guodong's concern for him, nodded, and replied, "I know, Guodong." After reassuring Zhao Guodong, Zhang Wenfeng's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon Fan Suihua. Fan Suihua felt a shiver run down her spine under Zhang Wenfeng's icy stare. She knew Zhang Wenfeng had always been obsequious towards her, but she had never seen such a gaze directed at her, causing her to feel a sense of unease. With a tightening in her chest, Fan Suihua feigned calmness. "Zhang Wenfeng, stop playing tricks. This is our Lu family. If you can't come up with 300 yuan, don't even think about marrying my daughter." "That's right, Zhang Wenfeng. If you obediently hand over the money, I might even call you brother-in-law. Otherwise, it'll make sure your mother won't recognize you." Slap. Before Lu Zhibin could finish his taunt, Zhang Wenfeng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Zibin's face, causing it to swell instantly. The sudden act stunned everyone in the Lu family's courtyard. Zhang Wenfeng had always been the type to endure insults from the Lu family without retaliation. What had come over him today? Did he not fear that Lu Fangfang would refuse to marry him? Seeing her son struck, Fan Suihua immediately erupted like a mother hen, shielding Lu Zhibin behind her, hands on her hips as she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Wenfeng. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you strike my precious son? If he is harmed, you will never marry my daughter." Zhang Wenfeng refused to yield to Fan Suihua, tearing the boutonniere from his jacket and tossing it to the ground, shouting, "I won't marry anymore." Chapter 2. I don't want anything anymore. Creak. The door swung open, and Lu Fangfang emerged from the house, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown. Lu Fangfang was a rare beauty in the surrounding villages, her skin as smooth as jade, her brows like distant mountains, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with life, accentuating her radiant appearance in her bridal attire. Upon witnessing her brother being struck, Lu Fangfang was infuriated. Her anger was not for her brother's plight, but rather that this man, who had always been a servile sycophant, dared to defy her. This was unacceptable. Zhang Wenfeng was only meant to be a submissive follower he was never to resist. She hastened to Zhang Wenfeng's side, without so much as a word, raising her hand to strike him. However, before her hand could reach Zhang Wenfeng, he seized it firmly. Lu Fangfeng's face froze, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Zhang Wenfeng with suspicion. The man before her felt foreign. With an air of arrogance, Lu Fangfang reprimanded, "Zhang Wenfeng, what do you mean by this? You come to my home to fetch the bride and strike my brother. Now kneel and apologize to him. Then produce the 300 yuan as per my mother's demand. Furthermore, guarantee that you will never oppose my wishes again. And perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might forgive you and marry you. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Zhang Wenfeng felt a cold sneer within. How much of a sycophant was he to have indulged this family to such an extent that they believed he could not marry anyone but Lu Fangfang? With a decisive motion, Zhang Wenfeng forcefully released Lu Fangfeng's hand and declared coldly, "I have made it clear I shall not marry." Lu Fangfang, however, was not persuaded by Zhang Wenfeng's assertion of refusal. She regarded it merely as a tactic to coerce her. With a light laugh, she replied, "Zhang Wenfeng, you would do well to contemplate this carefully. Today marks the day your family is to wed. If you refuse, how will you face your family upon your return? This is my affair and does not concern you." Zhang Wenfeng shrugged off Lu Fangfeng's arm and turned to leave. Seeing that Zhang Wenfeng was indeed serious, Lu Fangfang hastily approached him, saying, "Very well, today you have won. I shall not demand much more. Simply kneel and apologize to my brother, and compensate him with 50 yuan for medical expenses. As for the 300 yuan betrothal gift, I shall forego it." This is already the greatest concession from our family. You must act swiftly otherwise. If you miss the auspicious hour, your family will become the laughingstock of the entire village. With an air of haughty disdain, Lu Fangfang cast a glance at Zhang Wenfeng, as if her demands were an extraordinary boon to him. At that moment, Zhao Guodong stepped forward and urged Lu Fangfang. After all, Wenfeng is a man there is no reason for him to kneel. Perhaps he could simply apologize and pay the 50 yuan for medical expenses. Regardless, today is a momentous occasion for your family. We cannot allow such a trivial matter to mar the day. Who do you think you are? This is our family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Zhibin, filled with rage, shouted at Zhao Guodong, delivering a kick to his abdomen. Zhao Guodong staggered back from the blow. Zhang Wenfeng immediately stepped forward to support Zhao Guodong, advising Guodong, "Do not concern yourself with this matter, I will handle it." With an air of arrogance, Lu Zhibin glared at Zhang Wenfeng, asserting, "Zhang Wenfeng, kneel and apologize to me, and I will still acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhang Wenfeng shot a piercing glare at Lu Zhibin, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Lu Zhibin feigned composure and retorted, "Zhang Wenfeng, how dare you glare at me? Today, I will show you my might." As he spoke, Lu Zhibin charged at Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenfeng retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on Lu Zhibin's nose, causing blood to spurt forth in a torrent. Upon witnessing this scene, Fan Suihua let out a wail. "Oh my, you've killed him! Zhang Wenfeng, you scoundrel, I will fight you to the end." As she spoke, Fan Suihua lunged at Zhang Wenfeng with claws bared. Zhang Wenfeng, unyielding, recalled the torment he had suffered at her hands in his previous life. He would not forget this grudge, and now was the perfect opportunity to exact some revenge. He swiftly raised his foot and delivered a kick to Fan Kuihua's chest, sending her staggering back several paces. Seeing his wife and son under attack, Liu's father rushed forward, prompting Zhang Wenfeng to seize a nearby stool, raising it above his head as he shouted at the advancing Lu father, "Come on, today I will take down anyone who approaches." Faced with Zhang Wenfeng's ferocious demeanor, Liu's father hesitated, unwilling to advance. The crowd of Zhang Wenfeng's companions, who had come to escort him, looked on in astonishment. It was common knowledge that Zhang Wenfeng had always acquiesced to Liu's family, and even the onlookers could no longer bear it. Yet, astonishingly, on this auspicious day of marriage, Zhang Wenfeng had transformed entirely and was now confronting Liu's family. At that moment, Lu Fangfeng's face flushed with anger as she scolded, "Zhang Wenfeng, you have gone too far. I merely asked you to apologize to my brother. How could you escalate this to violence against him and my mother? Do you truly wish to end our engagement?" Zhang Wenfeng cast a cold glance at Lu Fangfang and scoffed, "Lu Fangfang, it appears you have become hard of hearing at such a young age. Perhaps a visit to the doctor would be wise." Fuming, Lu Fangfang retorted, "Zhang Wenfeng, you scoundrel. How dare you insult me? I shall never forgive you. I will marry someone else." "Ah!" Zhang Wenfeng laughed in spite of himself, gazing at Lu Fangfang with disdain. "Lu Fangfang, hear me well. I do not desire you. Marry whomever you wish. I could not care less. Brothers, let us depart." With that, Zhang Wenfeng turned to leave Liu's courtyard, accompanied by his group of friends. Upon realizing he was serious, Lu Fangfang panicked. Her condition was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal, and if she did not find a reliable man to take responsibility, she would become the laughingstock of the village, unable to show her face to anyone. She had to marry Zhang Wenfeng. As she watched him prepare to leave, she could no longer hold her composure. She rushed forward and grasped Zhang Wenfeng's arm, saying, "Wenfeng, look at you. I was merely toying with you. You, a grown man, could have just humored me. All right, both our families have erred today. There is no need for you to apologize to my brother and mother, nor to pay for medical expenses. I will return with you to marry." At this declaration, the onlookers were left utterly speechless, staring at Lu Fangfang in disbelief. No one had anticipated that the one who had always held the upper hand over Zhang Wenfeng would now find herself subdued by him. Even Zhao Guodong, who had witnessed Zhang Wenfeng's pursuit of Lu Fangfang, was left gaping, his mouth agape as he regarded Zhang Wenfeng. Inwardly, he was filled with admiration. He had not expected Zhang Wenfeng to turn the tables after causing such a ruckus at Liu's family, compelling them to concede without further demands. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. Chapter 3. The Lu family's mutual blame Wenfeng. Look at Fong Fong. She has already given up on everything. Why not just let it go? The family back home is still waiting for you to bring the bride. Zhao Guodong tugged at Zhang Wenfeng, urging him to die in his view. Zhang Wenfeng had achieved his goal. The other party was no longer increasing the betrothal gifts. The most pressing matter now was to return and hold the wedding, or else the villagers would craft their own narratives about their family. This moment. Others who accompanied them to fetch the bride also stepped forward to persuade Zhang Wenfeng. Yes, Wenfeng, your parents are still waiting for you to bring the bride back to celebrate. We can't let this escalate any further. The Lu family may be unreasonable, but Fong Fong is sensible. Look, she hasn't asked you to apologize or demanded a bride price. You should just accept the situation and take the bride home. Hearing the crowd urging Zhang Wenfeng, Lu Fongfong couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy. Initially, her family's sudden increase in the bride price had put her family at a disadvantage. But after she spoke up, it was now Zhang Wenfeng who was in the wrong. She couldn't believe that after granting Zhang Wenfeng such a significant concession, he would still throw a tantrum. Wenfeng, everyone is right. We should hurry back and not keep our parents waiting. Lu Fongfong sweetly linked her arm with Zhang Wenfeng's. Zhang Wenfeng recoiled as if touched by something vile, pushing Lu Fongfong's hand away with a face full of disdain. Shouting, Lu Fongfong, you are truly shameless. I have no interest in you anymore, and now you come running to me to leave together. Have you truly hit a wall and failed to realize it? This is revolting. I'll make it clear. You, Lu Fongfong, can marry whoever you wish. I will not marry you. After saying this, Zhang Wenfeng turned his back and left without giving anyone a chance to react. The crowd stood there, stunned, until Zhang Wenfeng had walked far away. Only then did they realize that he wasn't merely sulking. He was genuinely refusing to marry Lu Fongfong. This revelation left everyone astounded. It was well known throughout the village that Zhang Wenfeng had been pursuing Lu Fongfong relentlessly, like a devoted follower, unable to shake her off. Who would have thought that he would be so resolute in rejecting her? Zhao Guodong and the others finally understood that they had come along to fetch the bride. But now that the groom refused to marry, there was no point in remaining. They began to leave in droves. Ah! Lu Fongfong cried out, collapsing onto the ground. The villagers who had initially come to witness the wedding now gathered around, pointing and whispering at the sight of Lu Fongfong sitting on the ground. Sigh. What is the Lu family making such a fuss about? Zhang Wenfeng is a fine young man. Hasn't he always been the one to help them? The Lu family foolishly believed that Zhang Wenfeng would only marry their Fongfong, which led them to act without restraint. Now, look where they are. Chickens have flown, and eggs have shattered. The Lu family had become notorious. People would likely say, isn't that the village where the groom was jilted on the wedding day after raising the bride price? How humiliating! Some among the onlookers, unable to hide their disdain, openly criticized Lu Fongfong. Fan Suehua pushed through the crowd and helped Lu Fongfong to her feet. Fongfong, stop sitting on the ground, hurry back inside. Mom, Zhang Wenfeng really doesn't want me anymore. He doesn't want me Wu. Lu Fongfong began to weep bitterly. Serves her right. Now she knows to cry. Himph. How can she still have the audacity to weep? If it weren't for her own foolishness, would the groom have rejected her? With someone like her, any family would only welcome disaster. She might as well remain an old maid in the Lu family. At this moment, the surrounding villagers were equally appalled by the actions of the Lu family, feeling embarrassed to be associated with such a family. Naturally, their words reached the ears of Fan Suehua and her daughter. Fan Suehua, known for her fiery temperament, could not tolerate being ridiculed today and pointed at the onlookers, scolding. This is a matter for the Lu family. What business is it of yours? Instead of watching our family's misfortune, you should head home and take care of your own affairs, a bunch of idle busybodies. The onlookers, taken aback by Fan Suehua's outburst, angrily dispersed. Once the crowd had left, Fan Suehua helped Lu Fongfong back inside. Those around them might not know the reason for Lu Fongfong's tears, but the Lu family certainly did. They were all gathered in the living room, with Lu father hanging his head and smoking. Lu Jibin sat nearby, his nose stuffed with paper wads to stop the bleeding, looking quite disheveled. Fan Suehua sat angrily on a chair, her face flushed with rage, while Lu Fongfong quietly sobbed. Cry, 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 all you do is cry. Fan Suehua scolded, pointing at Lu Fongfong. Lu Fongfong looked at Fan Suehua with a face full of grievance, beginning to blame her. Mom, it's all your fault. today could have gone smoothly, but you insisted on adding 300 yuan to the bride price. Which is why Zhang Wenfeng refuses to marry me now. What should I do? Fan Suehua, infuriated, leapt from her chair, pointing at Lu Fongfong. You dare blame me? If it weren't for your reckless behavior, I could have let you marry that poor fool Zhang Wenfeng. Just because of an extra 300 yuan, you've turned today into this mess. What a useless child you are. And you? Didn't you say Zhang Wenfeng would do anything for you? I merely asked for an extra 300 yuan, and he refuses? What kind of lesson have I taught you? You can't even manage a man. You're truly a disgrace, Mom. Xiao Tsui still wants a bride price of 500 yuan. If we don't have this extra 300 yuan, what if she refuses to marry me? I'll just die. Lu Zhibin threatened. Fan Suehua glanced at her son, then at the weeping Lu Fongfong, and sighed heavily. Alas, what sin have I committed to have given birth to two debt collectors? Lu Fongfong looked at Fan Suehua with a face full of grievance. Mom, what should we do now? If we don't find someone to marry soon, my condition will be impossible to hide. Fan Suehua shot a glance at Lu's father, who was still smoking, scolding. Lu Zhigua, are you a corpse? Aren't these two children solely my responsibility? Will you not take charge? Lu Zhigua, feeling insulted, was also filled with anger. Isn't it you who decides these children's marriage matters? Why are you asking me now? I can't manage this. Fan Suehua clutched her chest in frustration, nearly spitting blood. The urgent matter was Lu Fongfong. If her condition was revealed, their family would have no place in the village. You go find that person and ask. I'll also help you talk to Zhang Wenfeng. Truly, what a debt you've placed upon me. Chapter 4. The wedding is off Xiaohe village. Zhang family, Zhang Defa and Su Qin stood at their doorstep, eagerly awaiting the return of their son, Zhang Wenfeng, with the bride in the yard. Zhang Wenpeng, the eldest son, and his wife, Fu Lingling, were busy welcoming relatives and friends from the village for the feast. Zhang Yenner, dressed in new clothes and resembling a vibrant butterfly, was already famished, having run out to find her parents. Dad, Mom, why is it taking so long for second brother to return from fetching the bride? What if something went wrong? Pa, Zhang mother quickly interrupted Zhang Yenner, scolding. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking? Today is your second brother's big day. How could anything go wrong? I think you're just eager for the meat at the banquet. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the truth in her mother's words, Zhang Yenner lowered her head. Fu Lingling then stepped out from the yard, quickly interjecting. Mom, little sister is just anxious. Please don't blame her. However, the auspicious hour is approaching, and Lu family village isn't far. Logically, second brother should be back soon. Should we send Wenpeng to check at the village entrance? Upon hearing this, Zhang father and Zhang mother agreed with their eldest daughter-in-law's suggestion and called out to their busy eldest son. Wenpeng? Come here for a moment. Zhang Wenpeng excused himself from the villagers and hurried over. Mom, did you call me for something? Your second brother has been gone for so long to fetch the bride, and he still hasn't returned. Could you go check at the village entrance? Zhang Wenpeng nodded. Mom, don't worry. I'll go check right now. With that, Zhang Wenpeng turned and dashed toward the village entrance. Fu Lingling took Zhang mother's hand, reassuring her, Mom, don't worry. Many people want to fetch the bride today. Second brother will be fine. Zhang mother finally nodded in agreement. Not long after Zhang Wenpeng left, he spotted Zhang Wenfeng returning alone. This sight astonished Zhang Wenpeng, who hurried over to ask, Second brother, what happened? Weren't you supposed to fetch the bride? Why are you back alone? Zhang Wenfeng remained silent, simply walking towards home. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Wenpeng realized that something must have gone awry with the bride fetching. Otherwise, second brother wouldn't be acting this way. He immediately followed suit. Zhang's father and mother, along with Zhang Yenner and Fu Lingling, also witnessed Zhang Wenfeng returning alone, with Zhang Wenpeng displaying a look of concern behind him. They realized that the wedding today was likely to fall through. Zhang's father and mother approached, grasping Zhang Wenfeng's hands as they inquired, Wenfeng, did you encounter some unpleasantness while fetching the bride? Zhang's mother asked with a worried expression. She was aware that the Lu family was notoriously difficult to deal with, particularly Fan Suehua, who was known far and wide as a shrew. However, her son was infatuated with Lu Fongfong, and despite her reluctance, she felt powerless. Today is your joyous occasion. Whatever the matter, bear with it and let this day pass. She advised. Indeed, second brother, every couple has their spats. Besides, Fongfong has been pampered since childhood and is renowned as a beauty in our vicinity. Just be a bit more accommodating. Do not let a trifling matter ruin today. Hurry and bring the bride back to avoid making a fool of ourselves, added Zhang Wenpeng, as Zhang Wenfeng gazed at his parents, sister-in-law, and younger sister. A wave of guilt surged within him in his previous life. It was because of him that his parents had ventured out to work off debts, only to perish in a mine. His elder brother and sister-in-law toiled relentlessly, leading to the loss of their child and rendering them unable to conceive again. His beloved younger sister had been sold to an old man, ultimately dying from domestic abuse. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, he slapped himself twice. Seeing her son in such distress, Zhang's mother quickly stepped forward. Grasping his hand and comforted him, "Why are you hitting yourself, Feng?" "Yes, second brother, it's a day of celebration." "What are you doing?" Zhang Wenpeng echoed. Zhang Wenfeng then earnestly addressed his family, "Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, and younger sister. I have decided not to marry Lu Fengfeng." Upon hearing this, Zhang's father and mother's expressions darkened, especially Zhang's father, whose face flushed with anger as he stepped forward and slapped Zhang Wenfeng, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch! It was you who insisted on marrying Lu Fengfeng. And now that the wedding is upon us, you refuse? Are we not already a laughingstock in this village? Father, what are you doing? The child is already distressed. Why must you hit him?" Zhang's mother interjected, stepping protectively in front of Zhang Wenfeng. Once Zhang's father ceased his aggression, she turned to her son with concern. "Wenfeng, if you don't wish to marry, then don't listen to your father." "Father, mother, I am sorry." Zhang Wenfeng knelt down. Seeing his son kneeling, Zhang's father was momentarily at a loss for how to express his frustration. He understood his son's stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, nothing could sway him. Today, their family was destined to become the talk of the village. Yet, at this point, even if he were to strike his son, it would serve no purpose. Enough. A grown man kneeling like this is disgraceful. Zhang's father exclaimed angrily, "Oldest son, take your brother home." "Father, what do you plan to do?" Zhang Wenpeng inquired, looking at his father. "What else can I do? We've gathered the villagers. Do you expect them to leave hungry?" Zhang's father replied sharply, "Since everyone is here, let them eat before returning home. Consider it our family's treat." Turning away, he shot a stern glare at Zhang Wenfeng, warning, "You better explain yourself properly later. If you can't articulate it clearly, I swear I'll make you regret it." With that, Zhang's father entered the courtyard. Accompanied by Zhang Wenpeng, Zhang Wenfeng made his way into the house. Zhang's father stood in the courtyard, his face flushed with embarrassment as he addressed the gathered villagers. "Dear friends and family, today was supposed to be my youngest son Zhang Wenfeng's wedding. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the wedding has been cancelled. Nevertheless, since everyone has come together, let us treat you all to a meal before you head home." Upon hearing this, some acquaintances of Zhang's father pressed for details. "Dehua, what on earth happened? Wasn't he Wenfeng supposed to fetch the bride from the Lu family? Why is there no wedding now?" "Indeed, Dahua, we cannot allow the Lu family to bully us." Another chimed in. Zhang's father awkwardly chuckled, looking at the concerned faces around him. "I'm not entirely sure of the details, but the wedding is definitely off. Let us not delve into it further. Everyone is hungry, so let us eat and drink well." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the villagers refrained from pressing further. After the meal, they began to leave Zhang's household. Zhang Dehua, with a forced smile, felt his expression darken. He needed to uncover the truth behind this debacle. What had started as a promising marriage was now a farce. In the main room, he confronted Zhang Wenfeng, his face dark with anger. "What happened today? Weren't you supposed to be fetching the bride? How did it come to this?" He glared at Zhang Wenfeng, his displeasure growing. Zhang's mother, concerned for her son, attempted to intervene. "Dehua, the child is distressed. You're pushing him too hard." Feeling both guilt and gratitude for his parents' support, Zhang Wenfeng resolved to explain everything that had transpired with the Lu family. After recounting the events, Zhang Dehua slammed his fist on the table. Fuming, "The Lu family is utterly shameless. To demand an increase in the bride price at the last minute is beyond comprehension." Zhang's mother, ready to voice her displeasure, paused as she noticed her husband's fury. Opting instead to soothe him, "Calm down, dear, I believe it's wise for Wenfeng not to marry into that family. They clearly see us as easy prey, demanding an exorbitant bride price." Zhang Wenpeng chimed in. "Second brother, are you certain about your decision? Don't let them sweet-talk you into changing your mind." Zhang Dehua, recognizing his son's past tendencies, cautioned, "You must not let a moment of weakness sway you. If you cave in after all this, I'd rather put an end to this madness now than watch you bring shame upon our family." Zhang's mother shot an admonishing glance at Zhang Dehua. "What kind of talk is that? Is your pride more important than our son's well-being?" Zhang Wenpeng quickly intervened. "Mother, father is merely expressing concern. Now that we've severed ties with that family, let us ensure it remains that way." Zhang's mother then turned her gaze to Zhang Wenfeng, asking Wenfeng, "Are you truly committed to cutting ties with them, ensuring there will be no further entanglements?" Zhang Wenfeng, looking at his family, recognized their genuine concern despite the harshness of their words. He nodded resolutely. "Father, mother, elder brother, I assure you, even if Lu Fangfang were to beg me on her knees, I would never marry her." "Are you serious?" they all inquired, eyes wide with curiosity. Zhang Wenfeng affirmed, "Father, mother, elder brother, it's not just the sudden increase in the bride price that led to my decision. Lu Fangfang intends to make a fool of me. She is already carrying someone else's child and wishes to marry me merely to provide a fade for her situation." Upon hearing this, several individuals were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. In this modern era, becoming pregnant before marriage is considered a significant disgrace. Could Lu Fangfang truly dare to do such a thing? Zhang's mother, being a woman herself, understood the paramount importance of reputation to a woman. She hastily interjected, "Feng, such words cannot be carelessly spoken. If others were to learn of this, Lu Fangfang's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and she would find it impossible to maintain her dignity thereafter." Indeed, second brother, such statements should not be made lightly. Even if you choose not to marry her, you cannot tarnish the reputation of a woman in this manner. Fu Lingling chimed in at that moment. Previously, she had merely perceived her younger brother as irresponsible. Now, she realized he possessed a character so flawed that he would speak ill of a young woman behind her back, especially in a way that would ruin her reputation. Zhang Wenfeng knew that no one would believe this allegation if he spoke it aloud. After all, in this age, people's mindsets are relatively conservative, and they are unlikely to think so poorly of others. Moreover, Lu Fangfang had always been perceived as pure and sweet. The sudden claim of her promiscuity would surely be met with disbelief. Zhang's father, wearing a stern expression, declared, "Wenfeng, as a man, you must take responsibility. You must know when to hold on and when to let go. Since you two have parted ways, there is no need to speak ill of the girl behind her back and tarnish her reputation." Zhang Wenfeng explained, "Dad, Mom, elder brother, sister-in-law, I once broke your hearts, but I assure you, I am not speaking falsely regarding this matter. Furthermore, can one truly fabricate such a thing? If you do not believe me in due time, Lu Fangfang's condition will become apparent, and you will discern the truth of my words." Seeing the conviction in Zhang Wenfeng's demeanor, the family began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Lu Fangfang was indeed carrying another man's child, seeking to have their Wenfeng take on the role of a surrogate father? If so, the woman's intentions were exceedingly malicious. "Is what you say truly the case?" Zhang's mother inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. Zhang Wenfeng nodded earnestly, in a fit of rage. Zhang's father slammed his hand on the table, leaping from his chair and storming towards the door. Zhang Wenfeng swiftly grabbed hold of him, saying, "Dad, where are you going?" Zhang's father retorted angrily, "The Lu family is utterly shameless. How dare they expect my son to play the part of a cheap father to their daughter's illegitimate child? They are attempting to ruin our Zhang family's reputation. I will confront them, Dad. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I am fully aware of how to handle it, and I will ensure the Lu family pays the appropriate price for their actions." Zhang Wenfeng reassured his father. Zhang Wenpeng immediately stepped forward, urging, "Yes, Dad. Since second brother has stated he will resolve this issue, he will undoubtedly handle it well. Do not allow your anger to cloud your judgment. If you rush out and someone turns the tables, claiming you are the one tarnishing the girl's reputation, it will only complicate matters for our family." Once Zhang's father calmed down, he considered this reasoning and nodded subtly. He glanced at Zhang Wenfeng and remarked, "Wenfeng, this situation was brought upon by you. Handle it as you see fit. If you dare to cause any more trouble, I will disown you as my son." Zhang Wenfeng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a loud, vibrant female voice echoed from outside, "Aunt Qin, I have come bearing momentous news for your family." Everyone paused, recognizing the voice as that of Lu the matchmaker. Why had she come to their home at this hour? The family couldn't help but connect her visit to the situation involving Zhang Wenfeng and Lu Fangfang. Could it be that Zhang Wenfeng's claims were indeed true? Mrs. Lu, what brings you here? Zhang's mother greeted her with a smile as she stepped out from the main room. Knowing that Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Yin'er's future marriages would rely on Mrs. Lu's assistance, as she was the renowned matchmaker in the area. Mrs. Lu approached with a smile, taking Zhang's mother's hand and affectionately stating, Aunt Qin, I have come with extraordinary news for your family. Zhang's mother chuckled bitterly, Mrs. Lu, please do not jest with me. Our family has become the laughingstock of Shaha village today. What momentous news could possibly come our way? Aunt Qin, you are mistaken. Your family is not the village's joke today. The matters of marriage are often fraught with twists and turns, and behold, good news has arrived. Come, let us enter the main room. And I shall explain everything to you, Mrs. Lu said cheerfully. Although Zhang's mother had not intended to invite her in, she felt it was inappropriate to offend Mrs. Lu, given her esteemed reputation as a matchmaker. Very well, Zhang's mother led Mrs. Lu into the main room, where the Zhang family was gathered. Mrs. Lu smiled and addressed Zhang Wenfeng. Wenfeng, I have come with significant news for you today. Zhang Wenfeng smiled in return. Aunt, what is this momentous news? Please share. Mrs. Lu hesitated momentarily. Previously, Zhang Wenfeng had been eager to curry favor with her for assistance in negotiating his marriage with the Lu family. Now, he seemed rather aloof. Nevertheless, she was determined to see this matter through for the sake of the reward she would receive, which outweighed the effort of 10 matchmakings. Mrs. Lu continued, It concerns the Lu family. They have come to realize that their actions today were indeed excessive. After your departure, they felt immense regret. It was Lu Fangfang's mother who personally sought us out, urging me to assist them in extending an apology to you. They acknowledge their mistakes and hope that, considering your feelings for Fangfang, you might forgive them. They will no longer demand an excessive bride price. You may simply live happily with Fangfang. Zhang Wenpeng, who had remained silent, understood from Mrs. Lu's words that his younger brother's claims were likely truthful. Although they were not affluent, the Zhang family was honorable. How could they accept a woman of such questionable character? If they were to marry her, could they continue to live their lives in peace? Aunt Lu, you have no idea how far they have gone. Not only did they suddenly increase the bride price, but they also allowed that scoundrel Lu Jibin to assault my brother. My brother is the groom. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet he faced such humiliation. If we were to simply let it go, how could our Zhang family maintain our dignity in this village? Zhang Wenpeng interjected first. Zhang's father wore a serious expression as he added, Mrs. Lu, while it is not our place as elders to meddle excessively in matters of marriage, particularly in this era of marital freedom, my son is still our cherished treasure. They have treated us unjustly, and such behavior is unacceptable. Mrs. Lu, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. The wedding was indeed a complicated matter, largely due to the Lu family's greed. Now, she found herself in the position of having to mediate, which was quite the predicament. However, motivated by the prospect of a reward, she resolved to try her best. Mrs. Lu smiled, DFA. I understand that your son has faced unfair treatment. When I visited the Lu family, they expressed their willingness to meet any reasonable demands we might have. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. It is not easy for the two children to come together, and it would be a shame to let a few misunderstandings spoil such a promising union. Zhang's father remained stoic and silent. Mrs. Lu then looked towards Zhang's mother, saying, Aunt Qin, do you not agree? At this moment, Zhang's mother had completely lost her fondness for Lu Fangfang and replied, While your reasoning is sound, marriage is ultimately a matter for the children themselves. As parents, we cannot interfere excessively. Since the situation has escalated to this point, let the children resolve it among themselves. Mrs. Lu then turned her attention back to Zhang Wenfeng, smiling, Wenfeng, I believe the Lu family is genuinely remorseful. Everyone knows of your affection for Lu Fangfang. It is common knowledge in both villages. Surely, you cannot allow this minor incident to destroy your lifelong happiness. Zhang Wenfeng replied coldly, Aunt Lu, as the saying goes, one should marry wisely. Which aspect of her family is worthy of the term wise? I was once charmed by Lu Fangfang's appearance, but I have now regained my clarity. It is impossible for me to marry her. Mrs. Lu appeared to make a difficult decision, stating, Wenfeng, the Lu family has mentioned that if you are still willing to be with Fangfang, they would return the bride price of 1,000 yuan and additionally offer 200 yuan as a gift for the two of you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. This only served to confirm Zhang Wenfeng's earlier claims regarding Lu Fangfang's dubious situation, and their disdain for her grew stronger. Zhang Wenfeng's sister-in-law, Fu Lingling, stepped forward, saying, "Aunt Lu, the Lu family previously looked down on my second brother, demanding an exorbitant bride price of 1,000 yuan. What has changed now? Not only are they returning the bride price, but they also wish to provide an additional 200 yuan. This does not seem like something a member of the Lu family would do," remarked Lu Matchmaker with a smile. The Lu family genuinely wishes for the two children to lead a good life. This concession was made because they realized their actions today were rather excessive. Is that truly the case? Could it be that Lu Fangfang is involved in some matter? Fu Lingling retorted sharply. The Lu Matchmaker immediately sensed something, yet she was there to mediate and dared not speak so bluntly. She quickly changed the subject, saying, "Oh dear, sister-in-law, such remarks should not be made carelessly. If word of this gets out, the Lu family would surely come after me." Fu Lingling chuckled and said, "Aunt Lu, I take your words lightly. I would never speak of this outside of your presence." The Lu Matchmaker smiled and said, "You see? The Lu family is quite sincere in this matter. Wenfeng, do you think this is feasible? If so, I will convey a message to the Lu family to prepare for your wedding." After saying this, the Lu Matchmaker cast a confident glance at the Zhang family. The Zhang family, already impoverished, had fallen into debt just to gather that 1,000 yuan bride price. Now, not only could they repay their debts, but they would also have an additional 200 yuan in savings. Such a fortunate turn of events is hard to come by. Is it not a tremendous blessing? However, as she surveyed the room, she noticed that the expressions of the Zhang family members remained unchanged, and in fact, they seemed increasingly grim. Zhang Wenfeng spoke up, "Aunt Lu, you need not elaborate further. Since the Lu family is willing to offer such favorable terms, they must easily find a suitable match for Lu Fangfang. I wish them a swift search for a good husband." The Lu Matchmaker was taken aback. Is this truly Zhang Wenfeng? With such advantageous conditions? He is unwilling to marry Lu Fangfang. Wenfeng, is what you say true? If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. The Lu Matchmaker inquired. Zhang Wenfeng resolutely replied, "Aunt Lu, I appreciate your concern, but my prospects with Lu Fangfang have irrevocably ended. Please return to her family with this message. Enough, we have matters to attend to, so I shall not see you out." Zhang Wenfeng had effectively issued an eviction notice, leaving the Lu Matchmaker bewildered as she departed from the Zhang residence. Chapter 7. Something seems different. It seems that Lu's daughter is not as virtuous as she appears. Her seemingly gentle demeanor belies her capacity for such actions. At this moment, Zhang's mother no longer doubted Zhang Wenfeng's assertions, feeling that the Lu family's behavior was indeed revolting. If Zhang Wenfeng's words were not rooted in truth, why would the Lu family be so eager to let their daughter marry into the Zhang family, even at a financial loss? This simply makes no sense. "Wenfeng, what do you plan to do next?" Zhang's mother asked, looking at her son. Zhang Wenfeng had already devised a plan. Since heaven had granted him a second chance, he intended to exact revenge on that family. "Mother, since my marriage with them has fallen through, we must reclaim the bride price we paid to them," Zhang Wenfeng declared. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother frowned. Is that even possible? The Lu family is notorious for being difficult, particularly Fan Suehua, who is known to be a shrew. She has always been the one demanding money, so who could dare ask her to return it, especially when it concerns a bride price? Now that the marriage is off, can we really reclaim that money? She had little hope left. Reclaim it? If he did not possess Lu Fangfang's secret, it would indeed be quite challenging. However, at this moment, he held Lu Fangfang's secret in his hands, as long as they refused to return the bride price. If that secret were to become public knowledge, the Lu family, no matter how shameless, would find it difficult to remain in this village. It is important to remember that it is now 1987, and in rural areas, premarital pregnancy is treated with utmost seriousness. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and reassured, "Mother, you need not worry. I will reclaim every last cent of that money." Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's confidence, Zhang's mother refrained from arguing further. Zhang Wenfeng then approached, patting his younger brother on the shoulder. "Second brother, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. After all, we are brothers." Zhang Wenfeng looked at his elder brother with gratitude. In his previous life, his elder brother had been just like this. Even when Zhang Wenfeng had hurt him, he had never abandoned him. He nodded earnestly. "Brother, rest assured, I will seek your help in the future." Zhang Wenfeng nodded and left with his wife. After exiting the main room, Fu Lingling pulled Zhang Wenpeng aside and whispered, Wenpeng, have you noticed that your younger brother seems somewhat different? Zhang Wenpeng, carefree by nature, had not paid much attention to this. He merely thought that his wife might be displeased because he had offered to help Wenfeng. He took her hand and reassured her, Dear, regardless of the situation, Wenfeng is still my brother. As the elder brother, I cannot sit idly by. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingling immediately became upset. Am I the kind of person who would object to your help for Wenfeng? If I truly didn't want you to assist him, would I have sought to reclaim the bride price from my family? I wholeheartedly support the Zhang family. Your thoughts disappoint me greatly, Zhang Wenpeng. Seeing his wife angry, quickly apologized, Dear, it's all my fault. You know I am not articulate and often misspeak. Please do not hold it against me. I know you are not that kind of person. Seeing Zhang Wenpeng apologize, Fu Lingling's anger subsided, and she softly said, I am not upset about your help for Wenfeng. He is your brother, and it is your duty to assist him, and my concern is that Wenfeng seems to be resisting the Lu family now, which is quite unlike him. You recall how he was infatuated with Lu Fangfang, so much so that even if the Lu family demanded another 1,000 yuan, he would have come home begging our parents for it. Yet today, he has fallen out with the Lu family. Does that not strike you as strange? Fu Lingling continued. Furthermore, how did he suddenly come to know that Lu Fangfang is pregnant with another man's child? That seems a tad too coincidental, does it not? Zhang Wenpeng shot Fu Lingling a glare, somewhat irritated. What are you saying? Is my younger brother meant to be someone else's backup, marrying that shameless woman? Moreover, he has explicitly stated that this matter should not be disclosed to anyone. You would do well to keep quiet and not jeopardize his plans, Zhang Wenpeng warned. Fu Lingling shot her husband an annoyed look. What do you take me for? Am I a gossip monger? I am merely concerned for our family. I fear that this could be a fleeting moment of rebellion on his part, and he may not have truly given up on Lu Fangfang. You underestimate my brother? He knows that Lu Fangfang is carrying another man's child, and he cannot possibly continue to fawn over her. That may not be true. You know better than anyone what kind of person Wenfeng is, especially regarding the Lu family. Everyone in the two villages is well aware of their nature. If this is merely a momentary flare of anger, we might find ourselves the subject of ridicule. Nonsense. Even if Wenfeng wishes to be with that shameless woman, he would never get past our parents. Fu Lingling shook her head and fell silent. What? You don't believe me? Wenpeng, listen to what you are saying. Do you truly believe it? If our parents could have restrained Wenfeng, they would not have gone to such lengths, selling off their possessions and borrowing money to fund this wedding. From this day forward, our family will need to tighten our belts and work diligently to repay the debts our parents incurred. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Lingling, I truly feel sorry for you. After marrying me, you have had to endure hardship, and it seems that will continue. Fu Lingling shot Zhang Wenpeng a look. What are you talking about? I married you for who you are. I am not afraid of hardship as long as I can be with you. I am willing to endure anything. Lingling, thank you. Marrying you is indeed my stroke of luck. Zhang Wenpeng chuckled foolishly. Tsk. What nonsense are you spouting? As if marrying me is a misfortune. Fu Lingling playfully scolded. Very well, dear wife, I apologize. It is my clumsy tongue that has caused this misunderstanding. I will be more careful with my words. Humph, as if I do not know you. If I were to take issue with you over every little thing, how would I get through the day? Let us return home and rest. With that, the couple headed towards their dwelling. Chapter 8. A sense of obligation in the Zhang household. The main room now contained only Zhang father, Zhang mother, and Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang mother walked to the door, closed it, and then returned to her son. She approached Zhang Wenfeng and said, Wenfeng, I understand that you only mentioned reclaiming that 1,000 yuan bride price because your sister-in-law was here. However, if it truly cannot be recovered, let us consider it a lesson learned. Humph, how audacious of you. That is a sum of 1,000 yuan. Our family has spent an exorbitant amount on this wretched child's wedding. Have you calculated how much? If we do not have this 1,000 yuan, how are we to settle the debts incurred from those outside vendors? Have you given it any thought? Zhang Defa hung his head in despair. The mere thought of the outstanding debts that the family has borrowed weighs heavily on his mind. They have yet to repay the loans taken out for the eldest son's wedding, and now they are burdened with over 1,000 yuan in debt for Zhang Wenfeng's wedding. Combined, these debts amount to nearly 2,000 yuan. Their family, through farming and laboring elsewhere, manages to save less than 1,000 yuan a year. To repay such a staggering sum, They would need to scrimp and save for nearly 2 years. Contemplating this, Zhang Defa felt a profound sense of hopelessness envelop him. Zhang Wenfeng observed his parents. Understanding that his mother feared he might anger the Lu family by demanding money, considering their notorious reputation across several villages. His father, too, did not genuinely intend to pressure him into reclaiming the betrothal gifts. He was equally suffocated by the family's debts. It was these very debts that forced the family into labor, leading to the unfortunate fate of his parents. In this lifetime, he vowed never to let his family tread the same path as before. Approaching his mother, Zhang Wenfeng took her hand and said with a smile, "Mother, my previous statement was not directed at sister-in-law. It came from the heart. That 1,000 yuan was pooled together by our entire family. With additional loans from elsewhere, if we cannot retrieve it, how will we repay our creditors? Rest assured, since I have said this, I will find a way." Zhang Wenfeng spoke earnestly to his parents. "Father, mother, today has been taxing for you both due to my circumstances. You should retire early. I will return and contemplate this matter thoroughly. I am determined to reclaim our family's betrothal gifts." After saying this, Zhang Wenfeng exited the main room. Once Zhang Wenfeng had left, his parents did not retreat to rest but sat together. Zhang's mother gazed at her husband's furrowed brow and sighed deeply, saying, "Dear, do not fret. As long as our family is together, we are better off than many. It is merely external debt. After tomorrow, you can return to the county construction site for work, and I will seek employment at a local restaurant. Even if the pay is meager, it will still amount to a few tens of yuan a month." Zhang's father lifted his gaze to his wife, took a puff of his pipe, and placed it on the table, responding, "It will have to be this way. Dear, do you not feel that our Wenfeng has changed?" Zhang's father nodded. Although his tone was serious, he genuinely felt for his son. The Lu family was indeed a troublesome lot, creating such an unpleasant situation. Alas, who could remain unchanged after such events? The Lu family truly took advantage of others. That is not what I meant. I meant that Wenfeng no longer blindly obeys Lu Fangfang as he once did. I have never liked her. She gives the impression of being unsuitable for a life partner. And coupled with her family's reputation, I was initially opposed to this union. Now that the marriage will not proceed, I feel a sense of relief. I share your sentiment. That girl clearly seems to be a disruptor. If she were to enter our family, we would face a life devoid of peace. Just look at her mother. Indeed, therefore, I believe this incident provides Wenfeng an opportunity to sever ties with that family, which is ultimately a blessing. Zhang's father felt similarly, as the entire Zhang family opposed the alliance with the Lu family, with only Zhang Wenfeng holding steadfast faith in Lu Fangfang. Will it be dangerous for Wenfeng to confront them alone about the betrothal gifts? Zhang's mother expressed her concern, as he was her own son. What if a conflict erupted at the Lu household? He must learn to handle matters independently. He is an adult now and cannot hide behind us forever. We may protect him for a moment, but we cannot shield him for a lifetime. He must ultimately establish his own household, Zhang's father sighed. However, once this matter concludes, we should help Wenfeng find a new partner. He is of an age where, if he remains unmarried, he may lose face in the village. Zhang's mother began to fret again. Their family's circumstances were already dire, and now this incident made it even more challenging for Zhang Wenfeng to find a suitable match. Let us wait and see. For now, everyone is preoccupied with their own lives. Once this matter has faded from memory, we can consult the matchmaker to find Wenfeng a new prospect. That will have to suffice. Zhang's mother sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. After Zhang Wenfeng exited the main room and returned to his own quarters, he gazed at the familiar yet foreign space, overwhelmed with emotion. Although he had later resided in high-rise buildings, he longed for his small room where he had his parents, elder brother, and younger sister. Second brother. Zhang Yin'er suddenly burst through the door, peeking her head in. Yin'er, what brings you here? Zhang Wenfeng stepped forward and ushered her inside. Is something the matter? Second brother, are you all right? Zhang Yin'er inquired with her innocent eyes fixed on him. Seeing his younger sister filled Zhang Wenfeng with a deep sense of reflection, in his previous life. She had married an elderly widower due to his circumstances and suffered abuse during her pregnancy, tragically losing both her child and herself. Now, observing his young sister, he felt grateful for returning to a time before calamity struck. Yin'er, there's nothing to worry about, Zhang Wenfeng reassured her. You have worked hard today. Why not rest early? Second brother, I can't help but worry about you, Zhang Yin'er replied. To be honest, I never liked Lu Fangfang. Every time she visited, she would boss me around, even hitting and scolding me. Thank goodness you are not marrying her. Zhang Wenfeng recalled the unpleasantness Lu Fangfang had inflicted upon Zhang Yan'er, some of which he had been aware of then. He had always acquiesced to Lu Fangfang, not caring if she mistreated him, let alone standing up for his sister, Yan'er. I promise I will not allow anyone to bully you again. Okay. Zhang Yan'er nodded solemnly. Now, hurry back to rest. You have school tomorrow, Zhang Wenfeng urged. Yan'er lowered her head. What is it? He inquired. Second brother, because of your wedding, our family has incurred too much debt. I have already arranged to suspend my studies. Zhang Yan'er said, her face filled with disappointment. Zhang Wenfeng recalled that in his previous life, it was indeed due to the wedding that she had to drop out, leading to further hardship as she worked to support the family, ultimately ruining her life. Yan'er, I will find a way to manage the finances. Focus on your studies, he reassured her. Are you serious? Zhang Yan'er asked, looking up at him. Of course, I would never deceive you, he affirmed. Now, go rest. Otherwise, you will miss school tomorrow. Zhang Yan'er nodded and left Zhang Wenfeng's room. Chapter 9. Money makes the world go round. After Lu Matchmaker departed from the Zhang household, she was seething with indignation. Having acted as a matchmaker for many years, she had always been treated with kindness, never before having been expelled from a home. To be ousted from the Zhang family today was an utter humiliation. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and the only remedy for her fury lay in money. The source of her grievances was the Lu family, and she intended to demand recompense from them. With that thought in mind, Lu Matchmaker hurried toward the Lu household. Upon arriving at Lu village, the local women greeted her with smiles. Sister Lu, are you heading to Tsuehua's home again? Yes, I have a matter to discuss with them. Lu Matchmaker struggled to maintain her facade of cheerfulness. Indeed, now that Fangfang is single, if you find her a suitable match, Tsuehua will surely be grateful. Yes, Sister Lu, you must be diligent and not let others steal this opportunity. Lu Matchmaker forced a smile, ignoring the gossipy women, and made her way directly to Fan Tsuehua's residence. She understood their words were veiled mockery, but what could they do? They dared not speak such words in her presence. Once Lu Matchmaker was out of earshot, the women exchanged glances of disdain. Pa, that Lu Matchmaker is no good. Now she doesn't even know who she will match with Lu Fangfang. It's as if she brings misfortune to anyone she approaches. Indeed, being tied to someone like Fan Tsuehua as a mother-in-law would be disastrous. Let us not let Fan Tsuehua hear us, or we'll be in for a shouting match. Humph, am I afraid of Fan Tsuehua? I simply cannot stand her shameless obsession with money. It truly brings shame to our Lu family village. Well, enough of this chatter. I must return home to prepare a meal for my husband. I shall take my leave as well. In a moment, the group of village women gathered at the entrance dispersed, each heading home to tend to their cooking. When Lu Matchmaker arrived at Fan Tsuehua's residence, the door remained firmly shut. Without the slightest hint of politeness, Lu Matchmaker approached and began to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The Fan family, already burdened with worries over Lu Fangfang's situation, were startled by the raucous knocking. Was someone in such a hurry to be reborn? With an exasperated demeanor, Fan Tsuehua stepped out from the main room and opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Matchmaker standing at her doorstep, her irritation vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Fan Tsuehua approached warmly, taking Lu Matchmaker's hand and inquiring, Dear sister, how are matters progressing over there? When shall they come to propose marriage? Lu Matchmaker abruptly withdrew her hand. Responding curtly, propose marriage? They outright refuse. Refuse? Fan Tsuehua exclaimed, incredulous. That Zhang Wenfeng had been so forward, even coming to our home to negotiate, and now he had the audacity to act superior? Truly, he is ungrateful for the kindness shown to him. However, considering Lu Fangfang's delicate condition, Fan Tsuehua suppressed her rising anger and asked Lu Matchmaker, Sister, did you not convey to them that our family requires no bride price and is even offering 200 in dowry? I did. I told them everything, Lu Matchmaker replied. But they simply will not agree, especially Zhang Wenfeng, who rejected it outright. Dear sister, please enlighten me. What on earth has transpired? Everyone in the surrounding villages knows how obedient Zhang Wenfeng has been to our Fangfang. Now, suddenly, it has escalated to this absurdity? It is quite perplexing. Fan Tsuehua felt overwhelmed. She had never mocked Zhang Wenfeng, and had even tolerated far worse behavior from him in the past. Despite this, he had still followed her family around like a puppy, eager to curry favor. This very indulgence had emboldened them to demand a higher bride price on the wedding day. Had it not been for Zhang Wenfeng's prior deference to their family, they would not have dared to make such demands. Dear sister, you know my intentions are sincere. I truly wish to see our families united in marriage. How could I possibly hide anything from you? I have spoken only the truth, Fan Suehua insisted with a smile. Lu Matchmaker regarded her with suspicion, saying, Then this is strange indeed. When I mentioned your family's intentions, they appeared ready to engage in a confrontation with you. Their demeanor was quite intimidating. Dear sister, we are acting for the happiness of the children. I implore you to advocate once more on our behalf. Our Fongfong is a formal worker at the factory, earning 40 yuan a month, plus the 200 yuan dowry. Surely, this should entice them. Dear sister, if we can finalize this arrangement, I will not even mention the 50 yuan bride price. I will give you 100. Lu Matchmaker was taken aback, having never encountered someone so eager to marry off their child. However, this was not insignificant, as Fan Suehua's offer was incredibly enticing. Previously, she had been tempted by the 50 yuan. Now, with the prospect of 100, she could hardly let such an amount slip away. Very well. I see that their family is currently unapproachable. Perhaps we should begin with Zhang Wenfeng's grandmother. She is quite formidable. In the past, she expelled their family from their home, and they dared not utter a word. I cannot believe that once she intervenes, they would still refuse. Fan Suehua's heart lifted. Indeed, money could move mountains. The moment she proposed raising the bride price, the previously irate Lu Matchmaker transformed into a congenial ally, even offering a plan. Yet, this was real money at stake. Had it not been for that wretched girl causing such disgrace, she would never part with such a sum. Noticing Lu Matchmaker's keen gaze scanning her, Fan Suehua reluctantly produced 20 yuan, handing it to her. Dear sister, please accept this 20 yuan as a token of appreciation for your efforts on our behalf. Lu Matchmaker, elated at the sight of the money, accepted it with glee, saying, Dear sister, you are far too kind. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to ensure this matter is resolved. With that, Lu Matchmaker departed from the Lu household. Brimming with satisfaction, Chapter 10. I am not motivated by money, only by my grandson's marriage. After seeing Lu Matchmaker out the door, Fan Suehua spat in frustration, cursing, What a bunch of heartless wretches. They are utterly blinded by money. Had it not been for Fongfong's predicament, I would never part with such a fortune. That troublesome girl is truly a source of misery. Just wait until I deal with her. Having vented her frustration, Fan Suehua turned and stormed into the main room. As she entered, Lu Fongfong approached her immediately, asking, Mother, how did it go? Fan Suehua shot her a glare, then sat down, scolding, I do not understand what is wrong with that boy. Our family has extended such generous terms, and yet he dares to refuse. He truly does not know what is good for him. Tears streamed down Lu Fongfong's cheeks as she looked at her mother with an expression of utter despair. Mother, what shall we do? My condition is becoming increasingly obvious, and they are ignoring me. If the villagers find out, I doubt I cannot bear the thought. Enough with the tears. All you do is cry. Fan Suehua snapped, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Fongfong. Why did you not consider the consequences earlier? You had a bright future ahead, yet you squandered it for some fleeting pleasure, ending up in this pitiful state. Who is to blame? Fan Suehua's words were harsh. Lu Fongfong could only weep silently, too fearful to respond. Observing her daughter's sorrowful visage, Fan Suehua retorted, Because of your situation, I have had to part with 100 yuan just to persuade Lu Matchmaker to assist us. You must reimburse me for this? Lu Fongfong felt a pang in her chest. She had only recently received 1,000 yuan from someone, and after giving her mother 300, she had barely held on to anything for herself. Now, she was expected to part with another 100. Nonetheless, in pursuit of a swift marriage, she decided to relent. When Lu Fongfong emerged from her room, she handed her mother 100 yuan, saying, Mother, I have no extra money left. Please be frugal. Very well, I understand. Fan Suehua snatched the money from Lu Fongfong's hand, her expression sour. Dear sister, look at my state. Surely, you can spare a little to soothe my wounded spirit, piped up Lu Zhibin, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, as he approached Lu Fongfong. Though reluctant, Lu Fongfong, upon seeing her mother's insatiable demeanor, begrudgingly handed Lu Zhibin 100 yuan, saying, Xiao Bin, this is all I have left. Lu Zhibin snatched the money from her grasp, exclaiming, Thank you, sister. You truly are my beloved sister." With that, he scampered off, grinning. Although Lu Fangfang harbored resentment, she dared not voice it. All she desired now was a peaceful marriage. It was the only path to legitimizing the child she carried. After leaving the Lu household, Lu Matchmaker made her way directly to Zhang Wenfeng's grandmother's home. This was the power of money. It could move mountains. For the sake of financial gain, Lu Matchmaker now toiled diligently. Zhang Wenfeng's grandmother, Xiao, lived with his uncle, Zhang Yulai. After banishing Zhang Defa's family from their home, the two families had been at odds. And even for the significant matter of her grandson's marriage, Xiao had not shown her face. Upon Lu Matchmaker's arrival at Zhang Yulai's home, Xiao was taken aback. Their family had no one of marrying age. Leaning on her cane, she approached slowly, asking, "Lu Matchmaker, what brings you to our home, dear Aunt Xiao? I have come to seek your assistance with a matter," Lu Matchmaker replied with a smile. Xiao scrutinized Lu Matchmaker with her sharp, triangular eyes, asking, "What could an old woman like me possibly assist you with? Dear Aunt Xiao, yesterday was supposed to be your grandson Zhang Wenfeng's wedding to Lu Fangfang, but due to some disagreements, the marriage has been called off." "Humph, I knew that little rascal would never find a wife. Look, it has come to pass." Lu Matchmaker felt awkward in the face of Xiao's words. Such comments were unbecoming of a grandmother. Despite the strained relations, Zhang Wenfeng was still her own grandson. However, Lu Meipa still required the assistance of the Qiao family, and naturally could not oppose them. Thus, she said, "Aunt, there has indeed been some misunderstandings. I have come today to ask you to mediate this marriage, for the Lu family is being exceedingly generous this time. Not only are they not asking for a bride price, but they are also offering a dowry of 200 yuan, which is unprecedented in our surrounding villages." "What? They are even offering 200 yuan?" Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Meipa. "Did I ask what you say true?" Lu Meipa smiled and replied, "Of course it is true. How could I possibly deceive you with such matters? Why is the heavens so blind? Such a good fortune, and it falls to that little scoundrel." Xiao scolded in dissatisfaction. Lu Meipa could barely suppress her laughter. Xiao was indeed biased. Back when the eldest son's family toiled away at home, serving the entire household, Xiao had favored the younger one, ultimately driving the eldest son's family out without a single penny. Furthermore, in the subsequent years, she had continued to demand support from the eldest son's family. Yet now she did not even wish for a bit of good fortune for her own grandson. Truly, her heart was as black as coal. Yet, she was merely a matchmaker and could not interfere with the affairs of others. With a forced smile, she said, "Aunt, the Lu family is willing to marry Zhang Wenfeng under such favorable conditions. But Zhang Wenfeng is currently unwilling to marry that girl Fangfang. It would be greatly appreciated if you could mediate this matter, as you are his grandmother, and he will certainly listen to you to some extent." Xiao glared at Lu Meipa with disdain, wishing nothing more than to see that family in perpetual poverty. How could she possibly allow them to marry such a fine daughter-in-law? That little scoundrel has never listened to me. "I cannot help you with this," Xiao flatly refused. Reluctantly, Lu Meipa said, "Aunt, the Lu family has stated that if you are willing to help mediate, they will offer you 20 yuan as a token of gratitude. What do you think? How much?" Upon hearing about the money, Xiao's eyes immediately brightened, and she inquired eagerly, "20 yuan for you." Lu Meipa promptly produced 20 yuan and handed it over. Upon hearing this, Xiao realized that Lu Meipa was intentionally underpricing her. Having lived for so long, she was not easily fooled by such tricks. Shaking her head, she replied, "No, I am too old for such trivial matters. What would people think of me for doing this for merely 20 yuan? Lu Meipa gritted her teeth and pulled out another 10 yuan, saying, "Aunt, this additional 10 yuan is for you. I sincerely hope to facilitate this union. Please, for my sake, lend a hand, will you?" Xiao glanced at the 30 yuan in Lu Meipa's hand, swiftly snatched the money, and with a face full of wrinkles now beaming with joy, declared, "Lu Meipa, I am not doing this for the 30 yuan. I am doing it for my grandson's marriage." "Yes, yes. You are doing it for your grandson's marriage, not for this trifling sum," Lu Meipa echoed, though in her heart she scoffed at the notion of doing it for her grandson's sake, perceiving it as merely a matter of greed. This old woman had truly taken 30 yuan from her in one fell swoop. She should have initially offered 10 yuan. Perhaps then she could have saved herself some money. However, it was too late for regrets now. All she could do was begrudgingly accept her loss. "Well then, Aunt, let us be on our way," Lu Meipa said with a cheerful demeanor. After tucking the 30 yuan into her clothing, Xiao leisurely remarked, "Isn't it a bit late today? Perhaps we should go tomorrow instead." Lu Meipa felt as if she might choke with frustration. Having already lost 10 yuan, now it seemed they would have to postpone until tomorrow as well. "Aunt, it is better to act sooner rather than later. We should hurry," Xiao, displaying impatience, replied. "Fine, fine. You matchmakers are always in such a rush. You truly wear me out." Lu Meipa forced a smile, though inwardly she was cursing Xiao. As dusk settled, Lu Meipa assisted Xiao towards Zhang Defa's home. "Aunt, let us hurry. It will be dark soon," Lu Meipa urged, her anxiety palpable as she wished to resolve this matter swiftly and avoid unnecessary trips back and forth. Xiao, leaning on her cane, moved at her own leisurely pace. "Lu Meipa, why the rush? My old legs are not what they used to be. It is a feat for me to accompany you, so do not expect me to keep up with the young folk." Lu Meipa silently cursed, "You old hag. You didn't mention your legs when collecting money. Now that we are working, you suddenly claim to be infirm." Nevertheless, Lu Meipa held her tongue and continued to accompany Xiao at a slow pace. By the time they arrived at Zhang Defa's house, the sky had darkened and families were beginning their evening meals. Lu Meipa approached the door and knocked. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Wenfeng's younger sister. Zhang Yin'er. Upon seeing Lu Meipa, she exclaimed, "Aunt, why are you here again? My brother has already said he does not wish to marry Lu Fangfang, so don't waste your breath. What a foolish girl. You know nothing." Before Lu Meipa could respond, the ever-volatile Xiao stepped forward, raising her cane threateningly towards Zhang Yin'er. Startled, Zhang Yin'er recoiled, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Gr grandmother. What brings you here?" Xiao's malicious gaze fixed upon Zhang Yin'er as she scolded. "A foolish girl like you thinks I cannot come. Just see if your father dares to stop me." Zhang Yin'er burst into tears at Xiao's fierce demeanor. "What? Grandmother, I didn't mean it that way." At that moment, Zhang's mother and father emerged from the house, noticing their daughter's tear-streaked face. Like a protective hen, Zhang's mother quickly shielded her daughter behind her, confronting Xiao. "Mother, what is the meaning of this? Yin'er is still a child. Why direct your anger at her?" Xiao retorted harshly. "It is all your fault for raising this little brat who cannot hold her own." Zhang's father stepped forward, weary of his mother's antics. He had always tried to minimize interactions with her to avoid conflict, yet here she was, unexpectedly at their doorstep. "Mother, I've already given you this year as support. What else do you want?" Xiao's expression changed abruptly to one of feigned sorrow as she lamented. "Oh, woe is me. I have raised a heartless wretch. I have toiled and sacrificed to raise you, only to be met with disdain in my old age. Truly, I cannot bear this life. Old man, open your eyes and see. Take me away from this world so I need not endure my son's contempt." As Xiao cried out, neighbors began to gather, drawn by the commotion. In an age without televisions, rural folk found their entertainment in gossip and spectacle, and they certainly would not miss this drama. Seeing both Xiao and Lu Meipa at Zhang Defa's home piqued their curiosity. After all, Xiao had not even attended Zhang Wenfeng's wedding. What could possibly bring her here now? Wasn't she always dismissive of the Zhang family? I heard Lu Meipa came to say that the Lu family wants to marry their daughter to Wenfeng, and they are even offering a dowry. But Wenfeng has refused. Perhaps they brought Xiao along to negotiate? That seems plausible. But isn't Wenfeng fond of that Lu girl? Why would he refuse now that they are offering a dowry? Who knows? But if the dowry is true, we can simply ask Lu Meipa. "Hey, Lu Meipa, is the Lu family truly offering a dowry to marry their daughter?" A woman shouted loudly. Lu Meipa found herself in an awkward position. Directly called out. Unable to remain silent, she smiled and answered, "Yes, indeed. The Lu family is keen on this marriage and is eager to form a bond with the Zhang family." "Well, that is splendid, Defa. Your family has struck gold this time. Gaining such an advantageous match, no bride price and a dowry to boot." Laughter erupted among the crowd, though the implications were far from innocent. Xiao seized the moment to address Zhang Defa, saying, "At your age, how can you still be indecisive? They are willing to offer their daughter to you, and you still hesitate. You should be grateful that their daughter even considers your family. If he were my son, I would advise him to accept the union and live a good life instead of lounging about like a ne'er-do-well." Zhang Defa listened to his mother belittling him, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Throughout his upbringing, his parents had consistently disparaged him, believing he paled in comparison to his younger brother. Even after leaving that home for many years, his mother still found ways to demean him, which he could no longer tolerate. Mother, regardless of his shortcomings, Wenfeng is still your own grandson. How can you speak of him in such a manner? What of it? It is Suqin, that good-for-nothing, who has corrupted the children. Xiao Shi glared fiercely at Zhang's mother and vented her frustrations, her anger still not abated as she raised her cane to strike. Zhang's mother stood her ground, unwilling to argue with her mother-in-law. Grandmother, we have not taken a single meal from you. It is not your place to meddle in our affairs. Zhang Wenfeng stepped forward, seizing Xiao Shi's cane and coldly stating. Surprised that Wenfeng had the audacity to grab her cane, Xiao Shi quickly regained her composure, for she was the boy's grandmother. How dare he lay hands on her? She flung her cane aside and plopped down onto the ground, wailing loudly, "Oh dear, the heavens have turned against me. My grandson dares to lay hands on his own grandmother. This is a sign of impending doom. Oh heavens, open your eyes and smite this unfilial wretch." Xiao Shi sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum, her words dripping with venom. Chapter 12. Today, we will fetch him back, grandmother. My mother treated you with utmost respect while she was at home. Even when you cast us out, she never uttered a word against you. How can you speak so ill of her? Zhang Wenpeng and his wife, Fu Lingling, emerged from the house, voicing their discontent. What insolence! I shall speak as I please, Xiao Shi retorted, her hatred for Zhang Defa's family palpable, cursing them with fervor. You little wretch, a bunch of ingrates. Indeed, we are the ingrates. Zhang Wenfeng shot a cold glance at Xiao Shi, remarking, Yet you rely on us, the so-called ingrates, for your sustenance. What nonsense! I have my own friends to support me. What have you provided? Xiao Shi's fury rose at Zhang Wenfeng's insolence. Among her grandchildren, he was the most detestable. It seemed utterly unjust that such good fortune should fall upon him. Zhang Wenfeng, mocking, replied, If it is indeed Uncle Heir who supports you, then we can forego the annual 50 yuan for your pension and the bag of flour. Xiao Shi's face turned ashen with rage, her triangular eyes glaring at Zhang Wenfeng as she scolded, You little wretch! That is what Zhang Defa owes me. I toiled and sacrificed to raise him, and he owes me for my old age. Grandmother, you have erred, Zhang Wenfeng countered. My father labored from the age of 7, single-handedly supporting the family while you did nothing without me. Would he have amounted to anything? Xiao Shi glared menacingly at Zhang Wenfeng. Truly a pack of ingrates. Lu Meipa sensed the situation spiraling beyond her control. If Xiao Shi continued her unreasonable obstinacy, their purpose for visiting today would remain unfulfilled. She approached and gently tugged at Xiao Shi's arm, urging, Auntie, we are here to discuss matters. We cannot continue this ruckus. Xiao Shi shot her a glare, retorting, Mind your own business. Lu Meipa was nearly beside herself with frustration. Had it not been for her need of this obstinate old woman, she would not have stooped so low. Aware of the 30 yuan, Xiao Shi turned to Zhang Wenfeng, saying, You little wretch, since the Lu family is willing to compensate you with 200 yuan in dowry, you should graciously accept and fetch the girl back to live a good life. The other family has lowered their heads, yet you still maintain your pride. Zhang Wenfeng silently scoffed. His grandmother was clearly driven by self-interest. What benefits did the Lu family bestow upon you to compel you to come here with such demands? Humph, unlike your family of ingrates, the Lu family graciously gave me 30 yuan, Xiao Shi huffed. You little wretch, you better bring her back to me, or I will not let this matter rest. Everyone present exchanged glances, bemused by Xiao Shi's behavior. They all knew she had always looked down upon Zhang Defa's family, even dismissing her grandchildren with disdain. Initially, they thought her visit might be motivated by concern for her grandson's well-being, but it was shocking to realize her intentions were solely driven by 30 yuan. Indifferent to whether her grandson truly wished to marry Lu Fangfang. Zhang Defa trembled with anger, confronting his mother. Mother, are you truly willing to sacrifice your own grandson for a mere 30 yuan? This is my son's marriage. His father and I can make decisions for him. You have already cast us out of the Zhang family. You have no right to meddle in our affairs. Zhang's mother was equally incensed. Ever since they had been cast out, Xiao Shi had never lifted a finger to assist them. Now, for 30 yuan, she sought to sell her grandson out. Such behavior was utterly despicable. The crowd around them began to murmur disapprovingly. Xiao Shi's bias toward her younger son had been glaringly evident throughout the years, and now, For such a paltry sum, she was willing to betray her eldest grandson, truly heartless. Who could argue otherwise? I have long suspected that this eldest son may not even be Qiao Shi's biological child. What mother would treat her own son like an enemy? Indeed, Zhang Defa's family should ignore this old woman. If she favors her younger son so much, let that son take care of her. As the crowd's derisive remarks reached her ears, Qiao Shi's face darkened, and she threw her cane aside, collapsing onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Oh, how unbearable! My son has allied with outsiders to bully his own mother. Oh heavens, strike down this ungrateful wretch! Her cries echoed, utterly devoid of dignity. Zhang Yulai, having learned of his mother's presence at his elder brother's home with Lu Meipa, rushed over in a panic. Before even stepping into the courtyard, he heard his mother's lamentations from afar, pushing through the crowd to confront Zhang Defa, shouting, "Zhang Defa, what do you mean by this? She is your own mother. And this is how you treat her?" Zhang Defa, displeased, ignored his younger brother. Zhang Wenfeng stepped in front of his father, blocking his younger uncle. "Uncle, do you even know what is happening? You come here to accuse my father? What gives you the right?" Zhang Yulai glared at Zhang Wenfeng, fury evident on his face. "You little wretch, do you even acknowledge me as your uncle?" Zhang Wenfeng coldly scoffed. "Whether I acknowledge you or not is a matter for me, not for you to determine." Zhang Yulai was momentarily taken aback, finding his younger cousin unfamiliar, but he quickly redirected his ire towards Zhang Defa, rebuking, "Zhang Defa, even if our mother is at fault, it is not your place to lead so many people to bully her." "Zhang Yulai, spare me your grandstanding. I have no time for your moralizing," Zhang Defa replied dismissively, glancing at Zhang Dazhong with disdain. He turned to his mother, who was still throwing a fit on the ground. "Mother, cease this nonsense. Wenfeng can decide about his marriage for himself, and I cannot control him, nor can you." After addressing Qiao Shi, Zhang Defa turned to Lu Meipa, stating, "Lu Meipa, we have made our position clear. Even if the Lu family offers us 200 yuan, if Wenfeng is unwilling, then it is futile. There is no need for you to seek others to mediate. It will be of no use." Lu Meipa felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. She had not anticipated Zhang Defa's forthrightness in front of everyone. As a matchmaker, she could hardly remain there any longer. Offering an awkward smile, she said, "Uncle, I understand that I will relay this to their family." Chapter 13. Zhang's father's guilt. Upon hearing Lu Meipa's intention to leave, Qiao Shi feared that if this matter were to dissipate, her 30 yuan might vanish as well. That money was already hers, and she was determined to keep it. With this thought, Qiao Shi sprang to her feet, furiously pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Defa. "Have you lost your mind? The other party is willing to offer 200 yuan, and yet you still hold onto your pride? I tell you, this is a sign of a life doomed to poverty." Zhang Defa, remaining unperturbed, calmly remarked, "Indeed, I am a man of humble fortune, yet I have never deprived you of a single penny. Our family's affairs are not your concern, nor do you possess the right to meddle. Mother, if you still cherish the bond between us, please refrain from involving yourself in this matter. It is a family issue between us and the Lu family, and no outsider can alter its course." Qiao, incensed, clutched her chest as her entire body trembled with fury. Zhang Yulai, witnessing his usually timid elder brother's newfound assertiveness, felt somewhat uncertain. He approached his mother and supported her, saying, "Mother, do not let anger consume you. If their family cannot enjoy good fortune, let them endure their hardships. We shall no longer concern ourselves with them." Qiao pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Defa, her ire still bubbling, but Zhang Yulai wished to spare his mother further humiliation. He feared that if she continued her tirade, their family might be doused in the scorn of the villagers. He gently assisted Qiao as she reluctantly followed him outside. Though she was loath to leave, she could not resist her son's insistence. Upon Qiao's departure, Lu, the matchmaker, felt her own embarrassment and decided it was time to exit as well. Renowned as the most prestigious matchmaker across several villages, she had sacrificed her reputation to negotiate on Lu Fangfang's behalf, a venture that had proven fruitless. "Well then, I shall take my leave," she stated awkwardly to Zhang Defa before turning away. The crowd, witnessing no further spectacle, offered a few words of consolation to Zhang Defa and Su Qin before dispersing. However, the revelation that the Lu family was willing to pay 200 yuan to marry off their daughter to Zhang Wenfeng, only to be rejected, left everyone astounded. Could it be that the rumors of Wenfeng's infatuation with Feng were mere fabrications? That seems unlikely. I witnessed with my own eyes how Wenfeng was treated like a dog by Feng. And he would go so far as to ingratiate himself with her family. Another chimed in. We, their neighbors, are well aware of Wenfeng's demeanor toward the Liu family. Indeed, this could not be a mere illusion. Yet, the Liu girl is willing to go to such lengths to marry Wenfeng. Could there be secrets we are unaware of? Red Ant, you are our village's gossip-monger. Do inquire diligently. Spare me your nonsense. When have I ever been a gossip-monger? Speak such drivel again, and I shall silence you. Laughter erupted among the group of women, and one by one, they returned to their homes. After their departure, Zhang Defa, in a state of despondency, retreated to the main room. The family gathered once again, where Zhang Defa, visibly dejected, sat on a stool and took a long drag from his pipe, appearing utterly disheartened. He raised his gaze to Zhang Wenfeng and said, Wenfeng, I am sorry for what I have put you through, Dad. Why do you say such things? This is the fault of Grandma. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Wenfeng understood the rift between his father and grandmother. Recognizing his father's longing for her approval, which he had consistently withheld in favor of his younger brother, Zhang Defa shook his head, lamenting, if only your grandmother did not harbor disdain for me. You would not have to endure her scorn. Zhang Wenfeng countered, Father, since Grandma holds no affection for our family, we need not force ourselves to seek her approval. We should focus on fulfilling our own responsibilities instead. Indeed, Father, my brother is right. You have done more than enough over the years. Do not carry any guilt in your heart, Zhang Wenping added, stepping forward to offer his support. Zhang Mother chimed in, Dear husband, the children speak the truth. You owe her nothing. If anyone bears the burden of guilt, it is she, Dad. Have you ever wondered if perhaps you are not Grandma's biological son? Zhang Wenfeng suddenly inquired. This question had crossed his mind in his previous life, yet he had never received a definitive answer before his father's passing. However, upon reliving his life, the dynamics between his father and grandmother appeared far from typical. His father seemed merely a laborer for the Zhang family, existing solely to support them. Zhang Defa hastily interrupted, Wenfeng, even if your grandmother's behavior is egregious, such words should not be spoken lightly. If others were to hear, they would surely berate us. Zhang Wenfeng nodded, aware that his suspicions were unfounded and lacked evidence. He could not voice such conjectures without proof. I understand, Father, he replied. Zhang Defa regarded the family standing in the main room and said, Well then, it is getting late. You should all return to rest. The family members complied, departing in agreement. The autumn night air was brisk. Zhang Wenfeng lay on the earthen Kong, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts as memories from his previous life replayed like a film in his mind. Beyond the hatred he felt for the Liu family, he was consumed with a sense of indebtedness to his own family. Zhang Wenfeng, since you have been granted a second chance at life, you must not follow the same path as before. You must ensure your family enjoys a good life, compensating for the wrongs of your previous existence. Lost in contemplation, Zhang Wenfeng eventually drifted into slumber, where the events of his past life unfolded once more. He could hardly discern whether this rebirth was a dream or reality. Second brother, rise and eat. It was only when Zhang Yinner's voice broke through his slumber that Zhang Wenfeng awoke. Tears streaming down his face, he wiped away the traces of his sorrow and surveyed his familiar room. It was indeed the same small chamber, filled with remnants of his past. In that moment, he realized he had truly been reborn. Chapter 14. I will go with you. Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Yinner entered the main room, where the family was already seated at the table. As they arrived, they began to eat. During the meal, Zhang Wenfeng addressed his parents, saying, Father, Mother, since Yinner is excelling in her studies, let her continue. Perhaps our family will produce a university student. Fu Lingling expressed her discontent, stating, with our finances depleted and debts looming over us, how can we afford to support Yinner's education? Eldest sister-in-law, do not fret over money. I will devise a way to earn it, Zhang Wenfeng assured, thumping his chest confidently. You earning money? Fu Lingling scoffed, Oh, not think me unsupportive, but how exactly do you plan to do that? You should focus on retrieving the bride price, which amounts to 1,000 yuan. If we could reclaim that, we could settle a significant portion of our debts. Zhang Wenfeng was aware of how to earn money, yet he was not certain of the changes his rebirth might bring. Additionally, recovering the bride price was indeed a pressing matter. Rest assured, eldest sister-in-law. I will go out shortly to claim the bride price. I am confident I can secure it. Fu Lingling held little hope. Despite Zhang Wenfeng's previous rejection of the Lu family, she wondered what attitude he might encounter upon returning to them. She huffed, "Let us hope things unfold as you suggest." Zhang Wenpeng, noticing his wife's demeanor, admonished, "Must you always speak so negatively at the dinner table? Hurry and eat." Fu Lingling shot a glare at Zhang Wenpeng before resuming her meal. Zhang Wenfeng chose not to press the matter further, understanding that he had already left a poor impression on his family. Even if he spoke eloquently, it would be of little consequence. Actions would speak louder than words. If he could retrieve the bride price, his family's perception of him would surely improve. After finishing his meal, Zhang Wenfeng stood and said, "Father, Mother, I will be stepping out now." His parents nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Zhang Wenfeng turned and exited the house. After clearing the table, Fu Lingling proceeded to wash the dishes. Zhang Father and Zhang Mother remained in the main room, where Zhang Father expressed his melancholy, saying, "Do you think I have been too harsh on Wenfeng? Do not worry. I believe Wenfeng has matured and can understand your perspective," Zhang Mother reassured him. Zhang Father nodded, saying, "I only wish for him to grow up quickly and abandon his previous idle ways. At 20, he cannot afford to remain aimless if he wishes to find a wife. Indeed, I sense that he is genuinely different this time." "Let us hope so." After exchanging these words, they both returned to their respective tasks, conscious of the considerable debt they still owed, and unable to afford any delays. "Wenfeng, are you well?" As Zhang Wenfeng stepped outside his home, he unexpectedly collided with Zhao Guodong, who was approaching. Yesterday, due to an unpleasant incident at the Lu family, he refrained from disturbing Zhang Wenfeng. Throughout the night, he struggled to find rest, pondering the situation and hoping that today he could see Zhang Wenfeng, wishing fervently that he wouldn't lose heart over a woman. Upon seeing Zhao Guodong, Zhang Wenfeng felt a deep sense of emotion and nodded. "I am fine, Guodong." "How is Annie's health?" Zhao Guodong was touched. He hadn't anticipated that Wenfeng would still be concerned about his mother's well-being after the significant events of yesterday. He nodded and replied, "It's nothing serious. My mother has her old ailments, just a bit of medicine will suffice." However, Zhang Wenfeng was aware that Zhao Guodong's mother's condition was far from simple. Tragically, she had lost her life because she hadn't received timely medical attention, a fact that weighed heavily on Zhao Guodong, prompting him to leave Shaha village in guilt. Regaining his thoughts, Zhang Wenfeng said to Zhao Guodong, "Guodong, your aunt's illness has persisted for so many years. Perhaps you should find the time to take her to a major hospital in the provincial city." Zhao Guodong, looking quite embarrassed, replied, "Wenfeng, to be honest, I have been considering taking my mother to the provincial hospital as well. However, as you know, our family's situation is dire. We cannot even gather 100 yuan collectively, let alone enter a hospital, much less seek treatment." Zhang Wenfeng understood this all too well, but if he could ascertain that certain things were still in place, he could guarantee that within a month, he would become the first 10,000 yuan household in the entire Lanzhou County. "Guodong, if I have a lucrative project, would you be willing to join me?" Zhang Wenfeng asked tentatively. After all, even his family held doubts about his ability to earn money, let alone outsiders. To his surprise, Zhao Guodong immediately responded, "Wenfeng, no matter what you wish to pursue, I am willing to follow you." Zhang Wenfeng was deeply moved by Zhao Guodong's trust. "Good, Guodong, rest assured, I will ensure you live well." Zhao Guodong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he said, "Wenfeng, I'm not looking for luxury. I just want my mother to recover." Zhang Wenfeng nodded, "That will certainly happen." "Guodong, do you have any matters to attend to next?" Zhao Dizhu shook his head. "I don't have anything particular." "Then come with me to the Lu family," Zhang Wenfeng declared. Upon hearing they were going to the Lu family, Zhao Guodong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the previously subservient Zhang Wenfeng was returning to grovel before the Lu family? Today, it would undoubtedly lead to great embarrassment. As a good friend, Zhao Guodong could not bear to see Zhang Wenfeng become the subject of ridicule, and quickly said, "Wenfeng, since your engagement with Lu Fangfang has fallen through, there is no need to pursue it any further. You spoke so harshly yesterday. Are you really going to beg today? Isn't that akin to slapping your own face?" Zhang Wenfeng looked at Zhao Guodong, surprised that he thought he was going to apologize to the Lu family. He quickly clarified, "Guodong, I am not going there to apologize. I am going to reclaim the betrothal gifts our family provided. Since the marriage is off, there is no reason for them to keep the gifts." Zhao Guodong stared at Zhang Wenfeng in astonishment. It was unheard of to reclaim money once given to the Lu family, especially for Zhang Wenfeng to personally demand it. Zhao Guodong awkwardly chuckled. Wenfeng, you might find it difficult to retrieve that money. The Lu family is notorious for being ruthless. Do you really think you can get it back? Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, that remains to be seen. Come with me and witness how I reclaim those betrothal gifts. Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's confidence, Zhao Guodong felt an intense curiosity. Previously, Zhang Wenfeng had treated the Lu family with utmost reverence. Now, he was eager to see how he would retrieve the money. All right, I will accompany you. Zhao Guodong agreed. Chapter 15. Are you unable to understand human speech? In Lu family village, at Lu Gishan's residence. Early in the morning, Lu the matchmaker arrived at the door. Fan Suehua, seeing Lu the matchmaker, wore a joyful expression. Lu matchmaker, have you come so early because everything is settled? Can our Fangfang marry now? Lu the matchmaker glanced at Fan Suehua with annoyance and retorted. Suehua, your family indeed went too far yesterday. I exerted all my efforts, even bringing out the old lady from the Zhang family. Yet they refused to agree. Zhang Wenfeng has made up his mind not to marry your Fangfang. What? I have made such significant concessions, and that little rascal still refuses to marry my Fangfang? Truly, he is ungrateful. Fan Suehua fumed, hands on her hips, cursing vehemently. Lu the matchmaker, having no time to indulge her, stated, do not waste your breath on empty words. He is resolute in rejecting your Fangfang, if I may say. Suehua, your Fangfang is so exceptional. Why must she marry Zhang Wenfeng? His family is impoverished with several siblings. It will only lead to more complications. Finding a sole heir would be far better, allowing her to take charge directly. Having exhausted all avenues to secure the marriage between Lu Fangfang and Zhang Wenfeng, Lu the matchmaker sought to introduce someone else. Fan Suehua's mind sparked with a new idea. She pulled Lu the matchmaker aside and said, Lu matchmaker, finding someone new is acceptable, but it must be swift. Ideally, they should be able to obtain their marriage license within 3 days. Lu the matchmaker was taken aback. When does one rush into marriage? She asked. Suehua, you should be more cautious regarding your daughter's marriage to avoid future issues. Fan Suehua waved her hand dismissively. That's not a concern. As long as the two are agreeable, we parents want to meddle. It's all for the good of our children. Lu the matchmaker felt somewhat awkward but held her tongue. After all, it was their family matter, and her role was merely to find a suitable match. Very well, I will search for you. If I find a suitable candidate, I will inform you immediately. Lu the matchmaker concluded, taking her leave with a cheerful demeanor. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu the matchmaker departed, another knock echoed at the Lu family's door. Who is it? Fan Suehua called out irritably as she approached the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find Zhang Wenfeng and Zhao Dizhu standing at her doorstep. Previously, she had heard from Lu the matchmaker that Zhang Wenfeng was unwilling. Why was he now at her door? Since he had come personally, she could not let him off easily. Fan Suehua cast a haughty glance at Zhang Wenfeng, scoffing, Oh, isn't this the arrogant Zhang Wenfeng who declared he would marry my Fangfang? What brings you to our home now? Everyone, come and see. He caused such a ruckus yesterday, and now he shows up here, face in hand. Her voice was deliberately loud, drawing out the neighbors, including Lu Guishan, Lu Zhibin, and Lu Fangfang. Lu Zhibin, still nursing his swollen face, simmered with rage at the sight of Zhang Wenfeng, yet refrained from attacking him out of respect for Lu Fangfang. Meanwhile, Lu Fangfang seethed with anger at Zhang Wenfeng. If not for his reckless antics, her family wouldn't have scorned her, and she wouldn't have had to seek out that other person, nearly facing violence herself. Today, she intended to let Zhang Wenfeng fully grasp the consequences of crossing her. Neighbors gathered, recalling the previous day's chaos. They exchanged whispers about Zhang Wenfeng's bold claims of not marrying Lu Fangfang. Now appearing at their door, I told you, Zhang Wenfeng is spineless. After vowing yesterday not to marry Lu Fangfang. Look at him returning here today, utterly shameless. Indeed, if I had such a son, I would be tempted to strangle him. But this doesn't he seem right. If he genuinely came to apologize, why hasn't he brought anything? Who goes to apologize empty-handed? Perhaps Fan Suehua has been boasting. I think so too. Look, he has come alone. If he truly intended to apologize, at least his family would accompany him, yet he is here by himself. This hardly seems like a sincere apology. The Lu family had tenuous relations with the neighbors, who were now viewing the scene as a spectacle, some mocking the Lu family while others defended Zhang Wenfeng. Listening to the chatter around her, Fan Suehua's face turned an unflattering shade of green and purple. What does this impudent boy mean? Is he not here to apologize? What could he possibly want? At this moment, Fan Suehua was filled with doubt. However, having summoned so many people, she could not afford to lose face before them. If she were to lose face, her family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Lu family village. With a feigned assertiveness, Fan Suehua glared at Zhang Wenfeng and demanded, "Zhang Wenfeng, let me make myself clear. If you wish to marry my daughter today, the conditions are not what we previously discussed. Not only do we require an increased bride price, but we also demand an additional 500. Fan Suehua scanned Zhang Wenfeng with an air of haughtiness, the arrogance in her gaze unmistakable. Seeing her demeanor, Zhao Guozhu could hardly contain himself, eager to reveal the purpose of their visit. However, before he could speak, Zhang Wenfeng pulled him back, prompting him to remain silent. Zhang Wenfeng smiled at Fan Suehua and remarked, "Oh, it seems your family has become quite enamored with money. If you're asking for an additional 500, why not demand 1,000 or even 10,000? Is there anyone in the surrounding villages who sells their daughters like this?" Upon hearing Zhang Wenfeng's words, Fan Suehua's pride swelled further. She surveyed the crowd and retorted, "Zhang Wenfeng, you are truly heartless. We have painstakingly raised our daughter, and you expect to take her without offering a single cent? How could that possibly be, however?" she continued. "If you wish to avoid increasing the bride price, there is one way. You must kneel before us and apologize for the scene you caused at our home yesterday. If you do so, I will overlook the incident and allow you to marry my daughter." Lu Fangfang stepped forward to tug at her mother's sleeve, saying, "Mom, while Wenfeng did go a bit too far yesterday, asking him to kneel is excessive. Let him apologize to you and my brother in front of everyone, and we can consider it settled." Fan Suehua swatted Lu Fangfang's hand away, scolding, "You ungrateful girl. And here I thought I raised you better. Already taking his side before you're even married." "Mom," Lu Fangfang whined. Witnessing the theatrical exchange between mother and daughter left Zhang Wenfeng feeling a wave of nausea. He could hardly maintain his composure any longer. Interrupting their fanciful notions, he declared, "I say, Fan Suehua, when did I ever say I wanted to marry? I distinctly stated yesterday that I have no intentions of doing so. What are you two thinking? Is your brain filled with nonsense?" As soon as Zhang Wenfeng's words left his lips, laughter erupted from the assembled crowd. Fan Suehua's previously proud expression twisted into one of fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Wenfeng, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you address me so casually? If you're not here to marry my daughter, then what is your purpose?" Lu Fangfang wore a look of grievance, as if Zhang Wenfeng had committed an unforgivable offense against her. Observing the repugnant expressions of the mother and daughter, Zhang Wenfeng felt a surge of revulsion. How had he endured being manipulated by these two throughout his previous life? Truly, like mother, like daughter, standing tall. He spoke with conviction, "Listen here, Fan Suehua. I am no longer marrying Lu Fangfang. It seems rather shameless of you to cling to the bride price given by my family. I have come here today to reclaim it." "How dare you? You called off the engagement, yet you expect to retrieve the bride price. You must be dreaming." Fan Suehua was livid, incensed that this insolent boy would dare humiliate her before so many villagers and now audaciously demand the return of the bride price. It was absurd. "So, according to your logic, you refuse to return the bride price?" Zhang Wenfeng shot her a cold glance. With her arms crossed defiantly, Fan Suehua replied coolly, "You want me to return the bride price? Not a chance." The surrounding crowd began to murmur among themselves, expressing their disbelief at Fan Suehua's audacity. This is truly shameless. How can she hold on to the bride price when the marriage is off? Indeed, living in the same village as such a shameless family is embarrassing for all of us. However, one cannot expect the bride price to be returned without some form of compensation, can they? Nonsense. What compensation is worth 1,000? To think they would have the audacity to demand such a sum. Exactly, this kind of behavior has been instigated by her family. The murmurs grew louder as the onlookers voiced their opinions. Fan Suehua's face turned a deep shade of fury as she pointed at the gossiping women, hurling insults. "This is a matter concerning my family. It has nothing to do with you meddling busybodies." The crowd fell silent at her outburst, revealing her true nature as a shrew. Zhang Wenfeng's expression darkened as he warned, "Fan Suehua, I advise you to hand over the bride price willingly, or I cannot guarantee what actions I may take. You would do well to avoid regretting it later. Regret? Fan Suehua scoffed, hands on her hips and adopting a defiant stance. I have lived long enough to know what regret is. If you wish to reclaim your bride price from me, you shall have to step over my dead body. With her fierce demeanor, she commanded the attention of the crowd, leaving them in awe of her audacity. It seems Zhang Wenfeng has no chance of retrieving the bride price now, they murmured. Indeed, Fan Suehua is only interested in money. She wouldn't feel a twinge of guilt for holding onto what belongs to others. Laughter erupted among the women, who had previously been at odds with Fan Suehua, now seizing the opportunity to ridicule her further. Seated on the ground, Fan Suehua felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite her brashness, she still cared about her reputation. Otherwise, how could she bear to marry off her daughter without any compensation? That would be akin to tearing away a piece of her own flesh. Casting a furious glance at the women who mocked her, she barked, "What does this have to do with you? Instead of watching our family's disgrace, why not focus on your own lives? Mind your own business." The women, insulted by her words, bristled with indignation, ready to confront her. However, their husbands stepped in, pulling them back. Fan Suehua was like a troublesome mouse. If provoked, life in the neighborhood would be anything but peaceful. Observing her unruly antics, Zhang Wenfeng remained unperturbed. Having spent a lifetime with this mother-daughter duo, he was privy to some of their secrets, particularly regarding Fan Suehua's precious son, Lu Zhibin. With an air of nonchalance, Zhang Wenfeng addressed Fan Suehua. "It seems you are unconcerned about me revealing Lu Zhibin's secret, am I right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhibin exploded with rage. "What the hell are you talking about? Why would I fear you revealing anything?" Zhang Wenfeng merely smiled. "You might not fear it, but Fan Suehua certainly does." His gentle smile was like a warm spring breeze to the onlookers, yet it sent chills down Fan Suehua's spine. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. She was uncertain of what Zhang Wenfeng knew about Zhibin's secret. If it were to come to light that Zhibin was not truly Lu family blood, she feared the wrath of Lu Guishan. Though Lu Guishan often appeared sullen and quiet, the saying goes, even a meek donkey can kick hard. The matter of infidelity was something he took most seriously. If this secret were to be exposed, she knew she would have nowhere to hide. Though she did not comprehend how Zhang Wenfeng had come to know about this secret, she could not afford to take the risk. If he were to reveal it, both she and her son would be utterly ruined. Without a second thought, Fan Suehua sprang to her feet, pulling Zhang Wenfeng to the side. The crowd stared in astonishment. What secret about Lu Zhibin could possibly frighten this brash woman so? It was utterly unfathomable. Even Lu Guishan, who had remained silent until now, was filled with curiosity about what secret could instill such fear in Fan Suehua. He would have to seek the truth soon. A father should not be kept in the dark about matters concerning his own son. Fan Suehua pulled Zhang Wenfeng aside and whispered urgently, "What exactly do you intend to reveal?" Zhang Wenfeng smiled. "Naturally, I wish to discuss the identity of Lu Zhibin's biological father. Indeed, that scoundrel Zhang Wenfeng had discovered this secret. This secret has been buried deep within her heart for over a decade. If it were to be revealed at this moment, her path would lead only to ruin." Fan Suehua could hardly contain her rage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust as she glared fiercely at Zhang Wenfeng, demanding, "What do you want from me?" "Fan Suehua," Zhang Wenfeng retorted, "what do you mean by that? I have made it abundantly clear from the start that I want the bride price returned to our family." "That is out of the question," Fan Suehua flatly refused. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. "Well then, I regret to inform you that I shall disclose the identity of Lu Zhibin's biological father to everyone. What the outcome will be, I cannot predict." Fan Suehua was frantic, her heart racing. The 1,000 yuan had already found its way into her pocket. She could not bear the thought of returning it. Fixing her gaze on Zhang Wenfeng, she declared, "I can return half of it." Zhang Wenfeng showed no mercy, raising his voice. "Isn't everyone curious about the secret Lu Zhibin harbors that has caused Fan Suehua such distress? I can reveal it right now." I promised to return the money." Fan Suehua interrupted him sharply. The crowd had just perked up, eager to hear Lu Zhibin's secret, only to be left in suspense by Fan Suehua's sudden interruption. Their curiosity piqued. Lu Zhibin stepped forward, his expression one of disbelief, saying, "Mom, you promised to use that money to buy me a motorcycle. If you give it to him, how will you buy me a motorcycle?" Fan Suehua shot him a fierce glare, scolding, "What do you need a motorcycle for? You waste your days idling about, only knowing how to spend money." Lu Guishan, unable to sit idly by while his precious son was berated by this madwoman, approached and slapped Fan Suehua across the face, exclaiming, "You lunatic, what nonsense are you spouting? My son can buy whatever he wishes. What is your problem?" Lu Jibin looked up at Lu Guishan with innocent eyes. "Dad really treats me well." At that moment, Fan Suehua's heart raced. Her secret could not be exposed. She could no longer afford to dwell on the slap from Lu Guishan and turned to Zhang Wenfeng, saying, "Just wait, I will fetch the money right now." Without heeding the protests from Lu Guishan and Lu Jibin, she turned and strode towards the house. Seeing this determined woman take action, Lu Guishan quickly stepped forward, seizing her arm and scolded, "Have you lost your mind? Did you not hear what I said? You cannot go." Fan Suehua shook off Lu Gishan's grip. "Lu Guishan, I will return the bride price. Do not force me to divorce you." As expected, the mention of divorce rendered Lu Guishan immediately subdued. Lu Jibin gazed incredulously at his mother, astounded that she would almost risk a divorce over a baseless secret of his. What could this secret possibly be? And why was he completely unaware of it? The onlookers were equally astonished that a mere secret could hold such significance for Fan Suehua. What was this secret? Hey, what do you think Fan Suehua fears Zhang Wenfeng will reveal? Lu Jibin is just a boy. What secret could he possibly hold? Humph, Lu Jibin surely must have done something wrong. Perhaps he has been caught in a scandal that Zhang Wenfeng knows about. This is what they call evil begetting evil. Indeed, who would have thought we would witness Fan Suehua face such humiliation? It is quite satisfying. Zhang Wenfeng is certainly a formidable character. One must think twice before crossing him in the future. The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the conflict between Fan Suehua and Zhang Wenfeng. Fan Suehua emerged, handing over a stack of money to Zhang Wenfeng. "This is the 1,000 yuan bride price from your family. I am returning it in full. I do not want anyone speaking of that incident. Rest assured, while you lack integrity, I, Zhang Wenfeng, am a man of my word." Zhang Wenfeng snatched the money from Fan Suehua's hands and, with Zhao Guodong in tow, left with an air of nonchalance, leaving Fan Suehua seething with irritation. Once outside Lijiakan, Zhao Guodong turned to Zhang Wenfeng, astonished. "Wenfeng, how did you manage to persuade Fan Suehua to willingly return the bride price? This is simply unbelievable. You must know that she is notoriously stingy. Extracting money from her is akin to slicing off her flesh." Zhang Wenfeng smiled knowingly. "Naturally, I exchanged her money for a secret that is more painful than slicing off her flesh." Zhao Guodong, puzzled, inquired, "What secret does Lu Jibin possess that would compel Fan Suehua to part with her money?" Zhang Wenfeng chuckled mysteriously. "That is a secret I cannot disclose at this moment. Guodong, prepare yourself. We will venture into the mountains shortly, where I will show you a means of earning money." Zhao Guodong, confused, asked, "Are you referring to the back mountain? What could possibly be profitable there?" "Do not rush. You will find out upon arrival," Zhang Wenfeng replied. "Return home and inform your mother, so she does not worry. We shall meet in the back mountain." After they agreed, Zhao Guodong turned and hurried home. Zhang Wenfeng watched him depart, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The loss of Zhao Guodong's mother had deeply affected him in his previous life, and though Zhao Guodong never blamed him, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Now, given a second chance, he was determined to not only rectify his own regrets, but also to ensure Zhao Guodong lived a happy and fulfilling life. Gazing at the 1,000 yuan in his pocket, Zhang Wenfeng sighed with relief. This money would alleviate some of the financial burdens on his parents, preventing others from pressing them for debts. In this era, rural inhabitants were exceedingly impoverished, scraping by in the dirt with little hope of earning substantial wealth. However, this period also presented lucrative opportunities. Many future tycoons amassed their initial fortunes during this time, laying the foundation for their subsequent success. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he resolved to establish his own business empire, ensuring a better life for his family and friends. Chapter 18. Mutual Accusations in Lijiakan. At Lu Gishan's home, Lu Guishan sat fuming in the main room, while Lu Fongfong and Lu Jibin looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend how their mother had been so easily manipulated by Lu Guishan. "Speak up. What secret does that bastard know that would make you willingly part with the money?" Lu Guishan demanded sternly. Fan Suehua hung her head in silence. Lu Jibin, unable to contain himself, protested, "Mom, what secret could I possibly have that is worth 1,000 yuan? That is a significant amount of money. and you just gave it away. How long will it take our family to save that much? Lu Fangfang chimed in, Mom, I am already struggling to hide my pregnancy. With you returning the bride price, my future with Zhang Wenfeng is completely dashed. What are we going to do now? Fan Suehua felt a surge of anxiety, unsure how to respond, and looked up at her pressing family with tears in her eyes. You are all forcing me. Do you think I wanted this? If it weren't for that bastard threatening me with Jibin's secret, would I have given the money away? Now you are all blaming me. Should I just let Jibin go to jail? With the importance of Lu Jibin in the family, no one could overlook him, and now Fan Suehua felt she had no choice but to sacrifice her son. As this revelation sank in, Lu Guishan and Lu Fangfang turned their attention to Lu Jibin, demanding, Jibin, what have you done to give that scoundrel Zhang Wenfeng leverage over you? Lu Guishan, furious, slapped Lu Jibin across the face, scolding, you little brat. If it weren't for you, would that 1,000 yuan have been given away? Feeling overwhelmed by the accusations from his father and sister, Lu Jibin looked at Fan Suehua in despair. Mom, what exactly have I done that requires 1,000 yuan to smooth over? Leaning closer, Fan Suehua whispered urgently, Jibin, help me resolve this. I will find a way to get you that motorcycle you want. But if this continues, you can forget about getting any money from me in the future. Lu Jibin realized that his mother was using him as a scapegoat. Although his father held the decision-making power, the money was controlled by his mother. If he hoped to live freely, he needed to maintain a good relationship with her. Accepting the blame meant he would only have to endure a beating from his father, after which things would return to normal. After all, he was the last scion of the Lu family. Any misfortune befalling him would spell the end for the lineage. Lu Jibin, after weighing the pros and cons, looked at Lu Jibin and said, Dad, when I was in school, I got into a fight with my classmates and inadvertently offended a formidable individual. Unfortunately, that incident was witnessed by that scoundrel Zhang Wenfeng. That man's family has been searching for the one who harmed his son. If he discovers my identity, I would be in dire straits. At this moment, Fan Suehua stepped forward and said, Lu Guishan, if you have the capability, resolve this matter yourself. Otherwise, let your son face the consequences. Lu Guishan, being a simple and honest farmer, was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. He merely hoped that no one would uncover this secret. His bravado diminished as he turned to Fan Suehua and asked, Why didn't you inform me of this matter? If it were useful to tell you, I would have had Xiaobin inform you from the start. Now, I am covering for Xiaobin, and you still blame me. I am defending the Lu family's honor. If you do not allow me to handle this, I will go confront that scoundrel and demand our money back. Threatening to expose this secret with that, Fan Suehua pretended to leave. Lu Guishan panicked. Anyone could face trouble in the family, but his precious son must not be the one to suffer. He shouted, You old woman. Are you taking my kindness for granted? No one is to mention this matter again. Dad, what should I do? Lu Fangfang asked, looking at Lu Guishan with a face full of grievance. Lu Guishan, already lacking in ideas, turned to Fan Suehua, who, with a glint in her eye, said, Fangfang, is there truly no possibility with that man? Lu Fangfang shook her head. He has a family. There is no way he would divorce to marry me. Then perhaps you should consider confronting him, Fan Suehua suggested. Lu Fangfang immediately rejected the idea. No way. If he finds out I harmed his son, our family would be doomed. Fan Suehua, feeling exasperated, retorted, You foolish girl. You truly know how to create trouble. Since that scoundrel Zhang Wenfeng is unreliable, we shall find someone else. I have already asked Lu Matchmaker to help you find a suitable candidate. Within a week, you shall be married. Fan Suehua warned, Fangfang, you must handle this well and avoid any further complications. Lu Fangfang thought to herself, the reason for this debacle stemmed from their last-minute demand for a dowry. Had it not been for that, she would have already been rightfully married to Zhang Wenfeng, rather than now worrying about how to conceal her condition. However, despite her inner turmoil, she dared not express it, as she still required her parents' assistance. Mom, I understand, and I will manage this properly. Fan Suehua glared at Lu Fangfang. Enough with the long face. The most important thing now is your condition. I must run around for you. Lu Matchmaker is someone who only cares for money. If we do not pay her, she will not help us properly. I will go speak with her. With that, Fan Suehua stormed out of the main room, determined to keep a close eye on the matchmaking arrangement. If not, she feared that not even 3 days would pass before it dragged on for a month. Lu Fangfang returned to her room, tears streaming down her face. Why? Why won't Zhang Wenfeng agree? I have already made so many concessions. Why is he still unwilling? Why must he force me? Zhang Wenfeng, remember this. I, Lu Fongfong, will never let you off the hook. Chapter 19. The dowry is truly coming back. Zhang Wenfeng returned home and pushed a stack of 1,000 yuan in dowry money in front of his parents, saying, Dad, Mom, I want the dowry back. You can use this money to pay off the debts you've borrowed. Zhang father and Zhang mother stared at the pile of money in disbelief, then exchanged glances to confirm they were not mistaken before coming to their senses. Zhang mother looked at Zhang Wenfeng and asked, Wenfeng, you really got the money back? Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, Yes, I told you, I would reclaim this dowry. Zhang father was equally astonished. He had experienced Fan Suihua's unreasonable behavior firsthand and had no confidence in retrieving money from that madwoman. He was astonished that his son had actually managed to reclaim it. That old hag was willing to return the money to you. Zhang father voiced his inner doubts. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. Fan Suihua naturally did not want to give me the money. But if she refuses, her secret will be exposed, and she had no choice but to pay me to keep it under wraps. Zhang father and Zhang mother exchanged glances, pondering what secret Fan Suihua could possess that would compel her to part with 1,000 yuan. Zhang mother asked, Wenfeng, could it be that Fan Suihua has done something heinous? We cannot cover for wrongdoers. Zhang Wenfeng was thrown off by his mother's reasoning. Fan Suihua was merely a shrew, and if she were to commit murder, she would surely lack the courage. He chuckled and said, You need not concern yourselves with that. Just use this money to settle our family's debts. Others have lent us money out of goodwill. We cannot keep dragging this out and damage our relationships, Zhang Wenfeng stated. Observing his son's words, both Zhang father and Zhang mother felt a sense of relief. It seemed their son had truly changed. He was no longer just a sycophant trailing after Lu Fongfong, but had matured and grasped the nuances of human relationships. Zhang father chuckled, I don't need you, this little rascal, to teach me how to navigate life. Rest assured, with this money, I will certainly repay our debts first, Zhang father said cheerfully. Upon returning from the fields, Zhang Wenpeng and his wife Fu Lingling heard the news that Zhang Wenfeng had retrieved the dowry money. They were skeptical and hurried into the main room, where they saw the stack of money on the table. Fu Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the money and then back at Zhang Wenfeng. Asking Wenfeng, Did you really get this dowry back yourself? Zhang Wenfeng smiled wryly. He had indeed done something foolish in the past, but that did not mean he would continue to act foolishly. Yes, sister-in-law, I just got it back. Guodong accompanied me, and if you don't believe me, you can ask him later, Zhang Wenfeng replied. Fu Lingling was unconcerned about how the money was reclaimed. She had once shamelessly borrowed money from her own family to gather this 1,000 yuan for the dowry. Now, she feared returning home lest they demand repayment, as their family was utterly broke. However, now that the dowry was back, she needed to repay her family's 50 yuan. Fu Lingling turned to Zhang father and said, Dad, since the dowry has returned, could you give me the 50 yuan to repay my family? You simpleton. Most of this money is what our parents borrowed from the villagers. We must repay them first. Zhang Wenpeng reproached discontentedly. Fu Lingling's eyes immediately turned red at his words. Zhang father had intended to use this money to settle the village debts, but now that his eldest daughter-in-law had spoken, he could not disregard her. It would be inappropriate to delay repayment at this point. Zhang Wenfeng noticed his father's dilemma. This highlighted the family's financial struggles, and he knew he had to change this situation swiftly to ensure the family could eat well and avoid financial disputes. Dad, I believe sister-in-law is right. We should repay her family first. We cannot put her in a difficult position, Zhang Wenfeng suggested. Both Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling looked at Zhang Wenfeng in astonishment, surprised that their younger brother could empathize with their situation. Zhang father, seeing that Zhang Wenfeng had also spoken in support, handed 52 yuan to Fu Lingling, saying, Lingling, take this 52 yuan. 50 is for your family, and the extra 2 is for you to buy something to bring back, so your family does not think we are ungrateful. Fu Lingling immediately declined. Dad, you can keep the 2 yuan. I have some pocket money to buy something for my family. Zhang father, touched by his considerate daughter-in-law, insisted, Take it. This is just a small gesture from me. I feel grateful to have such in-laws who help us in times of trouble. Zhang Wenpeng, seeing his father's emotional tone, did not want his wife to refuse his father's goodwill, so he said, Lingling, since Dad has said so, you should accept it. Fu Lingling accepted the money and solemnly stated, Dad, after I repay my family's debt, I will work with Wenpeng in the county to earn money and strive to repay all the debts our family owes. Good child, you are all good children, Zhang's father, filled with contentment, said, Wenpeng, once you finish your meal, take your wife to your mother-in-law's house and return the money. Do you remember? Dad, rest assured, I will go with Lingling shortly, Zhang Wenpeng replied, cheerfully departing with Fu Lingling to Zhang's mother. Observing from the side, sighed, Ah, Lingling is a good child. It is our family that has wronged her. Zhang's father nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have been unjust to this girl. Zhang Wenfeng felt gratitude towards his elder brother and sister-in-law for their sacrifices. While also feeling sympathy for his parents, he stepped forward to console them. Mom, Dad, our family's poverty is only a temporary condition. I will work diligently to earn money and strive to build our family a grand house soon. Zhang's father and mother exchanged glances, and Zhang's mother remarked with emotion. What grand house? Your father and I merely wish for you 3 siblings to live well. How many more years can we old bones endure? Mom, what are you saying? Your good days are yet to come. Upon hearing his parents speak thus, Zhang Wenfeng's desire to earn money intensified. Dad, Mom, I won't be eating for a while. I must head out. What could be so urgent that you would skip your meal? Zhang's mother lamented. I am going into the mountains with Daju. Perhaps after this trip, I can buy meat for our family by tomorrow. All right, I won't say more. Daju is waiting for me, so I must leave. With that, Zhang Wenfeng hurriedly dashed out. Chapter 20. Discovery of wild ginseng. Zhang's father and mother exchanged a glance, initially feeling that their son had matured. Yet now he seemed hasty and reckless, which was indeed a cause for concern. Dear, why do you think Wenfeng is in such a rush? Zhang's mother asked with worry. How should I know? However, he is grown now and has his own ideas. We ought not to meddle too much, Zhang's father remarked, no longer perceiving Wenfeng's behavior as reckless, but rather as a sign of his spirited nature. Having exited his home, Zhang Wenfeng quickly made his way to the foot of the back mountain, where he spotted Zhao Guodong waiting. Wenfeng approached him immediately. Guodong, have you been waiting long? Zhao Guodong responded with a goofy smile. Not at all, Wenfeng. I just arrived a little while ago. So, what methods for making money do you think we can find in this back mountain? Zhao Guodong inquired. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. Come, you'll find out soon enough. The back mountain could hardly be accurately termed a mountain. It was merely a slightly elevated dirt slope. Nevertheless, it harbored numerous treasures in his previous life. Someone had discovered 3 wild ginseng plants there, sold them to a herbal shop in the city, and became the first millionaire in their county. However, in this life, such fortune would not escape him. Having been reborn, the opportunity to become the first millionaire was solely his to seize, lest he squander the advantages of foresight that come with reincarnation. Guided by his memories from his past life, Zhang Wenfeng led Zhao Guodong to the very spot where the wild ginseng was discovered. After a short walk, they arrived at the patch of grass where indeed 3 wild ginseng plants grew, albeit smaller than those found in his previous life. This was to be expected, as the previous discovery had occurred 3 years later, allowing ample time for growth. Fortunately, he had arrived early in this life. Upon seeing the wild ginseng, Zhang Wenfeng's heart soared with joy. It was evident that as a reborn individual, he enjoyed distinct advantages, and such a lucrative opportunity would not slip away. Zhao Guodong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Wenfeng? Are these wild ginseng? Zhang Wenfeng nodded with a smile. Indeed, there are 3 wild ginseng plants here. What do you think? Can we profit from them? Zhao Guodong was now overwhelmingly thrilled. If they sold these wild ginseng plants, they would surely make a fortune. It was astonishing that their little hill could yield such valuable plants. What a delightful surprise! In a fit of joy, Zhao Guodong laughed heartily. Wenfeng, you truly did not deceive me. Here lies our path to wealth. Let us hurry, lest someone else discovers them and we lose this treasure. As they spoke, the two hurriedly gathered the 3 wild ginseng plants. Although there were only 3, given their quality, they would fetch at least 10,000 yuan at the herbal shop in the city. With the money, Zhao Guodong could afford to take his mother to the provincial city for treatment, and Zhang Wenfeng's family's debts could be cleared, allowing them to renovate their cramped home. Wenfeng, should we take the wild ginseng down directly? Zhao Guodong asked, concerned that if they openly carried the wild ginseng down the mountain, the villagers would quickly learn of it and trouble would ensue. No need to rush. Let us hide 2 of the wild ginseng in our secret base, and I will take one to the county's herbal shop to negotiate the price. Once we have agreed on the price, I will bring the rest down. Once we convert the wild ginseng into money, we will split it evenly, and you can take your mother to the provincial city for treatment. Zhang Wenfeng explained. Zhao Guodong was touched by Zhang Wenfeng's promise to help his mother, yet he knew he could not be ungrateful. The wild ginseng was discovered by Zhang Wenfeng, and if he were to collect them alone, all the profits would rightfully belong to him. Although Wenfeng was willing to assist him out of brotherly affection, he could not be so inconsiderate. Wenfeng, I cannot take so much. I merely assisted you in gathering the wild ginseng. All right, we have plenty of time to discuss how to divide the earnings once I have sold the wild ginseng, Zhang Wenfeng replied. Zhao Guodong nodded in agreement. The two then concealed the wild ginseng in their secret base, a hidden cave they had discovered while playing in the back mountain as children, known only to the two of them. After securing the wild ginseng, they descended the mountain. Zhang Wenfeng instructed Zhao Guodong. Guodong, do not mention the wild ginseng to anyone for now. Rest assured, I possess enough discernment. This is our secret, and I will not speak of it, Zhao Guodong assured him. Well then, I shall head to the county. After bidding farewell to Zhao Guodong, Zhang Wenfeng set off for the county with the wild ginseng in hand. There was only one bus route from Xiaohe village to the county, with only 2 trips daily, and he was fortunate enough to catch the last bus as he hurriedly boarded. He spotted a familiar figure, Lu Fangfang. Upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng, Lu Fangfang was startled, her eyes brimming with intensified hatred. At that moment, Lu Fangfang was accompanying Wang Dafu, the son of the village secretary from the neighboring Shaoli village, to the county to watch a movie. This was a matchmaker's arrangement made by her mother, and they hoped to seize this opportunity to solidify their relationship and hasten their marriage, seeking a father for the child she carried. Lu Fangfang cast a derisive glance at Zhang Wenfeng, sneering, Zhang Wenfeng, you truly cannot change your ways. Having extorted 1,000 yuan from my family, now you are off to the county to indulge in feasting and entertainment. Her words shocked the other passengers, who turned their astonished gazes toward Zhang Wenfeng, their expressions a mix of disbelief and disdain. They were taken aback, realizing that Zhang Wenfeng had managed to extort 1,000 yuan from Lu Fangfang's family, knowing well the notorious reputation of Fan Cuehua. Others lamented Lu's wealth, marveling at their ability to part with such a sum. After all, a farmer might save 300 to 500 yuan over an entire year. Yet the Lu family could afford 1,000 yuan, truly affluent. Many, unaware of the full circumstances, cast Zhang Wenfeng contemptuous glances. How shameless for a grown man to extort 1,000 yuan from a young woman. Indeed, how unfortunate to possess such good looks yet be such a disgraceful entity. I spit. I feel embarrassed to share a bus with such a person. What a disgrace. Zhang Wenfeng had initially intended to ignore Lu Fangfang, as he had not yet prepared to confront her. However, her taunts forced his hand. With a cold sneer, he retorted, I am not marrying you anymore, and it is only natural to reclaim the 1,000 yuan I gave you as a bride price. Is there anyone who would willingly give the girl 1,000 yuan without a marriage? This statement caused the sneering crowd to shift uncomfortably, their expressions darkening. No one expected that this 1,000 yuan would come about in such a manner. Zhang Wenfeng continued, moreover, if I wish to reclaim my betrothal gift, how I choose to handle it is my own affair, and it has nothing to do with you. You should refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Oh, are you perhaps here to cause me trouble out of resentment for my rejection? But that shouldn't be the case. If you truly loved me, how could you be dating another man? Is this what they call having one foot in each camp? Lu Fangfang, you are quite the libertine. Lu Fangfang was taken aback by Zhang Wenfeng's sharp tongue, momentarily rendered speechless. Those who initially felt pity for her began to cast disdainful glances in her direction. This young lady is quite attractive. How can she possess no shred of honesty? Who can blame them? This 1,000 yuan originally belonged to this young man. Since they are not getting married, how can she shamelessly continue to claim his betrothal gift? Isn't that utterly brazen? And to think she still wants to dictate terms to others. Is it possible that this young lady hails from a seaside home, given her audacity? In my opinion, this young lady is truly ruthless. She sits beside one young man while still thinking of another. That is rather extraordinary. Not that I didn't. Lu Fangfang burst into tears, resembling a delicate flower drenched in rain. Wang Dafu, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy and shouted at the onlookers. What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to keep gossiping, I will show you the consequences. Wang Dafu glared fiercely at Zhang Wenfeng. If you are a man, you should not slander your ex here. I know a bit about your situation. On the day of the wedding, not only did you back out, but you also assaulted her entire family. With a son-in-law like you, how could the Lu family possibly survive? Everyone, tell me, Is it reasonable for a prospective son-in-law to beat up his future father-in-law's family? If this were your situation, would you willingly return the betrothal gift? Wang Dafu's words shifted the crowd's sentiment yet again, and everyone's attention turned back to Zhang Wenfeng. In his previous life, there was no annulment, and thus, Wang Dafu's character never emerged. Now, with just a few words, he had turned the tide in his favor, making Zhang Wenfeng regard him with newfound respect. However, being entangled with a woman like Lu Fangfang was indeed his misfortune. Zhang Wenfeng paid no heed to the gazes surrounding him. He merely smiled and said, "Since you claim to understand the circumstances between Lu Fangfang and me, why don't you enlighten us about what transpired on the day of the wedding? Why did I, with good intentions, end up causing such a commotion?" Wang Dafu was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly knew the reason, but to disclose it in front of so many people would be akin to betraying the Lu family. He still hoped to maintain a good relationship with Lu Fangfang and did not want to provoke her displeasure by defending her. Wang Dafu stammered for a long time but could not find the words. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. "Are you unsure or simply unwilling to speak? If the latter is the case, allow me to elucidate. On the day of the wedding, the Lu family suddenly demanded an additional 300 yuan for the betrothal gift. Without it, they would not permit the ceremony to proceed. Fellow villagers, have you ever heard of a betrothal gift priced at 1,000 yuan? In the surrounding dozen or so villages, I have heard of no betrothal gift exceeding 500 yuan. Yet, the Lu family asked for a staggering 1,000 yuan from us. For Lu Fangfang's sake, my parents pleaded and borrowed from everywhere to gather this amount. But on what should have been a joyous occasion, they suddenly raised the price by an additional 300 yuan. Is this how one conducts themselves? I merely spoke a few words, and her brother came charging in, striking me with a brick and knocking me unconscious. After I fainted, not one of my future in-laws thought to take me to the clinic. Instead, they aggressively demanded money from me, believing I was feigning my condition. And what was my betrothed doing? When her mother inquired about the extra betrothal gift, she remained silent. It was only when I resisted that she emerged to say, "What's the big deal about 300 yuan? For a woman like that, I, Zhang Wenfeng, have no desire to marry." After Zhang Wenfeng's words, he turned to Wang Dafu and asked, "Wang Dafu, since you wish to court Lu Fangfang, how much do you intend to offer the Lu family?" Wang Dafu had no intention of providing Lu Fangfang with a betrothal gift of 1,000 yuan. That was all his family's savings, and if he gave it away, how would they manage to live? However, now that he had clashed with Zhang Wenfeng, if he offered a lesser amount, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled and continued, "Oh, perhaps you are unaware, but after I declined to marry her, her family sent a matchmaker to propose again, claiming they could forego the betrothal gift and even offer 200 yuan as a dowry to marry me. I wonder if she has presented similar conditions to you?" Wang Dafu looked at Lu Fangfang, pondering whether she had indeed settled for him because she could not have Zhang Wenfeng. Lu Fangfang quickly interjected, "I am with Dafu because I genuinely appreciate him as a person. My family will not ask him for a betrothal gift, and I will bring along a dowry of 200 yuan. Hearing Lu Fangfang say this brought Wang Dafu some relief, and he proudly looked at Zhang Wenfeng, saying, "Did you hear that? Fangfang fell for me at first sight. As long as we love each other, the betrothal gift is of no consequence. However, we cannot simply take advantage of her family. We are also respectable people. We are willing to provide a betrothal gift of 500 yuan. Although this amount was considerably less than the previous 1,000 yuan, it was significant that it came willingly from the prospective groom. Lu Fangfang thought Wang Dafu somewhat stingy, but in front of Zhang Wenfeng, she had to give him enough face to strike a blow at Zhang Wenfeng. She sweetly smiled and said, "Dafu, it is truly wonderful to have met you. Unlike some people, who not only come from a poor family but also harbor ulterior motives, not marrying him was indeed the wisest decision I could have made. Fangfang, our family will certainly not let you suffer." Wang Dafu vowed earnestly. Hearing this exchange between the couple, Zhang Wenfeng felt a wave of amusement wash over him. Not at all agitated, he stepped forward and said, "Since you have fallen for each other at first sight, I wish you a swift marriage and many children." With that, Zhang Wenfeng bypassed the two and took a seat in the back row. Wang Dafu, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course, I will make Fangfang happy." Lu Fangfang, however, felt a sudden chill. Zhang Wenfeng's earlier remark seemed laden with meaning, though she could not quite articulate it. For now, her priority was to secure Wang Dafu's affection. Chapter 22. Selling wild ginseng, the journey continued in silence. Upon arriving in the county town, Zhang Wenfeng alighted from the vehicle and made his way directly toward the pharmacy. Lu Fongfeng watched Zhang Wenfeng's departing figure with some suspicion, uncertain of his intentions in the county town. Fongfeng, let's go watch a movie, Wang Dafu urged, feeling displeased but still approaching Lu Fongfeng. She realized her current attitude was somewhat inappropriate. However, she did not perceive it as a significant issue. Perhaps today, she could let Wang Dafu enjoy a bit more sweetness. All right, let's go watch a movie. Lu Fongfeng readily linked her arm with Wang Dafu's. Seeing Lu Fongfeng's gesture, Wang Dafu's irritation dissipated entirely. Zhang Wenfeng followed his memories to the pharmacy where he had sold ginseng in his previous life. Upon entering, he noticed a man dressed in a crisp suit conversing with the pharmacy owner. The man's demeanor suggested he was of considerable status. As soon as Zhang Wenfeng stepped inside, a shop assistant approached and asked, "What medicine are you looking for?" "Hello, I am not here to buy medicine. I wish to sell herbal medicine. Do you accept wild ginseng?" Zhang Wenfeng feigned ignorance as he inquired. Upon hearing wild ginseng, the pharmacy owner immediately approached and asked, "Young man, do you have wild ginseng for sale? May I see its quality?" Zhang Wenfeng did not hesitate to present the wild ginseng he had brought. Once the ginseng was revealed, even the man in the suit turned his attention to it, visibly impressed. He asked, "Boss Huang, how old is this wild ginseng?" Boss Huang examined the wild ginseng in Zhang Wenfeng's hand with astonishment. However, it fell short of the century-old ginseng they sought. He replied, "This ginseng is approximately 90 years old, not quite 100. The man in the suit inquired, "Is ginseng of this age still valuable?" The yellow boss nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is useful, albeit the effects may be slightly less potent. Nevertheless, if a few more specimens are employed, the results could still be satisfactory." The man in the suit immediately shifted his gaze towards Zhang Wenfeng and inquired, "My friend, I am Cheng Jinqing. Do you happen to have any more of this quality wild ginseng in your possession?" Zhang Wenfeng currently had 2 specimens, but he could not reveal them all at once. As such, wild ginseng is naturally valuable due to its rarity. "I do possess some, but I can only part with one for now," he replied. Cheng Jinqing's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother, I will take the wild ginseng you have at the price of a century-old specimen. A single century-old ginseng typically fetches around 3,000 yuan. So for your 2 specimens, I shall offer you 6,000. What do you think?" The yellow boss chimed in, "Young man, the price offered by Mr. Cheng is quite fair. Even if we were to purchase it at our pharmacy, we couldn't match such a generous offer. You should seize this opportunity." After much contemplation, Zhang Wenfeng conceded, "Very well. This is my first time selling wild ginseng in the city, and I am unfamiliar with the market. However, you both appear to be sincere individuals. So I shall not seek other buyers. I will part with the wild ginseng I have, but I must return home to retrieve the other specimen." "Thank you, my friend," Cheng Jinqing responded without hesitation. Taking Zhang Wenfeng to the bank to withdraw the money, directly transferring 6,000 yuan to him. "Brother Zhang, may I inquire when you will be able to deliver the wild ginseng? Where would it be convenient for you to meet?" Cheng Jinqing asked. Zhang Wenfeng understood that with the money already in hand, the other party was likely concerned about potential deceit, fearing he might abscond with the funds. Embarrassed, he replied, "Mr. Cheng, my home is somewhat distant from the county seat. There are 2 buses that come daily, and I will take the earliest one to the county, delivering the wild ginseng to you at the yellow boss's shop. How does that sound?" Cheng Jinqing, in desperate need of the wild ginseng, was eager to expedite the process and suggested, "Brother Zhang, if you don't mind, why not ride with me? I can take you back, making it easier for you to hand over the wild ginseng. And you won't have to make an additional trip." Observing Cheng Jinqing's urgency, Zhang Wenfeng recognized the necessity of the situation. Given that Cheng Jinqing had already paid him in full, he felt there was no reason to hesitate further. "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Cheng," he replied. "You are too kind, Brother Zhang. I owe you my gratitude for today." With that, Zhang Wenfeng followed Cheng Jinqing into his car, and they set off towards Zaiqi village. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Wenfeng glanced at Cheng Jinqing, noting his distinguished appearance, clad in a tailored suit that spoke of affluence. It was evident that one capable of wearing such attire, especially with the surname Cheng, likely hailed from the Cheng family of the provincial capital. He recalled that in a past life, the family that discovered the wild ginseng had sold it to the Cheng family, who were in dire need of it for the ailing patriarch. "Mr. Cheng, may I ask what purpose you have for the wild ginseng?" Zhang Wenfeng inquired curiously. Cheng Jinqing graciously explained, "A senior member of my family is gravely ill, and the doctor has stated that only a century-old wild ginseng can prolong their life. Thus, I am collecting wild ginseng from various regions. Brother Zhang, should you come across any more wild ginseng, I am eager to purchase it, I assure you. My offer will be no less competitive than those found at local pharmacies. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, I would like to provide more to you, Mr. Chung, but wild ginseng is indeed a rare find. I was fortunate to acquire these 2 specimens, which I am now offering to you. However, rest assured, should I stumble upon more wild ginseng in the future, I will certainly keep you in mind. Thank you, Chung Jinqing said, leaning back in his seat to rest. Zhang Wenfeng chose not to press further into the conversation. Soon, they arrived at Zayaki village, a place seldom visited by vehicles. The arrival of Chung Jinqing's car caused quite a stir among the villagers. Who is this person, driving into our village? I wonder which family member they belong to. Do you think we have relatives wealthy enough to own such a car? I've heard that such a vehicle costs at least 100,000. What a fortune that could crush you. If they aren't related to anyone in our village, what brings them here? I believe that car is headed towards Zhang Defa's home. What's going on? Zhang Defa's family is notoriously poor. If they had such wealthy relatives, they wouldn't be living in such dire straits. The villagers were abuzz with speculation about the car that had driven into their midst. As the villagers debated, the vehicle pulled to a stop outside Zhang Defa's home. Zhang Defa and his wife emerged from their yard, astonished to see the car parked at their doorstep. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling had just returned from her family home and were equally taken aback by the sight. Dad, what's going on? Why is this car at our doorstep? Whose car is it? Zhang Wenpeng asked, curiosity etched on his face. Zhang Defa shook his head in confusion, completely unaware of the situation. The car door swung open, and Zhang Wenfeng alighted, followed by Cheng Jinqing, who appeared distinguished in his tailored suit, a striking contrast to their remote mountain village. The sight of Zhang Wenfeng descending alongside such an esteemed figure left both the surrounding onlookers and Zhang's parents utterly astonished. How could the often aimless Zhang Wenfeng possibly be associated with someone of such affluence? Zhang's father and mother approached, grasping Zhang Wenfeng's arms, and implored, Wenfeng, who is this person? How do you know him? Chapter 23. The big boss from the provincial capital. Zhang Wenfeng surveyed the crowd, aiming for the very reaction he received, for it would provide a plausible explanation for his newfound wealth. He explained to his parents, Mom, Dad, this gentleman is Mr. Chung, a big boss from the provincial capital. I conducted a business transaction with him, and he kindly offered to drive me home. Mr. Chung, would you care to come in for a cup of tea? Zhang Wenfeng extended the invitation politely. Upon hearing that he was a big boss from the provincial capital, Zhang's parents immediately adopted a more reserved demeanor, as they had scarcely encountered even the wealthiest individuals from the county, let alone from the provincial capital. Chung Jinqing courteously greeted Zhang's parents before turning to Zhang Wenfeng. Brother Zhang, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude. Uncle, Aunt, if you ever find yourselves in the provincial capital, I would be delighted to host you. For now, I must take my leave. With that, Chung Jinqing entered the car, which soon roared to life and sped away from Zhang's doorstep, as the dust settled behind the departing vehicle. The villagers surged forward, clamoring to inquire about the connection between Zhang Wenfeng and the car's owner, in a time when their impoverished mountain village rarely had opportunities to associate with the wealthy. The villagers were left astounded that one of their own, Zhang Wenfeng, had formed ties with such an influential figure. The previous day's wedding farce was entirely forgotten, replaced by an insatiable curiosity about Zhang Wenfeng. Wenfeng, how did you come to know such an important person? What business does he engage in? Do you think you could persuade him to invest in our village so that we may prosper? Indeed, Wenfeng, if you find a lucrative opportunity, please do not forget our Zayaki village. Questions flew in Zhang Wenfeng's direction, but he smiled warmly and replied, Dear uncles and aunts, my acquaintance with Mr. Chung was merely a fortunate coincidence. However, if I do discover any profitable ventures, I shall certainly remember my beloved Zayaki village, for I have been nurtured by your kindness. Upon hearing this, the villagers were left without further inquiries, though their perception of the formerly aimless Zhang Wenfeng had shifted. Once seen as a layabout, his calm demeanor today had garnered their respect. Since Wenfeng has spoken, we ought to disperse and return to our homes, someone suggested, prompting the crowd to begin to disperse. Zhang Wenfeng then accompanied his family inside. With the crowd having thinned, they felt at liberty to ask questions, their curiosity piqued. Having never ridden in a car themselves, they were astonished that their son had returned in such a manner. And even more so that he had befriended someone from the provincial capital. Wenfeng, What exactly does Mr. Chung do? How did you meet him? Zhang's father pressed eagerly. Zhang Wenfeng insisted that the matter of selling mountain ginseng should not be disclosed to outsiders. However, it was permissible to share it with family. He explained, Father, today, Zhubua and I ventured into the mountains and discovered some mountain ginseng. I took it to the pharmacy in the county town, hoping for a stroke of luck. To my astonishment, I encountered Mr. Chung there, who happened to be purchasing ginseng as well. Upon seeing my ginseng, he immediately expressed his desire to buy it. This was how I got the chance to meet Mr. Chung. As for what Mr. Chung did for a living, that detail was left unmentioned. Zhang's mother, upon hearing this, began to scold Zhang's father, saying, Look at your questions. Does someone of his stature really need to inform Wenfeng of his profession just to buy something? Zhang's father, looking innocent, replied, Am I not simply curious? Meanwhile, Fu Lingling, who had been listening closely, interjected, Second brother, you mentioned selling the mountain ginseng, but you haven't told us how much you sold it for. I've heard that mountain ginseng is quite expensive. At this, Zhang Wenpeng's expression soured, irritated by his wife's incessant inquiries into matters that did not concern her. Why should you need to know how much my second brother sold it for? It's none of your business. Although Zhang's mother was displeased by Fu Lingling's probing questions, she recognized that Fu Lingling had been genuinely helpful during difficult times, which prompted her to interrupt Zhang Wenpeng, admonishing, How can you speak to your wife like that? Indeed, elder brother, you should work on your temper. Your wife hasn't said anything wrong, Zhang Wenfeng interjected. I sold 2 stalks of wild mountain ginseng to Mr. Chung for a total of 6,000 yuan. What? 6,000 yuan? Fu Lingling exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Wenpeng shot her a disapproving glance. It's just 6,000 yuan. Why make such a fuss? However, upon reflecting on the amount, he too was taken aback. Their family had only managed to scrape together 1,000 yuan at most. And yet Zhang Wenfeng had effortlessly earned such a sum from a few stalks of wild mountain ginseng. It seemed too fortuitous. Zhang's parents were equally exhilarated. With this money, their lives would improve significantly. No one would dare label them as the poorest family in Xiahe village anymore. Seeing his family's astonished expressions filled Zhang Wenfeng with joy. He felt he had proven his ability to generate income. He addressed his family, Father, Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, Yenner. This 6,000 yuan is earned in partnership with Guodong, so I will certainly share half of it with him. Zhang's father thought to himself that even after giving away half, they would still have 3,000 yuan left, enough to clear their debts entirely, with a surplus of nearly 2,000 yuan remaining in those times. Any rural family with 1,000 yuan was considered wealthy, and they would be regarded as affluent in the entire Xiahe village with 2,000 yuan. That is only fair, Zhang's father replied. You both found the wild ginseng together? So splitting it with Guodong is the right thing to do. Besides, that boy has treated you very well. Even when you were planning to marry, he managed to gather 20 yuan despite his family's poverty. You must not forget his kindness. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Father, I will not forget. By the way, how is Guodong's mother? Their family relies on him for support. If you have the means, do lend them a helping hand. Zhang's father reminded him. Zhang Wenfeng agreed. Guodong intends to take his mother to the provincial capital for treatment with the money he earns this time. Then hurry and deliver the money to Guodong. Zhang's father urged. Zhang Wenfeng divided the 6,000 yuan in half and handed 3,000 yuan to his mother, saying, Mother, here is 3,000 yuan. Take it for now. Use it for anything the family needs. Zhang's mother, gazing at the substantial sum, felt a moment of daze, exclaiming, If you give me all the money, what will you do if you need it? Mother, I don't need money at the moment. If I do require it later, I will ask you again. You manage the household expenses. We cannot run without money. Please keep this. Zhang Wenfeng insisted. Zhang's father chimed in. The child has already handed it to you. Just accept it. Only then did Zhang's mother take the money. This was the first time in many years that she had received such a significant amount. 3,000 yuan was no small sum. Her heart brimmed with joy as she clutched the money and went inside. Zhang's father urged, Go on, deliver the money to Guodong, so he can take good care of his mother. All right, father, I will head out now, Zhang Wenfeng replied before stepping outside. Chapter 24, Dividing the Earnings. After Zhang Wenfeng departed, Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling also exited, though a hint of displeasure was visible on Fu Lingling's face. Zhang Wenpeng noticed his wife's sulky expression and asked, Now that we've settled all your family's debts, why do you still look unhappy? What's the matter? Fu Lingling remained silent and quickly walked into their house. Zhang Wenpeng followed closely behind. Upon entering, he found Fu Lingling sulking on a chair, Confused, he inquired. What on earth is bothering you? Our family has money now. What is there to be unhappy about? Fu Lingling shot him a disdainful glance and retorted. You're truly clueless. Zhang Wenpeng, feeling perplexed, sat down. Wife, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? You and Wenfeng are brothers. He found a way to make money, but didn't he think to bring you, the elder brother, along? Instead, he took an outsider. Don't you have anything to say about that? Fu Lingling exclaimed, visibly upset. Zhang Wenpeng chuckled. So that's what this is about. But Wenfeng said he went to the mountains with Guodong. They naturally should share the earnings. Besides, Guodong is not an outsider. He has grown up alongside Wenfeng. Their bond is even stronger than mine as his elder brother. You know well how Guodong's family is doing. It's only right for Wenfeng to support him. As Fu Lingling listened. Her anger intensified. She looked at Zhang Wenpeng and said, Fine, I'm the only one with a narrow mind in this family. Zhang Wenpeng quickly reassured her, No one is calling you narrow-minded. I know you only want what's best for our family. However, with that 3,000 yuan, we have plenty, and at least we won't have to worry about our future. Fu Lingling, holding back tears, said, 3,000 yuan is quite a lot. But once we pay off our debts, how much will we have left? Our family is so large, and we only have a few rooms. We can't even dare to have children. I just hope that with some money, we can build a few sturdy houses. So if we have children, they will have a place to live. Hearing Fu Lingling's words made Zhang Wenpeng feel guilty. He comforted her. Don't worry, wife. Tomorrow I will speak to Wenfeng and ask him to take me along whenever he has opportunities to earn money. I will work hard to help us build a proper house. Fu Lingling's mood improved slightly as she replied, I'm not a petty person. I just feel that we have been sincere to Wenfeng. Yet he seems to overlook us. Zhang Wenpeng quickly interrupted. Don't think like that. If Wenfeng didn't care about us, he wouldn't have given all that 3,000 yuan to our mother. Technically, that money was his earnings. He could have kept it all, but he chose to contribute it to the family expenses. Fu Lingling realized she had been overly harsh and said, Wenpeng, I misspoke earlier. I am not actually blaming Wenfeng. Zhang Wenpeng nodded. I understand your nature. You have a sharp tongue but a kind heart. You've also been quite concerned about Wenfeng's wedding. Well, let us not dwell on this anymore. Our family's future will surely improve. He added. At Guodong's home. When Zhang Wenfeng arrived, he found Zhao Guodong just finishing preparing medicine for his mother, who had just taken her dose and was resting. He had heard from neighbors about the arrival of a small car in their village, but he hadn't had the time to check it out. As Zhang Wenfeng entered, Zhao Guodong greeted him. Wenfeng, you've returned from the county town? How did the wild ginseng turn out? Zhang Wenfeng pulled out 3,000 yuan and handed it to Zhao Guodong, who was taken aback by the amount. This much? Did one stalk of ginseng sell for this much? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. What are you thinking? I sold 2 stalks of wild mountain ginseng for 6,000 yuan. This is your share of 3,000 yuan. Really? It actually sold for that much? Zhao Guodong looked at Zhang Wenfeng in disbelief. Of course. Haven't you heard that a small car came into our village? Zhang Wenfeng quipped. Zhao Guodong offered an awkward smile and replied. Of course, I've heard about it. I initially intended to go out and take a look, but as you know, I had to prepare medicine for my mother, so I stayed in. The owner of the car is the proprietor who purchased our wild ginseng. He gave us 6,000 for the 2 ginseng roots and even drove me back from the county. Zhang Wenfeng remarked. Zhao Guodong gazed at the money in his hand and said, Wenfeng, I can't accept such a large sum. I haven't really assisted you, so it feels inappropriate. What nonsense. Those wild ginseng were gathered by both of us, so it is only right that you receive half. Besides, weren't you planning to take your mother to the provincial capital for treatment? With this 3,000, you can finally go. Zhang Wenfeng insisted. Zhao Guodong looked at Zhang Wenfeng, tears welling in his eyes. Though it is often said that men do not easily shed tears, at that moment, he could not contain himself. Look at you, a grown man, crying. Zhang Wenfeng teased. Zhao Guodong wiped his tears and said, Wenfeng, consider this money as a loan. I promise to pay you back. What are you talking about? This is not a loan. This is your rightful earnings, Zhang Wenfeng stated earnestly. If you start talking about repaying me, it would mean you no longer consider me your brother. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guodong found himself momentarily speechless, yet he silently vowed to diligently support Zhang Wenfeng in the future. All right, Wenfeng, if you need me, Zhao Di's whose will never refuse, Zhao Guodong declared. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, jesting. It sounds as if you won't help me unless I give you this 3,000. Enough with the pleasantries. Once you return from the provincial capital, I plan to bring you along to earn big money. Just don't complain when I give you a smaller share. Zhang Wenfeng laughed. Zheguodong immediately patted his chest, proclaiming, how could that be? Even if you don't give me any money, I will still work alongside you. Zhang Wenfeng looked at Zheguodong with relief, thankful that in this life, everything was still salvageable, and his good brother remained by his side. He patted Zheguodong on the shoulder, reassuring him, Guodong, set off for the provincial capital early tomorrow morning with your aunt. Don't delay any longer. Zheguodong nodded, having previously refrained from going due to lack of funds. Now that he had money, he was determined to get his mother's illness treated. Rest assured, I will leave early tomorrow, he affirmed. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave. You should also rest early. With that, Zhang Wenfeng departed. Chapter 25. Business Ventures. As Zhang Wenfeng arrived at his doorstep, he spotted his uncle loitering outside the courtyard. The relationship between their families had always been strained, and after a recent incident where his grandmother had visited to intercede on behalf of Lu Fangfang's family, their enmity had only deepened. Now, with his uncle appearing, it was clear he had heard of Zhang Wenfeng's newfound connections to influential figures in the province. Zhang Wenfeng hastened toward him and inquired, Uncle, didn't you say you wouldn't set foot in our courtyard? What brings you here now? Zhang Yulai's face was flushed with embarrassment. Were it not for his need of Zhang Wenfeng's assistance, he would have retorted with a slap. However, in the face of necessity, he had to lower his tone. Wenfeng, I only came to see if it was true that you know someone important, he said, attempting to salvage the situation. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled softly. Indeed, I have made the acquaintance of a major entrepreneur from the province, but he has already departed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulai's face brightened. Wenfeng, now that you have a lucrative opportunity, don't forget about your uncle. Although we've grown distant over the years, we are still family. Zhang Wenfeng merely responded in a perfunctory manner. I understand. If you have no other matters, I'll be heading back. Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's dismissive attitude, Zhang Yulai felt awkward. This young man had always been headstrong, and convincing him now would be a challenge. However, after today's encounter, should a genuine opportunity arise, approaching him would no longer feel so embarrassing. Very well, I shall take my leave, Zhang Yulai said with a forced smile, turning to depart. Zhang Wenfeng watched his uncle's retreating figure, reflecting on his scant memories of him from his previous life. Their families had been at odds, and after his parents perished under the weight of debt, his uncle had not appeared in his life. Even as Zhang Wenfeng found some success, the control exerted by Fan Cuehua and Lu Fangfang had effectively severed ties with his relatives. Upon returning home, he found his parents waiting for him in the main room. They inquired, Who were you speaking with outside? It was my uncle, Zhang Wenfeng replied. Instantly, Zhang Father's expression darkened, and he coldly asked, What does he want? Father, there's no need to concern yourself with him. He simply came to see if I had made connections with someone influential in the province, hoping to leverage the relationship. Zhang Wenfeng replied casually. Zhang Father snorted in disdain. What a shameless person. How dare he approach you? Father, you misunderstand. Individuals like my uncle thrive on such connections. It's a matter of survival. I know exactly who he is, and I won't be fooled, Zhang Wenfeng assured him. Just as long as you're aware, Zhang Father nodded. Wenfeng, your mother and I have discussed your marriage with Lu Fangfang, and it is no longer feasible. With this 3,000 we can settle some debts, and we were thinking of tidying up the house and having a matchmaker find you another potential partner. What do you think? Tidying up the house is necessary. But let us postpone the matchmaking for now, Zhang Wenfeng said with an awkward smile. Why? Are you still holding on to feelings for Lu Fangfang? Father, how could I still have feelings for her? I've moved on. Zhang Wenfeng insisted, I have my own plans now and do not wish to pursue marriage at this time. And what are these plans? Zhang Father inquired. Father, Mother, I wish to start a small business to save some money. Zhang Wenfeng declared. Zhang Father and Zhang Mother exchanged skeptical glances. They never expected their son to have aspirations for entrepreneurship, as running a business was no simple task. Nevertheless, it was a step toward productivity rather than idleness. Although they had earned a decent sum from selling ginseng, the family's expenses were considerable, and without a stable source of income, their earnings could easily dwindle. That's a good idea. But what sort of business do you have in mind? We can help you brainstorm, Zhang Mother encouraged. I plan to sell grilled meat. Although life has improved significantly, not everyone can afford meat every day. I intend to set up a stall in the county. If the business thrives, our family could all venture into it, Zhang Wenfeng explained. Grilled meat? Both Zhang Father and Zhang Mother looked at him with confusion. What exactly is that? Meat is not cheap, and if it's not prepared well, wouldn't that be a waste? Zhang mother expressed her concerns. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, realizing it would be challenging to convey the concept to them, especially since they had never tasted grilled meat. He reassured them. Father, mother, I can't fully describe it now, but once I buy the tools and ingredients tomorrow, I will prepare some for you to taste, and then you'll understand. Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's enthusiasm, his parents felt it would be unkind to dampen his spirits. After all, it was commendable that he possessed ambition, and they could not ask for more. All right, we look forward to trying your grilled meat, they said. Noticing their lingering concerns, Zhang Wenfeng smiled. Father, mother, rest assured, I have a clear plan. This grilled meat business will surely flourish, and our family's future will only get brighter. Zhang father and Zhang mother exchanged glances, feeling that Zhang Wenfeng's confidence might be a bit unwarranted. After all, he had merely earned some money from selling wild ginseng and now believed that business would be easy. Running a business could lead to losses as well. However, they did not wish to undermine his enthusiasm. As long as you have confidence, your father and I have no objections. But when you start your business, ensure you involve your elder brother. After all, you are siblings, and it would be unkind to leave him out, Zhang mother reminded. Zhang Wenfeng then realized his oversight and awkwardly replied, Mother, I had not considered that before. I will definitely include my brother from now on. Good. Zhang Wenfeng spent some more time chatting with his parents before departing. Chapter 26. Manager who of the meat processing plant. The next morning, Zhang Wenfeng set off for the county town. Desiring to embark on a barbecue business, he has quite a bit to prepare. A grill, a cart, skewers, and of course, meat. These are all indispensable items that he must acquire. Zhang Wenfeng first made his way to the meat processing factory. Upon hearing that he was there to purchase meat and that his future orders might be substantial, the security guard promptly escorted him to the office of the sales department manager. Manager who, this comrade Zhang has come to discuss business with you. Xu Junchen glanced at Zhang Wenfeng, noting that he was merely a young man in his early 20s, and thought to himself that old Huang truly lacked discernment. What kind of business could such a youth possibly engage in? However, since the visitor was already present, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, he welcomed Zhang Wenfeng in with a beaming smile, saying, Comrade Zhang, I wonder what business you wish to discuss with me? Zhang Wenfeng naturally noticed the expression on Hu Junchen's face. It was no wonder others underestimated him, given his simple attire and youthfulness. He smiled and replied, Manager Hu, I would like to discuss meat with you. Apart from pork, does our meat processing factory offer beef or mutton? Initially dismissive, Hu Junchen's interest piqued upon realizing that Zhang Wenfeng was not jesting. He said, We do not have beef, but we do have mutton. However, mutton is priced higher than pork. For wholesale, pork is 1.2 yuan per pound, while mutton is 1.5 yuan. Zhang Wenfeng was taken aback to discover that the factory actually had mutton. In this era, simply being able to purchase pork was already commendable, let alone mutton, which he had never tasted, not to mention mutton skewers. After negotiating with manager Hu, Zhang Wenfeng decided to initially procure 10 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of mutton. If his demand increased in the future, he would notify manager Hu in advance. Recognizing Zhang Wenfeng as a straightforward individual, manager Hu offered him the same prices as those given to the supply and marketing cooperative. 1 yuan per pound for pork and 2 yuan per pound for mutton. Thus, the total cost for the 10 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of mutton amounted to merely 22 yuan. After securing the meat, Zhang Wenfeng proceeded to purchase a tricycle. As it was impractical to take a bus back home, especially since he needed to transport the grill, the tricycle cost him 600 yuan, and he drove it directly back home. With this tricycle, the journey that previously took an hour by bus now only required half an hour. Upon entering the village, several women chatting at the entrance spotted Zhang Wenfeng on his tricycle. Over the past few days, Zhang Wenfeng had become quite the talk of the village. Having returned in a car yesterday and now riding a tricycle today, it was worth noting that tricycles were also a rarity in this age. Upon seeing him, the women called out, Wenfeng, that tricycle looks brand new. Did you buy it? Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, Yes, I just purchased it today. It was quite inconvenient to travel from our village to the county, so I decided to buy one. If any of you ants have items you need transported in the future, feel free to let me know, and I will assist you. With the saying, one does not strike a smiling face. The women simply offered a few compliments, and Zhang Wenfeng took his leave. Watching him depart, the women began to entertain their own thoughts. You know, Zhang Wenfeng is truly different from before. He used to follow Lu Fangfeng around all day. But now look at him, driving a car one day and riding a tricycle the next. He is on his way to becoming the richest person in our Xiahe village. Who can argue with that? My niece has also reached the age for courtship. Perhaps we should consider Zhang Wenfeng for her. Oh, really? Weren't you the one saying that the Zhang family was too poor to even think about marrying your niece into them? That was in the past. Can we truly compare the current situation to before? I certainly don't want my niece to miss out on such a good match. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off to visit my family now. I in Lu family village. At Lu Gishan's home, Lu Fangfang was dressed in a new skirt, radiating joy. Fan Suehua smiled and asked, "Have you truly managed to win over Wang Dafu?" Lu Fangfang nodded. "Yes, we were intimate last night, and he said he would come to our house to propose." Fan Suehua's anxious heart finally settled. Had Fangfang's situation been exposed, their family would have found it exceedingly difficult to remain here. Now, they had finally found a suitor to take Lu Fangfang off their hands. Lu Fangfang cautioned, "Mom, Dad, this time you mustn't make excessive demands. I really cannot afford to delay any further." Fan Suehua nodded, saying, "I understand. This time we shall ask for nothing." Lu Fangfang added, "Moreover, we must provide a dowry of 200 yuan." Fan Suehua shot a glare at Lu Fangfang. "Did we not agree not to mention the dowry? Why would you bring that up? You were already thinking about it before the marriage." "Mom, it wasn't my intention. Yesterday, when I went to the county, I happened to run into that scoundrel Zhang Wenfeng. He suggested it, saying Wang Dafu would not want to treat us differently, which is why I agreed to the 200 yuan dowry. That little scoundrel is truly despicable. He used to cater to your every whim. Yet now he seems intent on ensuring our family never rises again. What a heartless individual!" Fan Suehua exclaimed indignantly. "Mom, should I gather some people to deal with that scoundrel?" Lu Jibin interjected. During the wedding procession, Zhang Wenfeng had struck him, and his face had yet to fully heal. This grudge had lingered in his heart, and he had been waiting for an opportunity to teach Zhang Wenfeng a lesson. However, he was also worried that acting impulsively might ruin their family's prospects. Lu Fangfang quickly interrupted, "Do not do anything right now. I have a feeling that scoundrel knows something." On the way, he directly wished us an early arrival of children. "What's the big deal? Don't people typically say that to congratulate others on their marriage?" Lu Jibin replied, disdainfully eyeing Lu Fangfang. Lu Fangfang shook her head. "I feel like there is more to his words. We not only have no relationship now, but are also adversaries. Why would he genuinely wish me well?" Fan Suehua, being shrewd, began to connect the dots after hearing Lu Fangfang's words. They had approached Zhang Wenfeng with lowly demeanor. Yet he had still refused to relent. It was indeed plausible that he had caught wind of Fangfang's current predicament. At this critical juncture, it would be unwise to provoke him. Should he reveal Fangfang's situation, the marriage with Wang Dafu would surely collapse. "Xiaobin, you should heed your sister's advice. Do not take any action for now. Just patiently see your sister married off, and afterward, you can do as you wish." "I will not stop you," Fan Suehua said. She then turned to Lu Fangfang and expressed, "I wonder what kind of good fortune that scoundrel has stumbled upon. I heard he returned to the village in a car owned by a big boss from the provincial city. His reputation has spread far and wide in the surrounding villages." Lu Fangfang scoffed disdainfully. "What does it matter if he knows a big boss? Knowing them does not mean he can forge connections. That good-for-nothing will spend his life scraping by. Wang Dafu is different. His father is the village committee secretary, and he is currently leveraging connections to get into the county's steel factory. If he succeeds, he will have a secure job, and our lives will undoubtedly improve, far beyond what Zhang Wenfeng could ever offer." Hearing Lu Fangfang's words, Fan Suehua felt a sense of relief. She approached Lu Fangfang and took her hand, saying, "Fangfang, once your life improves, do not forget your family. Your brother is still unemployed. Make sure your father-in-law helps him out." Lu Fangfang shot a look of disdain at Lu Jibin. She knew better than anyone what kind of person her brother was. However, since their parents favored daughters over sons, she had to placate him, saying, "All right, after I get married, I will mention it to my father-in-law." Chapter 27. The aroma of barbecue. Zhang Wenfeng returned home on his tricycle, and upon seeing the brand new vehicle, both Zhang father and Zhang mother were astounded. "Wenfeng, did you buy this tricycle?" Zhang father asked, his face a mask of surprise. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, "Yes, Dad, now our family has a vehicle." "Oh my, I've heard that tricycles cost quite a bit. You really aren't sparing any expense," Zhang mother remarked, eyeing the tricycle as if it were costing her flesh. "Second brother, What have you been doing to earn money? You bought so much meat and even a tricycle. Fu Lingling and Zhang Wenpeng had come out as well. Upon seeing the tricycle, Zhang Yin'er jumped onto it joyfully, exclaiming, "Second brother, you must drive me to school from now on." Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, pulling Zhang Yin'er down gently, saying, "Of course, I bought this tricycle for our family's convenience." Wenfeng, selling pork is one thing, but why did you also buy mutton? Mutton has such a strong gamey smell. It's not very palatable, Zhang mother said, wrinkling her nose in distaste at the meat he had brought home. Indeed, my second brother, this mutton is not only expensive but also rather unpalatable. Why did you purchase so much all at once? Fu Lingling inquired. Zhang Wenfeng, wearing a mysterious expression, replied, "Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, Yenner, please wait in the courtyard. Soon you will discover whether this mutton is truly delicious." With that, Zhang Wenfeng secretly carried the meat inside. Zhang Wenpeng and Zhang Father assisted in unloading the tools from the vehicle. In the kitchen, Zhang Wenfeng meticulously prepared skewers of both pork and mutton. Observing her second brother's actions, Zhang Yin'er curiously asked, "Second brother, why are you skewering the meat? It's not suitable for stir-frying. I want to be stir-frying the meat. You should ask father to light the stove for me first," Zhang Wenfeng instructed. Zhang Yin'er then exited. After marinating the cut meat with seasonings, Zhang Wenfeng prepared oil and spices before bringing everything outside. The gathering in the courtyard looked on with curiosity at the assortment of items Zhang Wenfeng had assembled, unsure of his intentions. Wenfeng, to have skewered such fine meat seems rather wasteful, Zhang mother remarked with concern as she gazed at the skewers in her son's hands. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled softly. "Mother, just wait and see." He then began grilling the meat over the prepared stove. Before long, the sizzling sound of the meat filled the air, and the aroma wafted throughout the courtyard. It is important to note that in this era, although rural areas were not lacking in food, meat was typically reserved for festivals. The scent of meat cooking could be detected throughout the village whenever someone prepared it. Particularly today, as Zhang Wenfeng had set up a grilling station in the courtyard, the enticing aroma tempted neighbors, causing them to salivate and venture out of their homes. What is happening at the De family? It smells so delightful. It seems they are cooking meat, but the fragrance is unlike our usual stir-fried dishes. Just a moment ago, I saw Wenfeng return with 2 large bags of meat. This aroma must be from their cooking. The neighbors, drawn by the delectable scent, emerged from their homes, and the Zhang family, seated in the courtyard, could not help but swallow in anticipation as they beheld the sizzling meat. Zhang Yin'er, resembling a little glutton, asked, "Second brother, when can we eat this meat?" "Rest assured, it will be ready shortly," Zhang Wenfeng replied, brushing on his special dipping sauce, intensifying the already rich aroma. He distributed the grilled meat among his family. "Please, try it and tell me how it tastes," he said. Zhang Father and Zhang Mother, holding the skewered meat, were astonished by the distinct flavor that emerged from Zhang Wenfeng's culinary efforts. They took a bite, and the tender, juicy meat combined with the unique taste of the dipping sauce created an exquisite experience. They wished they could devour it all in an instant. Seeing his family quickly finish the grilled meat, Zhang Wenfeng knew it would be a hit and asked, "Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, Yenner, how do you find the grilled meat?" "Delicious, truly exquisite, far surpassing the boiled meat we usually eat," they exclaimed. "Indeed, it is exceptionally tasty and tender. Even the gamey flavor of the mutton has vanished, making it indistinguishable from other meats," Zhang Father remarked, looking at Zhang Wenfeng. "Is this what you meant by a small business?" Zhang Wenfeng nodded. "Exactly. For now, I plan to sell grilled meat in the county town. What do you think of this venture? It sounds promising, but how much will you charge for each skewer? If it's too expensive, everyone will be unable to afford it. If it's too cheap, there will be no profit," Fu Lingling pointed out. "Yes, second brother, your sister-in-law is correct. Your creation is indeed delicious. You must carefully consider the pricing." Zhang Wenpeng concurred. Zhang Wenfeng nodded and said, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, I have already thought it through. I plan to sell each skewer for 2 jiao, and will assess the market first. 2 jiao per skewer is not excessive." "But will you truly make a profit?" Zhang Father inquired. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. "Father, while cutting the meat in the kitchen, I calculated that approximately 50 skewers can be made from a pound of meat. At 2 jiao per skewer, that totals 10 yuan, while the cost of a pound of meat is 1 yuan. Including the charcoal and stove expenses, the average cost per pound is around 1 yuan and 10 jiao, yielding a profit of over 8 yuan per pound. Upon hearing Zhang Wenfeng's calculations of costs and profits, his family stared at him in astonishment. If his projections were accurate, selling just 2 pounds of meat in a day could yield a profit of 16 yuan, totaling 480 yuan in a month, significantly more than a regular job. Wenfeng, can grilled meat truly be this lucrative? Zhang Wenpeng was eager, wishing to earn money to help build a proper home for their family. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. This is just a conservative estimate. My current plan is to test the waters in the county town. If it sells well, I hope elder brother and sister-in-law will join me in selling grilled meat there, allowing us to earn more together. Fu Lingling appeared excited, realizing that Zhang Wenfeng had not forgotten about his brother and his business endeavors. Thank you for considering your brother, she expressed with gratitude. Zhang Wenfeng smiled. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. Elder brother and I are kin. How could I not think of him when I have a way to earn? However, he cautioned, this is still uncertain. I must first try my hand at setting up a stall tomorrow. If all goes well, then you can join me. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling nodded earnestly. The following morning, Zhang Wenfeng set off towards the county town on his tricycle. He set up his stall at the entrance of the steel factory, where the curious security guard approached him. Brother, what are you selling? The guard, a man in his 30s with sharp, keen eyes, inquired. Zhang Wenfeng understood that in order to set up his stall here, he needed to establish a good rapport with the security guards. He set up his grill and said, Bro, I'm selling skewers here. Skewers? The guard seemed to reminisce as he replied. I once had lamb skewers in the north when I was following the racing scene, and they were particularly delicious. Ever since I stopped racing, I haven't had them again. I've missed that flavor dearly. What kind of meat are you grilling? Zhang Wenfeng was surprised to find that this guard was quite knowledgeable, and he smiled as he replied, I have both pork and lamb. Brother, once I finish grilling, you must try it and see if it matches the taste you had back then. That sounds great. Brother, you can grill to your heart's content, the guard said, introducing himself. Brother, my surname is Wu. Just call me Wu Gu. My name is Zhang Wenfeng. He introduced himself in turn. As Zhang Wenfeng spoke and grilled, the enticing aroma of the skewers soon wafted through the air, drawing the attention of workers coming out of the steel factory, who gazed curiously at the skewers displayed on Zhang Wenfeng's stand. After finishing the lamb skewers, Zhang Wenfeng first handed 2 skewers to Wu Gu, who took them and sniffed. Ah, fragrant. It tastes just like the lamb skewers I had back in the day. Wu Gu took a delightful bite, and his expression brightened, exclaiming, Brother, your skill is even better than the lamb skewers I had before. Initially, the onlookers were unsure about the skewers, but upon hearing Wu Gu praise their taste, their appetites were stirred. They knew that even in the city, meat was a rare treat, let alone this novel way of enjoying it, which only piqued their curiosity further. Young man, how much are your skewers? Yes, we'd like to buy a few to try. What kind of meat do you have, and what are the prices? In no time, the crowd was clamoring to know the prices. Zhang Wenfeng couldn't help but smile at the scene and said, Everyone, I have both lamb and pork skewers, priced at 20 cents each, regardless of the type. You can choose according to your preference, or even try both. Upon hearing the price of 20 cents per skewer, the crowd hesitated for a moment, but the savory aroma was irresistible, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, it wasn't every day they had the chance to taste something new. Young man, I'll take 3 pork skewers and 2 lamb skewers. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said. All right. Zhang Wenfeng quickly prepared the 5 skewers for him. With the first customer, others soon followed. And in no time, he had sold more than half of the skewers he brought. Boss, I want 2 pork skewers. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out. Zhang Wenfeng looked up to see a charming face. A woman he recognized, Ling Iran, a former middle school classmate. Ling Iran was surprised to see Zhang Wenfeng selling skewers. Back in school, she had harbored feelings for him, but he had always been fond of Lu Fangfang. She had heard that Zhang Wenfeng married Lu Fangfang, so she buried her feelings deep within, afraid to let Zhang Wenfeng know. Zhang Wenfeng was equally taken aback to see Ling Iran. Old classmate? What a surprise! Let me treat you. Ling Iran nodded and said, Zhang Wenfeng, I didn't see Lu Fangfang with you. I heard you two got married, but I've been busy and couldn't attend. I am truly sorry. Zhang Wenfeng was momentarily stunned. He had completely forgotten about Lu Fangfang. He quickly explained, Ling Iran, I didn't marry Lu Fangfang. We have no relationship anymore. I'm single now. Upon hearing this, Ling Iran felt a spark of hope reignite in her heart. It seemed she still had a chance. Ling Yiran gazed at Zhang Wenfeng with the wide-eyed innocence of a young girl. Her affection evident, yet she didn't express it outright. As Zhang Wenfeng handed her the skewers, she simply said, "Thank you," before turning to leave. Zhang Wenfeng watched her departing figure, reflecting on how in his previous life he had been so fixated on Lu Fangfang that he had never noticed Ling Yiran's feelings for him. He had only heard from Lu Fangfang that Ling Yiran's marriage was unfortunate, marked by domestic violence, a miscarriage, and ultimately cancer, leading to her untimely demise. Now, having been given a second chance at life, encountering Ling Yiran once more made him realize that her feelings were different. It was more than mere friendship. Now that he was free, he felt he had the right to pursue his own happiness. Chapter 29. Profiting by the afternoon, Zhang Wenfeng had sold all the 20 pounds of meat he brought, and after packing up his stall, he drove his tricycle directly to the meat processing plant. Since he had spoken to manager who yesterday and manager who had already given the security guard a heads up, he was able to drive right in. Just then, manager who was busy checking the orders for meat to be delivered the next day, and upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng, he approached with a beaming smile. "Little brother, how's business?" Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. "Manager who, today's business was quite good. I sold all the meat I brought early in the morning. I plan to get some more, 20 pounds each of pork and lamb. What do you think?" Manager whose interest was piqued, curious about what kind of business Zhang Wenfeng was running that was so popular, and he inquired, "Little brother, don't mind my curiosity, but what exactly are you selling that so much meat flies off the shelves?" Zhang Wenfeng was candid, knowing that his grilled meat business would soon spread throughout the county, so he chuckled and said, "I'm selling skewers at the machinery factory. I didn't expect the business to be so good. I sold all the meat I brought in just one morning." Manager whose eyes lit up, asking, "What are skewers? Are they tasty?" Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, "Manager who, if you want to try, I'll save you some tomorrow so you can see for yourself." Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's enthusiastic demeanor, manager who nodded, "Little brother, from now on, whether it's pork or lamb, I'll give it to you at 1 yuan. Zhang Wenfeng was overjoyed. With lamb priced at 1 yuan, he would save 2 cents per pound, which may seem insignificant, but it would add up to considerable savings over time. "Thank you so much, manager who," Zhang Wenfeng expressed his gratitude. Manager who chuckled, "Why so formal? I'm calling you little brother. So just call me Hu Gu or old brother from now on. I no need for formality between us. Hu Gu, you'll be like a real brother to me." Zhang Wenfeng replied with a grin. "All right, little brother, just go get the meat," manager who instructed, and he had someone lead Zhang Wenfeng to collect the meat. After picking up the meat, Zhang Wenfeng returned home on his tricycle. Zhang Defa and his family had spent the entire day at home anxiously awaiting news of Zhang Wenfeng's venture selling skewers. While they believed the skewers were indeed delicious, they were still concerned about whether he would be able to sell them, especially at 20 cents each, which was no small amount. It wasn't until they heard the sound of the tricycle outside that they could no longer contain their excitement and rushed out. Upon stepping outside, they saw Zhang Wenfeng returning on his tricycle, the skewers already sold out, and he had bought even more meat. Staring in astonishment at the meat Zhang Wenfeng brought back, Zhang father asked, "Wenfeng, did you sell all the meat you took?" The family looked at Zhang Wenfeng, still worried about whether he would be able to sell the skewers, and could hardly believe how quickly he had sold so much. Zhang Wenfeng nodded, saying, "I sold all the meat by noon. Many people wanted to buy but didn't get the chance, so I decided to get more meat today. Mom, sister-in-law, Yenner, I'll need you to help me cut and skewer this meat just like yesterday." Zhang Wenfeng said with a smile to his mother, sister-in-law, and sister. Zhang Yenner, with her quirky demeanor, said, "Second brother, I want help for free. You'll have to pay me." Zhang mother rolled her eyes at her daughter. "You little brat, you've really fallen into the money trap." Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. "Yenner, don't worry. You and mom, along with sister-in-law, will be compensated for skewering the meat. I'll give you 2 cents per skewer. How does that sound?" "Hee, second brother, we have a deal, but you can't go back on your word," Zhang Yenner said playfully. Zhang Wenfeng assured her, "Of course, I won't go back on my word." Delighted, Zhang Yenner followed Zhang mother and Fu Lingling inside to begin preparing the skewers, while Zhang Wenfeng sat outside with his older brother and father, saying, "Brother, I'd like you to come with me tomorrow to see how I grill and sell the skewers, so you can familiarize yourself with the process. Once you've mastered it, you and sister-in-law can take over selling at the machinery factory." Zhang Wenpeng looked at Zhang Wenfeng with skepticism, asking, "If we go to the machinery factory, where will you be?" "I shall explore other avenues. The workforce in a mechanical factory is inherently limited, and I must seek out additional opportunities in due time. I shall enlist both our father and mother to partake in selling skewered meat. Our family will venture into the county town to sell grilled delicacies, and that day promises to be quite lucrative. Zhang Wenfeng spoke with a visage full of hope, recognizing that this venture into selling grilled meat is merely the initial step of his entrepreneurial journey. By accumulating capital through this endeavor, he aims to eventually establish a proper store in the county town, which will yield substantial profits. Having been granted a second chance at life, he is determined to leverage his advanced memories to ensure a brighter future for his family. Zhang Wenpeng nodded in agreement. All right, I will accompany you tomorrow. I am uncertain if I can master this skill in just a day or two. It's not difficult. As long as you grasp the timing and utilize my special dipping sauces, the results will be nothing short of excellent. Brother, just focus on learning from me. Zhang Wenpeng regarded his younger sibling, who had transformed remarkably from his former self. Moreover, his younger brother had become exceptionally adept at making money, almost as if he were a different person altogether. Curiosity got the better of Zhang Wenpeng. Second brother, what has prompted such a transformation in you? Zhang Wenfeng scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't very well disclose that he had been reborn and gained profound insights. With a smile, he replied, people inevitably grow up. After experiencing the incident with Lu Fongfong, I have come to terms with many things. Zhang father chimed in, it's good to see you moving on. Just focus on your work now, and in the future, find someone better to vex that family. Zhang Wenfeng couldn't help but chuckle at his father's Navi charm. However, when his father mentioned finding someone better, the image of Ling Yiran surfaced in his mind. Ling Yiran was indeed far superior to Lu Fongfong. In his previous life, he had truly been blind to have chosen Lu Fongfong. Chapter 30. Salary payment. 1. Zhang mother, Fu Lingling, and Zhang Yin'er had prepared the 40 jin of meat that Zhang Wenfeng had brought back. They had skewered a total of 2,000 pieces. Calculating at 2 cents per skewer, that amounted to 40 yuan, which he divided among them, granting each person 15 cents. Upon receiving the 15 yuan, Zhang mother, Zhang Yin'er, and Fu Lingling were momentarily taken aback, initially believing that Zhang Wenfeng was merely teasing the simple-minded Zhang Yin'er. They were genuinely surprised that he had actually given them money. Zhang mother declined. Wenfeng, do you really intend to pay us? Your sister was just joking. Yes, second brother, I would never actually ask for your money. It was merely a jest, Zhang Yin'er said, offering the money back to Zhang Wenfeng. Although Fu Lingling felt a pang of reluctance, seeing both her mother-in-law and sister-in-law returning the money, she too felt embarrassed to keep it. Indeed, second brother, we are merely assisting you with the meat. We cannot truly accept your money. Wouldn't that invite ridicule from others? Zhang Wenfeng, however, insisted, mother, sister-in-law, and little sister, you are effectively working for me. I shall pay you a daily wage. And today's 15 yuan is your earnings for skewering the meat. Please, accept it without hesitation. Understanding her son's intentions, Zhang mother led the way in accepting the 15 yuan. Very well, I shall take it. Lingling, Yin'er, since Wenfeng has offered, you should accept it as well. Consider it your personal savings. I shall not claim them. Zhang Yin'er, gleefully clutching her 15 yuan, had never possessed such an amount before, and it was money earned through her own efforts. Hee, thank you, second brother. Fu Lingling also accepted the money, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, second brother. There is no need for such formality within our family. You have earned it through your labor. It is only right. Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. Zhang Yin'er, brimming with joy, exclaimed, second brother, if I can skewer over 600 pieces a day, I could earn over 10 yuan daily, which would amount to 300 or 400 yuan a month. That's even more than a job in the city. Zhang Wenfeng immediately countered, Yin'er, you must focus on your studies. You cannot remain at home skewering meat indefinitely. Only then did Zhang Yin'er recall her obligation to education. Despite her time at home, she had longed to attend school, yet she nearly forgot her studies due to the prospect of earning money. A lapse she regretted. Zhang mother interjected, Yin'er, do not concern yourself with earning money. Our family can now afford to support your education. Zhang Yin'er nodded. Mother, I understand. However, if I return during the holidays, I shall help with skewering meat, and you must pay me then. Rest assured, as long as you work, I will pay you, Zhang Wenfeng assured her. Zhang Yin'er gleefully took her money to save it. Fu Lingling went to share the news with Zhang Wenpeng, while Zhang Wenfeng spoke to his mother. Mother, we will need to skewer even more meat moving forward. Please look around the village tomorrow for anyone suitable to help us with this task. We will pay them 1 cent per skewer. Why do we need to hire others when your sister-in-law and I can manage? Zhang mother inquired. Zhang Wenfeng recognized her concern for expenses. After all, their family had only recently begun to enjoy a better life, and such extravagance could quickly deplete their resources. Mother, do not be hesitant to spend. I will be taking my brother along to sell grilled meat, and if he can operate independently, he will bring his wife as well. Eventually, you and father will also join us at the stall, and you 1T be able to assist with the meat cutting. Just find a few quick and reliable helpers, and ensure they are not a source of gossip. He added. Hearing her son's reasoning, Zhang mother ceased her objections. After all, selling grilled meat was the priority, and failing to meet the demand for skewers would be a grave mistake. All right, I will look for someone tomorrow. She agreed. Zhang Wenfeng left the kitchen and returned to his room to rest, while Fu Lingling returned to hers and relayed the story of Zhang Wenfeng's 15 yuan to Zhang Wenpeng. His expression soured slightly. You call yourself a sister-in-law, yet you accepted money from Wenfeng for merely cutting meat? Fu Lingling felt a bit awkward, but, confronted by Zhang Wenpeng, she stammered. I thought it was mother who said I should accept it. Besides, Wenfeng mentioned he would pay us when we were cutting meat, and I felt too embarrassed to refuse. Zhang Wenpeng's expression softened somewhat. Fine, since it was second brother's decision, you may keep it. There is something else I need to tell you. What is it? Fu Lingling asked curiously. Second brother wants me to accompany him to the mechanical factory tomorrow to set up a stall selling grilled meat, and he plans to teach me as well. Once I've learned, we can sell together at the factory. Zhang Wenpeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now you can see that he does care about us. Fu Lingling felt a bit shy. I was just having a moment of doubt. I know second brother has our interests at heart. That's good to hear, Zhang Wenpeng replied. Have you noticed how different second brother seems since he returned after breaking off his engagement? Fu Lingling nodded in agreement. I have noticed as well. The villagers have commented on his significant transformation. He used to chase after Lu Fangfang, aimlessly wandering about, but now he has entirely changed, no longer pursuing her and actually earning money. Indeed, it seems that people truly mature after facing great trials, Zhang Wenpeng mused. Fu Lingling concurred. In retrospect, not marrying Lu Fangfang has proven to be a blessing. Had we taken her into our family, we would have found it impossible to live in peace. Zhang Wenpeng wholeheartedly agreed. Recalling the Lu family with a shudder, he could only wonder whom they would target next. Chapter 31. A marriage proposal at Lu Gishan's residence. Today marked a rare moment of joy for the family. Wang Dafu's family had come to propose marriage, dramatically altering the gloomy atmosphere following the recent broken engagement. Wang Zhigua, Wang Dafu's father, wore a serious expression, harboring no fondness for Lu Fangfang. After all, it had only been a few days since the engagement was called off, and now they were hastily arranging a new one for his son. Moreover, yesterday had merely been their first meeting, and already Lu Fangfang had engaged in scandalous behavior with another man, tarnishing their family's reputation. Though he was reluctant, his son was determined to marry Lu Fangfang, and he felt powerless against such resolve, ultimately arriving at the Lu household against his will. Fan Suehua, shedding her usual sharpness and acerbity, wore a gentle smile that transformed her countenance. Her eyes, shaped like triangles, nearly squinted into slits as she cheerfully remarked, "In-laws, the marriage of our children has always been a significant concern for us as parents. Since both youngsters are willing, I believe it is best to expedite the process and have them obtain their marriage certificate without delay. What do you think?" Wang Zhigua's brow furrowed deeper. It seemed rather hasty to suggest that the children go for their marriage certificates so soon. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Dafu immediately chimed in with a flattering grin. "Mother, I have discussed it with Fangfang, and we plan to get the certificate tomorrow and hold the wedding this month." Fan Suohua's smile widened. "Dafu, our Fangfang is the jewel of our family. Once she marries into yours, you must cherish and care for her, do you understand? Mother, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Fangfang," Wang Dafu replied. Fan Suohua's gaze shifted back to Wang Zhigua and his wife. "Who deign you?" as she inquired with a smile. "In-laws, what are your thoughts on this?" Hu Dania's face betrayed her embarrassment as she responded, "In-laws, I listened to this a bit too rushed. We haven't prepared anything at home yet." Fan Suehua laughed lightly. "There's not much to prepare. We have no particular demands for our daughter's marriage, as long as the two of them can lead a happy life together." If Wang Zhigua had not previously been acquainted with this family, he might have been swayed by Fan Suehua's seemingly reasonable demeanor at this moment. He maintained a stern expression and said, "Planning for a wedding in this month is indeed too hasty. Our Wang family is a large clan, and there are many preparations to consider. Furthermore, I have only one son, Da Fu, and we cannot afford to be careless in this matter. Otherwise, people might think I am too impoverished to provide a proper wedding for my son. Fan Suehua offered an awkward smile. You speak wisely, in-laws. I have not considered this sufficiently. Let us allow the two children to obtain their marriage certificate first. That will put our minds at ease. Wang Zhigua found Fan Suehua's eagerness baffling. He did not wish for the couple to obtain their certificate before the wedding, as it felt too abrupt. Yet, before he could express his reservations, Wang Dafu interjected, Father, just agree. Fong Fong and I fell in love at first sight. We'll get the certificate tomorrow. Seeing his son's urgency, Wang Zhigua silently chided him for his impatience. Once married, it seemed likely that this family would have a firm grip on his son. Nonetheless, since his son had already spoken as a father, he could not entirely disregard his son's wishes and simply nodded. Very well, let the two children proceed to obtain their certificate. Wang Zhigua exchanged a look with his wife, Hu Daniu, who then produced a stack of cash and handed it to Fan Suehua. Upon seeing the money, Fan Suehua's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, In-laws, what is this? We previously agreed that we would not ask for a bride price for our daughter, although Hu Daniu was reluctant to offer a bride price. Wang Zhigua insisted, arguing that failing to do so would imply that the Wang family could not afford to marry off their son, suggesting they had fallen into despondency. As the head of the household, Hu Daniu was acutely aware of their financial situation, and she knew that Wang Zhigua had a tendency to maintain appearances. Wang Zhigua stated, How can a wedding occur without a bride price? Wouldn't he that lead others to ridicule our family for being uncouth? Here is 500 yuan for the bride price. Please take a look. Fan Suehua's previously bright eyes dimmed considerably. She remembered that she had once demanded 1,000 yuan from the Zhang family. Despite their impoverished situation, they managed to gather that amount for her daughter. Yet, the Wang family, being more affluent, was only willing to part with 500 yuan. If it weren't for Lu Fongfong's unfortunate predicament, she would never have settled for such a paltry sum. But now, she had no choice but to accept. In-laws, as we initially stated, we do not intend to request a bride price. Since you have offered it, we shall not keep it. Instead, we will have Fongfong take the bride price along with her dowry as their starting funds. What do you think? Fan Suehua reasoned sensibly, though Wang Zhigua felt less than satisfied with this match. He found no grounds for complaint at that moment and merely replied, Since you have accepted the bride price, it belongs to your family, and how you handle it is entirely your decision. We shall not interfere. Very well, let us consider the matter settled for the children. Once you have confirmed the wedding date, please inform us so that we may prepare accordingly and avoid any oversights. Fan Suehua concluded. Naturally, Wang Zhigua nodded. The two families discussed wedding details for a while longer before Wang Zhigua and Hu Daniu took their leave. Meanwhile, Wang Dafu and Lu Fongfong slipped away to nurture their budding romance. After exiting the Lu household, Hu Daniu turned to Wang Zhigua and asked, Dear, are you dissatisfied with this family? How could I be pleased with such a family? If it weren't for that rascal Dafu insisting on marrying Lu Fongfong, I would never have agreed, Wang Zhigua retorted with discontent. Hu Daniu understood his sentiments but remained puzzled, saying, I find Fan Suehua does not seem as unreasonable as the rumors suggest. When we offered her a bride price, she refused and insisted that it be combined with the dowry for her daughter. Wang Zhigua snapped, That is precisely what confounds me. How could a person undergo such a dramatic transformation? There must be something we are unaware of. You should inquire further and discover the truth. Also, investigate the Zhang family, the one they were previously engaged to. I suspect there is more to this matter than meets the eye. Hu Daniu responded curtly. Visit the Zhang family? They annulled their engagement with Lu Fongfong. What good could possibly come of that? I believe it is unnecessary. Unnecessary? This is a matter of your son's future. We cannot afford to be careless. If we bring home a troublemaker, what good days can we expect to have? Wang Zhigua said sternly. Hu Daniu did not dare to oppose him and nodded in compliance. All right, I will look into it. Chapter 32. Could she be pregnant? The next day, Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Wenpeng arrived early at the entrance of the machinery factory to set up their stall selling grilled meat. Following the promotion from the previous day, more customers flocked to their stand, and soon a significant portion of their grilled meat had already sold out. Watching his younger brother selling grilled meat, Zhang Wenpeng was astonished. He seemed like a completely different person from his usual self. While they were busy selling, a familiar figure approached their stall. It was none other than Lu Fangfang's brother, Lu Jibin. Upon seeing the Zhang brothers selling grilled meat, Lu Jibin was consumed by jealousy. He had heard from his friends that a young man selling grilled meat at the factory was making a fortune, and he had come to check it out, only to find it was Zhang Wenfeng. What a twist of fate! Zhang Wenfeng, I can't believe it's you. How did you end up selling grilled meat here? Lu Jibin exclaimed incredulously. Zhang Wenpeng shot a glare at Lu Jibin, recognizing the troublemaker, and retorted, What does it matter to you? If you want to buy grilled meat, pay up. If not, scram and don't hinder our business. The moment Zhang Wenpeng spoke, the customers in line began to express their displeasure, shouting at Lu Jibin, Hey kid, are you buying or not? If not, get lost and stop blocking our way. Exactly. We're all waiting in line here. If you're not buying, hurry up and leave in an instant. Lu Jibin felt like a rat in the street, berated by the crowd. Although furious, he did not forget his purpose for coming, to taste the grilled meat and see if it was truly as good as his friends claimed. Give me 4 skewers, 2 pork and 2 lamb. Lu Jibin gritted his teeth and demanded. Zhang Wenpeng was not about to indulge him, for skewers cost 80 cents. Pay up. Lu Jibin exploded. I'm still his former brother-in-law. Can't you treat me to 4 skewers of grilled meat? Of course not. If you can't afford it, don't obstruct our business. Zhang Wenfeng replied without hesitation. Lu Jibin's face turned ashen. The crowd behind him began to urge him on. Hey kid, you look all dressed up but can't even spare 80 cents. If you can't pay, then get lost. I still want to eat. Seriously, if you can't afford it, why come here to play the big shot? You really have some nerve. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, Wang Dafu and Lu Fangfeng arrived on the scene. They had originally come to the county town today to collect their marriage certificate. After obtaining the marriage certificate, they heard that there was a place nearby, at the machinery factory, famous for its delicious barbecued meat. Lu Fangfeng eagerly implored Wang Dafu to take her there to savor the barbecue. Wang Dafu felt reluctant to refuse Lu Fangfeng, especially since they had shared several intimate moments together, and she had always made him feel at ease. Considering this, it was only fitting that he treat Lu Fangfeng to a meal of barbecue. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a raucous scene. Lu Fangfeng immediately spotted her younger brother being jostled by a crowd and rushed forward, exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing pushing my brother around? Upon hearing Lu Fangfeng's voice, Lu Jibin clung to her like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, urgently calling out, Sister, you and brother-in-law are here too. Wang Dafu stepped forward, adopting an arrogant demeanor as he glared at the crowd, admonishing, What is the meaning of this? Do not presume that your numbers give you the right to bully others. Ha! You think we're bullying anyone just because we're a crowd? A middle-aged woman spat. I'm here waiting in line for barbecue, and this broke nobody stands in our way without buying anything. How can we not say something? Wang Dafu felt embarrassed, shocked that his brother-in-law could act so shamelessly. He replied, Who says my brother-in-law can't afford a meal? Brother-in-law, order as much as you want. I'll treat you. Brother-in-law, you're so good to me. Lu Jibin chuckled. Unlike some people who are too stingy to buy me even a skewer of barbecue. Lu Jibin added, Sister, thank goodness you didn't marry that scoundrel Zhang Wenfeng. If you had, you'd probably be here selling barbecue under the blazing sun. At Lu Jibin's words, both Lu Fangfeng and Wang Dafu finally noticed that the one selling barbecue was none other than Zhang Wenfeng. Upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng again, Lu Fangfeng couldn't help but feel a spark of admiration. It was undeniable that Zhang Wenfeng was quite handsome, his bronze muscles accentuated by the smoke from the barbecue. Adding to his masculine charm, the glance at Wang Dafu beside her, who resembled a bloated pig with his round face and short stature, only deepened her discontent, if it weren't for the necessity of finding a cheap father for the child in her womb. She wouldn't have given Wang Dafu a second look. At that moment, Wang Dafu also noticed Lu Fangfeng's gaze on Zhang Wenfeng. He stepped closer, grasping Lu Fangfeng's hand and holding their marriage certificate before Zhang Wenfeng. Boasting, Zhang Wenfeng, Lu Fangfeng and I are now a legal couple. Are you envious? Envious? Zhang Wenfeng sneered, his heart filled with delight. He never expected Wang Dafu to become the one to take on the responsibility so quickly. However, he had to admit that Lu Fangfeng was indeed quite liberated. In their previous life, Lu Fangfeng had always pretended to be a pure and innocent flower in front of him, not even allowing him to hold her hand. Yet in this life, after retreating from their engagement, she was eager to marry off quickly and find a cheap father for her child. It seemed likely that they had already been intimate before the marriage certificate was issued. He had truly underestimated Lu Fangfang. I'm indeed quite envious. However, since you two are now married, I wish you a speedy arrival of your little one, Zhang Wenfeng said with a grin. Wang Dafu was baffled by Zhang Wenfeng's words. While Lu Fangfang felt a surge of anxiety at the insinuation, she sensed that the moment Zhang Wenfeng mentioned early arrival of children, her heart trembled. Instinctively, she knew she couldn't remain there any longer. If she did, she might not be able to handle what Zhang Wenfeng would say next. Lu Fangfang quickly covered her mouth, feigning disgust, and said, Dafu, the smell here is too strong, it makes me nauseous. Let us leave. Zhang Wenfeng, aware that Lu Fangfang wanted to leave, teased, Oh, could it be that you're pregnant? Chapter 33. The utter lack of shame. His words immediately drew surprised glances from the crowd towards Lu Fangfang. If looks could kill, Lu Fangfang felt as though she were being executed by 1,000 cuts. Her face flushed with anger. You're talking nonsense? I am not. Her voice trembled. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled inwardly, thinking, how could she deny it? The child in her womb was already there. In less than 9 months, it would be born. And here she was, pretending otherwise. However, he did not wish to let Lu Fangfang off easily. He aimed to let her fall into despair at the peak of her pride. That would be true revenge. If he allowed her to have it too easy, it would be too lenient. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and said, I was merely joking. Why are you so nervous? Could it be that I hit the nail on the head? As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Fangfang's abdomen. Lu Fangfang drew closer to Wang Dafu, wrapping her arm around his, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she said, Dafu, look at him. A mere street vendor, mocking your woman. You must stand up for me. Wang Dafu's masculine pride flared instantly. He straightened his back and angrily shouted at Zhang Wenfeng, Zhang Wenfeng, how can you, a grown man, be so shameless? Just because you can't have the woman you desire, you resort to such despicable tactics to ruin her reputation. You truly are vile. Zhang Wenfeng smiled, thinking what a foolish man Wang Dafu was. With his lackluster appearance, how could Lu Fangfang possibly be interested in him? If it weren't for the urgency to find a father for her unborn child, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Yet, he eagerly anticipated the day Wang Dafu discovered that Lu Fangfang was carrying another man's child. Wang Dafu, you must understand, it was I who rejected her. Not the other way around. I would never waste my efforts on her, so don't flatter yourself. Zhang Wenfeng continued bluntly, indeed, we are here selling barbecue, and you all shamelessly come here seeking trouble. Is it my brother's fault? Zhang Wenpeng chimed in angrily. Having long been displeased with Lu Fangfang, he scoffed, Lu Fangfang, you at least once had feelings for my brother. Since you two have no fate to be together, there's no need to make enemies, is there? Now that you're married, you still think about another man. Your husband might get jealous. Although Zhang Wenpeng was usually quiet, when he spoke, his words struck a chord. The surrounding crowd began to murmur in agreement. This woman was indeed quite brazen, dragging her husband to confront her ex. Didn't she fear her husband's jealousy? It was obvious that her current partner couldn't satisfy her, prompting her to seek comfort from her former lover. Yet, one couldn't deny that she was quite attractive. Just look at that waist and those curves. In an instant, crude remarks filled the air. Lu Fangfang, feeling humiliated, was overwhelmed with regret for coming here and for clashing with Zhang Wenfeng. She wished she could find a hole to hide in, to escape the judgmental eyes of the crowd that threatened to strip her of her dignity. Wang Dafu, not the sharpest tool in the shed, finally realized he had been ensnared by the brothers Zhang. Enraged, he shouted at the crowd, Shut the hell up. How dare you slander my woman? You must be tired of living. Who do you think you are, little brat? How dare you call yourself my lord in front of us? You truly have a death wish. Exactly. You haven't even grown up yet and dare to call yourself my lord. Throw this little scoundrel out. Yes, get rid of these troublemakers. In an uproar, the crowd surged forward, pushing Wang Dafu, Lu Fangfang, and Lu Zhibin out. During the scuffle, someone took the opportunity to grope Lu Fangfang, and she let out a scream. But it only resulted in her being shoved to the ground, unable to rise. Lu Zhibin, caught in the fray, received several punches, his face swollen, and he could only vent his anger on Lu Fangfang. Lu Fangfang, didn't you say Zhang Wenfeng was a waste? How come you couldn't handle him? Wang Dafu shielded Lu Fangfeng behind him and struck Lu Jibin across the face. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to your sister like that? Humph! What gives you the right to teach me a lesson? Lu Fangfeng, marrying you must be the result of your family's good fortune, Lu Jibin retorted angrily. Lu Fangfeng was taken aback, fearing Lu Jibin might inadvertently reveal something he shouldn't, and immediately reprimanded, Lu Jibin, stop talking nonsense. Realizing his mistake, Lu Jibin quickly changed his tone. Brother-in-law, I was impulsive just now. I was provoked by those people. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Fangfeng urged. Dafu, Lu Jibin was just a moment of anger. Please don't hold it against him. Wang Dafu immediately grasped Lu Fangfeng's hand, his brow furrowed with concern as he inquired. Fangfeng, are you all right? Those people didn't harm you, did they? Lu Fangfeng, recalling the unwelcome touch she had received from an unknown individual, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. However, she was equally disinclined to linger in that place any longer. Shaking her head, she replied, No, let us leave this place. I do not wish to stay here any further. Come on, let's head back. Wang Dafu, feeling equally embarrassed, had no desire to remain. What should have been a splendid day for him had been marred by the unpleasant events that unfolded. Tarnishing his good spirits, he glanced at Lu Jibin and asked, Brother-in-law, do you intend to return or stay here? Lu Jibin smiled and responded, Of course, I will return with you. Having lost all his money, he realized that without accompanying Wang Dafu and Lu Fangfeng, he would be unable to afford the fare back home. After Wang Dafu, Lu Fangfeng, and Lu Jibin departed, normalcy returned to the scene, with the crowd resuming their queue for barbecued meat. Young man, what is your relationship with that woman? Someone curiously inquired. Zhang Wenfeng shook his head in resignation. In my youth, I was infatuated with her for a time, but I'd rather not discuss it. Come on. Tell us what happened. The crowd, ever eager for gossip, was piqued by Zhang Wenfeng's air of mystery. Yet, he remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, it was Zhang Wenpeng who recounted the entire story to the assembled group, eliciting outrage from the listeners. This family is utterly shameless. Demanding a betrothal gift of 1,000 yuan is outrageous. It seems they are blinded by greed. The most despicable part is their last-minute increase in the betrothal gift. Who would do such a thing? And that woman, how disgraceful. She just called off the engagement and immediately married someone else. In my opinion, she is utterly promiscuous. Thankfully, the young man was wise enough not to marry her. Chapter 34. Especially for you after enduring these tribulations. The crowd became even more supportive of Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue stall. Before long, every piece of meat was sold out. Zhang Wenpeng felt an exhilarating rush. Had it not been for the commotion caused by the Lu siblings, they would have sold out even earlier. When he heard from his younger brother yesterday that the barbecue was selling particularly well, he hadn't quite grasped the extent of it until he experienced it firsthand today. Younger brother, this barbecue truly sells like hotcakes. I fear the meat we brought may not suffice. Shall we purchase more? Zhang Wenpeng said, his face aglow with excitement. Zhang Wenfeng nodded and replied with a smile. Indeed, we must procure more, but the quantity we prepared today is generally sufficient. If we acquire more, we might end up with leftovers, considering the number of people at the machinery factory is fixed. We could also set up a stall elsewhere. That is, once you are adept, you and your sister-in-law can manage this stall. Elder brother, after spending the entire day with me, how do you feel? Are you ready to operate a stall independently? Zhang Wenfeng inquired. At this question, Zhang Wenpeng felt a bit awkward. Although he had observed his younger brother running the stall all day, he had yet to master it fully. Younger brother, to be honest, I am not quite ready for that yet, he admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled and reassured him, No worries. I can accompany you for a few more days if you encounter any issues. Feel free to ask me. I aim to resolve all your queries before you take on the stall alone. As Zhang Wenpeng nodded in agreement, a female voice interrupted, Boss, do you have any barbecue left? Upon looking up, Zhang Wenfeng spotted Ling Yuran and two similarly aged girls approaching. All three were clad in the uniforms of the machinery factory, indicating they were Ling Yuran's colleagues. Zhang Wenpeng, feeling shy, replied, I'm afraid we have sold out for today. I sincerely apologize. Zhang Wenfeng stepped forward, stating, Not at all. I reserved some just for you. His words were candid, and the two girls accompanying Ling Yuran exchanged knowing glances with her before turning to Zhang Wenfeng and asking, So, does that mean we are left out? Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, I set aside a generous portion for today. You are all included. He then presented the barbecue he had reserved for Ling Iran. The two girls, seeing the generous amount of meat, couldn't help but salivate, laughing as they said, Iran, it seems we are benefiting from your good fortune today. Ling Iran blushed slightly and responded, please, don't say such things. Wenfeng, how much do I owe you for these meats? Let me settle the bill, Ling Iran insisted. Zhang Wenfeng could hardly accept payment, grinning as he said, these are on the house. I'm treating you. Hurry and take them while they are still warm. How can I accept this? You are running a stall to earn money. I cannot just take it without paying, Ling Iran insisted. Zhang Wenfeng laughed. You are no stranger. I can certainly treat you to a meal. If you bring up money again, I might just get angry. The two girls beside Ling Iran chimed in playfully, yes, Iran, the boss is treating you to meat. You should just accept it. Yesterday, I tasted the barbecue you brought home, and it was simply divine. I can hardly resist. Indeed. Another girl added with a grin, so, boss, if we come back for barbecue in the future, can we get a discount? Of course, whenever you come, you shall receive a discount, Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. The two girls, having gathered their share of meat, departed, leaving Zhang Wanpeng to observe Zhang Wenfeng's demeanor towards the girl named Ling Iran. He queried, younger brother, do you have feelings for that Ling Iran? Elder brother, Ling Iran is my middle school classmate, Zhang Wenfeng clarified. Unmoved by the explanation, Zhang Wenpeng pressed, don't give me that classmate nonsense. Do you have feelings for her? Zhang Wenfeng nodded, however, I was previously involved with Lu Fangfang. You've long since severed ties with Lu Fangfang. You are single now. If you have feelings for her, be more proactive, Zhang Wenpeng encouraged with a smile. The pressing matter for our family isn't merely making money but rather your marital prospects. Once you resolve that, our parents can finally rest easy. Zhang Wenfeng had his own considerations. He didn't want Ling Iran to endure hardships alongside him. He felt it essential to establish a solid financial foundation first. Elder brother, you needn't concern yourself with this. I have my plans, Zhang Wenfeng stated. Now that our barbecue business is off to a promising start, it will only grow, and our family situation will improve. Once we are in a better place, I will have the capacity to ponder such matters of the heart. Seeing that Zhang Wenfeng had already formulated his thoughts, Zhang Wenpeng refrained from pressing further and asked, are we heading back now? Zhang Wenfeng shook his head, saying, first, let's visit the meat processing plant. I want to introduce you to the people there, in the future. If I am unavailable, you can drive to collect the meat. Zhang Wenpeng felt a bit awkward. Am I allowed to go? Elder brother, what is the big deal? You will be responsible for this barbecue stall moving forward. You need to interact with the meat plant personnel. It's best to familiarize yourself with them beforehand, as it will make future meat pickups easier, Zhang Wenfeng explained. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Wenpeng followed Zhang Wenfeng as they drove to the meat processing plant. Upon arrival, Zhang Wenfeng introduced Zhang Wenpeng to the security guard at the entrance and manager who, upon learning that Zhang Wenpeng was Zhang Wenfeng's older brother, manager who treated him with particular courtesy. Zhang Wenpeng, who had spent most of his time farming, rarely had the opportunity to meet leaders from the meat processing plant, so he felt a surge of excitement. Seeing manager whose amiable demeanor eased his initial nervousness. Wenpeng, since I acknowledge Wenfeng as my younger brother, you will be considered my younger brother as well. No need for formalities. Just call me Hu Gu, manager who said. Zhang Wenpeng was taken aback by this unexpected regard. Nodding repeatedly, Hu Gu. That's the spirit from now on. We are all brothers. If there's anything you can't resolve, just come to me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely assist you. Thank you, Hu Gu. Zhang Wenpeng and Zhang Wenfeng expressed their gratitude in unison. Following this, the two brothers discussed the logistics of meat collection with manager Hu in his office before heading home. Chapter 35. Bringing honor to the family. Upon returning home, Lu Fangfang and Lu Zhibin found themselves in conversation. Lu Zhibin, recalling Zhang Wenpeng's burgeoning business, curiously asked, Lu Fangfang, do you know where Zhang Wenfeng learned his barbecue skills? At the mere mention of Zhang Wenfeng, Lu Fangfang's heart bubbled with resentment. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion for her, a day when she would obtain her marriage certificate, yet encountering Zhang Wenfeng had utterly humiliated her. All thanks to her brother. How would I know? Lu Fangfang replied tersely. Lu Zhibin indignantly exclaimed, in the past, he shared everything with you. How could you possibly be unaware? Lu Fangfang, having regained her composure, replied, he never mentioned he possessed the skill to grill meat. With a flushed face, Lu Zhibin remarked, if we could acquire his grilling technique, we could set up a stall to sell grilled meat. You've witnessed how bustling his business is today. If we could enjoy similar success, would we ever have to worry about money again? Hearing Lu Jibin's words, Lu Fongfong felt a flicker of interest and suggested, how about this? I will consult DeFu and see if he can procure the grilling recipe for us. And then we can set up a stall. However, we must agree on the profit sharing beforehand. Lu Jibin, upon hearing this, silently scoffed, ah, indeed, a daughter married is like water thrown away. Even before marrying into another family, she's already calculating the finances of her natal home. Very well, he said impatiently. As long as you can secure the recipe, we shall split the profits 50-50. After Zhang Wenpeng and Zhang Wenfeng returned home, Zhang Wenpeng recounted the vibrant scene at the grilled meat stall to their parents and wife. Zhang's father and mother, along with Fu Lingling, were equally thrilled, astonished by the thriving business that Zhang Wenfeng had established. If this continues, our family's fortunes will undoubtedly improve, Zhang's father remarked. Eldest son, you must learn this skill well from your brother, so you can eventually set up your own stall, allowing your brother to open another one. Due to Zhang Wenfeng's recent endeavors in the village, he had become something of a local celebrity. Previously, he would walk with his head bowed, fearful of encountering others from the village. However, now, he strode with confidence. Those who saw him no longer mocked him as before. Instead, they treated him with respect. He recognized that this newfound esteem was earned by his son, Zhang Wenfeng, and no longer was his son the sycophant trailing behind women. He had become a capable young man, sought after by many for introductions to potential partners. Suddenly, Zhang Wenpeng mentioned Ling Yuran, causing Zhang's mother to brighten and ask, Wenfeng, is that girl named Ling Yuran from our town? Zhang Wenpeng, equally intrigued, inquired, Mom, do you know her? I encountered a girl in town who greeted me, claiming to be Wenfeng's classmate. I believe her name was Yuran, Zhang's mother explained. Zhang Wenfeng nodded, confirming, indeed, she hails from the town and currently works at the machinery factory. Zhang's mother's interest piqued. She had a favorable impression of the girl, noting not only her beauty but also her sincerity, unlike Lu Fongfong. Initially, she had disapproved of Lu Fongfong, but Zhang Wenfeng, seemingly enchanted, insisted on marrying her. Leaving Zhang's mother with no choice, I find that girl quite admirable. Wenfeng, since you are currently unattached, make an effort to win her heart. Mom, my focus is on earning money right now. Matters of romance can wait until our family situation improves. Zhang Wenfeng replied. Zhang's father and mother exchanged glances. While their circumstances had improved compared to the past, they still bore significant debt. Even the 3,000 yuan Zhang Wenfeng brought home had been used to settle these debts, leaving little remaining. Zhang's mother, with heartfelt seriousness, advised, Wenfeng, earning money is not an overnight endeavor. It can take time. However, your marital prospects are also a significant concern for our family. If a suitable match appears, seize the opportunity, don't let the girl grow weary waiting. Or you might miss your chance. Zhang Wenfeng understood this well. In his previous life, Ling Yuran had ultimately married another, only to suffer domestic abuse that led to her tragic demise. Now that he had been reborn, he could not stand idly by and watch her repeat that grim fate. Mom, I understand. You needn't worry about that, he assured her. By the way, I mentioned needing your assistance to find a few capable hands. What have you learned? He asked Fu Lingling. Fu Lingling, feeling anxious, replied, after all, if you have me and our mother handling the skewers, why do you need to find others? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, sister-in-law, soon you and my brother will be occupied with the stall, leaving no time to prepare skewers. Our mother alone will be overwhelmed, and if both of them are out selling, who will assist with the meat preparation? We certainly need to hire help. Zhang's mother added. I inquired around the village today, and only Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang are willing to come help with the meat. Others think our family is too impoverished to pay them. Zhang Wenfeng understood their family's reputation as the poorest in Xiaohe village and sympathized with the villagers' reluctance to assist, especially since they had previously accumulated significant debt for his wedding. That's fine. Let's have Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang come help for now, he concluded. Fu Lingling suggested. Why not ask my sister-in-law to assist as well? She works efficiently and is not troublesome. They were somewhat familiar with Fu Lingling's sister-in-law, knowing her to be a diligent woman. Since Fu Lingling had proposed it, they felt no reason to decline. Sister-in-law, please inform her that we will pay 1 cent per skewer for her work, and if she's agreeable, she can come by every afternoon to help. Fu Lingling nodded. All right, I'll ask her tomorrow. She should be eager. As she earns nothing at home, after organizing these arrangements, the family resumed their respective tasks. Chapter 36. The sisters-in-law of the Fu family. Fu Lingling was in high spirits, not only because her family had found a profitable venture, but also because she could now assist her natal family. Since her marriage, her family had always supported her, and now she could reciprocate, thereby elevating her status among them. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Wenpeng entered with a frown. Fu Lingling's cheerful demeanor was abruptly shattered. "What do you mean by that?" she retorted. "Little brother never asked you to find help. You just recommended your sister-in-law without consulting anyone. How do you think that makes our parents feel?" Zhang Wenpeng replied. "I only meant well. If little brother is struggling to find help in the village, I thought it best to recommend my sister-in-law." Fu Lingling shot back. "You have a problem, you know? I wanted my family to help. And you seem displeased." Since their marriage, her family had never mistreated him. Zhang Wenpeng felt a twinge of embarrassment and stammered. "I thought I was merely concerned little brother might misinterpret things, especially since our grilled meat business is just starting. And you've already involved your family." Fu Lingling smiled. "Rest assured, if my sister-in-law does not perform well, I will personally tell her to stop coming." Zhang Wenpeng, feeling guilty, took Fu Lingling's hand and apologized. "Wife, I spoke too rashly earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Enough. I know who you are. You are simply too competitive, feeling overshadowed now that your younger brother is thriving," Fu Lingling remarked. Zhang Wenpeng nodded. "Indeed, I used to criticize him for being unambitious. But now our family relies on him for a better life, and it leaves me feeling uneasy. Let it go. Why should you hold grudges against your own brother? As long as we work diligently and improve our lives, we shall honor his efforts," Fu Lingling replied. The following day, after Zhang Wenpeng and Zhang Wenfeng set off to the county market to sell their goods, Fu Lingling visited her family. Upon entering, her sister-in-law, Zhou Chunyin, greeted her with a less than warm demeanor, saying, "Little sister, what brings you here? You can't keep running to your natal family like this." Fu Lingling, already feeling guilty about troubling her family with her marital issues, was taken aback by her sister-in-law's tone. As she turned to leave, she realized that doing so would only embarrass her parents. "Lingling is here." At that moment, her second sister-in-law, Wu Zhaodi, approached warmly, leading Fu Lingling inside. Fu Lingling felt grateful to her second sister-in-law, as she was the only one who seemed to maintain harmony in the family, unlike the constant strife caused by Zhou Chunyin a few days ago. He and Zhang Wenpeng came to repay the money, only to discover that the entire household had been thrown into disarray by the elder sister-in-law, to the point where it seemed unbearable. Fortunately, they returned the money in a timely manner, which prevented the family from falling apart. When Fu Lingling's parents, Fu Kaizhang and her mother, Zhou Yunlan, saw Fu Lingling and Wu Zhaodi walk in together, their expressions were somewhat awkward. They felt sympathy for their daughter, yet they could not allow her troubles to disrupt the family entirely. Zhou Yunlan inquired, "Lingling, what brings you here today?" Fu Lingling, concerned that her parents might misunderstand, took the initiative to explain, "Mom and Dad, I have good news to share, but it depends on whether you are willing to consider it." In truth, Fu Kaizhang harbored doubts about whether his daughter could bring anything beneficial to her family, especially since her marriage to that irresponsible younger uncle had already caused turmoil in their lives. Nonetheless, he asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?" "Dad, my younger uncle has recently embarked on a small business venture and currently requires assistance, specifically with cutting and skewering meat. The pay is a mere penny per skewer, and someone like me can manage hundreds in a day, yielding a few dollars. Over a month, that adds up to nearly $100. I thought, instead of him hiring outsiders, why not offer this opportunity to our own family? I wanted to see if my sisters-in-law would be interested, as there is only one spot left," Fu Lingling explained. Upon hearing this, the Fu family was skeptical. Given her younger uncle's lackadaisical demeanor, they found it hard to believe he could successfully run a business. He spent his days idling about, shamelessly chasing after a woman, and they questioned whether he could even afford to pay anyone. The elder sister-in-law, Zhou Chunyin, stepped inside and remarked, "Sister, stop joking around. We are well aware of the kind of person your younger uncle is. Do you really believe he can manage a business?" Fu Lingling's expression darkened. She owed nothing to her sister-in-law, only to her parents. She was willing to present this opportunity to her family out of respect for them. Otherwise, why would she risk being looked down upon by her in-laws to advocate for her own family? "Sister, if I didn't believe in him, would I have rushed here to discuss this matter?" Fu Lingling's tone grew slightly more assertive. At that moment, Fu Kaizhang and Zhou Yunlan felt somewhat uncomfortable, fearing a confrontation between their daughter and the elder daughter-in-law might lead to embarrassment. Zhou Yunlan quickly interjected. Lingling, your sisters-in-law have other matters to attend to and cannot spare the time for this. Your consideration for your family means we have not raised you in vain. Understanding her mother's lack of belief in her, Fu Lingling decided not to press further, realizing that no amount of explanation would change their minds. All right, Mom and Dad, let us consider this matter as if I never mentioned it. I need to return to assist with the meat preparation. Fu Lingling said, preparing to leave. Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan did not stop her, allowing the situation to escalate further. Lingling, wait. Just as Fu Lingling turned to leave, her second sister-in-law, Wu Zhaodi, called out to her, and then looked at Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan, saying, Dad, Mom, the household has been rather quiet lately, and I would like to give it a try. Wu Zhaodi's declaration immediately displeased Oh Chunyan, who retorted, Oh, Wu Zhaodi, do you truly believe you can earn money from this? Don't end up losing your own money instead. Remember, someone was deceived out of $50 not long ago due to sweet talk, Zhou Chunyan said, dripping with sarcasm. Fu Lingling was not easily intimidated and immediately shot back. Zhou Chunyan, when did I ever deceive Mom and Dad out of $50? I returned that money ages ago, which you well know. Bringing this up constantly serves no purpose. Zhou Chunyan, hands on her hips and radiating hostility, snapped at Fu Lingling. Humph, a married daughter still hoping to gain favors from her family. Such a thing is unheard of. How could you even muster the gall to borrow money from your parents in the first place? Chunyan, Fu Kaizhong reprimanded sternly, Dad, don't blame me for speaking harshly. My sister is already married. She has her own life to lead, while we are still here together. If you continue to show favoritism towards her, don't blame me if I demand a separation, Zhou Chunyan declared fiercely. Fu Kaizhong's face turned an alarming shade of anger. Just then, Fu Lingling's elder brother, Fu Aigua, walked in and delivered a resounding slap across Zhou Chunyan's face. Pointing at her, he shouted, You filthy woman! Am I to believe you have the right to speak like that? If you no longer wish to stay, then leave. Zhou Yunlan rushed forward to restrain Fu Aigua. Aigua, what are you doing? Chunyan is simply venting her frustrations. You need to learn to control your temper. Zhou Chunyan, having been struck, exploded with rage and rushed at Fu Aigua, leading to a chaotic scene as the family struggled to separate them. Once they managed to break them apart, Zhou Chunyan broke free and pointed at the Fu family, shouting, Fine, fine. You all are family, and I am the outsider here. I will return to my parents' home. If you, Fu Aigua, do not give me an explanation, I want come back with that, she stormed out. Seeing Zhou Chunyan leave, Fu Lingling felt heavy-hearted. Her intention was to help her family, yet her presence had inadvertently caused such turmoil. She was at a loss for what to do. The atmosphere in the Fu household turned somber. Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan exchanged glances between their eldest son and youngest daughter. Though both were dear to them, they ultimately chose to side with their son. Zhou Yunlan sighed, saying, Lingling, you are married now. It would be best if you visited less frequently, Mom. I am still your daughter. Fu Lingling could hardly believe her mother would utter such cold-hearted words. She had always thought her parents treated their 3 children equally, especially showing her more affection. Yet now, due to the elder sister-in-law's meddling, it seemed they no longer wanted her as their daughter. How could she accept such a fate? On the other hand, Wu Zhaodi could no longer remain silent. Their family had always favored sons over daughters, leaving little value for the girls, who were merely expected to work or provide dowries for their beloved sons. Since marrying into the Fu family, she had largely severed ties with her own family, a choice she had made, but the anguish of a daughter remained her own burden. She had believed the Fu family did not practice such favoritism. Yet now, when faced with the choice between son and daughter, the couple chose their son without hesitation, leaving their daughter behind. This was an unbearable reality for her, prompting her to speak up, Mom and Dad? Chunyan is only upset and has decided to return to her parents. This has nothing to do with Lingling. Fu Aigua, unwilling to let his sister bear the brunt of the blame, added, Dad, Mom, I am the one who struck Zhou Chunyan. This has nothing to do with Lingling. How could you be so confused? Fu Kaizhong, furious, slapped Fu Aigua, exclaiming, You ungrateful child. You are driving us to the brink, Dad. I am merely stating the truth. Lingling is struggling, and you are abandoning her. How will she survive? Fu Aigua argued passionately. Zhou Yunlan cried, Do you think we want this? Zhou Chunyan cannot stand the sight of your sister. If Lingling returns, a ruckus is guaranteed. What can we do? Fu Lingling, realizing the predicament, decided not to put her parents in a difficult position. Mom, Dad, I understand I will not return in the future. Lingling, Zhou Yunlan cried out in despair. Fu Lingling turned and left without looking back. Wu Zhaodi calmly addressed Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan. Dad, Mom, I am still interested in helping with the meat preparation. You have no objections, do you? At that moment, Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan were far too preoccupied to consider Wu Zhaodi's request. Their minds consumed by their eldest son's family troubles, they waved her away, saying, if you wish to go, then go. Very well, I will pack my things and head out, Wu Zhaodi replied as she exited. Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan pulled out 50 yuan and handed it to Fu Aigua. Surprised, Fu Aigua asked, Dad, Mom, what is this for? Zhou Yunlan explained, Aigua, I know Chunyin has been upset since we lent Lingling 50 yuan. Take this money and bring Chunyin back. A child cannot be without her mother. Mom, I want to go. Fu Aigua stubbornly replied. Zhou Yunlan scolded him. You stubborn child, you need to learn to listen. Mom, I cannot indulge her bad habits. Fu Aigua protested in family life. One cannot be so rigid. If you take a step back, this matter will resolve itself. Go and buy something nice for them, and bring her back, Zhou Yunlan urged, pushing Fu Aigua out the door. As Fu Aigua stepped out, Fu Jiangwo had just returned from outside. He greeted Fu Aigua, but Fu Aigua hurried past him without a response. Upon entering his own room, he spotted Wu Zhaodi tidying up her belongings. Zhaodi, what are you packing for? Wu Zhaodi recounted the events of the day regarding Fu Lingling's visit in detail. After listening, Fu Jiangwo furrowed his brows and, after a moment's contemplation, sighed. Our parents have truly gone too far this time. However, they are left with no other option. Zhou Chunyin is a real troublemaker. I wonder why my elder brother rushed out in such a frenzy. Well, I don't wish to meddle in my brother and sister-in-law's affairs. Nor can I. Over the past 3 years of our marriage, I have failed to provide even a single child for your family. My parents have always held grievances against me. Right now, I just want to focus on our own little life. Fu Jiangwo, aware of his wife's grievances, wrapped his arms around Wu Zhaodi, offering her comfort. Zhaodi, you have worked hard. It's nothing. I will head over to Lingling's now. Regardless of how much I earn, it will help with the household expenses. Once we save enough money, I will go for a checkup at the hospital, Wu Zhaodi replied. Fu Jiangwo solemnly nodded. I will also strive to earn more. I know you are working diligently, but ultimately, it falls on you alone. As your wife, I should also support you, Wu Zhaodi remarked. Fu Jiangwo was deeply moved, embracing Wu Zhaodi. Zhaodi, marrying you is truly my fortune. Wu Zhaodi shook her head bitterly. All right, I must go now. I shouldn't delay others. Zhaodi, if the situation worsens, do not worry about your younger sister's pride. Just come back quickly. All right. Enough. I am an adult, not a child. I know my limits, Wu Zhaodi replied before exiting. Chapter 38. Salary day at the entrance of the machinery factory. Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Wenpeng had made quite a name for themselves. Their barbecued meat was not only generous in portion but also exceptionally authentic, earning unanimous praise from everyone. The demand for their barbecue far exceeded the supply. And within half a day, they sold out everything they had prepared. Zhang Wenpeng recognized his younger brother's foresight, having anticipated the need for extra help and arranged for family members to assist with cutting and skewering the meat. If it were just their small family, they would not be able to meet the high demand and thus would miss out on significant profits. Now that the barbecue market had opened up, the brothers decided to procure more meat in advance, allowing the helpers they hired for the next day to prepare the skewers at home, thus saving them the rush of cutting and skewering meat last minute. Upon returning home with the purchased meat, they found Aunt Hahua, Aunt Huang, and Wu Zhaodi waiting in the yard. As Wu Zhaodi saw Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Wenpeng bring in the meat, she truly realized that Fu Lingling had not been exaggerating. Her brother-in-law had indeed changed and was now running a business. It struck her with a wave of nostalgia that such an opportunity for profit had not initially seemed destined for her. But rather, it could have easily been seized by Zhou Chunyin, who had looked down upon the Zhang family, dismissing Fu Lingling's return to her family as merely a show of face. Consequently, this fortunate opportunity had landed in her lap. Zhang Wenfeng addressed the 3 women waiting in the yard. Ladies, my family should have informed you of my requirements in advance, correct? Aunt Hahua smiled and replied, they mentioned something, Wenfeng. Rest assured, I guarantee the work will be handled well. Zhang Wenfeng smiled back. Aunt, I trust you completely. Otherwise, I would not have invited you to help. Point one more thing I must remind you of is to ensure that the seasonings I prepared are evenly applied while skewering the meat, to guarantee that it all absorbs the flavor. Lastly, regarding your wages, I will pay per piece, 1 cent per skewer. The more you skewer, the more you earn. I will settle your payment at the end of each day, and there will be no delays." The women felt relieved upon hearing Zhang Wenfeng's words, as they had been concerned about timely payment. They were pleasantly surprised that he clarified the payment method before work commenced, indicating that Zhang Wenfeng was indeed trustworthy. After receiving the meat, they entered the kitchen to begin cutting and skewering. With Zhang Wenfeng's assurance, they worked with great enthusiasm, quickly finishing the task. Aunt Hahua, Aunt Huang, and Wu Zhaodi gathered in the yard, waiting for their wages. After tallying everyone's work, Zhang Wenfeng began distributing the payments. He announced, "Aunt Hahua skewered 600 pieces, Aunt Huang skewered 560, and Wu Zhaodi alone skewered 700. Did I make any mistakes in my calculations?" The three women nodded in agreement. Zhang Wenfeng continued, "Then according to our prior agreement, Aunt Hahua earns 6 yuan, Aunt Huang earns 5.6 yuan, and Sister Zhaodi earns 7 yuan. After announcing their wages, he handed the money to each woman. Upon receiving the payments, Aunt Hahua, Aunt Huang, and Wu Zhaodi were filled with excitement. When they decided to help at Zhang's house, many had doubted their choice, warning against wasting time. They could have ended up with nothing, yet they chose to proceed, which ultimately led them to this rewarding job. Surely, after today, those who had declined to work at Zhang's would regret their decision. "Wenfeng, thank you so much," Aunt Hahua exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. For years, she had toiled in the fields without ever having worked for anyone else. She never imagined that one day she could earn so much in a single day. "Indeed, Wenfeng, those in the village said you were deceiving people, but I believe they simply failed to see the changes in you. You are truly different now," Aunt Huang added gratefully. Wu Zhaodi, who had not interacted much with Zhang Wenfeng, simply expressed her thanks. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. You earned this money through your labor. Tomorrow, come over in the afternoon again. I will bring the meat back early, and you can continue cutting and skewering at my house. Keep track of the skewers you prepare, and I will settle up after tallying them. You have all worked hard today. It's getting late. You should head home now." After bidding farewell to Zhang Wenfeng, the women left his home. Wu Zhaodi was accompanied by Fu Lingling as she departed. Holding Fu Lingling's hand, she comforted her, "Lingling, don't be disheartened. When I return home, they will surely realize they have misunderstood you." Fu Lingling shook her head, replying, "Sister-in-law, what troubles me is that as a daughter, I am ultimately the one who has been cast aside. That is the most lamentable aspect." Wu Zhaodi's expression darkened, for she too had been the one cast aside. "Lingling, if others do not love us, we must learn to love ourselves. At least you received affection in your family for all those years, while I never experienced even a shred of love in my household. Look at me. Am I not living well now? Your family is no longer the same as before. Your life is steadily improving. Take good care of yourself, and do not dwell too much on unhappy matters." Fu Lingling nodded in agreement. Wu Zhaodi said, "Lingling, I will head back now. You needn't see me off with that." She walked away. Upon returning home, Wu Zhaodi found Zhou Chunyin sitting in the yard, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. Upon seeing her return, Zhou Chunyin sneered, "Ha, I said some people just won't give up until they hit rock bottom. The Zhang family is utterly impoverished, yet you went to work for them. I really don't understand your thought process." Fu Jiangwo emerged from the house, quickly approaching Wu Zhaodi, concerned that a conflict might arise between her and Zhou Chunyin, especially since Zhou Chunyin had just returned home at the behest of his elder brother. If she returned to her maternal family again, it would surely bring them shame. "Zhaodi, you're back. Let us go inside and rest." Zhou Chunyin, unwilling to let Wu Zhaodi leave so easily without a retort, called out, "Wu Zhaodi, how much did you earn at the Zhang's? Surely, you didn't end up spending more than you earned?" Wu Zhaodi initially wished to keep her earnings private, adhering to the principle that wealth should not be flaunted. However, Zhou Chunyin's relentless provocation forced her to stand her ground. "Sister-in-law, thanks to your reluctance to go, I earned 7 yuan at the Zhang's today. Zhang Wenfeng mentioned that since I'm still getting the hang of it, I may earn around 10 yuan a day once I become proficient, which translates to about 300 yuan a month." Chapter 39. Zhou Chunyin's envy. Zhou Chunyin couldn't help but laugh. "Wu Zhaodi, you truly have a talent for exaggeration. What is the use of covering for the Zhang family? Everyone knows their true nature." Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan emerged as well, urging, "Zhaodi, I think it would be best for you to reconsider your plans for tomorrow. After all, you have already done your utmost by going today." Upon witnessing the skepticism of the crowd, Wu Zhaodi took out the 7 yuan she had earned that day, exclaiming, "Do you see this? This is the 7 yuan I earned today," and they settled our wages on the same day. The sight of the money illuminated the eyes of the onlookers. Fu Jiangwo, with an expression of excitement, gazed at Wu Xiaodi and remarked, "Xiaodi, is this truly the money you earned working for the Zhang family? If I hadn't gone to help them, where else could I earn so much in a single day?" Zhang Wenfeng has indeed changed. He is not the same as before. One can earn quite a bit in a day. Wu Xiaodi, brimming with pride, continued, "Moreover, I heard from Lingling that her uncle intends to pass this stall on to her in Wenpeng, as he plans to open another one." She added, "Father, Mother, Lingling's life is genuinely improving. They have meat to eat every day, which is not something an ordinary family can afford." Wu Xiaodi approached and handed 2 yuan to Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan, saying, "Father, Mother, consider this 2 yuan as a token of my filial piety. Without Lingling, I would not have such a good job. Please buy something you desired. I am feeling a bit weary today, so I shall retire to my room." After saying this, she promptly made her way to her quarters. At this moment, Fu Jiangwo looked at his siblings and parents in the yard, feeling a stinging embarrassment. Initially, he had doubted that his wife could earn money at the Zhangs, but he was astonished to learn that her earnings in such a short time nearly equaled what he made in a week of labor. "Jiangwo, what are you still dawdling for? Come back," Wu Xiaodi called out as she reached the door of her room. Upon regaining his senses, Fu Jiangwo followed her inside. The atmosphere in the Fu household was about to become tumultuous once more. Zhou Chunyin felt deep regret, lamenting that if she had gone instead, it would have been her who earned the 7 yuan today, not Wu Xiaodi. She turned her gaze towards Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan, realizing they were her only hope to reclaim that job. "Father, Mother, I too wish to work for the Zhangs. Could you speak to my younger sister and persuade her to arrange a position for me? I promise I will never quarrel with her again," Zhou Chunyin implored. Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan's faces darkened, akin to liver, as they were taken aback by Zhou Chunyin's audacity. Just that morning, she had quarreled with their daughter, leaving them to choose between their son and daughter, and now she expected them to approach their daughter on her behalf. They simply could not bring themselves to do so. Before Zhou Yunlan could respond, Fu Kaizhong sternly rebuked, "What face do we have left? If you wish to go, then go seek Lingling yourself. We cannot face her." With that, Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan turned away and locked themselves in their room. Unwilling to endure any more of Zhou Chunyin's complaints, upon witnessing their blatant rejection, Zhou Chunyin's displeasure flared, and she muttered sarcastically in the yard, "Fine, fine, fine. I only wish to contribute to the Fu family. Yet everyone looks down upon me. Zhou Chunyin, it seems my warmth has only met with cold indifference." Fu Aigua stepped forward and firmly grasped Zhou Chunyin's arm, admonishing, "Stop embarrassing yourself here. Come back to the house with me." "I won't go back. I will stay right here and speak my mind. Why should a barren old hen be treated like a treasure in your family?" With a sudden surge of strength, Fu Aigua dragged Zhou Chunyin back inside. Within the confines of the room, Wu Xiaodi wore a troubled expression, having overheard Zhou Chunyin's remarks. Fu Jiangwo quickly reassured her, saying, "Xiaodi, do not let it bother you. Just consider it her empty words." Wu Xiaodi gazed at Fu Jiangwo and replied, "Jiangwo, I wish to separate our households. I do not want to live under the same roof as her." Fu Jiangwo felt a pang of concern for their finances, responding, "Xiaodi, if we were to split up, we would have no money." Wu Xiaodi understood their predicament. As the saying goes, the child who cries receives the milk, yet their family did not know how to express their grievances. Unlike Zhou Chunyin, who knew how to cause a stir-die in the end, the family's possessions ended up in Zhou Chunyin's hands. "Let us focus on earning money. I can guarantee that I will earn 10 yuan a day working for Zhang Wenfeng, which amounts to 300 yuan a month. By the end of the year, we will have saved enough to build a house," Wu Xiaodi asserted. Fu Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after entering the room, Fu Aigua and Zhou Chunyin continued their argument. Zhou Chunyin pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Aigua, saying, "All you do is drag me around. If you have the ability, go and reclaim that job for me. 7 yuan a day. If that money came into our household, our lives would improve immensely." Fu Aigua retorted irritably, "You brought this upon yourself. Now that you regret it, what can be done? It's not like Lingling explained herself clearly." Zhou Chunyin complained, "I don't care. I must have this job if it comes to it. You should go find Fu Lingling. As your younger sister, she will listen to you. I refuse to go." Fu Aigua snapped back. Zhou Chunyin sat nearby, wiping her tears and lamenting, "Look at you." Among the 3 siblings, The second family's life is noticeably improving. Even the once struggling Fu Lingling is thriving now, and here you are, doing nothing to better our situation. Marrying you has truly been a curse, forcing our two children to squeeze into this cramped space with us. Life has become unbearable. All right, I will ask tomorrow. Fu Aigua, thoroughly exasperated, finally conceded. Upon hearing Fu Aigua's agreement, Zhou Chuanyan's tone softened, yet she remained concerned that Fu Aigua would merely appease her with empty promises. She firmly stated, Fu Aigua, you must go and inquire. If you do not, I will take the children back to my parents' house and never return. Fine, I will ask. Fu Aigua repeatedly acquiesced, genuinely fearful of Zhou Chuanyan's threats to leave. Chapter 40. Stirring waters. Not only the Fu family, but the entire Xiahe village was abuzz with excitement. Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang had just earned 6 yuan from Zhang Wenfeng, and news spread like wildfire throughout the village. Some women, who had previously been approached by Zhang's mother for work, were now filled with regret. Who would have thought Zhang Wenfeng could offer such high wages? Even working in a factory, one wouldn't earn this much in a day. Indeed. Just a few days ago, Su Qin came to my house and mentioned this. I hesitated to take the job, fearing the pay might not be forthcoming. Who could have imagined the Zhangs are now so prosperous? My husband knows that Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang are making money from the Zhangs and scolds me, calling me a wasteful woman for passing up such a lucrative opportunity. He insists I find a job that pays 6 or 7 yuan a day. But where am I supposed to find that? Do you think we should seek out Su Qin? After all, we've been neighbors for many years. Perhaps we still have a chance to work for them. Yes, we should approach Su Qin when that young man isn't around. He is a heartless brat, and we cannot let him know. Indeed, let us go find Su Qin together tomorrow. Several women who had previously been contacted by Su Qin gathered to discuss their plans to seek work once more. Meanwhile, within the Zhang household, Zhang Yulai had also caught wind of the gossip and returned home in a fit of anger. Previously, he had swallowed his pride to approach Zhang Wenfeng, only to find that the young man, who had promised to include him in any profitable ventures, had instead sought out 2 women from the village. Yulai, who has upset you this time? Xiao Shi, having learned her lesson after the last incident with Zhang Wenfeng, now refrained from provoking her second son, relying solely on him for support in her old age. Zhang Yulai scowled. It's that little brat Zhang Wenfeng. He promised me that he would take me along if any good opportunities arose, yet he would rather hire 2 women than consider his own family. Mother, do you realize those 2 women earn 6 yuan in a day? That's 6 yuan. With that money, they could have helped us instead of giving it to outsiders. What a traitor! Xiao Shi, equally furious, stated, I told you that boy is a born troublemaker. Enough is enough. I must confront him. He earns money but doesn't even think to share it with his mother. What a heartless bunch. Mother, are you still not embarrassed from last time? Wu Meixia interjected disapprovingly. If you go to confront him again, everyone in the village will be laughing at us. We can't afford to make a scene. Zhang Yulai recognized the truth in this and turned to his wife, asking, Then what do you suggest we do? That little brat has no intention of helping us earn money. He does not bring us any profits. We can learn by stealth. You can first observe what kind of business he is operating. If he can do it, surely we can as well, Wu Meixia remarked. Zhang Yulai, struck by a sudden inspiration, laughed and said, I never expected your mind to be quite so sharp. Indeed, if that little rascal can engage in business, why should I not be able to? Xiao Shi chimed in, saying, Son, if you wish to start a business, Mother will undoubtedly support you. Zhang Yulai's vanity was thoroughly satisfied, and he chuckled, saying, Rest assured, I will surely make this business flourish, and then you will all enjoy meat every day. Oh no, did I mean at every meal, Yulai? Mother always knew you were the most filial, Xiao Shi said with a grin. Zhang Yulai continued, Mother, however, you must visit their home and see if they possess any secret recipes. If we could acquire something from them, it would make it much easier for me to seize his business. Xiao Shi readily agreed, Do not worry, my son. I will go and take a look tomorrow. And if I can bring back some of their meat, I will certainly do so for you. Good. My mother truly cares for me, Zhang Yulai said with delight. Beside them, Wu Meixia wore a disdainful expression but said nothing. As long as the money comes back, she did not care how it was obtained. Upon returning home, Fu Lingling sought out Zhang Wenfeng, as her sister-in-law from her maternal family was someone she had introduced. And she felt responsible. She asked, Wenfeng, what do you think of my sister-in-law from my family? Is she suitable for our line of work? Zhang Wenfeng nodded, expressing satisfaction with his sister-in-law. Wu Xiaodi was not only quick-handed but also unobtrusive. She was a diligent and earnest woman from the countryside, he said. Sister-in-law, Xiaodi is nimble in her tasks, and she approaches her work with no ulterior motives. I must thank you for introducing such a capable assistant. Hearing Zhang Wenfeng speak so highly of her, a weight lifted from Fu Lingling's heart. After all, she had firmly recommended her sister-in-law. If Xiaodi were to perform poorly and fail to impress Zhang Wenfeng, it would necessitate a candid conversation about their relationship, as kinship should not complicate business matters. With Zhang Wenfeng's favorable assessment, she no longer felt guilty for having insisted on her sister-in-law's involvement. Wenfeng, I am glad you find her helpful, Fu Lingling said with a smile. After conversing a bit longer with Zhang Wenfeng, she took her leave. Zhang Wenfeng returned to his room and began to mentally review the recent business. The reason his barbecue venture was thriving was twofold. First, his business was unique, with no one else imitating it. Those craving barbecue had no choice but to come to him. However, once others noticed his success, imitators would inevitably emerge, which would dilute his customer base. Second, he ensured that his barbecued meat maintained high quality and flavor, a unique offering that others could not replicate, a guarantee he was confident in. To sustain this barbecue business long-term, he needed to maintain an unparalleled flavor. Only then would he protect his venture from competitors. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had experience in barbecue and had learned from others, which bolstered his confidence. Next, he aimed to gradually expand his barbecue operations. True profits would only materialize once he achieved significant scale. This era was ripe for financial opportunities, as long as one was willing to invest effort. Profits could be realized, unlike in future times when everything would become more challenging after development had taken place. Zhang Wenfeng felt quite optimistic about his path to prosperity. Chapter 41. Price war the following day. Zhang Wenfeng, accompanied by Zhang Wenpeng and his wife Fu Lingling, set up a stall outside the machinery factory. Today, he was beginning to let Zhang Wenpeng take charge of the barbecue preparations, having already imparted knowledge about cooking techniques and timing. It was time for him to gain hands-on experience, as this would eventually become Zhang Wenpeng's responsibility. Elder brother, sister-in-law, you stay here and manage the stall. I will go to the meat processing plant to fetch the meat. As Aunt Hahua and the others will be cutting meat skewers at home today, Zhang Wenfeng informed Zhang Wenpeng. Fu Lingling, feeling somewhat timid on her first day, was reassured by Zhang Wenpeng, who said, Second brother, you focus on your tasks. I will manage alongside your sister-in-law, so there is no need for concern. Zhang Wenfeng nodded and left on his tricycle. Fu Lingling stood nervously beside Zhang Wenpeng, feeling quite bashful. Zhang Wenpeng comforted her. Dear, do not worry. Just watch me, and your task is simply to handle the money and keep track of our accounts. Fu Lingling replied awkwardly. Wenpeng, I'm a bit anxious that I may not manage well. No problem. Just take your time and record each transaction, and you will do just fine, Zhang Wenpeng encouraged. With Zhang Wenpeng's reassurance, Fu Lingling felt a sense of calm wash over her. They had barely set up their stall when another vendor selling barbecue arrived beside them. This individual was none other than Zhang Wenfeng's former brother-in-law, Lu Zhibin, accompanied by a young man clad in a flamboyant shirt, sporting a colorful hairstyle that screamed trouble. Barbecue for just 1.5 dimes a skewer. Everyone is welcome to come and taste, Lu Zhibin called out. Upon hearing this, some customers who had gathered at Zhang Wenpeng's stall began to shift towards Lu Zhibin's, tempted by the lower price. After all, a 5-cent discount, while modest, was still a savings worth considering. Zhang Wenpeng was infuriated. It was clear that Lu Zhibin was there to steal their business. He put down the skewers and left Fu Lingling to manage as he marched over to Lu Zhibin's stall. Hey, Lu Zhibin, how could you be so unscrupulous? We are doing perfectly well here, and you come to poach our customers. That is just unacceptable. Lu Zhibin scoffed dismissively and replied, Ha, this is the machinery factory's territory. Not yours. I have every right to set up shop wherever I choose. It's none of your business. But you can't blatantly undercut us. I'm selling for 2 dimes a skewer, and you're selling for 1.5. You're clearly undermining the market, Zhang Wenpeng retorted angrily. Lu Zhibin, wearing a smug expression, replied, I can set my prices as I see fit, even if I sold them for a dime each. That's my prerogative. If you have the capability, sell them for 1.5 dimes too, and let us see who can offer a better price. Furthermore, if your customers are drawn to my stall, it's because they find my barbecue cheaper. If your price were 1.5 dimes, they might just flock to you instead. Zhang Wenpeng was seething with rage, but he knew he could not cause a scene there, lest he ruin the goodwill Zhang Wenfeng had established. He returned to his own stall. The customers who had been lining up at Zhang Wenpeng's stall now began to inquire, "Boss, did you see that the stall across is selling for 1.5 dimes a skewer? Can you match that price?" "Yes, we've been regulars here. How about giving us a discount? A skewer for 1.5 dimes is still a good deal. What do you think, boss?" In an instant, the customers in line began to request that Zhang Wenpeng lower his prices. Zhang Wenpeng felt a pang of anxiety. This price had been set by his younger brother, and he could not easily lower it. He awkwardly explained, "Everyone, our skewers are made from the freshest meat, and we guarantee the quantity and flavor, which is unique in the entire county. This price was determined after careful consideration. If we reduce it, we won't be able to cover our costs. We are a small business, and I hope you will understand." Upon hearing Zhang Wenpeng's explanation, some customers began to drift away from his stall and towards Lu Zhibean's. After all, no matter how delicious the barbecue, it was still costly. If they could find a cheaper alternative, why not try? Lu Zhibean watched with delight as the customers who had originally lined up at Zhang Wenpeng's stall began to migrate to his, and his eyes gleamed with a sense of victory. Fu Lingling, noticing that the customers were rapidly dwindling at their stall, began to feel anxious and approached Zhang Wenpeng, asking, "Wenpeng, should we lower our prices as well? Otherwise, I fear we won't sell all the meat we brought today." Zhang Wenpeng remained resolute and shook his head. "No, this price was set by my younger brother. If we change it without his consent, how will we explain it to him? But not at this rate. Those customers are all going to the other stall, and we'll end up with unsold meat." Fu Lingling expressed her concern. "Don't worry. Let us wait a bit. Once my brother returns, we will see what he has to say," Zhang Wenfeng said. Fu Lingling had no choice but to pause her insistence on lowering prices, as deep down, she too did not wish to reduce their pricing. If they did, their profits would plummet, which was far from the outcome she desired. Upon arriving at the meat processing plant, manager who happened to just arrive as well and summoned Zhang Wenfeng to his office. "Brother, there is something I need to discuss with you." "You should be prepared," manager who said with a serious expression. Zhang Wenfeng felt a twinge of curiosity within him, pondering what could possibly be troubling manager who to such a serious extent. He inquired, "Hu Gu, what seems to be the matter?" Only then did manager who respond, "Yesterday, someone came to our meat processing plant to procure meat, leveraging the connections of our deputy factory manager, and their prices are identical to yours. I heard this individual is also setting up a stall to sell barbecued meat." Zhang Wenfeng had anticipated such developments, but he was taken aback by the speed of the imitation. However, he was genuinely curious about who possessed the insight to directly target his barbecue business. With interest, he asked, "Hu Gu, do you happen to know who that person is?" Manager who pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems to be a young man named Lu something Zhibean. However, this young man is quite unlike you. He does not strike me as someone capable of handling affairs. Nonetheless, you must exercise caution. Where there is one, there may soon be another. You should prepare for the possibility that as more people enter the barbecue trade, you will need a strategy to counter them." Zhang Wenfeng felt a deep sense of gratitude for manager whose words and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Hu Gu. I have long anticipated this day. After all, anything profitable is bound to attract attention. However, since I have the courage to engage in this stall business, I am not afraid of imitation." Observing Zhang Wenfeng's self-assurance, manager who curiously asked, "Brother, is there something particularly special about your barbecue?" Zhang Wenfeng nodded and explained, "While barbecuing may seem simple, crafting a delicious product is a challenge. My meat is marinated with a secret blend of spices that cannot easily be replicated. Nowadays, with improved living standards, people seek not just meat but a delightful flavor experience. I believe that with the taste of my barbecue, even if others attempt to encroach on my business, they will find it impossible." When it came to flavor, manager who wholeheartedly agreed. Although Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue bore a resemblance to what he had tasted elsewhere, its texture was undeniably superior. Given the choice, he would undoubtedly opt for Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue. "Brother, I did not expect you to be so astute at such a young age. It is no wonder you have succeeded in the barbecue business. I truly admire you," manager who said with genuine respect. Zhang Wenfeng humbly replied, "Hu Gu, you flatter me," before heading off to fetch the meat. After retrieving the meat, Zhang Wenfeng hurriedly made his way back to the village on his tricycle. Chapter 42. The Chow family returns upon arriving at his doorstep. He noticed a group of women gathered in his yard, surrounding his mother. After disembarking from the vehicle, he approached the scene. "Aunties, may I ask what brings you to my home?" Zhang Wenfeng's voice rang out, and the women, who had been chattering around his mother, fell silent. The yard suddenly enveloped in an awkward stillness. The women exchanged glances, feeling rather embarrassed, especially since they had previously refused to assist Su Qin in her endeavors. Now, seeking Zhang Wenfeng's help, they found themselves confronted by him, creating quite an uncomfortable situation. "Wenfeng, why are you home so early today? I heard you were making money in the county. Is that true?" one woman asked. "Indeed. What business are you conducting in the county? If there's an opportunity, perhaps you could help your uncles earn a bit as well. Our village is not as fortunate as others, and everyone struggles. We all rely on the mountains to survive." Another chimed in, "Yes, Wenfeng, now that you are capable, you mustn't forget us." The women spoke in turns, quickly departing from Zhang Wenfeng's home, leaving him with no chance to respond. They dared not approach him directly, as they knew Zhang Wenfeng was not one to easily extend a helping hand. Seeking his assistance would be akin to climbing a mountain. Once the women had dispersed, Zhang Wenfeng approached his mother and inquired, "Mom, what were they here for?" His mother shook her head in resignation. "What else could it be? They saw Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang making money at our place and became envious, hoping to ask me to let them handle the meat skewering." Zhang Wenfeng harbored no fondness for these individuals and promptly asked, "Mom, did you agree to their request?" His mother shook her head, replying, "Do you really think your mother is foolish? I know their character all too well. They only want to profit from Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang's success. If I let them come, who knows what chaos they would create? I simply told them that the decision rests with you, and I would only assist in making contact." Zhang Wenfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried his mother might feel pressured to acquiesce to the women. Had she agreed, and he later refused, their family could have faced considerable backlash. It is well known that 3 women can create quite a scene, and these women were notorious for their gossip. If they began to weave tales about his family, it would be quite embarrassing. "Mom, if anyone comes to you seeking work for our family, just tell them to come to me," Zhang Wenfeng instructed. His mother nodded. "I understand. Such ungrateful wretches. I endured great hardship to raise that ungrateful Zhang Defa, and now that our family has money, he doesn't even think to show me any gratitude. You will all face divine retribution one day." Xiao Shi barged through the door, her face twisted in anger. Upon entering the yard, she spotted Zhang Wenfeng standing there. She had heard he was away in the county during the day, which is why she chose to visit. Yet, she was dismayed to find him right there upon her arrival. However, having entered, she could hardly turn back, as that would imply she was afraid of him. Adopting a grand motherly demeanor, she glared at Zhang Wenfeng and scolded, "You little brat. You've made money out there and yet have the audacity not to show your grandmother any respect. How heartless you are." Zhang Wenfeng responded with a cold laugh. "I must ask, Grandma, how can you dare show your face here after severing ties with our family, even if we are enjoying a good life? It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Shi retorted, "You insolent wretch. I am your grandmother, and you dare speak to me in such a manner. Heaven, why do you not strike this little brat down with lightning?" Zhang Wenfeng glanced at Xiao Shi, sensing her visit was surely not for any good purpose. Recognizing her foul demeanor only confirmed his suspicions, he decided not to waste further words on this so-called grandmother. "If you have come merely to scold me, you have achieved your goal. You may now leave." Xiao Shi, noticing Zhang Wenfeng's indifference to her words, tempered her anger slightly, no longer shouting. Instead, she regarded him with an air of arrogance, demanding, "I hear you have been setting up a stall in the county. What are you selling?" Zhang Wenfeng disdainfully replied, "That is my own business and seems of little concern to you, Grandma." Xiao Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she continued to pry. Zhang Wenfeng, feeling exasperated, understood that Xiao Shi's intent was to covet his business for her own son. "I sell barbecued meat. Now that I've informed you, if you have no other matters to discuss, you may take your leave." Xiao Shi, her eyes filled with fury, shouted, "You little brat. Is this how you speak to your grandmother? You show no respect for your elders. It's pointless to converse with you. You wouldn't understand. Since you are selling barbecued meat, you should hand the business over to your uncle, who will then pay you a salary." Zhang Wenfeng, angered to the point of laughter, replied, "Grandma, are you losing your mind? Or have I taken leave of my senses? This barbecue business is mine. You expect me to hand it over to my uncle and let him pay me? Are you dreaming, you little wretch? I endured hardships to raise your father, and now that you are making money, you don't even consider sharing it with me. All I ask is for you to pass the business to your uncle. And you refuse? You are truly ungrateful. Xiao Shi scolded vehemently at that moment. Su Qin could no longer remain silent. Though she typically avoided confrontation with Xiao Shi, as she was her mother-in-law, the audacity of Xiao Shi's demands compelled her to speak up. Mother, you have long since severed ties with our family. What reason do you have to claim our business? Moreover, this business does not belong to your son, Zhang Defa, but to my son, Zhang Wenfeng. I have never heard of a grandmother asking her own grandson for business. Su Qin scoffed. You wretched creature, it is precisely because of you that my son has turned his back on me. He was once such a filial child, never defying my wishes. Ever since he became involved with you. This wretched being, he has been clamoring for a separation, ultimately severing ties with me. I swear I will make you pay for this. As she spoke, Xiao Shi charged at Su Qin, intending to slap her. Chapter 43. Xiao Shi throws a tantrum. Su Qin, accustomed to hard work, was quite strong and easily blocked Xiao Shi's advance, preventing her from landing a blow. Zhang Wenfeng, witnessing the scene, stepped forward and forcefully pulled Xiao Shi aside, saying, Grandmother, if you continue to cause a ruckus in our house, do not blame me for being rude and throwing you out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi collapsed onto the ground, wailing loudly, Oh dear, is there no justice in this world? My grandson is about to strike his grandmother. Heaven, open your eyes and smite this unfilial child. Her cries were so piercing that they drew the attention of the neighboring residents. Everyone was already aware of Xiao Shi's fierce nature, and witnessing her now sobbing on the ground like a shrew was truly contemptible. This old woman had no shame. She had just been driven away from here a few days ago. And now she had returned. It was clear she had come to demand a share of Zhang Wenfeng's newfound wealth. How shameless could she be? After all, she had expelled his family and severed ties. And even receiving support from Defa was already a generous act. Now she wanted to come and claim a share of the profits. Her audacity was astonishing. Who could blame her son for being unsuccessful? He had driven the eldest son's family out without providing a dime. And now that the eldest son's family was thriving, this old woman was envious of their good fortune. Thus, it was said, the most despicable people are often the most unyielding. Xiao Shi was a glaring example of this. Initially, Xiao Shi intended to gather everyone to speak in her favor, but upon their arrival, they merely pointed fingers and criticized her, which infuriated her further. In a fit of rage, she shouted at the onlookers, What right do you have to criticize me? This is a matter for the Zhang family. Instead of meddling in our affairs, you should return home and cook for your husbands. Get lost? A bunch of gossips. Old woman, don't think your age grants you immunity from our wrath. Lu Auntie could no longer hold her tongue. Xiao Shi puffed up her chest, her hunched form appearing all the more ridiculous, and retorted to Lu Auntie, You shameless harlot, dare to strike me? Go ahead, and I'll ensure your family is ruined. I swear I am not at Xiao if I don't. Lu Auntie clenched her fists, and the other women urged her to walk away, saying, Lu Auntie, don't waste your time with this shameless old hag. If you strike her, your family will never know peace again. Indeed, this old woman is simply relying on her age to act like a rogue. Ugh, what a shameless old hag. Lu Auntie spat before turning to leave. Others soon followed suit, unwilling to endure any further. They recognized Xiao Shi as an unreasonable person, and their presence was merely inviting trouble. Xiao Shi turned her attention back to Zhang Wenfeng, demanding, You little brat, will you teach your uncle or not? I will not. Zhang Wenfeng replied decisively, Grandmother, if you continue this farce, I cannot guarantee what I might do. You know my temper. If I lose control, even my father won't be able to stop me. Zhang Wenfeng threatened directly. Xiao Shi trembled in response. This little brat was indeed someone who recognized no kinship. If she provoked him, she would certainly face dire consequences. Today, I have essentially achieved my purpose for coming here. Knowing what this little rascal is up to in the county town is more than sufficient. Splendid. Xiao pointed at Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Defa, exclaiming good 3 times in succession. Zhang Defa, this is the fine son you have raised. Daring to threaten his own grandmother to her face, truly commendable. After delivering such a harsh remark, Xiao leaned on her cane and exited Zhang Wenfeng's courtyard. Zhang Defa looked at his son and shook his head helplessly. Wenfeng? This matter is my fault. Dad, why say such things? We all know what kind of person Grandma is. She deliberately comes here to cause trouble for our family. If you truly become upset, that would only please her. Zhang Defa nodded and said, Wenfeng, I understand. However, you must be cautious when speaking with your grandmother in the future. If this gets out, no one will dare to speak with you about finding a wife. Dad, I am not afraid, as the saying goes. One who is upright need not fear shadows. To handle someone like Grandma, a firm stance is essential. No amount of sweet words will penetrate her ears. Zhang Wenfeng replied, Well then, Dad, I will head back with the meat for now. Once Aunt Hua and the others arrive, they can help cut and skewer it. I still need to check on the mechanical factory. I wonder how my elder brother and sister-in-law are faring in their sales today. Zhang Defa nodded and said, All right, you need not worry about things here at home, Wenfeng. Just be careful on your journey. Always think twice before acting. Do not be reckless. Dad, I understand. Your son is no longer the reckless lad he once was. I have grown up. Zhang Wenfeng smiled. Very well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Zhang Wenfeng drove away. Watching his departing figure, Zhang's mother sighed, Your father, Wenfeng, has truly matured. Not only can he earn money, but he also understands the family as burdens, relieving us of worry. Zhang Defa, however, looked guilty as he replied, Indeed, but we must resolve this matter with your grandmother. What do you propose? That woman is utterly biased, considering only the second branch of the family and disregarding our well-being. Zhang's mother sighed helplessly. No matter. I will think it over again. We cannot rely on Wenfeng for everything. Although his reputation has been tarnished, frequently clashing with his grandmother would not bode well, Zhang Defa remarked. Yes, while the child may not mind, as parents, we must consider his future. Outside the mechanical factory, Lu Zhibin had indeed attracted numerous customers with his low prices. However, after tasting the meat, they found it vastly different from Zhang Wenpeng's. The latter's barbecue had a delightful aroma, while this one felt somewhat undercooked, leading to complaints. Boss, why does your barbecue taste so different from the one across the street? This seems undercooked. You're not serving us raw meat, are you? I also find your meat lacks flavor. The one across the street is much better. This one has a fishy taste. Though your prices are lower, you cannot deceive us with undercooked meat. If we get sick, you will be held responsible. Faced with the barrage of accusations, Lu Zhibin felt a surge of panic. To him, all barbecues were essentially the same as long as they were cooked. He quickly reassured them, Rest assured, my barbecue is perfectly fine. My meat comes from legitimate sources. It is undoubtedly good quality. If you detect a fishy taste, it simply indicates the freshness of my meat. Unlike some others whose meat lacks any flavor at all, some customers began to waver, questioning the quality of Zhang Wenpeng's meat. However, several homemakers disagreed, standing up to retort, Boss, that is simply incorrect. Properly cooked meat should have no fishy taste. The presence of such a taste indicates your meat is undercooked. Indeed, how can you sell half-cooked meat without concern for our health? What a heartless thing to do. Quality corresponds to price. I will return to the other side for the better experience. I am not here to spend money on misery. Exactly, it's just a difference of 5 cents. I've already spent $1.50. What is 5 cents more? I'll go to the other side. As the conversation concluded, those who had originally lingered began to make their way to Zhang Wenpeng's stall. Lu Zhibin was immediately alarmed, exclaiming, Everyone, my meat is absolutely fine. You can trust it. You shouldn't leave. My prices are 5 cents cheaper than theirs. Why would you choose to pay more? Our money is ours to spend as we please. Even if your barbecue is cheaper, we choose not to eat it for fear of falling ill and having to spend more on medical bills. Yes, I will stick with the barbecue from across the street. With that, a crowd began to gather again at Zhang Wenpeng's stall. Lu Zhibin, seeing the situation, grew increasingly frustrated. He directly approached Zhang Wenpeng and demanded, Why does our barbecue have a fishy taste? Is it undercooked or burnt? What is your secret? Zhang Wenpeng glanced at Lu Zhibin, who expected answers, and coldly replied, That is our unique method. Why should I divulge it to you? Lu Zhibin was momentarily speechless, then retorted, Zhang Wenpeng, if you tell me how to barbecue, I might help you win over my sister. Zhang Wenpeng scoffed internally. Even now, Lu Zhibin was still hoping for him to take his shameless sister off his hands. Lu Zhibin, since your sister is already married to Wang Dafu, let them be and stop causing trouble for others. Lu Zhibin, however, remained unconvinced, laughing, Zhang Wenpeng, don't act so noble. I have seen how you treated my sister before. I admit that our family was a bit excessive that day, but that was only because we hoped you would treat her better. In light of this, it seems both parties have erred. If you could simply share your method of grilling meat with me, We could wipe the slate clean of our past grievances, and I would even assist you in winning over my sister. Lu Zhibin gazed at Zhang Wenfeng with an air of solemn conviction, as if what he proposed was a generous gift to Zhang Wenfeng. At that moment, Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling stepped forward, with Fu Lingling casting a scornful glance at Lu Zhibin, remarking with derision, "Ha! Your sister is hardly worthy of someone like our Wenfeng. He is the talk of the town, sought after by countless good young women. Why would he settle for a married woman like your sister? Who are you trying to disgust here?" Lu Zhibin's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Zhang Wenfeng added salt to the wound, saying, "Instead of wasting your time with idle chatter, you should be pondering how to handle that meat. If it doesn't sell, it will have to be discarded. Given the current weather, it will surely spoil overnight and stink by morning." Lu Zhibin was in a state of frantic urgency. He knew this was indeed his most pressing concern. However, even if he were to dispose of the meat, he was unwilling to endure Zhang Wenfeng's ridicule. With a huff, he shot a glance at Zhang Wenfeng and retorted, "What does this have to do with you? Even if I were to throw all this meat away, it remains my affair." Despite his words, he was reluctant to part with the meat, as he had invested a considerable sum to purchase it, and had only managed to sell a fraction, leaving him significantly in the red. The prospect of discarding it was unbearable, yet he found himself at a loss for a viable solution. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, saying, "This truly does not concern me. I am merely offering a friendly reminder." Lu Zhibin was aware of Zhang Wenfeng's cunning nature, and there was a glimmer of hope that he might have a solution, though he had just claimed that the matter of the meat was of no consequence to him. If a resolution could be found, it would indeed benefit him. "Zhang Wenfeng, do you have any suggestions for disposing of this meat? I could offer you some benefits." Lu Zhibin approached with an air of superiority, as if extending a monumental favor to Zhang Wenfeng. Chapter 46. A lucky break. Zhang Wenfeng paid little heed to Lu Zhibin's lofty demeanor. Little did Lu Zhibin know that Zhang Wenfeng had long coveted his meat. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wenfeng feigned difficulty, stating, "I do have a suggestion, but why should I assist you? Our relationship is hardly one of camaraderie. If anything, we have our share of animosity." Lu Zhibin was taken aback that Zhang Wenfeng actually had a plan, and inquired, "What benefits do you desire? Speak your mind." Zhang Wenfeng pondered for a moment and proposed, "How about this? Considering my past relationship with your sister, I shall not make things difficult for you today. I will purchase your meat at 50 cents per pound. How does that sound?" Lu Zhibin was instantly incensed. He had paid 1 yuan per pound for his meat, and considering the costs of cutting and preparing it, Zhang Wenfeng's offer was a blatant attempt to swindle him. "Zhang Wenfeng, you truly are shameless. My meat costs 1 yuan 20 per pound, not counting labor costs. You dare to propose such a low price?" Zhang Wenfeng crossed his arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and replied, "We both know the price of your meat, but I am indifferent to such matters. If you do not sell it to me, it will inevitably be discarded. If you wish to recoup some of your costs, sell it to me. If money is of no concern to you, feel free to throw it away." Though Fu Lingling and Zhang Wenpeng were puzzled as to why Zhang Wenfeng wanted to purchase Lu Zhibin's skewers, given that they had not been marinated with their special sauce, they recognized that purchasing them at 50 cents per pound could still be worthwhile for their own use. Lu Zhibin found himself in a dilemma. As Zhang Wenfeng had pointed out, if he did not sell to him, the meat would only meet its end in the trash. After weighing his options, he reluctantly agreed, "Fine, 50 cents it is. You can have the meat. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, please prepare the meat." After informing Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling, Zhang Wenfeng approached Lu Zhibin's stall and packed up the remaining meat, which amounted to nearly 30 pounds, at 50 cents per pound. That totaled 15 yuan. Handing the money to Lu Zhibin with a smile, Zhang Wenfeng added, "If you have more unsold meat in the future, feel free to sell it to me at this price." Lu Zhibin accepted the payment, seething, "Humph, today was merely a lack of experience. My meat will definitely sell in the future. Just you wait with that." He stormed off. After Lu Zhibin departed, Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling approached curiously, asking, "Second brother, are we taking this meat home?" Zhang Wenfeng shook his head, responding, "No need. We will prepare the meat and set up a stall at the square. But this meat hasn't been marinated. If we sell it as is, it might not taste good." Zhang Wenpeng scratched his head awkwardly. "That's why I said we need to prepare it first." Zhang Wenfeng replied, "We'll head to the meat processing plant, where I can borrow their kitchen to marinate the meat. By evening, the square will be bustling with people, and we'll have even more customers. Really? Fu Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement, of course. Do you not trust me? Zhang Wenfeng smiled. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling's faces lit up with joy, realizing that Zhang Wenfeng was not merely altruistic in helping Lu Zhibin.it. Was worth noting that even if Lu Zhibin's meat was priced at 1 yuan per pound, including labor costs, it would exceed that price, while they obtained it for 50 cents, effectively causing Lu Zhibin to incur substantial losses. The thought of Lu Zhibin discovering that they resold his meat at 2 yuan per skewer was almost amusing, as it would surely infuriate him. With that in mind, Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling couldn't help but beam with delight. Soon, they arrived at the meat processing plant. Thanks to his connection with Manager Hu, Zhang Wenfeng merely needed to mention his name, and Manager Hu promptly arranged for someone to take them to the kitchen for meat preparation. In no time, Zhang Wenfeng had processed all the skewers. Although they lacked the flavor of their home-prepared meat, the fishy odor was sufficiently masked, and with careful grilling, the taste would be nearly indistinguishable. Once the meat was ready, the trio made their way to the county square. The square was filled with people enjoying the evening breeze, and to Zhang Wenfeng, they appeared not as individuals but as walking wallets beckoning to them. Without hesitation, they set up their stall and prepared to commence their business. Hey there, young man. What are you selling here? It smells delightful. Hey, aren't you the ones who set up shop near the machinery factory? My son brought home some skewers, and they were delicious. Is your offering similar to what they sell at the machinery factory? Elderly patrons began to gather, inquiring eagerly. Zhang Wenfeng cheerfully explained, Dear uncles and aunties, we are indeed the same vendors from the machinery factory. We made a special trip here since they have already closed for the day. Hoping to catch some luck at the square. Oh, young man, you really are from the machinery factory. Your skewers are indeed delectable. I'll take 10. I want 10 as well. In an instant, the crowd surrounding them began to purchase eagerly. Fu Lingling and Zhang Wenpeng were astonished. They had only been selling for a few days, yet their reputation had already spread, and the elderly patrons were drawn in by their growing fame. The trio quickly divided tasks. Fu Lingling handled the money while Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Wenpeng took charge of grilling the meat. Before long, the majority of the meat they purchased from Lu Zhibin was sold. The flavor of the skewers, once processed by Zhang Wenfeng, was comparable to their own marinated meat, ensuring consistency and taste. Chapter 47. Do you know who my uncle is? Those savoring the skewers began to extol the virtues of Zhang Wenfeng's grilling skills. Young man, your skewers are truly authentic. In my youth, I savored grilled meat, and the taste still lingers in my memory. I never expected that today's skewers would surpass even those from my past, both in authenticity and flavor. You must come here often. Indeed, we elderly individuals find it challenging to move about, and as such, we cannot venture to the machinery factory, so we are limited to activities in this vicinity. If you could set up a stall here, it would surely bring us great delight. Upon hearing the elderly speak thus, Zhang Wenfeng felt a surge of joy within. This was precisely the moment he had been awaiting. Addressing the crowd, he remarked, Dear uncles and aunts, I merely came here today to test the waters, and I did not anticipate such favorable reviews for my barbecued meats. Starting tomorrow, I shall set up my stall in this area as well. And I hope all of you will come out and support. You know, young man, if you were to sell some beer alongside your barbecued offerings, it would elevate the experience immensely. Eating barbecued meat alone can become rather monotonous. A refreshing beer would certainly enhance our enjoyment. Indeed, in business, one must think quickly and diversify their offerings rather than just serving barbecued meat. Zhang Wenfeng had already contemplated this idea, but the machinery factory was not an ideal setting. After all, the workers there were not inclined to drink. However, this location was different, with numerous night markets in the square. If he were to include beer in his offerings, it would create a delightful atmosphere for friends to gather, enjoying barbecued meats and drinks together. Since the uncles and aunts had already suggested it, he vowed to fulfill their wishes and would seek out a brewery to discuss potential supplies. I shall make every effort to accommodate your desires. Zhang Wenfeng said with a smile. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, affirming their support for the young man's venture. Indeed, young man, we will wholeheartedly support your barbecue stall. The elderly folk savored the barbecued meats, their joy palpable. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenfeng noted that their supply of skewers was dwindling. Once he sold the remaining barbecue, they could return home. Zhang Wenfeng, is that really you? A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Wenfeng looked up to see Ling Yiran accompanied by two young women approaching their barbecue stall. Yiran, what brings you here? Zhang Wenfeng smiled at Ling Yiran. Ling Yiran replied, we were just strolling around and heard someone was selling barbecue here. Out of curiosity, we came to see, and to our surprise, it turned out to be you. Weren't you selling at the entrance of our machinery factory? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled awkwardly. I am still selling there, but competition has emerged, and I must explore suitable locations to establish additional stalls. Otherwise, remaining in one spot will hinder my business growth. Well, I didn't expect you to have a knack for business. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted the conversation between Zhang Wenfeng and Ling Yiran. They turned to see a young man in a floral shirt and blue jeans striding toward them. This man was none other than their former classmate, Zhou Haoming, who had long pursued Ling Yiran. However, Ling Yiran harbored feelings for Zhang Wenfeng, while Zhang Wenfeng was fond of Lu Fangfang, creating a rather delicate dynamic among them. Especially now, with Zhang Wenfeng having quarreled with Lu Fangfang, his closeness to Ling Yiran stirred a sense of urgency within Zhou Haoming. If he did not act soon, he feared his beloved would end up with Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenfeng's expression darkened as he glanced at Zhou Haoming. What business is it of yours whether I engage in commerce or not? Zhou Haoming retorted with sarcasm. Some people really have thick skin, feasting at the table while coveting what's in the pot. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Ling Yiran's face flushed upon hearing Zhou Haoming's words. And she rebuked, Zhou Haoming, what nonsense are you spouting? Whether it's nonsense or not, some individuals know full well. Zhou Haoming glared menacingly at Zhang Wenfeng, as if he wished to tear him apart. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, Zhou Haoming, I am not coveting anything. My relationship with Lu Fangfang has long ended. If I were to pursue Yiran now, it would be entirely justified. Furious, Zhou Haoming shouted, what gives you the right to pursue Yiran? You are no more than a ruffian, seeking to grasp at unattainable dreams. Ling Yiran's expression soured, and she scolded, Zhou Haoming, what are you talking about? Zhang Wenfeng is not a ruffian. You must be responsible for your words. Ha ha ha! Zhou Haoming scoffed, Ling Yiran. I have pursued you for 3 years, yet you never deigned to glance my way. Now, with Zhang Wenfeng's engagement annulled, you cling to him instantly. Are you not shameless? Suddenly, a figure surged forward, landing a punch squarely on Zhou Haoming's face. The assailant was none other than Zhang Wenfeng, who seized Zhou Haoming by the collar. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet, he towered over Zhou Haoming, exuding an air of intimidation as he glared down at him. Zhou Haoming, if you enjoy spewing filth from your mouth, I would be more than happy to cleanse it for you. Zhou Haoming trembled before Zhang Wenfeng. Stammering, Zhang Wenfeng, how dare you strike me? Do you know who my uncle is? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled coldly, recognizing the absurdity of Zhou Haoming's threat. His uncle was indeed the deputy director of the county police station, a fact that had emboldened Zhou Haoming during their school days. However, Zhang Wenfeng responded with another forceful punch. Bang! The blow landed directly on Zhou Haoming's nose, causing bright red blood to spurt forth. Zhou Haoming, seeing the blood, let out a wail, clutching his nose as he pointed accusingly at Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenfeng, how dare you strike my nose? Just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll change my surname, Zhou Haoming shouted, covering his nose, and turned to leave. Chapter 48. Zhou Haoming's uncle arrives. Ling Yiran regarded Zhang Wenfeng with growing concern, for Zhou Haoming's family wielded considerable power, far beyond the reach of an ordinary citizen like Zhang Wenfeng. She stepped closer to him and apologized. Wenfeng, I'm sorry for the trouble my situation has caused you. What are you talking about? We are classmates. Helping you is the least I can do, Zhang Wenfeng replied. Ling Yiran looked at him, wanting to ask, are we just classmates? But hesitated to voice it, instead suggesting, Wenfeng, you should go home for now. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid the county for a few days until things settle down. Zhang Wenfeng shook his head. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I hide? Ling Yiran shook her head in return. Wenfeng, you've struck Zhou Haoming, and his uncle is the deputy director of the police station. If he comes looking for you, you may find yourself in a difficult situation. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. You should really consider leaving for now. Nearby, Zhang Wenpeng, upon hearing that Zhou Haoming's uncle was the deputy director of the police station, urged, brother, we should leave for now. This is not the time for confrontation. Yes, brother, let us return home first. Fu Lingling added her voice to the plea. Yet Zhang Wenfeng remained undeterred, walking back to his stall to continue grilling. Haven't you eaten yet? Allow me to prepare some meat for you. Ling Yuran and her friends exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom why Zhang Wenfeng not only refused to leave but continued to grill. Was he genuinely unafraid? Or merely feigning composure? After all, Zhou Haoming's uncle was indeed the deputy director of the police station and notoriously protective of his family. Zhou Haoming's arrogance stemmed from this very connection. Ling Yuran approached him, urging Wenfeng, "How can you remain so unconcerned, with the presence of Zhou Haoming's uncle looming? I was already here selling barbecue. Why should I be afraid? My actions were merely in self-defense. I have done nothing wrong." Ling Yuran struggled to comprehend why Zhang Wenfeng was so stubborn, refusing to heed her warnings. "Do not worry, young lady. This young man is in the right. It was Zhou Haoming who instigated trouble, and he was merely defending his rights. Even if the station director were to arrive, this young man has done nothing wrong. Indeed, in a society governed by law, he cannot wield power to intimidate others." The two elderly gentlemen chimed in to offer reassurance. Ling Yuran smiled apologetically at the two elder gentlemen, acknowledging their support. Zhang Wenfeng glanced at the two elders, recognizing them from television interviews. One was a retired provincial leader, while the other had been a county party secretary. Both held significant stature, far beyond the influence of a mere deputy director. With their backing, Zhang Wenfeng felt emboldened. According to his past memories, the deputy director of the police station had recently been dismissed due to serious misconduct, meaning Zhou Haoming's support was about to crumble. Why should he fear? Before long, Zhou Haoming arrived accompanied by a middle-aged man, who was followed closely by two burly young men. As they approached, they forcefully shoved aside those waiting in line to purchase barbecue. Zhou Haoming pointed at Zhang Wenfeng and exclaimed, "Uncle, this scoundrel is the one who assaulted me. You must take my side." Zhou Haoming's uncle, Yang Jun, cast a stern glance at Zhang Wenfeng. His face, typically adorned with jowls, bore an unusually serious expression as he reprimanded, "You, young man, possess quite the audacity, daring to lay a hand on my nephew. You are truly ignorant of your own limitations." Zhang Wenpeng stepped forward immediately, asserting, "Director Yang, my brother did not intend any harm. It was merely a misunderstanding." Yang Jun shot a glance at the two young men beside him, who promptly advanced to restrain Zhang Wenpeng. Struggling, he protested, "Director Yang, what is the meaning of this?" A swift slap from one of the men silenced him. "What are you, to speak to our director in such a manner? If you do not cease, I shall make you regret it." Before the man could finish his threat, Zhang Wenfeng seized his arm and twisted it with force. The man yelped in pain, incredulous as he pointed at Zhang Wenfeng, cursing, "You little brat! How dare you strike me? Do you wish to end your life?" Zhang Wenfeng shielded Zhang Wenpeng behind him, casting a cold gaze over Yang Jun and his companions, and declared, "I am aware of your status as police officers, but you cannot use your authority to bully others. We live in a society governed by law. Even if you wish to apprehend me, it must be justified." "Justified?" Yang Jun laughed derisively. "Only the weak plead for justification. I wield power to suppress, and what of it? You are nothing but trash." Yang Jun advanced, instructing one of the men, "Take him away. If he dares to attack an officer, he deserves to be punished." Zhang Wenfeng stood his ground, tilting his head defiantly. "Deputy Director Yang, do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? I am merely defending my rights, while you threaten me based on your position. Are you not afraid of repercussions from above?" "Repercussions? Who do you think you are to threaten me?" Yang Jun barked. "What are you waiting for? Arrest this brat and take him away for a proper servicing." "Yes, Director," the man replied promptly, moving towards Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenpeng shouted from behind, "You cannot do this. Is there no law to protect us ordinary citizens from such bullying?" Ling Yuran also stepped forward, saying, "Uncle Yang, Zhang Wenfeng is my classmate. I hope you can let today's incident slide for my father's sake." Yang Jun glanced at Ling Yuran and scoffed, "What influence does your father have? If it were not for my nephew's fondness for you, your father would not even have the right to speak to me. Step aside." "Ha ha ha. Deputy Director Yang truly wields great authority, thinking himself the local emperor of Wencheng." A commanding voice resonated. "Who the hell dares to meddle in my affairs? Are you seeking a death wish?" Yang Jun cursed angrily, turning to face the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the speaker, his expression shifted drastically, his body trembling as if shaken by a storm. "Elder Qi, how did you come to be here?" Yang Jun stammered, his voice quivering as he beheld the elderly gentleman approaching him. Regret washed over him for choosing to be present in that moment. Elder Qi, one of the two elderly men who had previously voiced support for Zhang Wenfeng, regarded Yang Jun with a stern gaze. I did not expect a deputy director such as yourself to wield such power. Assaulting our citizens at will, pray tell, who bestowed upon you this authority? Chapter 49. Yang Jun's downfall. Elder Qi's voice resonated powerfully, causing Yang Jun to falter and kneel before him. Zhou Haomin, who had anticipated his uncle's arrival to avenge him, now felt a wave of embarrassment as he witnessed his uncle, the deputy director, humbled by an old man. He stepped forward, grasping his uncle. Uncle, why are you kneeling? You came to defend me. This little bastard has done this to me. You cannot let him go so easily. Lock him up for 3 to 5 years. Yang Jun glared fiercely at Zhou Haomin, this imbecile still rambling on, daring to suggest he imprisoned someone for years. It was sheer folly. However, Yang Jun's glare held no weight. Zhou Haomin remained oblivious, asking, Uncle, why are you staring at me? Isn't this how it's always done? Yang Jun, in a fit of rage, struck Zhou Haomin across the face, knocking out a tooth. Zhou Haomin, now missing a tooth, looked at his uncle in bewilderment. Uncle, I called you here to help me, not to hit me. What are you doing? If you don't assist me, I will tell my mother to confront you. Tell your mother? You only know to call for her, you brainless fool. Yang Jun roared in fury. Elder Qi, uninterested in Yang Jun's impotent rage, interjected coldly, Yang Jun, there is no need for you to put on a show before me. I have seen through your true nature. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you will face an investigation. Yang Jun stood frozen, unable to comprehend that this was how his fate would unfold. He felt a surge of defiance, in a fit of impulsiveness. He lunged towards Elder Qi with remarkable speed, only to be intercepted by 2 men in plain clothes who swiftly subdued him. Realizing that someone of Elder Qi's stature would surely have protection, Yang Jun regretted his rashness. Unmoved, Elder Qi approached Yang Jun, his voice icy. The authority granted to you was meant to benefit the people, not to commit injustice. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. Take him away for immediate investigation, as I have instructed. Yes, Elder Qi, the 2 plainclothes officers affirmed, promptly escorting Yang Jun away. The onlookers in the square were left in shock. Yang Jun, the deputy director of the police station, was apprehended by an elderly man with just a few words, indicating the extraordinary status of Elder Qi. Elder Qi recognized it was time to depart and approached Zhang Wenfeng. Offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder, young man, you have shown great courage in defending your rights against tyranny. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to visit me at 36, Xingfu Street. That is where I reside. Zhang Wenfeng expressed his gratitude respectfully. Thank you, Elder. Elder Qi smiled warmly. No need for thanks. Afterward, he departed with another elder, leaving the crowd to murmur among themselves. Who was this elder? That he could even bring Yang Jun to his knees? Did you hear him mention 36 Xingfu Street? Isn't that the provincial party committee's residential area? The people there must have significant standing. Yang Jun brought this upon himself. He has committed numerous heinous acts under the guise of authority over the years. His capture is a refreshing turn of events. Zhang Wanpeng, Fu Lingling, and Ling Yiran exchanged puzzled glances at Zhang Wenfeng. It was evident that Zhang Wenfeng had faced Yang Jun with utmost confidence. How did he know Elder Qi, brother? Do you know Elder Qi? Zhang Wenpeng inquired curiously. Zhang Wenfeng shook his head. Elder brother. We grew up together in the village. How could I possibly know someone of Elder Qi's stature? Then how were you so fearless before Yang Jun? I was nearly terrified. After all, he is the deputy director of the police station, not someone we can provoke, Zhang Wenpeng expressed, still shaken by the encounter. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. It's not as dire as you think. Yang Jun is merely the deputy director, and no matter how much power he holds, he cannot arbitrarily arrest people. We live in a society governed by law. Moreover, Elder Qi had already reassured us. We need not fear. Zhang Wenpeng, skeptical, replied, but he didn't reveal his identity before. What good does that assurance do? Should we truly confront Yang Jun? Ling Yiran chimed in. Wenfeng, you should still exercise caution. You have undoubtedly made an enemy of Yang Jun. He has been entrenched in the county for many years and has many under his command. I worry they may seek retribution against you. Zhang Wenfeng smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. I am fully aware of the situation. Besides, Yang Jun has lost his opportunity this time. Ling Yiran, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling all looked at Zhang Wenfeng with puzzled expressions. How can you be so confident that Yang Jun will definitely fall this time? Zhang Wenfeng gave an awkward smile. He couldn't possibly reveal that Yang Jun had met his downfall in his previous life. Instead, he simply said, "It's my intuition. I believe that Old Chi's methods are quite formidable. Since they've captured Yang Jun, they certainly won't let him off easily," he added. "I'm merely a businessman. I just wish to quietly sell my grilled meat without attracting any trouble." Although Ling Yiran listened to Zhang Wenfeng's words, she still felt a twinge of unease in her heart. She resolved to ask her father about whether Yang Jun would have another opportunity after his arrest, and thus bid farewell to Zhang Wenfeng. "Wenfeng, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Be careful on the way." Zhang Wenfeng had intended to accompany Ling Yiran home, but considering that she had friends with her, he refrained from doing so, knowing that walking too closely with her could tarnish her reputation. Ling Yiran nodded, "I understand." After parting ways, Ling Yiran left with her friends. After Zhang Wenfeng, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling sold all the remaining meat, they finally drove home. Chapter 50. Settling the accounts in Xiao Village. At the Zhang family's residence, Aunt Hahua, Aunt Huang, and Wu Zhaodi had already prepared the meat and skewered it well in advance. However, they did not leave, primarily because Zhang Wenfeng had stated that wages would be settled on the same day. As night fell, concern grew since Zhang Wenfeng, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling had yet to return. The darkness deepened, and while Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang were not overly anxious, Wu Zhaodi found herself in a more precarious situation. After all, she lived in the neighboring village, and even at a brisk pace, it would take her over 20 minutes to get home. If she returned too late, any unforeseen incidents on the road would be quite troubling. Zhang's parents were equally worried. The earlier commotion caused by the Chao family had already unsettled their spirits, and now with their son and daughter-in-law still absent, their anxiety grew. Wu Zhaodi stepped forward and said, "Uncle, Aunt, perhaps I should head home now. It's getting late." Zhang's mother held Wu Zhaodi's hand, saying, "Zhaodi, Wenfeng said that wages would be settled today. Your payment hasn't been settled yet." Wu Zhaodi smiled and replied, "Aunt, we are all relatives. I trust Wenfeng. He must be busy today, and he hasn't returned yet. We can settle it together tomorrow. There's no need to insist on today." Seeing Wu Zhaodi say this, Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang felt that if they remained here waiting, it might imply they did not trust Zhang Wenfeng, which could lead him to overthink the situation. "Indeed, Suqin, let us not wait here any longer. You needn't worry, they must have encountered some delays, and that's why Wenfeng and the others are late. We have many matters to attend to at home, so we shall leave." Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang stepped forward as well. Zhang's parents exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't keep their guests waiting indefinitely. With the darkness deepening, it was best to avoid any potential mishaps on the road. "All right, when Wenfeng returns, I will tell him to settle your wages together tomorrow," Zhang's mother stated. "That's fine. I trust you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here to work for you. Well then, we shall take our leave." With that, the three departed from the Zhang residence. Aunt Huang and Aunt Hahua walked together, with Aunt Huang expressing some doubt. "Hahua, why do you think Wenfeng is so late today? Could it be that something went wrong with their business?" Aunt Hahua chuckled and replied, "Oh, Aunt Huang, why are you worried that Wenfeng would lack the means to pay you for your work?" Aunt Huang immediately laughed. "Hahua, you misunderstand me. I know Wenfeng has money and wouldn't miss this small amount. I'm just concerned that we have finally secured this job, and I wouldn't want to lose it. You don't know. Ever since I started working for Wenfeng, my mother-in-law has been much more courteous to me. When I return home, she doesn't even let me do chores anymore." Aunt Hahua was well aware of Aunt Huang's mother-in-law. A woman who could rival Xiao Shi in her cunning ways of tormenting her daughter in law, it, was no small feat for Aunt Huang to have managed to live under her rule until now. "I don't think there will be any issues. Didn't you notice that today, we had significantly more meat than yesterday? This indicates that business is booming," Aunt Hahua analyzed. Aunt Huang smiled, saying, "I hope Wenfeng's business flourishes. Yesterday, I skewered 560 sticks, but today I managed 720. That's 7.2 yuan. I thought that with this money, my mother-in-law would treat me even better. Yet here we are, and Wenfeng hasn't returned. Yes, I skewered 810 sticks today." Aunt Hahua added. As for Wu Zhaodi, she worked even faster. She skewered 700 sticks yesterday and today, an impressive 960. Youth certainly brings agility. Suddenly, the sound of a three-wheeled vehicle interrupted their conversation. Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang turned their attention to the noise. Spotting Zhang Wenfeng, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling driving into the village. Upon seeing them, Zhang Wenfeng jumped down from the vehicle, saying, "Aunties, why are you leaving at this hour? I haven't settled your wages yet." Aunt Hawa and Aunt Huang had not expected their words to summon him so quickly and smiled, saying, Wenfeng, we noticed it was getting late and thought we should head back. We've been working for you for quite some time now, and it's fine to settle everything together tomorrow. That won't do. I promised same-day settlement, and I must honor that. Otherwise, it would seem I, Zhang Wenfeng, am not a man of my word, he insisted before asking Aunt Huang, how many sticks did you skewer today? And you, Aunt Hahua? Aunt Huang replied, I skewered 720 sticks. Aunt Hahua added, I skewered 810. Hearing their responses, Zhang Wenfeng promptly retrieved the money and handed it to them, smiling as he explained, Aunties, I was indeed quite busy today, which is why we rushed back. However, you can rest assured that I, Zhang Wenfeng, absolutely will not default on your wages. Now that your speed has improved, I believe you'll consistently surpass 800 sticks in the future. Aunt Huang and Aunt Hahua accepted the money, beaming with joy as they said, we too wish to skewer more, but Wu Zhaodi is truly fast. She skewered 920 sticks by herself today. Zhang Wenfeng immediately inquired, Aunties, is Zhaodi still at my house? Aunt Hahua shook her head. Wu Zhaodi left quite some time ago. Her home is in the neighboring village, and it wouldn't be safe for her to return too late, so she departed early. Oh, thank you, Aunties. Zhang Wenfeng replied that I will take today's wages to Zhaodi to avoid any unpleasantness at home over this matter. Both Aunt Hahua and Aunt Huang thoroughly agreed with Zhang Wenfeng's approach. They were able to work because they could bring money home daily. Without it, their families would surely complain. All right, you go ahead, it's getting darker, making the roads even more treacherous, Aunt Hahua advised. But before you go, you should return home for a moment. Your parents have been waiting at the door, quite worried. Aunt Huang reminded him. Thank you, Aunties. After speaking with them, Zhang Wenfeng returned to the three-wheeled vehicle and said to Zhang Wenpeng, Eldest brother, you go home first to reassure our parents. I will accompany my sister-in-law to her family to deliver Zhaodi's wages, so she won't face any grievances. Fu Lingling immediately interjected, Second brother, there's no need to go today. We can settle it together tomorrow. Yet Zhang Wenfeng insisted, Sister-in-law, we promised same-day settlement. Today's delay was due to our own circumstances. We cannot let Zhaodi suffer because of it. Fu Lingling understood that her sister-in-law had a knack for sarcasm and might indeed mock her for not bringing home any money. If Zhang Wenfeng made this trip, it might even elevate her standing at home. Fine, I will go with you. Chapter 51, Division of Property in Xiaoxi Village. At the Fu family's residence, Wu Zhaodi returned home, where Zhou Chunyin was waiting in the yard, eager to see how much money Wu Zhaodi had earned today. Upon seeing Wu Zhaodi come in, she mockingly remarked, Oh, look who it is, our family's great benefactor. How much did you earn today? Wu Zhaodi, uninterested in the taunt, turned to head into her room. Observing this, Zhou Chunyin felt a surge of delight. Clearly, Wu Zhaodi must not have earned much, or else she wouldn't be so dejected. Stepping forward to block Wu Zhaodi's path, she smiled and said, Zhaodi, why are you in such a hurry to go inside? Come, tell me how much you earned today, so I, as the elder sister-in-law, can be envious. Wu Zhaodi clenched her fists instinctively, a flicker of anger crossing her face as she coldly remarked, What does my earnings have to do with you? Why are you meddling in my affairs? Zhou Chunyin, equally furious, retorted, Wu Zhaodi, don't push your luck. This job was granted to you by me, and now I merely ask a few questions. What's wrong? Are you displeased? Let me tell you, if you irritate me, you can forget about this job. Wu Zhaodi responded with a cold laugh. You think I can't do without it? With your lazy demeanor, even if you got a job, no one would want you. Don't assume that just because you're at home, everyone will cater to you. Once you step outside, see who will accommodate you. The argument between Zhou Chunyin and Wu Zhaodi drew the attention of everyone in the room. Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan watched the two daughters-in-law bicker, feeling overwhelmed. Wu Zhaodi had always been the one to endure in silence, never engaging in disputes, but since she began working, her temper had evidently flared. It seemed that once a woman earned money, she became less compliant. Why are you making a fuss at this late hour? Is there not enough work at home? Zhou Yunlan remarked irritably, glancing at Wu Zhaodi. Zhaodi, must you argue as soon as you return? This family has finally enjoyed a few peaceful days. Can't you allow your father and me to have some tranquility? Wu Zhaodi was at a loss for words. Although her in-laws did not openly mention her lack of children, they were clearly biased in their treatment of her and Zhou Chunyin. She was unwilling to endure any longer and turned to Zhou Yunlan. Mom, am I the one who is arguing? The moment I entered, She blocked my way if I don't engage with her. She ridicules me. I've merely worked for one day. Why does it feel as though I've committed some heinous crime? Zhou Yunlan, aware of her own shortcomings, spoke softly. Zhaodi, it's not that I'm blaming you. We are all family, and your sister-in-law can be somewhat assertive. Just show a little understanding. There's no need to bicker. Besides, she is concerned for you. You've been out for quite some time. She is simply curious about your earnings today. Wu Zhaodi, weary of the conversation, glanced at Fu Jiangwo. All right, let us not linger here. Let us go back inside before others start looking at us disapprovingly. As Wu Zhaodi pulled Fu Jiangwo towards the inner room, Zhou Chunyin stubbornly blocked her path. Your work isn't solely your concern. I in this family. Whether we are divided or not, a portion of what you earn should be contributed. How much did you make today? Wu Zhaodi regarded Zhou Chunyin, realizing she was indeed overstepping, thinking of her own earnings as if they were communal property. Fu Jiangwo, fearing another quarrel, quickly stepped in front of Wu Zhaodi, asserting, sister-in-law, that's a bit excessive. This is money Zhaodi earned through her own labor. Zhou Chunyin dismissed Fu Jiangwo's interjection coldly, stating, Jiangwo, do you really believe your wife's earnings are solely for you? You still consuming the family's resources, aren't you? Wu Zhaodi observed Zhou Chunyin, then turned to Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan. Noticing their silence, she realized they too believed her earnings should be shared. Disappointment washed over her as she asked, Dad, Mom, do you think I should contribute my earnings as well? As the head of the family, Fu Kaizhong felt hesitant to openly demand money from his daughter-in-law and remained silent. Zhou Yunlan, with a face of guilt, said, Zhaodi, you and your husband have no children and your expenses are minimal. Your elder brother's family has 2 children and their expenses are greater. We are all family. Now that you both earn, it's only fair to contribute something for communal use. Hearing Zhou Yunlan's words, Wu Zhaodi felt her heart sink. Since her in-laws had chosen to prioritize their eldest son's family over her own, she had felt disheartened. Now, hearing their expectations, she was not surprised. Dad, Mom, let us just separate our households, Wu Zhaodi declared. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the entire Fu family. No one had anticipated Wu Zhaodi would demand a separation, especially given her history of being dutiful and compliant. Just because she had earned some money recently, she felt empowered to suggest such a drastic measure. In truth, Zhou Chunyin had long desired a separation, but with Wu Zhaodi now earning well, she was reluctant to let go of such a valuable asset. With a mocking tone, she said, Mom and Dad, see? You once praised Wu Zhaodi, but now her true colors are showing. Now that she can earn, she views our family as a burden, wanting to cast us aside to enjoy her own life. Fu Jiangwo, who quickly interjected, Sister-in-law, that's not true. Zhaodi doesn't think of you as a burden. Zhou Yunlan's expression darkened as she confronted Wu Zhaodi. Zhaodi, you should know how your in-laws have treated you over the past 3 years. We've never pressured you or your husband about having children. Yet now, you're suggesting a separation just because we asked for a small contribution. Do you truly think, as your sister-in-law claims, that now you're earning, we are merely burdens to you? Wu Zhaodi's heart ached as she laughed bitterly, looking at Zhou Yunlan and saying, Mom, is this really how you perceive me? Before Zhou Yunlan could respond, Zhou Chunyin stepped forward, accusingly stating, Wu Zhaodi, stop your excuses. If you hadn't acted so heartlessly, would Mom think this way? You've made a mistake and now you're trying to shift the blame onto us. How shameless! Wu Zhaodi retorted with a cold laugh. Am I shameless? Zhou Chunyin, how can you say that? Even if we separate, we will ensure our parents receive their due support. However, expecting us to fund your meddling is nothing short of a fantasy. Zhou Chunyin, furious, advanced towards her, hurling insults. Wu Zhaodi, you little wretch. How dare you call me a meddler? You're nothing but a barren hen. Your earnings should be spent on our family. Otherwise, when you grow old, my children will owe you nothing. Wu Zhaodi felt the sting of Zhou Chunyin's words deeply. The insults cut right to her core. Fu Jiangwo could no longer stand idly by as his wife was verbally assaulted. He stepped in, defending her. Sister-in-law, your words are utterly cruel. How can you speak of her in such a manner? Zhaodi is your brother's wife, after all. Zhou Yunlan also felt that Zhou Chunyin's words were excessively harsh. Although Wu Zhaodi's call for separation was inappropriate, there was no need to strike at her vulnerabilities. Stepping forward, she chastised, Chunyin, what nonsense are you spouting? You know how much Wu Zhaodi has suffered these past years. Don't you dare stab her where it hurts. Although Zhou Chunyin realized she had crossed a line, The words were already out and she could not retract them. She stubbornly insisted. I was just reacting to her call for separation. Zhaodi, I admit I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart, Zhou Chunyin said begrudgingly. Wu Zhaodi understood that Zhou Chunyin was only saying this under duress, and she no longer wished to maintain a facade of harmony, since she had already brought up the idea of separation. The seed had been planted, and the family would eventually divide. With an icy demeanor, she replied, Sister-in-law, you simply want to know how much I earned at Zhang Wenfeng's today, don't you? I'll tell you. I earned 2 yuan for 920, but Zhang Wenfeng hasn't settled my payment yet as he returned late. Zhou Chunyin scoffed, Zhaodi, you're being foolish. If you haven't received the money, how can you be expected to share it? Perhaps he won't pay you at all. I've always said Zhang Wenfeng is just a good-for-nothing. He'll never amount to anything. Zhaodi, you should reconsider. If he can't even pay you, what's the point of working there? There's plenty to do at home. Zhou Yunlan added. Since Wu Zhaodi began working, the household responsibilities have predominantly fallen upon her mother-in-law. Zhou Chunyin, this lazy individual, spends her days merely indulging in food, incapable of even preparing a meal without being compelled to do so. Wu Zhaodi gazed at her family members, truly perceiving their grotesque countenances. I have already stated that the only reason for the delay in payment was my late return. Yet you all assume that I intend to withhold my wages, which reflects a profound disdain for others. Sister Zhaodi, I apologize for returning late today and for the inconvenience caused by the delayed settlement of your wages. She continued. At that moment, Zhang Wenfeng and Fu Lingling entered from outside. Fu Lingling, upon seeing her parents, was overwhelmed with emotions, struggling to comprehend how her once reasonable parents could become so callous. Upon noticing Zhang Wenfeng's arrival, Wu Zhaodi was taken aback. Wenfeng, what brings you here? Zhang Wenfeng stepped forward, producing 9.2 yuan and presenting it to her. Sister Zhaodi, we were delayed in the county today, which is why we returned later than expected. I encountered Aunt Haohua and Aunt Huang at the village entrance, and upon learning that you were anxiously awaiting your wages, I felt compelled to bring them to you. I heard from them that you completed 920 today, which amounts to 9.2 yuan, correct? Wu Zhaodi looked at the 9.2 yuan, feeling genuinely touched. While her family mocked her, Zhang Wenfeng had considered her predicament and brought her the money to prevent any potential difficulties she might face for not having her wages. This exemplified the stark contrast in character. Wenfeng, I am truly embarrassed that you went out of your way for this, Wu Zhaodi remarked. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and responded, I believe in settling the day's wages on the same day. It wouldn't be fair to delay your payment simply because I returned late. Now that I've delivered the money, I won't intrude on your rest any longer. Just come to my house at the usual time tomorrow. I'll take my leave now. After speaking with Wu Zhaodi, Zhang Wenfeng turned to Fu Kaizhang and Zhou Yunlan. Uncle, Aunt, I won't disturb you any further. With that, he left without looking back. Fu Lingling was disinclined to linger with her parents and turned to leave as well. Lingling, wait a moment. Zhou Yunlan called out to her. Zhang Wenfeng glanced at Fu Lingling and said, Sister-in-law, I'll wait for you outside. Fu Lingling nodded. Zhang Wenfeng exited, uninterested in the affairs of the Fu family. His focus was solely on earning money to improve his family's living conditions. Initially reluctant to stay, Fu Lingling had no choice but to remain upon her mother's call. However, she sensed her mother's intent but chose to feign ignorance, turning to her mother to inquire, Mom, what did you want to discuss? Chapter 53. Perhaps it's best to part ways. Zhou Chunyin gazed enviously at the 2 yuan in Wu Zhaodi's hand, her eyes filled with longing. Before Zhou Yunlan could speak, she approached, attempting to grasp Fu Lingling's hand. However, Fu Lingling swiftly retracted her hand and asked, Sister-in-law, what are you doing? If you have something to say, please say it. Lingling, why are you being so distant with your sister-in-law? We are, after all, family. Zhou Chunyin smiled. Fu Lingling felt a wave of disgust but refrained from voicing it. Merely replying coldly, Sister-in-law, if you have nothing to discuss, I must return home. I have to head to the county tomorrow and need to rest early. Zhou Chunyin's heart boiled with jealousy. Why should such good fortune fall to the Zhang family and not theirs? With a forced smile, she said, Lingling, look at you. Now that you're capable of earning money, don't forget your roots, Fu Lingling retorted. I haven't forgotten. I came here to share my new-found means of earning, and I even helped introduce a job for my second sister-in-law, who now earns nearly 10 yuan a day, more than what one makes in the city. Isn't that a good opportunity? Zhou Chunyin? With a face full of complaints, said Lingling, "You speak as if you only have a second sister-in-law. You have an elder sister-in-law as well. You shouldn't only introduce a job for your second sister-in-law, but also arrange something for your elder sister-in-law." Fu Lingling scoffed, "Sister-in-law, the job was offered to your second sister-in-law because you refused it. I had no intention of excluding you. Furthermore, this meat job originally belonged to my brother-in-law. It is his decision whom to employ, and I merely assisted him in finding someone." Zhou Chunyin maintained her facade of joviality, although inwardly, she had berated Fu Lingling thoroughly, still forcing a smile as she said, "Lingling, could you please put in a good word for me? Let me join in the meat work. Such a lucrative opportunity shouldn't go to waste on others, don't you agree?" Though Fu Lingling felt irked, she remained mindful of her parents' presence. Even if her parents no longer cared for her, she could not disregard their feelings. She cast a cold glance at Zhou Chunyin and huffed, "This opportunity was something I fought for on your behalf. You refused then, and now you wish to partake? I'm afraid it's too late, as Wenfeng doesn't need anyone at the moment." Zhou Chunyin refused to concede, smiling as she said, "But there are still 2 people working there, right? Just have one of them let go so I can take their place." Fu Lingling stared at Zhou Chunyin in disbelief, shocked by her audacity. Nearby, Wu Zhaodi could no longer tolerate the scene. She stepped forward, saying, "Aunt Hua and Aunt Huang are our neighbors. You can't simply suggest dismissing them. How can the Zhang family continue to live in the village if you act like this?" Zhou Chunyin shot a cold glance at Wu Zhaodi, retorting, "Why don't you relinquish your job to me instead?" Wu Zhaodi was not one to yield to Zhou Chunyin. Now that the facade of harmony had been shattered, there was no need to maintain appearances. She flatly refused. "You were unwilling to work before. Yet now you wish to take my place. You are truly delusional." Zhou Chunyin pointed accusingly at Wu Zhaodi, exclaiming, "Wu Zhaodi, how dare you? Asking you to give me your job is a sign of respect. If you refuse, you're the one being disrespectful. I need your respect. Pa, with your laziness, even if you were to go, Zhang Wenfeng wouldn't necessarily want you." Wu Zhaodi shot back. In an instant, the Fu family courtyard descended into chaos. Zhang Wenfeng, initially waiting outside and uninterested in interfering, felt compelled to step in due to the tumult within the Fu household. He entered and said, "There's no need to quarrel over this job, nor should you make things difficult for others. I'm here now. If there's anything to discuss, let us do it face to face." As soon as Zhang Wenfeng spoke, the previously raucous courtyard fell silent. Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan exchanged awkward glances, feeling the weight of the situation. After all, they cared about their dignity. Otherwise, they would have confronted Zhang Wenfeng directly instead of keeping Fu Lingling behind. Fu Kaizhong chuckled awkwardly and said, "Wenfeng, pardon us for the disturbance. You've heard the situation. Our elder daughter-in-law wishes to join you for work. We're unsure if you still need help." Zhang Wenfeng looked at Fu Kaizhong before his gaze settled on Fu Lingling, who stepped forward and said, "Wenfeng, please don't feel obligated to accommodate me out of consideration for our relationship. It's entirely up to you. If you need someone, that's great. If not, that's perfectly all right too." Zhou Yunlan interjected, "Lingling, how can you say such a thing? Mom, my words are not unfounded. I wouldn't want to put Wenfeng in a difficult position because of me." Fu Lingling replied calmly. Her parents had already left her feeling disheartened, and she was no longer willing to sacrifice herself for this family. Zhang Wenfeng addressed Zhou Chunyin, sister-in-law of the Fu family. "While I did require assistance before, that need has temporarily passed. Should I require help in the future, I will inform my sister and law. It's getting late. We should take our leave and not linger any longer. Let us go, sister-in-law," Zhang Wenfeng concluded, departing with Fu Lingling. Wu Zhaodi cast a cold glance at Zhou Chunyin, then took Fu Jiangwo back to her own quarters. "Who do you think you are to act so high and mighty before me? I'll tell you. Even if I cannot do this job, you must surrender your earnings to me daily." Zhou Chunyin shouted at Wu Zhaodi's door. In response, the lights inside abruptly went out. Fu Igua, with a displeased expression, pulled Zhou Chunyin back to their room. After Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan returned to their quarters, Fu Kaizhong sighed, taking a drag from his pipe. "Perhaps it's best to part ways after all." Zhou Yunlan, wiping her tears in distress, lamented, "We toiled our whole lives, hoping to enjoy the company of our grandchildren in our old age. Yet here we are, facing a potential division. What a spectacle for others to witness. Life is meant to be lived for ourselves, not for the judgment of others. What does it matter if people talk?" Fu Kaizhong sighed, we can't continue to keep compromising for the second family either. Zhou Yunlan lamented, I am acutely aware of the grievances suffered by the second family's household. Yet, it is not as though they are without children, as long as they are well fed, it suffices for them. However, the eldest son's family has 2 children. If we do not extend our support, how will they manage their lives? Each generation has its own fortune, and we have already nurtured them into adulthood. Having established their own families, we cannot be responsible for them for an entire lifetime. It is said that as trees grow, their branches divide. Now that they have their own families, it is time for them to lead independent lives. Chapter 54. Every family has its own difficult scriptures. Zhou Yunlan was weary of living in this state of being caught in the middle. Since the 2 families could not coexist harmoniously, perhaps separation would be the better course. Zhou Chunyin had previously mentioned the idea of dividing the household. Once that was done, each family could lead their own lives. The elderly couple is still capable of taking care of themselves and does not require the support of both families just yet. When they become incapable, we can address that concern then, without needing to rush into decisions now. Very well, since you have expressed your thoughts so clearly, let us gather the children tomorrow and proceed with the division of the household. However, we must ultimately be considerate of the larger family, particularly during the division, Zhou Yunlan conceded, still feeling sympathetic towards the eldest family, especially since they had young children to care for. After all, it is a natural tendency for some to lean towards one side. Such inclinations are not uncommon. Fu Kaizhong did not wish to dwell on such trivial matters. The second family was indeed feeling stifled in their current situation, and once they could move out, they would likely cease to mind these issues. All right then, let us proceed as you suggest, but we must not be excessively harsh towards the second family, Fu Kaizhong remarked. Zhou Yunlan replied affirmatively, of course. The second son is also a piece of flesh that has fallen from me. How could I possibly treat him harshly? Meanwhile, Wu Zhaodi and Fu Jiangwo had extinguished their lights, yet the flames of anger simmered within them. Fu Jiangwo recognized that his wife had been wrong that day and comforted her. Zhaodi, the eldest sister, is simply a sharp-tongued person. Consider her words as mere noise and do not take them to heart. Wu Zhaodi was reluctant to internalize such sentiments, but when Zhou Chunyin uttered those piercing words, Fu Kaizhong and Zhou Yunlan failed to intervene, indicating that they too harbored grievances against her as a daughter-in-law. This only solidified her determination to pursue the division of the household. Now, she was eager to understand Fu Jiangwo's perspective on the matter. Jiangwo, I cannot control what others say, nor do I wish to. But I must ask you directly, what are your thoughts on the division of the household? Wu Zhaodi's tone was calm, yet each word bore immense pressure upon Fu Jiangwo, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Fu Jiangwo found himself in a dilemma. He too desired the division, yet he felt constrained by the expectations of his parents, as their son. He found it difficult to openly support the separation. After much contemplation, he finally spoke, of course, I also wish to divide the household, as you are well aware of the circumstances we endure in this family. Upon receiving Fu Jiangwo's affirmative response, Wu Zhaodi felt a sense of relief. Within this household, she could afford to disregard the feelings of others, but she had to be mindful of Fu Jiangwo's sentiments, for they were the ones living their lives together. As the saying goes, when husband and wife are of one mind, their combined strength can cut through metal. Since you are in favor of the division, we shall proceed with it, even if it means leaving with nothing. I still insist on a separation, Wu Zhaodi declared resolutely, clearly having reached a point of no return. Fu Jiangwo nodded. All right, I support you. With the couple reaching a consensus, they spoke no further and retired for the night. On their way home, Zhang Wenfeng and Fu Lingling found the atmosphere somewhat awkward, as Fu Lingling felt embarrassed that her family's troubles had been laid bare before Zhang Wenfeng, as the eldest sister-in-law. She felt quite ashamed and said, Wenfeng, I am truly sorry for letting you witness such a spectacle. Sister-in-law, there is no need for concern. Every family has its own challenges, and I fully understand, Zhang Wenfeng replied. Fu Lingling smiled faintly, steering the conversation towards Ling Yiran. Wenfeng, that girl we encountered in the county today, Ling Yiran, seemed to have feelings for you. Do not let her down, Zhang Wenfeng responded with a smile. Sister-in-law, I am aware. I also have feelings for Yiran. However, our current circumstances do not yet allow me to marry her. I want to provide her with the most splendid wedding, allowing her to enter our family with grace and dignity, making those who once looked down upon us think twice. Fu Lingling felt a pang of envy, for every woman dreams of a grand wedding. However, she had no regrets about marrying Zhang Wenpeng. And now that Zhang Wenfeng had become so capable, earning significant sums in a single day, it was only a matter of time before he could provide Ling Yiran with a magnificent wedding. I believe in you. You will surely achieve your desires and make those who underestimate our family eat their words, Fu Lingling encouraged with a smile. After this light-hearted exchange, the awkwardness dissipated, and they soon returned home. Upon their arrival, Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu approached them, with Zhang Mu inquiring, "Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen?" Fu Lingling felt a bit embarrassed, as discussing her family's affairs made her uncomfortable. Zhang Wenfeng quickly interjected, "Mother, it's nothing. We were just delayed a little on the road." "Mother, is there anything to eat at home? I am on the verge of starving." Fu Lingling cast a grateful glance at Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenfeng was already being led inside by Zhang Mu, engaging in cheerful banter along the way. As the family gathered around the dining table, Zhang Mu remarked, "I heard from your brother that you too went to set up a stall tonight. And there was even some commotion. Did you really send the deputy chief of the police station in?" Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, "Mother, it wasn't as exaggerated as my brother claims. We do not possess the clout to send the deputy chief of the police station anywhere. It was merely that he was under investigation, and coincidentally, he was caught trying to intervene on behalf of his nephew." Zhang Mu was alarmed. "In the future, when conducting business, we must prioritize harmony and avoid stirring up trouble." Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile, "Mother, we are merely conducting business, not engaging in brawls. Naturally, we would not provoke trouble, but if others dare to cause us issues, we will not be intimidated. After all, if one stands upright, shadows will not loom." "Enough, enough. You have quite the knack for these sayings. I wonder where you learned all this nonsense. I tell you to focus on your studies, yet you refuse," Zhang Mu said, casting an exasperated glance at Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled awkwardly, "Mother, I simply am not cut out for school. The one in our family best suited for education is my younger sister, who is currently in school. Once she gains admission to university, she will be the only one in our family to do so. You child, you are becoming more and more fanciful. Your sister is only in middle school. It will be years before she faces the college entrance examination. Who can predict what the future holds?" Zhang Mu replied. Her heart lightened at the thought of her daughter potentially attending university. The previously tense atmosphere was dissipated by Zhang Wenfeng's lighthearted remarks. Restoring a harmonious ambience, Fu Lingling looked at Zhang Wenfeng, increasingly aware of the significant changes he had undergone. She attributed much of this transformation to Lu Fangfang. Had she been willing to marry Zhang Wenfeng, their household would have been thrown into chaos due to the temperament of her family. Chapter 55. Discussing collaboration. Wenfeng, I heard some news today that I initially did not intend to share with you. However, seeing that you have now moved on from past events, I feel it is pertinent to inform you." Zhang Mu began. Zhang Wenfeng responded with a smile, "Mother, your insight is truly sharp. You see right through me. Enough with your cheekiness, you rascal. Now you take pleasure in teasing your mother." Zhang Mu playfully scolded. "What I meant to tell you is related to Lu Fangfang. It is said that she has found Wang Dafu, the secretary of Xiaoli village, and they have already obtained their marriage certificate. Their wedding is reportedly next month." This was understandable, as Lu Fangfang's pregnancy was becoming increasingly apparent. If she did not secure a partner soon, it would surely come to light. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, "But, mother, how did you come to know of this?" Zhang Mu explained. "Someone came to our home inquiring about Lu Fangfang, asking why the engagement was called off. Which led to this revelation. Did you share the true reason for our cancellation?" Zhang Wenfeng inquired. Zhang Mu immediately shook her head. "Of course not. If I had revealed that the girl was pregnant before marriage, they would surely come to our door. I merely said that they had raised the bride price unexpectedly." "That is well said. I was planning to prepare a grand gift for their wedding." Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. Zhang Mu, Zhang Fu, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling all exchanged glances, sensing that Zhang Wenfeng must be concocting some mischievous scheme, as his smile seemed rather cunning. "Wenfeng, what are you planning?" Zhang Mu asked. Zhang Wenfeng smiled. "I have mentioned that I intend to present them with a grand gift. Do not act recklessly. You no longer have any ties to them, so it would be best to avoid any entanglements." Zhang Mu remarked, "How could Zhang Wenfeng possibly let Lu Fangfang off so easily? In the previous life, Lu Fangfang brought ruin upon our family, I in this new existence. Unless she repays the suffering she inflicted upon me, how could I find peace? Mother, rest assured, your son has changed significantly from the past. I now act with discretion," Zhang Wenfeng replied. Zhang Mu found herself at a loss for words and simply said, "Very well, you handle it as you see fit. Just don't go too far, I understand." Zhang Wenfeng lay on the Kong, his mind racing and sleep eluding him in his previous life. He discovered too late that his son was not truly his own. However, he remained uncertain about whose child Lu Fangfang was carrying at that time. If he were to seek vengeance against Lu Fangfang, he must ensure that he caught her red-handed. Evidence was essential. Therefore, he needed to enlist help to procure a camera, which would facilitate capturing Lu Fangfang's wrongdoing. When the time came, he would present her with a grand surprise at her wedding. It seemed that only manager who could assist him in borrowing a camera. For in this era, acquiring such a device was no small feat with a plan forming in his mind. Zhang Wenfeng retired for the night. The following day, after Zhang Wenfeng had transported Zhang Wenpeng, Fu Lingling, and all the necessary items for their stall to the machinery factory, he drove to the meat processing plant. Upon arrival, rather than immediately collecting meat, he proceeded to Manager Hu's office. Manager Hu was quite surprised to see Zhang Wenfeng, having heard of the recent acclaim for his barbecue business in the county. With a smile, he addressed Zhang Wenfeng, "Brother, what brings such a busy man like you to seek me out? Speak your mind. What do you need?" Zhang Wenfeng, unreserved, took a seat opposite Hu and replied, "Hu Gu, I indeed have a matter that requires your assistance." Manager Hu, initially joking, became serious upon realizing there was a genuine request. "Brother, tell me what it is. Anything I can do to help, I will." Zhang Wenfeng smiled and said, "I would like to ask you to lend me a camera, if that's not too much trouble." Upon hearing this, Manager Hu's demeanor relaxed. He had feared Zhang Wenfeng might make an unreasonable request. "It's merely a camera. We have one at the meat plant. If you need it, feel free to take it," he assured, patting his chest confidently. Zhang Wenfeng immediately expressed his gratitude. "Hu Gu, I am truly thankful, and no need to be so polite, brother. There's no need for such formalities between us." Manager Hu chuckled. "By the way, have you considered expanding your barbecue stall?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenfeng quickly grasped Manager Hu's implication, responding with a smile, "Naturally, I have such ambitions. However, my stall is still in its infancy, and funds are limited. Expanding is not something that can be accomplished overnight." Manager Hu, intrigued, inquired, "If I were to invest in you, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Wenfeng explained, "Currently, my stall offers a limited selection due to its unstable location, which restricts my offerings. If I had a fixed venue, I would certainly include beer and cold dishes, thereby diversifying the menu and attracting more customers." Hearing Zhang Wenfeng's vision, Manager Hu's expression brightened. "Your idea is indeed promising. Solely selling barbecue will eventually become tiresome. Expanding your menu will provide more options for patrons. If you were to open a shop, how much capital would you require?" He asked directly. "Did I have yet to consult on that matter. I'll need to inquire in the county to ascertain the costs. Moreover, the idea of adding beer came to me yesterday when customers at the square suggested it while I was operating my stall. I plan to visit the brewery to investigate potential pricing advantages," Zhang Wenfeng replied. Manager Hu promptly retrieved a business card from his drawer and handed it to Zhang Wenfeng. "Brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? The sales manager at our county's brewery, Zhang Binka, is a good friend of mine. When you go, just ask for him and mention that you are my brother. He will certainly offer you a discount." "That is splendid news. Thank you so much," Zhang Wenfeng exclaimed, astonished that his simple request for a camera had inadvertently opened doors for expanding his business. Manager Hu smiled and said, "No need for such formality between us. After all, our future business endeavors will be a joint venture. I must consider our mutual interests." "Agreed. Hu Gu, let us split the profits 50-50, shall we?" Zhang Wenfeng proposed. Manager Hu waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, you are the one primarily responsible for this. I have contributed little. It would be inappropriate for me to take half. Hu Gu, not only are you investing money, but you are also helping me with the beer situation. That certainly warrants a 50% share." "I feel it is still insufficient," Zhang Wenfeng insisted. Manager Hu finally relented. "Very well, since you've put it that way, we shall proceed as you suggest. Brother, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. There's no need to feel shy about it. We are partners now, rest assured, Hu Gu. I shall undoubtedly seek your help in the future." After finalizing their agreement, Manager Hu escorted Zhang Wenfeng to collect the camera. Chapter 56. Negotiating collaboration at the brewery. After retrieving the camera, Zhang Wenfeng returned home briefly to instruct Aunt Hahua and the others to begin preparing the meat skewers, for he intended to set up his stall again that evening at the square. Once he had organized the meat preparation, Zhang Wenfeng drove his tricycle to the county's brewery. This brewery was newly established and boasted significant scale, appearing far more impressive than the meat processing plant. Just as Zhang Wenfeng was about to enter, he was stopped by a security guard at the entrance. "Hey, this is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted inside." The guard, a middle-aged man in his 30s, scrutinized Zhang Wenfeng and remarked, "Our brewery is not in need of workers at the moment, so you should leave." Zhang Wenfeng glanced at the guard, realizing he was mistaken for someone seeking employment. Nevertheless, it was prudent to maintain a good relationship with the guards. "Brother, I'm here to discuss a collaboration with Manager Zhang from your sales department. Please inform him that I was sent by Manager Hu from the meat processing plant," Zhang Wenfeng said politely, offering the guard a cigarette. Upon hearing this, the guard accepted the cigarette and, feeling bemused, nodded. "All right, wait a moment while I make a call. Don't worry, I won't wander off," Zhang Wenfeng assured. The guard returned to the security room to make the call. As Zhang Wenfeng stood at the entrance, he surveyed the brewery's surroundings. The area was newly developed and held potential for future growth, though it was currently too sparse for setting up a stall. After the guard concluded his call, his demeanor softened considerably. Approaching with a smile, he said, "Brother, I didn't realize you were a friend of Manager Zhang. You can go right in. His office is in the central 3-story building on the 2nd floor. Leftmost room. Just knock when you get there." "Thank you," Zhang Wenfeng replied graciously. "No need for thanks. Just head inside," the guard said. Zhang Wenfeng entered the brewery and immediately spotted the 3-story building. The brewery's workers wore uniforms, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. However, during this era, beer was just beginning to gain popularity, resulting in low sales, particularly for local breweries, which remained largely ignored. As the guard had indicated, the brewery appeared quite desolate. Zhang Wenfeng proceeded directly to Zhang Binka's office and knocked before entering. Zhang Binka, of similar age to Manager Hu, was in his 30s, and his burgeoning beer belly indicated his profession. His slightly plump face was marked by keen, shrewd eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng enter, he warmly stepped out from behind his desk and smiled. "So, you're a friend of Hu Gu. I apologize for the oversight by our security." "Not a problem. I am indeed a friend of Hu Gu. My name is Zhang Wenfeng, and I am here to discuss a matter with you today, Manager Zhang." He introduced himself. "Oh, you share the same surname. Perhaps we are distantly related," Zhang Binka joked, gesturing for Zhang Wenfeng to sit down. "I understand from the guard that you wish to discuss a collaboration." Zhang Wenfeng nodded. "Exactly. I came here to talk about a potential partnership with you." "Zhang Gu." Zhang Binka nodded in acknowledgement. "Then please go ahead. It is as follows. I am currently engaged in a small business in the county, selling grilled meat from a stall," Zhang Wenfeng stated directly. Zhang Binka's eyes brightened as he replied. "So the recently popular grilled meat is your venture, Brother Zhang. I was just thinking about when to meet you to discuss potential collaboration, and here you are, coming to me first. It seems we truly share a vision." Zhang Wenfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this connection, negotiations would be much easier. "Brother Zhang, you share the same thoughts as well?" he inquired. Zhang Binka nodded, saying, "Indeed, your barbecue is delicious, but too much meat can be rather rich. If we could pair it with some beer, it would be perfect." Zhang Wenfeng agreed, saying, "That's precisely my thought. I came today to discuss this with you, Brother Zhang. I'd like to procure a batch from you to try out. If it proves successful, we can establish a long-term partnership." He refrained from making any definitive promises, as business matters are often unpredictable. "Of course, that's entirely feasible," Zhang Binka nodded in agreement. "Brother, you may not know, but I am currently troubled by the sales of our beer. To be honest, our beer is no less than that of other major cities, but we lack a market. If we could gain some recognition at your barbecue stall, perhaps our county's beer could expand beyond the county and be sold throughout the province." Seeing that Zhang Binka had opened up to him, Zhang Wenfeng felt compelled to reciprocate, stating, "Brother Zhang, to be frank, my stall is merely a temporary endeavor. Before coming here, I had a conversation with Brother Hu is now inclined to collaborate with me. We are planning to open a dedicated barbecue restaurant, and at that time, the beer from the factory could be supplied directly to our establishment. Moreover, I envision expanding this barbecue restaurant into a chain. Once we reach an agreement, wherever my restaurant opens, your beer will be sold there." Zhang Wenfeng spoke earnestly. Zhang Binka regarded Zhang Wenfeng with admiration for his youthful ambition. It was no wonder Hu Tao held him in high regard and recommended him to Zhang Binka. He nodded appreciatively, saying, "Brother Zhang, I eagerly anticipate your barbecue restaurant flourishing nationwide. Zhang Wenfeng smiled, replying, "That is my vision, and I shall strive diligently towards it." "Brother Zhang, if we decide to collaborate, how should we settle the cost for the beer I procure from you?" Zhang Wenfeng inquired, recognizing that business must be conducted with clarity, regardless of personal relationships. Zhang Binka, being a straightforward individual and having a favorable impression of Zhang Wenfeng, nodded and said, "Let us do this. I won't hold anything back from you. We typically sell to larger businesses at a price of 0.8 yuan per bottle. How about we offer you the same price?" Zhang Wenfeng, being a person of experience, found this price quite reasonable. If he were to haggle further, it would only come across as lacking discretion. He nodded and replied, "Brother Zhang, let us proceed with that. We'll take the beer at 0.8 yuan per bottle. I'll start with 50 bottles today. How does that sound?" "Sure, take as many as you need," Zhang Binka responded. "There's one more matter I wish to discuss with you." "Brother Zhang," Zhang Wenfeng said. "Go ahead." Zhang Binka prompted, "Given our limited funds, I would like to take the goods first and settle the payment for the previous batch upon my next order. Would that be acceptable?" Zhang Wenfeng proposed. Zhang Binka chuckled and replied, "I thought it was something significant. That's fine. We can proceed as you suggested. Also, in the event of any unsold stock, you can return it to us for processing." "Excellent." After finalizing their agreement, Zhang Binka and Zhang Wenfeng signed a temporary procurement contract. Once everything was settled, Zhang Wenfeng loaded the 50 bottles of beer onto his tricycle and departed. After watching Zhang Wenfeng leave, Zhang Binka called Hu Tao. "What do you think?" Manager Hu inquired with a smile. "Brother, this young man is indeed a capable person, with vision and ambition," Zhang Binka remarked. "As for the matter I mentioned, what are your thoughts? He lacks funds at this stage, but once he establishes himself, it could be a different story," Manager Hu said. "Brother, let me consider it. I will give you a response tomorrow," Zhang Binka replied. All right, Chapter 57. Renting a storefront. Zhang Wenfeng drove his tricycle straight home, unloading the pork before instructing Aunt Hahua and the others to begin cutting and skewering the meat. He then returned to the county, as he needed to act swiftly after reaching a collaboration intention with manager Hu. It was imperative to secure a storefront promptly. After all, he had already negotiated the beer collaboration with the brewery. He couldn't keep transporting beer around indefinitely. One mishap could lead to shattered bottles and disastrous consequences. Zhang Wenfeng visited 10 shops in succession, but none were suitable. Either the prices were too high or the locations were far from residential areas. After all, they were in the barbecue business, and they needed customers, without people, who would patronize their venture. Eventually, Zhang Wenfeng arrived at a street not far from the square, which was the most bustling area he had seen among the shops he visited. Initially, he intended to find a cheap option, but after reconsidering, he thought it wiser to secure a prime location up front. This way, if he were to open additional branches in the future, he could expand to other areas without issue. After some searching, he spotted a restaurant available for rent, which was closing due to poor management. Without hesitation, Zhang Wenfeng entered the establishment. The owners, a young couple, were not strangers to him. The man was his former middle school classmate, Li Liang. Although they had attended school together, their interactions had been limited to brief greetings, and Zhang Wenfeng had not enjoyed a favorable reputation back then, causing others to avoid him. Upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng enter, Li Liang felt a twinge of nervousness. Zhang Wenfeng approached and asked, "Li Liang, is this restaurant yours?" Li Liang nodded. "Zhang Wenfeng, what brings you here?" Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile, "I saw that you're renting out this place. I was wondering if I could rent it from you." Li Liang felt a surge of hope, but then wore a troubled expression. Shaking his head, "Zhang Wenfeng, I think you should reconsider renting here." "I don't want to lead you astray." Zhang Wenfeng, curious, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Li Liang motioned for Zhang Wenfeng to sit down and explained, "My wife and I thought this street was bustling, which is why we took over this restaurant to start a business. Initially, the business was quite good, but before long, a larger restaurant opened across the street with more diverse menu options and lower prices. Their aim was to push us out and dominate the street." Zhang Wenfeng clenched his fists in frustration. "Have you not tried to find a solution?" "What solution can I find? The owner is a wealthy second-generation heir. He has money and influence, while we are just ordinary folks who cannot compete with him. I have no choice but to accept my fate." Li Liang lamented, By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What do you plan to do with the store if you rent it?" Li Liang inquired. Zhang Wenfeng replied, "I've recently started a small business in the county selling grilled meat, and I intend to rent a store to scale up. I've heard about it." "So the popular grilled meat is yours," Li Liang remarked. "However, I've heard that the owner of the restaurant across the street intends to imitate your barbecue. I advise you to stick to your stall. Opening a store is easy, but it can also lead to significant financial losses. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. I understand your concerns, but if you're looking to rent out your place, what price are you considering? Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's determination to rent the storefront, Li Liang decided not to press further. How about this? Considering our past as classmates, I won't mark up the price. We rented this place from Fangdong for 300 yuan per year for 3 years. We've only been operating here for 2 months, so you can just pay me the remaining rent at that rate. Zhang Wenfeng recognized Li Liang's sincerity, but it was clear that his wife was dissatisfied with such a low price. Not wanting to make things difficult for his old classmate, Zhang Wenfeng said, let us do it this way. You've already paid 900 yuan in rent, so I'll rent it from you for that same amount. Upon hearing this, Li Liang immediately waved his hands. Old classmate, you can't say that. Renting this place to you already feels like I'm taking advantage of you. How could I possibly profit from you? Old classmate, since you've said so, I can't let you lose out. Let us finalize it at 900 yuan for the remaining rent. Zhang Wenfeng insisted resolutely. Li Liang wished to refuse, yet his wife, Zhou Yeye, stepped forward and said, Li Liang, since your classmates have expressed their goodwill, it would be ungracious to decline. Li Liang shot a glare at his wife, but remained silent, ultimately signing the contract as Zhang Wenfeng suggested and receiving the money in one lump sum. After all, he had made a fair amount selling barbecued food in recent days, and the remaining funds from the mountain ginseng were sufficient to cover the current rent. Once all the formalities were completed, Li Liang and his wife handed the keys to Zhang Wenfeng, stating, Wenfeng, I won't be taking these items from the shop. Feel free to make use of them. Thank you. That saves me the trouble of sourcing tables and chairs. Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. Li Liang, what are your plans moving forward? Zhang Wenfeng inquired. Li Liang shook his head and said, this business venture has depleted our savings. I am uncertain about what to do next. Zhang Wenfeng suggested, if you don't mind, you could work for me. I can offer you a salary of 50 yuan a month. How does that sound? Li Liang looked at Zhang Wenfeng in astonishment. Not expecting such generosity, a salary of 50 yuan was unprecedented even in state-owned factories. Zhou Yeye nudged Li Liang and said to Zhang Wenfeng, since your classmate is offered, why hesitate? You should work diligently alongside him. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, this is just the beginning. Your salary will increase in the future, as this is the best I can offer at the moment. Li Liang felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of becoming friends with Zhang Wenfeng and working for him. A truly unexpected turn of events. All right, I accept. Zhang Wenfeng nodded and said, great. Prepare yourself and come to work here the day after tomorrow. Li Liang nodded and left with his wife. Chapter 58. The stall is destroyed at Yihilu. A middle-aged man entered the boss's office and addressed the young man seated inside. Boss, the shop across the street has been rented out. Oh? The young man looked up with keen interest and asked, do you know who rented it? I heard it was that young man selling barbecued food in the square yesterday, the middle-aged man replied. The young man, intrigued, remarked, how interesting. One restaurant owner leaves and another arrives. By the way, how is your training in barbecue going? The young man inquired. Boss, the barbecue technique is easy to learn, but his marinated ingredients are hard for us to replicate. The meat we grill never tastes as good as his. The middle-aged man responded. Lu Dong, you must understand. I do not pay you such a high salary each month for you to sit idle. You must learn his barbecue techniques, for competing with me on this street is tantamount to courting disaster. A cold glint appeared in the young man's eyes. Yes, boss, I'm on it. Lu Dong rushed out, feeling the pressure. After all, they had no means of acquiring someone else's recipe. However, the boss had spoken, and if he failed to obtain the barbecue formula, he feared for his own position. Sigh. Serving this boss is indeed taxing. Yet, he is quite generous, offering 200 yuan a month. In this era, an ordinary worker earns about 50 yuan, making his salary 4 times that of a regular worker. Such a deal is rare and must be secured. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wenfeng, he had rented the shop while transporting beer from his tricycle to the store, concerned about the possibility of it breaking. After ensuring the beer was safely stored, he headed directly to the machinery factory. Upon arriving, he witnessed Lu Zhibin and a group of thugs vandalizing their barbecue stall, while his elder brother and sister-in-law sat on the ground, injured. Zhang Wenfeng's eyes turned red with rage. He jumped out of the vehicle and lunged at Lu Zhibin, landing a punch on his face. Damn it, who dares to hit me? After sustaining a blow, Lu Zhibin began to curse, but as he looked up, he saw Zhang Wenfeng looming over him like a ferocious beast, raining down punches upon his face. After several blows, Lu Zhibin's face was covered in blood, resembling a swollen pig's head. Witnessing this, the thugs who had accompanied Lu Zhibin were too terrified to intervene. No one dared to provoke this fierce figure. Zhang Wenpeng, witnessing his younger brother's brutal assault on Lu Zhibin, was alarmed. It was only when Fu Lingling urged him that he finally reacted. Wenfeng, stop. This has gone far enough. Not enough. At that moment, Zhang Wenfeng's pent-up fury erupted as he landed another punch on Zhang Wenpeng's face, causing blood to spurt forth. Zhang Wenpeng feared his younger brother would end up killing someone and rushed to pull him away. Lu Zhibin lay on the ground like a dead pig, motionless. The thugs trembled at the sight of Zhang Wenfeng's ferocious gaze. This has nothing to do with us. We merely came to make up the numbers. Indeed, Lu Zhibin called us here. The thugs hastily distanced themselves from the situation, none daring to act brazenly. Zhang Wenfeng glared at them, stating, "If I find out you dare to trouble us again, I will risk my life to ensure you pay the price. We won't dare anymore." "We promise," the thugs pleaded. "Now get lost." With that command, the thugs fled at lightning speed. "Not so fast," Zhang Wenfeng shouted. The last few stragglers stood trembling in place, unsure of Zhang Wenfeng's intentions. They turned around and asked, "Boss, do you have any further instructions? Take him away." Zhang Wenfeng pointed at the motionless Lu Zhibin. The two thugs hastily lifted Lu Zhibin and ran off. After settling everything, Zhang Wenfeng turned to Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling and asked, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, are you all right?" "We're fine, no need to worry. Just our stall has been destroyed." Zhang Wenpeng replied indignantly, "No matter, calculate our losses, and I will ensure they compensate us fully," Zhang Wenfeng declared. Zhang Wenpeng looked at him in astonishment. "You have beaten him, and you still expect compensation? Humph, the beating was merely a lesson for daring to harm you. Our losses must be accounted for separately," Zhang Wenfeng asserted. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, you should refrain from setting up the stall for now and rest at home." "We're fine. Why should we rest at home?" Zhang Wenpeng asked in confusion. Fu Lingling quickly realized and laughed. "Are you foolish? If we aren't sick, how can we demand money from the Lu family?" Zhang Wenpeng suddenly understood. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, "Younger brother, is this a bit too underhanded?" "Underhanded? Compared to the Lu family, this is hardly so. If they dare to provoke us, they must pay the price," Zhang Wenfeng declared. "All right, I will follow your lead." "But what about our stall?" Zhang Wenpeng inquired. "No need to worry. I can ask our parents for help." "You both just stay home," Zhang Wenfeng assured them. "From today onward, I will take charge of the evening stall operations. By the way, elder brother, sister-in-law, I have rented a shop on a street by the square, planning to open a barbecue restaurant there. I initially intended to take you to see it, but it can wait. For now, we should return home, and afterward, I will have a serious talk with the Lu family," Zhang Wenfeng explained. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling had nothing further to say and followed Zhang Wenfeng home. Chapter 59. Fan Suehua is assaulted in Lu family, Xiaolu village. After Lu Zhibin was carried back like a lifeless pig, his parents were heartbroken to see their son return in such a state. Having left in good health, Fan Suehua collapsed over her son, wailing, "Who could be so vile as to do this to my little Zhibin? If I find out, I swear I will skin them alive." Lu father glared at the individuals carrying Lu Zhibin back and demanded, "Tell me, who is responsible for my son's condition?" "It was Zhang Wenfeng. He did this." One of them exclaimed, "Uncle, we must leave." After the two individuals finished their conversation, they hurriedly departed, unwilling to linger any longer at the Lu residence. "Zhang Wenfeng, you scoundrel, I will not let this matter rest." A thunderous voice echoed through the courtyard of the Lu family. Fan Suehua, eager for confrontation, was about to dash out the door when she was restrained by her daughter Lu Fangfang from behind. "Mom, you cannot go." Slap. Fan Suehua delivered a sharp blow to Lu Fangfang's face. "Your brother has been beaten to a pulp, yet you still prevent me from seeking out that bastard. What do you intend to do?" "Mom, my stomach." Lu Fangfang pointed to her abdomen, tears welling up. "Woo-woo." Fan Suehua burst into tears, overwhelmed by the sheer injustice of it all. When had she, Fan Suehua, ever been so humiliated, coerced into such a state by a mere boy who had yet to fully mature? Bang, bang, bang. As the Lu family grappled with whether to confront Zhang Wenfeng for retribution, their front door was pounded with tremendous force. Who is it, in such a rush to reincarnate? Fan Suehua scolded irritably, storming to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of Zhang Wenfeng standing at her doorstep. The fury within Fan Suehua ignited instantly. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Wenfeng, she exclaimed, "You wretched scoundrel! You truly are a beast, having reduced our Xiao Bin to such a state. You will pay. If you do not hand over 500 yuan today, this matter will not be settled." Lu Fangfang stepped out as well, but upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng, she felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. She could not fathom how Zhang Wenfeng had learned of her pregnancy with another man's child. If this news were to spread, her engagement to Wang Dafu would undoubtedly be in jeopardy, and their family would surely face the scorn of others. She could not allow such a calamity to unfold. Lu Fangfang immediately approached and demanded, "Zhang Wenfeng, you have already broken off our engagement, and you have no ties to our family anymore. Why have you come here? Leave at once." "Lu Fangfang, do not be hasty," Zhang Wenfeng replied directly. "Your brother assaulted my elder brother and sister-in-law, and now they are incapacitated at home. Compensation is warranted. They typically earn no less than 100 yuan a day from their stall, and now that they are injured, they stand to lose at least 100 yuan a day. Given that they will require at least 10 to 15 days to recover, I will not demand more than 1,000 yuan as compensation. If not, I will have to report this incident, for your brother has engaged in unlawful behavior and assaulted others, which is a serious offense nowadays. Even if he avoids jail time, he could still face imprisonment for 3 to 5 years. You are talking nonsense," Fan Suehua erupted, vehemently retorting. "You are distorting the truth. It was you who attacked my son, leaving his nose disfigured, and now you dare claim my son assaulted your brother and sister-in-law? Nonsense." Zhang Wenfeng regarded Fan Suehua's grotesque demeanor with disdain, choosing not to engage further, and simply stated coldly, "Do not waste my time with your irrelevant ramblings. You can ask your son whether he struck me." Lu Jibin, whose head was bandaged to resemble a pig's head, emerged at that moment. "Stop your nonsense. I merely exchanged a few blows with them. How could they possibly need 10 to 15 days to recuperate? Furthermore, this entire situation arose because you tricked me first. I was merely seeking justice. Ha! What have I ever done to deceive you?" Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smirk, gazing at the pig-headed Lu Jibin. Lu Jibin felt his anger boiling over, retorting, "You took my meat skewers for 5 mao per jin, only to sell them for 2 mao apiece in the evening. Is that not deceit?" Zhang Wenfeng looked at Lu Jibin with disappointment. "You are truly heartless. Had I not accepted your skewers, they would have gone to waste. Is that not true?" "True, but you turned around and sold them for 2 mao each, multiplying the price several times over." Lu Jibin protested indignantly. "If I can manage to sell them for such a markup, that is my skill. I did not treat you unfairly when accepting your skewers, so why do you come here to cause trouble and resort to violence against my brother and sister-in-law? Is this not simply asking for a beating?" Zhang Wenfeng glared at Lu Jibin, scolding him. "You filthy scoundrel! You robbed my son's money, assaulted him, and now you seek to extort his medical expenses. Do you think our Lu family is at your mercy?" Fan Suehua bellowed. The villagers, initially uninterested in the spectacle, were now drawn to the commotion at the Lu residence. What a tumultuous day for the Lu family. Why has the former son-in-law come back to cause trouble? Have you not heard? Lu Jibin smashed their stall and beat up their elder brother and sister-in-law. They have come to demand compensation. I always knew Lu Jibin was no good. He never did anything but bring trouble to his family. Now, he is in for quite a financial hit. Did you hear? Zhang Wenfeng is demanding 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, my goodness. This is poetic justice indeed. She once demanded 1,000 yuan as a bride price, and now it seems karma has come calling. Fan Suehua, seething at the sharp-tongued remarks of the onlooking women, felt as if she might explode from rage. What is our family's business to you gossiping hens? Why are you loitering at our doorstep? Fan Suehua shouted, hands on her hips, pointing at the women gathering to watch. The women, who often clashed with Fan Suehua, seized the opportunity to retaliate. Fan Suehua, have you lost your mind? We are merely standing here. Your family's troubles are a result of your own lack of virtues. How utterly shameless. Indeed, if your tongue were not so long, how could you have ensnared so many men? Fan Suehua, enraged, lost all restraint and charged towards Zhang Wenfeng, ready to confront him. However, rural women are typically strong from years of labor. Despite Fan Suehua's fierceness, She was no match for the crowd and was quickly subdued. Her face bore scratches, her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn, revealing her skin. Lu Guishan felt a wave of shame wash over him as he witnessed the debacle unfold before him. Unable to remain passive any longer, he stepped forward and shouted, "Enough?" Lu Guishan's thunderous voice silenced the women, who realized they could not truly contend with him, as they were all women, and any confrontation would be disadvantageous. How utterly distasteful, a family devoid of decency. We have no interest in witnessing this. Spitting in contempt, the women turned and left. Chapter 60. 500 yuan. Lu Guishan shot a glance at Zhang Wenfeng, who remained unfazed and did not leave. Why are you still here? Having caused such chaos in our home? Lu Guishan glared resentfully at Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenfeng, calm and unperturbed, replied, "What happens in your home is of no concern to me. I am here to seek justice for my brother and sister-in-law. Either you hand over 1,000 yuan, or I will call the police to resolve this matter." Zhang Wenfeng's tone was firm and unyielding. Lu Guishan, seething with anger, felt a strong urge to retaliate against Zhang Wenfeng. However, he hesitated. He knew he could not overpower him, and he also feared the repercussions of striking him. Had they known what kind of person Zhang Wenfeng truly was, they would never have allowed Lu Fangfang to engage with him. "We do not have 1,000 yuan. If you wish to call the police, go ahead. Your son struck my brother and sister-in-law, but you also assaulted my son. If it comes to that, both of you will face consequences." Lu Guishan replied coldly. Lu Zhibin, taken aback, could hardly believe his father's harshness. He did not want to face imprisonment. "Dad, what are you saying?" "I will not go to jail," Zhang Wenfeng observed Lu Guishan, understanding that despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, he was most protective of his precious son. He smiled and said, "Is that so? If you maintain this attitude, I would have no qualms about ensuring your precious son experiences a taste of prison life." Fan Suehua, tears staining her face, stood up. "Dad, what are you saying? My Xiaobin cannot go to jail." Fan Suehua turned to Zhang Wenfeng, stating, "We do not have 1,000 yuan, but I can give you 200 at most. Otherwise, do as you please. 200 yuan is insufficient. At least 500 yuan is required." Zhang Wenfeng insisted resolutely. Fan Suehua cursed under her breath, yet found herself with no other options. "Fine, I agree to your terms. I will give you 500 yuan, but I do not have it right now. Come back tomorrow and I will provide it." Zhang Wenfeng remained unmoved, calmly asserting, "Why should I trust you? If that is the case, you must write me an IOU." Fan Suehua was seething with rage, wishing she could pounce upon Zhang Wenfeng and sink her teeth into him for his audacity in demanding an IOU. "How infuriating! Fine, I'll write it for you." She stormed into the room and soon emerged with the note, handing it over to Zhang Wenfeng. "Will this suffice?" Zhang Wenfeng accepted the IOU with a satisfied grin. "Yes, of course. Just remember to have the money ready tomorrow. I'll come to collect. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you," Fan Suehua retorted fiercely. Unfazed by her fury, Zhang Wenfeng turned and left. Once he departed, only the Lu family remained. Deep in worry, Lu Guishan shot a disapproving glance at Fan Suehua. "You're being incredibly generous. Just handing over 500 yuan. I wonder where you'll find the money to pay him." Fan Suehua looked equally aggrieved. "Do you think I wanted this? Could I simply stand by and watch Xiaobin go to jail?" Her gaze fell upon Lu Fangfang. "Fangfang, can you help gather this 500 yuan? Lu Fangfang was nearly beside herself with frustration. "Where could I possibly find it? Mom, I've already given you all my money. I'm truly broke now," she replied, her face a mask of grievance. Fan Suehua's expression darkened. "Haven't you already secured Wang Dafu? Ask him for it." Lu Fangfang bit her lip, looking pitiful. "Mom, I finally managed to win over Wang Dafu. If this falls apart over money, I'll have no way to survive." Fan Suehua's anger simmered within her. It was indeed impossible to ask Wang Dafu for money now. This was 500 yuan after all, and if the engagement fell through, Lu Fangfang's pregnancy would be hard to conceal. "This won't work, that won't work. Then go find that person," Fan Suehua insisted. Lu Fangfang shook her head vehemently. "The last 1,000 yuan was my final promise to him. If I ask him for money again, he surely won't respond. And if he doesn't, you carry his child. If he refuses to help, go cause a scene at his house." Fan Suehua barked. "Mom, how could I dare? If I anger him, our family will be finished." Lu Fangfang protested. "What do you propose we do about this 500 yuan? I don't care. You must come up with it." or I shall consider you no longer my daughter, Fan Suehua scolded. Lu Fongfong was on the verge of tears. Feeling utterly wronged, she fled from the house, realizing that her only option for help was that man. She took a vehicle to the county town, arriving at the entrance of the man's workplace, and soon he emerged. "Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to seek me out for a while?" he asked, visibly displeased, evidently still irked by the previous 1,000 yuan incident. Understanding how to navigate his temperament, Lu Fongfong threw herself into his arms, playfully saying, "I've missed you so much. You have no idea how hard it's been for me to ensure our child is born safely. All right, I understand you're feeling aggrieved. I'll make sure to satisfy your needs shortly." With that, the man wrapped his arms around Lu Fongfong and led her to a nearby courtyard. Moments later, the sounds of intimacy echoed from within. When Lu Fongfong emerged again, she held 500 yuan in her hand. Though the man remained displeased, he relented, knowing Lu Fongfong was pregnant with his child. "Fongfong, you need to consider my feelings too. This is the last time that I know. I'm desperate, which is why I sought you out," she replied hastily. "You must assist me with that matter. I can't let him continue to act so arrogantly. Rest assured, he dares to bully my woman? He is courting disaster. I'll ensure he understands the consequences of offending me. I knew you would be the best for me." Lu Fongfong beamed, planting a kiss on his cheek. "As long as you're not here to ask for money, I welcome more visits. You're quite delightful in bed," the man remarked. "Don't worry, I will come," Lu Fongfong said, her smile radiant as she parted ways with him. After they separated, from the other end of the alley emerged another man. None other than Zhang Wenfeng. He gazed at the camera in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The net was cast. It was merely a matter of waiting for the right moment to reap the rewards. Chapter 61. Advance promotion. In the evening, Zhang Wenfeng returned to the square on his tricycle, setting up his stall. Since Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling were resting at home, he had summoned his parents, Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu, to assist. "Mom and Dad, just help me collect the money and tidy up. I can handle the grilling myself," he instructed. Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu had lived in the village for many years and were visiting the county town for the first time. The bustling square overwhelmed them. They nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Wenfeng. We'll do as you say." "Great. Let us set up the stall." As he spoke, Zhang Wenfeng swiftly assembled the barbecue stand, attracting a crowd almost immediately. "Young man, are you the one who sold grilled meat here yesterday?" a grandfather inquired. "Yes," Zhang Wenfeng replied, "I was indeed selling barbecue here yesterday. Oh, I heard from my older brother that someone was selling authentic grilled meat here, and it was delicious. I came early today, and I'm glad I found you," the elder declared. "Give me 10 skewers." "Absolutely. Please hold on while I prepare them," Zhang Wenfeng responded. "Young man, I heard you offer beer too. Do you have any today?" the elder asked again. "I just secured a supply of beer, but I didn't bring much today." "How many would you like?" Zhang Wenfeng inquired. He was testing the waters with the beer, wanting to assess the demand before discussing further collaboration with manager Zhang. "Then I'll have a bottle," the elder replied. "Is it priced the same as the supply and marketing cooperative, at 2 yuan a bottle?" Zhang Wenfeng shook his head. "For those enjoying barbecue here, my beer is only 1 yuan and 50 cents per bottle." "Wow, young man, I didn't expect you to be so business savvy." "All right, I'll take a bottle." The elder cheerfully paid and stepped aside to wait. With the elder's order as a catalyst, more people gathered around, eager to enjoy the barbecue and the cheaper beer, which was a 50-cent savings compared to the cooperative. Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu watched the bustling crowd, their excitement palpable. Having heard their son and daughter-in-law praise Wenfeng's thriving barbecue business, they were witnessing it firsthand today. They marveled at how he skillfully engaged the customers, coaxing them to spend their money. It was undeniable that city folks were quite affluent. A single meal here could cost 4 to 5 yuan, whereas that amount could suffice a rural family for nearly half a month. Yet, this was a boon for them. The better the business thrived, the more profit they would earn. Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu soon found themselves busy. Before long, the 50 bottles of beer Zhang Wenfeng brought were entirely sold out, and when later customers inquired about more beer, it was already gone. Some expressed disappointment. "Boss, you should bring more beer next time. We can't order any now. I'm truly sorry. This was my first day offering beer, and I underestimated demand," Zhang Wenfeng explained. "But don't worry, I've rented a storefront across the street and will be opening a barbecue restaurant there in the future. Not only will we serve beverages, but we will also provide refreshing sour plum soup to cleanse the palate, and the menu will expand. If you wish to enjoy barbecue again, come to my restaurant. Seizing the moment with a bustling crowd, Zhang Wenfeng took the opportunity to promote his upcoming establishment. The patrons' eyes lit up with interest, particularly at the mention of sour plum soup, a novelty they had never encountered. With the delicious barbecue he was serving now, they were eager to know what flavors the sour plum soup would offer, and they anticipated the new dishes he would introduce. Boss, when will your restaurant open? We'll be sure to support you. Indeed, boss, new openings typically have promotional events. Will you have any discounts? Yes, boss, if you offer a promotion, we'll bring our friends and family to support you. Haha, even without any discounts, the boss's business is thriving beyond measure. It hardly relies on the support of friends and family. The crowd gathered here erupted in laughter. Zhang Wenfeng, with a smile, addressed everyone. You are all my long-standing customers, and I certainly cannot forget you all on the occasion of my new store's opening. For the first 3 days, all beverages will be half price, and our specialty sour plum soup will be provided free of charge. I sincerely hope you will come and support us. Absolutely. When do you plan to open? Boss? Yes, please let us know the date so we can rush over to take advantage of your grand opening discounts. The crowd chimed in eagerly. Zhang Wenfeng continued with a smile. As of now, we are tentatively set to open at the end of this month. We will promote it in advance to ensure everyone is aware of the exact opening date. Great. We are all looking forward to your new store's grand opening. The crowd then indulged in their meals. Upon hearing that Zhang Wenfeng was opening a store, Zhang's parents were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel overjoyed or worried. It wasn't until Zhang Wenfeng finished selling the barbecued goods and packed up that his parents approached him, asking, Wenfeng, are you really going to open a store? Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Yes, I have already secured the rental for the shop, and I've signed a 3-year lease. Ah, how did it happen so quickly? Do you have enough funds? Zhang's mother inquired. Mom, you need not worry about the money. I am partnering with someone else to open this store, and I will have further collaborators in the future. When the time comes, I will need your help at the shop. Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. Zhang's parents exchanged glances, noticing that ever since Zhang Wenfeng ended his engagement with Lu Fangfang, he had transformed into a different person. However, this change was for the better, alleviating their worries. Helping out is no trouble at all. We just worry that you might think we're too old. How could that be? Zhang Wenfeng responded. All right, it's getting late. Let us head home. Okay. After Zhang's parents boarded the tricycle, Zhang Wenfeng drove them home. Chapter 62. A surprising development upon returning home. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling were already waiting at the door. As soon as they saw them arrive, they rushed over. Dad, Mom, little brother, how did it go today? Did the beer sell well? Zhang Wenpeng asked with genuine concern. Before Zhang Wenfeng could respond, Zhang's mother stepped forward, her face beaming with excitement as she exclaimed. The business today was absolutely phenomenal. You always said that barbecue would do well, and I didn't believe it until your father and I experienced it ourselves. The beer your brother brought sold out in no time, and many people didn't even get a chance to drink. They were hoping he would bring more. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling laughed at their mother's enthusiasm and teased. Mom, you used to think it was a waste of money for little brother to hire someone to help us with skewering meat. What do you think now? Zhang's mother chuckled awkwardly. I had no idea the business would be this good. Wenfeng, do you think 3 people will be enough? If not, I can find a few more, she suggested with a smile. Zhang Wenfeng shook his head. Mom, not for now. Once our county shop opens, we will need more help, and then we will need to go to the county to work. You should also discuss this with Aunt Hahua and the others. If they are willing to help in the county, we can offer them a couple of cents per skewer. If they aren't interested, they can continue working from home. Zhang's mother asked curiously, but if we have a shop, why would we still need them to cut meat at home? Even with the shop, we still need to set up stalls. Otherwise, what would big brother and sister-in-law do? Zhang Wenfeng explained. Besides, we currently only have one shop, and many areas are still uncovered. Having big brother and sister-in-law set up stalls will help promote our store. Mom, Wenfeng's thinking is sound. Lingling and I can also earn some extra money by setting up stalls, Zhang Wenpeng added. All right, since you both are aware of this, I want metal. I'll ask Aunt Hahua tomorrow to see what she thinks. Zhang's mother said before heading inside, followed by Zhang's father. Zhang Wenfeng then approached Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling, saying, Big brother, sister-in-law, let us go to your room. I need to discuss today's events with you. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling understood that Zhang Wenfeng was about to talk about the Lu family, but they held little hope. After all, the Lu family had a rather poor reputation in the surrounding villages. It was improbable to expect them to part with money. Nevertheless, since Zhang Wenfeng had brought it up, they felt compelled to listen and followed him to their room. Once seated, Zhang Wenfeng spoke. Big brother. Sister-in-law, I visited the Liu family today to demand an explanation, and they agreed to compensate you with 500 yuan. But they cannot pay it right away. They only provided me with an IOU. However, you can rest assured that with this IOU, no matter how much Feng Cuihua throws a fit, they must pay up. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling were taken aback, given Feng Cuihua's notoriously aggressive nature. It was astonishing that she would compromise and write an IOU. Little brother, are they really willing to pay 500 yuan as compensation? Zhang Wenpeng asked incredulously. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. It's not a matter of their willingness. They must provide this money. Initially, I aimed to demand 1,000 yuan, but that was unrealistic. Even if I were to threaten to send Lu Jibin, that fool, to jail, they wouldn't pay. Hence, I settled for 500 yuan. Big brother, sister-in-law, please don't think it's too little. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling exchanged glances. 500 yuan was a sum they had never dared to imagine. Little brother, we are already satisfied with this amount. Zhang Wenpeng remarked, however, even with the IOU, they might still be reluctant to part with the money. Zhang Wenfeng reassured them, do not worry. They will willingly hand it over. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling looked at each other in disbelief. Little brother, how can you be so certain they will pay? This is 500 yuan. Feng Cuihua is notoriously stingy. Extracting money from her is akin to skinning her. You were able to retrieve our betrothal money, which was already unexpected. She will likely resort to trickery this time, they added. Zhang Wenfeng laughed, that's beyond their control. Have you forgotten that I possess leverage against them? If they don't want their daughter to lose face, they must comply. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling exchanged glances, both sharing disdain for Lu Fangfang's shamelessness in her actions. Big brother, sister-in-law, rest assured. I will go to their house first thing tomorrow to collect the money. And I will have it for you by tomorrow evening, Zhang Wenfeng declared. Zhang Wenpeng chuckled, little brother, there's no need. This money is rightfully yours, you don't have to give it to us. Zhang Wenfeng shook his head, insisting, big brother, I've said it before, this is for your medical expenses, you must accept it. All right, I am a bit tired now, so I won't impose any longer. Please rest well and continue your stall tomorrow. Zhang Wenfeng concluded before hurriedly leaving. Watching Zhang Wenfeng depart, Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling exchanged glances, astonished at how much money Zhang Wenfeng managed to secure from the Liu family. However, they felt they couldn't just accept the money without offering something in return. Lingling, what do you think we should do? Zhang Wenpeng pondered. Fu Lingling considered for a moment and suggested, if we refuse this money, little brother will surely be displeased. How about we treat this money as an investment in his new store? Allowing him to use it for now? What do you think? Wife, you're brilliant. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Let us proceed with this plan. It will spare little brother some discomfort. Zhang Wenpeng said excitedly, embracing Fu Lingling. Chapter 64. Demanding payment at the Liu family. After Lu Fangfang handed the 500 yuan to Feng Cuihua, the latter held the money with disdain and scolded Lu Fangfang. Why is it only 500 yuan? If we're demanding money, why not ask for a bit more? Lu Fangfang looked at Feng Cuihua with a face full of grievance. Do you think I asked for a small sum? That's already 500 yuan. They've given me ample face. You should consider how much we've already asked for. They're utterly fed up. Having conceived his child, what is wrong with asking him for some money? Fan Cuihua declared with an air of entitlement. Lu Fangfang immediately interrupted her, asserting, Mother, such remarks should never be uttered again. This child can only belong to Wang Dafu and no one else. All right, I understand. However, once you marry into the Wang family, do not forget your own. Any good fortune must be shared with our family, Fan Cuihua insisted. Lu Fangfang felt exasperated. It was precisely her mother's domineering nature that had driven Zhang Wenfeng away. Since their separation, Zhang Wenfeng seemed to have struck a stroke of fortune, effortlessly amassing wealth. Had she known he would prosper so significantly, she would have ensured that Fan Cuihua never pressured him so harshly. Although Wang Dafu's family was wealthy, he was grossly unattractive, lacking the appealing looks that Zhang Wenfeng possessed. While she had sought a partner to take over her burdens, she had hoped for someone pleasing to the eye. Now, she was left with the prospect of marrying this foolish pig, a decision she deeply regretted. Fine, I understand, she said impatiently. Observing Lu Fangfang's demeanor, Fan Cuihua snapped, You insolent girl, What is wrong with requesting your in-laws to bring something for your mother? Is it too much to ask? I have no objection. I merely took my time in speaking, Lu Fangfang muttered before turning to leave the room. Fan Suihua cursed under her breath. You are becoming increasingly disobedient. Each of you intent on driving me to despair. Lu Jibin's face was still swollen like a pig's head, and he looked at the 500 yuan in Fan Suihua's hand with resentment. Mother, are you truly going to give this 500 yuan to that scoundrel? What else can I do? Fan Suihua replied with frustration. You two went to trouble him without resolving the matter, and now he has left you in this state. He has beaten me to this extent, and we are still compensating him? Does that not imply our family fears Zhang Wenfeng? Lu Jibin lamented. Fan Suihua shot him a glare. Do not entertain any ill intentions regarding this money. It pertains to your sister's reputation. Though your sister has acted foolishly, we must assist in concealing it. If this matter spreads, it could jeopardize the marriage with the Wang family, and how would we survive then? I maintain that my sister lacks ability. If she were capable, she would have directly pursued someone from their factory for marriage, rather than humbling herself to marry Wang Dafu. Lu Jibin expressed his dissatisfaction. Fan Suihua retorted, Neither of you has inherited your mother's cleverness. If you possessed my acumen, would you be in this predicament? All right, mother, I am feeling fatigued. I shall take my leave, Lu Jibin declared, eager to escape his mother's incessant nagging. It was not just Lu Jibin who resented parting with the 500 yuan. Fan Suihua was also reluctant. Yet, she recognized no other option but to part with the money, for the matter at hand was crucial to Lu Fangfang's reputation, which could not afford to falter. Despite her preference for sons over daughters, she was capable of discernment. As long as Lu Fangfang thrived, their family would reap the benefits. Without Lu Fangfang, her son would be utterly inept. Without her daughter, their family would not enjoy the comforts they currently possessed. The following day, Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling set out early, driving a tricycle to the county town to sell meat. Zhang Wenfeng, needing to collect money from the Lu family, opted not to venture to the county town and instead went directly to Lu village after breakfast. Upon opening the door, Fan Suihua was greeted by Zhang Wenfeng standing at her doorstep. The sight of him ignited a desire to tear his face apart. Zhang Wenfeng, indifferent to Fan Suihua's expression, simply inquired, Where is the money? Just wait. I will fetch it now. Fan Suihua snapped, storming inside. When she re-emerged, she begrudgingly handed Zhang Wenfeng the 500 yuan, her demeanor reflecting her unwillingness. The money is yours, but regarding Fangfang, you had best keep it to yourself. Do not speak of it carelessly, or I shall not be courteous. Zhang Wenfeng smirked inwardly. He had no intention of spreading rumors about Lu Fangfang, for he had gathered evidence to present her with a significant surprise at her wedding. Moreover, he had a grand surprise planned for Fan Suihua as well. However, progress on that front was frustratingly slow. It had been ages since he had sent his correspondence, yet there had been no response, which was quite astonishing in his previous life. Fan Suihua had solicited considerable sums under the pretext of Lu Jibin, highlighting the importance placed on his status as an illegitimate child. Otherwise, they would not have given Fan Suihua any money. Rest assured, I am not like you, engaging in shameless deeds, Zhang Wenfeng stated bluntly. Fan Suihua's expression twisted with fury, but she suppressed her anger, knowing her family had suffered enough losses at Zhang Wenfeng's hands. She was uncertain of his motives for provoking her. Should he choose to besiege them again? It would not bode well. Fine, since the money is now in your hands, our family has no further ties to you. You may leave, Fan Suihua urged. Zhang Wenfeng smiled, waving the money, you need not rush me. Having received the money, I will leave at my own pace. However, I must say, I had not realized your family was so affluent. Whether our family is wealthy is of no concern to you. Just leave, Fan Suihua insisted once more. Zhang Wenfeng turned away, uninterested in further discussion, and walked off. As she watched Zhang Wenfeng's retreating figure, Fan Suihua spat in disdain, cursing, You scoundrel, when the tables turn, I shall make you wish you were never born. Bah, after her outburst, she turned and returned indoors. Chapter 65. Troubles resolved. After obtaining the money from the Lu family, Zhang Wenfeng proceeded to the county town, where he handed the money to Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling. Upon receiving the 500 yuan, Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling felt a surge of excitement. However, they had already conferred and decided that Fu Lingling would return the 500 yuan to Zhang Wenfeng. Observing their reaction, Zhang Wenfeng expressed his surprise, Elder brother, sister-in-law, I assure you, This 500 yuan is the medical expenses I recovered for you. Please take it without hesitation. Fu Lingling replied with a smile, second brother. It is not that we do not want the money. Rather, we wish to invest in your business. Consider this our investment, and you can convert it into shares for us, thereby making us co-owners of your establishment. You would not refuse us, would you? Understanding their intentions, Zhang Wenfeng no longer resisted, saying, very well. Since you are investing 500 yuan, I shall allocate 1% of shares to you, and you will receive dividends based on our shop's profits. Agreed, second brother. We trust your judgment, Fu Lingling affirmed. All right, elder brother, sister-in-law, I must go fetch the meat now. After that, I will oversee the workers at the shop, Zhang Wenfeng stated. Go ahead and take care of your business. They replied, realizing they could manage on their own without his constant supervision. After leaving, Zhang Wenfeng went to the meat processing plant, collected the meat, and returned home. Afterward, he visited the brewery, where Zhang Binka summoned him to his office to discuss the previous day's beer sales. Brother, how did the 50 bottles of beer you took yesterday sell? Zhang Binka inquired with a smile. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. To be frank, brother Zhang, the 50 bottles I brought were simply insufficient. They sold out quickly. And I came today to order more. Zhang Binka was taken aback by the unexpected high sales. Their beer had not performed well in the supply and supermarkets. Curiosity piqued, he asked, Brother Zhang, forgive my curiosity, but how did you manage to sell them so well? You must know our beer has struggled in the county's supply and supermarkets, yet you report such impressive sales. What is your secret? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, Brother Zhang, the reason for my excellent sales can be attributed to two factors. The first point is that while enjoying my barbecue, one can easily become weary of the rich flavors. And thus, a refreshing beer serves as the perfect remedy to cleanse the palate. Moreover, when friends gather to indulge in barbecue, it is only natural to desire a drink, which is why the sales have been so remarkable. As it caters to everyone's needs. Another aspect to consider is the pricing. I have set the price of a bottle of beer at 1 yuan and 50 cents, while supermarkets sell it for 2 yuan. My pricing is more economical, which conveniently aids in promoting my barbecue through the competitive advantage of the beer's price, as both elements complement each other splendidly. Upon hearing Zhang Wenfeng's sales strategy, Zhang Binka's eyes lit up with admiration as he remarked, Brother, you truly are a business genius. This model suits you perfectly. It wouldn't work for supply and marketing cooperatives or supermarkets, in all honesty. I must admit, we have a significant surplus of beer at our factory, and our current operational efficiency is quite poor, making it difficult to maintain regular operations, which is quite a headache for me. Zhang Wenfeng understood that Zhang Binka was seeking assistance in finding a solution, recognizing that he owed him a favor. If he could help him find a market for the beer, it would be a way of repaying that debt. He smiled and said, Brother Zhang, I might have a suggestion, though I'm unsure if it will be suitable. Zhang Binka, pleasantly surprised that Zhang Wenfeng indeed had an idea, inquired, Please, share your thoughts. The suggestion was to propose that supermarkets and supply cooperatives hold promotional events, such as a buy 5, get 1 free offer, which would certainly boost beer sales. After all, consumers tend to appreciate the feeling of getting a bargain. If they perceive that they are gaining something by purchasing in bulk, they are likely to stock up, especially since beer has a relatively long shelf life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Binka felt a sense of enlightenment and laughed, Brother, you are a true sales prodigy. I might just have to recruit you to our brewery. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, replying, Brother, had it been in the past, I would have considered it. However, I am currently overwhelmed with commitments and cannot extend myself to your brewery, so I hesitate to accept. I was merely jesting. Of course, you have your own business to attend to. How could you possibly come here to sell beer for us? Zhang Binka laughed. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and said, While I cannot assist you directly in selling beer, as partners, I can leverage our store's sales to help you clear your inventory, which I am certainly capable of doing. Zhang Binka chuckled, How could I have forgotten that you are already one of our distributors? Brother, I can offer you the best price of 7 yuan and 50 cents per bottle. What do you think? Zhang Binka was aware of the significant assistance Zhang Wenfeng had already provided. It would be remiss not to give him a discount. Zhang Wenfeng, being one to appreciate a good deal, expressed his gratitude, Brother Zhang. I sincerely thank you. No need for formalities between us. How many do you wish to take today? I'll have someone help you load them, Zhang Wenfeng replied. I would like to take 300 bottles. Can you store that many? If not, take only what you can. No worries, Zhang Binka said. Not a problem. Brother Zhang, I have already rented a shop. Although it is under renovation, the backyard can serve as a storage area. I will place the beer there since my stall will also be set up in that vicinity, making it quite convenient for me, Zhang Wenfeng assured. All right, we'll proceed as you suggest. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask, Zhang Binka said. Understood, Brother Zhang. After concluding their discussion, Zhang Wenfeng departed from the brewery. Chapter 66. Mutual Pursuit. Following his arrival at the shop with the beer, Zhang Wenfeng temporarily stored it in the back courtyard. After completing this task, he summoned several workers to begin organizing the store. He conveyed his desired layout to the workers, who promptly set to work. During their efforts, Ling Yiran entered from outside, piquing Zhang Wenfeng's curiosity. He approached her and asked, "Yiran, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Ling Yiran nodded. Zhang Wenfeng continued, "What is it? Let's talk in the back courtyard." Nodding in agreement, Ling Yiran followed him to the rear. Once seated in a quiet corner, Zhang Wenfeng inquired, "Yiran, what's on your mind?" A blush crept across Ling Yiran's cheeks as she shyly looked at Zhang Wenfeng and said, "Yesterday, my family tried to arrange a match for me, insisting that I go on a blind date. I told them I have a partner, and now they want me to bring him home. Wenfeng, could you please help me?" Zhang Wenfeng gazed at Ling Yiran with a look of skepticism. Ling Yiran, feeling a bit bashful, clarified, "Wenfeng, please don't misunderstand. I just want you to help me fend off my parents for now. Their pressure to marry is overwhelming, and I do not wish to go on a blind date." Zhang Wenfeng stepped closer to Ling Yiran, his handsome face mere inches from hers, and asked, "Yiran, do you have feelings for me?" "Huh?" Ling Yiran was taken aback by Zhang Wenfeng's directness, her face turning crimson as she stammered. "That was rather forward of you. I need a moment to process." Zhang Wenfeng persisted, however, "I truly like you." "What? I thought you were still interested in Lu Fangfang?" Ling Yiran questioned, bewildered. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. "That was in the past. My affections are now directed towards you, Yiran. Do you reciprocate my feelings?" Ling Yiran remained in a state of shock. Since meeting Zhang Wenfeng, she had developed feelings for him, but his attention had always been on Lu Fangfang, leaving her feeling overlooked. Now, hearing him express his affection stirred excitement within her, yet she was also anxious, fearing he might be jesting. "Zhang Wenfeng, please, don't joke with me. If you are, I shall seek assistance elsewhere," Ling Yiran said, a hint of irritation in her tone. Zhang Wenfeng shook his head, asserting, "Yiran, I speak only the truth. Every word I say is sincere, and not a single one is deceptive." Ling Yiran's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed, and she found herself at a loss for words as she gazed at Zhang Wenfeng. Sensing he might have startled her, he reassured, "Yiran, please don't feel pressured. Take your time to think it over. I will wait for your answer." Upon hearing this, Ling Yiran felt a surge of emotion and declared, "I like you too." As the words left her lips, her face turned beet red once more, and she shyly looked at Zhang Wenfeng in a burst of excitement. Zhang Wenfeng embraced Ling Yiran, startling her. "Wenfeng, you," she stuttered. Zhang Wenfeng released her, beaming with joy. "Yiran, I am overjoyed that you share my feelings," Ling Yiran shyly confessed. "I've always liked you. It's just that you were so focused on Lu Fangfang that you never noticed me." "Are you sure you like me and are not teasing me?" Ling Yiran asked. Zhang Wenfeng solemnly nodded. "I assure you, my feelings are genuine." "Are you willing to meet my parents?" Ling Yiran inquired. "Of course," Zhang Wenfeng replied eagerly. "When will we go? I should prepare some things to avoid appearing impolite at your home." He asked. "Tomorrow," Ling Yiran answered. "You need not buy anything. My parents merely wish for you to join us for a meal and to meet you. It is not a grand affair." Zhang Wenfeng smiled. "I understand. I will visit your home tomorrow. Do you know where I live?" Ling Yiran asked. Zhang Wenfeng nodded confidently. "Of course, I certainly do." Ling Yiran, perplexed, questioned, "I don't recall telling you my address. How do you know?" "As I mentioned, you are the one I admire, so naturally, I am aware of your details." "All right, I see now that you are not entirely truthful. I shall take my leave now. I will wait for you at my doorstep tomorrow," Ling Yiran stated. "Very well, see you tomorrow." After finalizing their plans to meet, Ling Yiran departed, her face radiant with happiness. This was undoubtedly one of the happiest moments of her life. The person she cherished had finally reciprocated her feelings. A truly momentous occasion. After bidding farewell to Ling Yiran, Zhang Wenfeng made his way to the machinery factory, as he needed to prepare for the evening stall by transporting the stove and other essentials. Upon arriving at the factory, he noticed several new barbecue stalls set up at the entrance, including Lu Beans and a few unfamiliar faces. However, everyone was operating their stalls without causing any disturbances. which left Zhang Wenfeng with no words to express. It was a matter of each relying on their own skills. Those who could attract customers would be the ones who profited. Despite the addition of a few more barbecue stalls, it was still Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling's stand that attracted the most patrons. After all, having been deceived before, the customers were hesitant to try new stalls, fearing that they might end up with an upset stomach like last time, which would be an unworthy endeavor and a source of great frustration. As Zhang Wenfeng passed by the other stalls, he caught sight of Lu Zhibin, whose eyes were filled with resentment upon seeing him. Lu Zhibin blamed Zhang for his financial losses and wished he could confront him physically. However, he feared that if he attacked Zhang Wenfeng, he might end up being the one taken advantage of, leaving him in a dire predicament. Thus, he could only glare at Zhang with malice. Zhang, noticing Lu's behavior, chose not to react outwardly. At least Lu harbored animosity in his heart but did not approach him. Leaving Zhang without a retort, "Brother, sister-in-law, how was business today?" Zhang Wenfeng inquired. Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling shook their heads in response. There are many competitors today. Although everyone loves barbecue, quite a few have been drawn away by them. We haven't sold all the meat we brought yet. That's all right. Let's pack up the remaining meat. It's about time we head to the square, Zhang Wenfeng suggested to Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling. They nodded and began to tidy up their stall. A middle-aged man with an intrigued expression approached and asked, "Hey brother, you haven't sold all your skewers yet. Are you really leaving?" Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, "Yes, we need to head back early. If we stay here too long, we might not make it home at OIC. How about selling me your unsold skewers? I'll take them for 1.8 yuan each." The man said cheerfully. Zhang Wenfeng scoffed internally at the audacity of this man employing the same tactic he had used before. It was akin to a novice brandishing a sword in front of a master. "No thanks, we still need the leftover meat for ourselves," Zhang Wenfeng firmly declined. The man blocked Zhang Wenfeng's path, smiling as he said, "Come on, brother, don't be so unreasonable. I misspoke earlier. Let's make it 2 yuan per skewer. What do you think?" Zhang Wenfeng regarded him with suspicion. Selling cooked skewers at 2 yuan each while he offered to buy raw skewers at the same price seemed off. It was evident this man was up to no good. And Zhang had no intention of giving him that opportunity. He waved his hand and said, "No need. I have other uses for them." With that, Zhang Wenfeng departed with Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling. The middle-aged man's face darkened with malice as he approached Lu Zhibin, asking, "Are you certain you can obtain his recipe?" Lu Zhibin smiled obsequiously, saying, "Don't worry. I used to be his brother-in-law. Even if he and my sister have fallen out, he always catered to her needs. He was a complete sycophant. I can't believe he'd ignore my sister after all this time. If I ask him for the recipe, he'll definitely give it to me." "Then why do you seem so unfamiliar with him?" the middle-aged man questioned. Lu Zhibin quickly replied, "How could that be? He just feels awkward being overly familiar since we're all here selling. It wouldn't he look good in that case. As long as you can get me his recipe, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. If you dare to play tricks on me, don't blame me for being unkind." The middle-aged man threatened. Lu Zhibin, still grinning, assured, "Rest assured, I'll get this done for you." After the middle-aged man left, Lu Zhibin spat in disgust, cursing, "They're all full of schemes. I stand to gain from this. As long as I get that 1,000 yuan, I won't care what happens to you all. Let you dogs fight amongst yourselves." After Zhang Wenfeng, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling left, Zhang Wenfeng asked, "Brother, sister-in-law, do you know who that middle-aged man who wanted to buy our skewers was?" Zhang Wenpeng shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure. I only heard others call him Uncle Lu. However, he has always been sneaky, trying to get our skewers. We thought it was odd since everyone else buys cooked skewers. Yet he only wanted raw ones. We were puzzled and didn't sell to him. Who would have thought he wanted to buy our unsold skewers?" Fu Lingling shot Zhang Wenpeng a look and retorted, "He wasn't looking to buy skewers. He clearly wanted to steal our recipe. How could that be? Even if they took our skewers, they wouldn't have access to our marinade recipe," Zhang Wenpeng replied. Bewildered, Zhang Wenfeng interjected, "Brother, sister-in-law are right. His interest in our raw skewers indicates he is after our marinade recipe. Once they take the skewers back and consult a chef, they could easily replicate our marinade." Initially skeptical, Zhang Wenpeng's doubt began to fade as he heard his brother's words, replaced by an unsettling premonition. "What should we do next?" Zhang Wenpeng asked. "Brother, don't worry too much. I have a plan. Let's south head to the square and set up our stall," Zhang Wenfeng reassured him. Ate He Lu. The middle-aged man who had previously spoken with Zhang Wenfeng was now revealed to be the manager of the establishment. He entered the office of the owner and reported, "Boss, I've gathered some intel today, but they're quite cautious. Obtaining the recipe from them won't be easy. However, I found a suitable candidate to steal the recipe." "Do you realize that if this recipe theft is exposed, it could implicate Yi Lu?" the owner warned. The middle-aged man chuckled, "Don't worry, boss. The thief is Zhang Wenfeng's former brother-in-law, Lu Jibin. They already have a grudge. Even if he gets caught, the blame will fall squarely on him, not us, Wu Gang. Since you're in charge of this, ensure it's executed flawlessly. I don't want any mistakes." The owner commanded. "Rest assured, even if this doesn't pan out, I've consulted with Lu Dong, who is already seeking a chef from the state-run restaurant. As long as the chef is willing to assist us, we should be able to replicate the marinade quickly." "Very well," the owner replied, allowing Wu Gang to leave. After Wu Gang departed, the owner of Yi Lu wore a mocking smile, declaring, "Zhou being reborn makes him a chosen one. I can't believe someone dares to compete with me for business. They must be tired of living." Indeed, Zhou was also a reborn individual, having returned from the year 2000 when barbecue businesses had yet to emerge. Although he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about such matters, he was aware that this street was slated for demolition around 2000. Therefore, he intended to purchase this street, a plan that had been progressing smoothly until Zhang Wenfeng unexpectedly intervened, causing him considerable annoyance. After setting up their stall in the square, Zhang Wenfeng, accompanied by his brother and sister-in-law, was soon greeted by a group of regular customers. "Boss, is there an ample supply of beer today? A few of my buddies will be joining me shortly, and they enjoy a drink. I don't want to run out when it's my treat," a middle-aged man called out to the stall. Zhang Wenfeng approached with a smile, assuring, "Don't worry, brother. We have plenty of beer today. Once our shop is renovated in a few days, everyone can come dine with us, and there will be discounts." "Well, you certainly know how to do business. I'll make sure to bring more friends when your new shop opens. Thank you very much, brother. Let us make sure today's meat is cooked to perfection. You can count on that. Our barbecue is guaranteed to be top quality. Your friends will definitely want more after trying it. You're quite the charmer." After finishing with the customers, Zhang Wenfeng began working diligently at the stall. Before long, a group of around 10 people arrived, and the earlier middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, saying, "Wu Gu, this barbecue is fantastic. Didn't you say you were looking for something new? I thought this barbecue might be to your taste. Come and join us." The individual referred to as Wu Gu surveyed the surroundings before approaching alongside the middle-aged man, taking a seat. Zhang Wenfeng was taken aback upon seeing Wu Gu. He recognized him as the future most renowned real estate developer in Pengcheng, whose properties would eventually span the nation, becoming a nationally acclaimed entrepreneur. However, at this moment, Wu Gu had yet to enter the real estate industry. If he could forge a connection with such a future business magnate, his own path would surely become markedly smoother. The middle-aged man called out to Zhang Wenfeng, "Boss, let us start with 200 skewers of grilled meat and 30 bottles of beer." Zhang Wenfeng promptly brought over the grilled meat, saying, "Brother, here are 50 skewers of grilled meat for you to enjoy while we finish grilling the rest. I'll fetch the beer right away." As he spoke, Wu Gu cast a glance at Zhang Wenfeng. Noticing the young man's orderly manner of speaking and handling tasks, though he did not dwell on it. After Zhang Wenfeng finished, he went to retrieve the beer, which was temporarily stored in the shop he had rented near the square. This was Zhang Wenfeng's first time accompanying Zhang Wenfeng to rent a shop, and he felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the establishment. "Wenfeng, renting this place must have cost a pretty penny, right?" Zhang Wenpeng inquired. "Brother, you needn't worry about money. Once we get this shop up and running, opportunities to earn will abound. Look around. The people here are quite remarkable," Zhang Wenfeng replied. Zhang Wenpeng expressed some skepticism, saying, "Wenfeng, I must say, these individuals seem rather difficult to deal with. If we don't perform well, might they not cause trouble for us? Brother, put your worries to rest. They are not bad people, but reputable businessmen. Do you see that Wu Gu at the forefront? He is the owner of our Pengcheng Freight Company, and most of these individuals are his workers. The middle-aged man who first spoke with me may be unknown, but if he wishes to connect with Wu Gu, he is likely a businessman himself. Otherwise, why would he invite Wu Gu to dine with us?" Zhang Wenpeng looked at Zhang Wenfeng with curiosity. "Wenfeng, how do you know about Wu Gu?" Zhang Wenfeng, feeling a bit awkward, realized he had forgotten that he was still in this small county and explained, "Brother, I read about him in a newspaper that featured outstanding young individuals from Pengcheng. Oh, then we must treat him well today. Perhaps we can also establish a connection with Wu Gu, Zhang Wenpeng said, visibly eager. Exactly. We must put forth our best efforts today. With that, Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Wenpeng transported 50 bottles of beer to their stall, placing 30 bottles on the table of Wu Gu and his companions. Brother, the 30 bottles of beer you requested are ready. Enjoy, and let us know if you need anything, Zhang Wenfeng said cheerfully. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Young man, you continue with your duties. After Zhang Wenfeng left, Wu Gu turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, Old Chen, do you know this young man? The man identified as Old Chen chuckled. Ive only dined here a few times and found the grilled meat quite delectable. I thought you mentioned recently that you were craving something new, so I wanted to invite you for a fresh experience. Old Chen, you are quite considerate, Wu Gu said politely. As for our collaboration. Old Chen began, but Wu Gu interrupted. Old Chen, let us enjoy our meal without discussing business. Old Chen immediately understood. Wu Ji's willingness to join them indicated that their potential collaboration still held promise. Wu Gu glanced at Zhang Wenfeng, who was busy attending to customers. This young man certainly knows how to conduct business. Despite merely running a small stall, he has attracted quite a crowd, selling both grilled meat and beer. Wu Gu remarked. Old Chen concurred. Wu Gu has a keen eye. This young man is indeed impressive and possesses a sharp business acumen. He has already secured a shop, and this stall is merely a transitional phase. Once the shop is renovated, he intends to sell there, and he hinted at promotional activities for the grand opening. Oh? Wu Gu expressed interest. Promotional activities. Such marketing strategies are rare in Pingcheng. I never expected to encounter one in this small county. Indeed, he mentioned that not only will there be promotions, but patrons will also receive complimentary herbal tea upon visiting the shop, though I'm unsure what this herbal tea entails. Wu Gu, after traveling extensively. Do you have any knowledge of this herbal tea? Wu Gu shook his head. I have not heard of it either. If even Wu Gu is unaware, I must see this so-called herbal tea when he opens for business. Old Chen remarked. Wu Gu nodded. That does sound intriguing. I shall definitely come to check it out. Chapter 69. The arrival of Uncle's family. After closing up, Zhang Wenfeng, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling made their way home. Upon their return, they were greeted by a crowd gathered in their yard. Zhang Wenfeng quickly jumped out of the car, exclaiming, Brother, please park the car first. I'll go see what is happening. Concerned, Zhang Wenpeng cautioned. Wenfeng, don't act impulsively if something is amiss. Brother, I'm not a child. I know how to handle it, Zhang Wenfeng replied as he headed toward the house. He pushed through the crowd and entered his yard, only to find his grandmother Qiao Shi and his uncle Zhang Yulai along with his wife Wu Meixiao present. Qiao Shi was seated in a chair with her left leg in a cast, clearly having suffered a fall. Zhang Wenfeng's father, Zhang Defa, and mother, Su Qin, were also in the yard, with Su Qin appearing pale and distressed, holding her chest. Zhang Wenfeng rushed over, grasping his mother's hand and asked, Mom, what happened? Alas, Wenfeng, I truly cannot go on living. Su Qin lamented, tears streaming down her face. Seeing his mother in such a state left Zhang Wenfeng at a loss for words, so he turned to his father and asked, Dad, what is going on? Zhang Defa, too embarrassed to speak, sighed and turned away, lowering his head. Zhang Yulai, noticing the silence from Zhang Defa and Su Qin, stepped forward and addressed Zhang Wenfeng. Wenfeng, I want to hide it from you. Although your family has separated from the old Zhang family, your grandmother is not solely my responsibility. Now that she has fractured her leg, and with your aunt and I needing to work the fields, there is no one to care for her. Isn't it only right for your family to look after her for a while? It was then that Zhang Wenfeng grasped the situation. While caring for his grandmother for a time seemed reasonable, he was acutely aware of her attitude towards their family, something the villagers had witnessed firsthand. Ever since his parents married, his grandmother had hastily pushed them out of the family, refusing to provide them with any grain. Had it not been for the villagers' assistance, they might have starved during those difficult years. Fortunately, they had finally weathered that storm, yet now, with his grandmother having injured her leg, she expected them to care for her. When she was healthy and working for them, why didn't they suggest she come live with them? Uncle, while I understand your perspective, your grandmother explicitly stated that after we were separated, she didn't want us to care for her. My father, remembering how she raised him, has always sent her money for support, as everyone knows. Zhang Wenfeng continued, moreover, your grandmother has been living with your family all these years, working for you, doing laundry and cooking. That is all well and good, but you can't just push her onto us now that she is unable to work. Indeed, when Xiaoshi was healthy. You and Zhang Yulai didn't want her near us at all, but now that she can't move, you expect us to take her in to recuperate. That is quite deceitful, someone from the crowd chimed in. Absolutely. Now that the old lady can't work, she needs someone to look after her, and you both are just waiting to be served, another added. Zhang Yulai and his wife are truly shameless. Capable of such heartless actions, if I were her, I would refuse to go to Defa's family. When they expelled Defa's family, it was a tremendous scandal. They nearly severed ties. Had it not been for the village head intervening, they would have been at odds like enemies. Indeed, in an instant, the onlookers began to murmur, pointing fingers at Zhang Yulai and his wife, some openly condemning Qiao Shi for her shamelessness. At this moment, old Madame Qiao feigned madness, completely indifferent to the vitriolic remarks directed at her by others, merely sitting in silence. Zhang Yulai, after all, was a man of stature within the village, and being berated by so many women left him somewhat embarrassed. Instinctively wanting to take Qiao back, however, Wu Meixia remained unfazed, stepping forward to address Zhang Wenfeng. Wenfeng, although you've earned some money now, that does not give you license to speak recklessly. The past is long behind us. Surely a mother and son cannot harbor grudges for so long. Furthermore, your grandmother raised your father and helped him marry. Now that she requires care, how can your father remain indifferent? Aunt, we have not said we would neglect her. But the manner of care must be discussed. When grandmother lived with you, we provided you with 10 pounds of rice and 2 yuan every month. Surely you are not unaware of this? Wu Meixia was taken aback by Zhang Wenfeng's sudden mention of this, awkwardly smiling as she admitted, indeed, that was the case. Since grandmother lived with your family and we provided support, if she is to be sent to our home, should your family not also contribute? Moreover, now that grandmother's leg is broken, her nutritional needs must be prioritized. She needs to eat meat and drink bone broth regularly. 2 yuan is simply insufficient, at the very least. It should be 5 yuan a month. Don't you agree? Upon hearing the demand for 5 yuan, Wu Meixia felt a pang of pain in her heart, exclaiming, Wenfeng, you are now a wealthy man. Must you quibble over such a trivial sum? After all, we are your elders. Elders? Zhang Wenfeng scoffed, Aunt, I only address you as my elder out of respect. Otherwise, if you simply cast grandmother upon us, those unaware of the situation might think your family is unfilial. If this continues, I fear that when my 2 younger cousins seek wives, they will find no one willing to marry into your family. Fuming with indignation, Wu Meixia clenched her teeth, astonished by Zhang Wenfeng's cunning. If she refused to part with the money, she would have to take the old lady back, which meant someone would need to attend to her, given her current lack of mobility. The thought of such care revolted her. She, Wu Meixia, was not suited to such menial tasks. Yet, leaving without taking the old lady would necessitate paying a sum of 5 yuan, enough to buy several pounds of meat at the current price of 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound. The prospect of parting with such money was genuinely painful for her. Zhang Wenfeng, well aware of Wu Meixia's character, understood her attachment to wealth. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its most vulnerable spot. Now it was a matter of whether she was willing to part with her money. Aunt, will you pay up, or will you take grandmother back to care for her properly? Zhang Wenfeng asked directly. Chapter 70. A display of shamelessness. Wu Meixia's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. She was truly reluctant to part with the money, yet the thought of taking the old lady back was equally unbearable. She shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yulai, who approached and pointed at Zhang Wenfeng. Wenfeng, your reasoning is flawed. Your grandmother chose to come live with you. We cannot stop her, can we, mother? Am I right? At this moment, Qiao, observing her youngest son who had suffered for a lifetime, felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, she knew that if she did not acquiesce to her son's demands, returning home would not bode well for her. With a pitiful expression, she gazed at Zhang Defa. Eldest, I know you are filial. Having lived with your brother for so many years, I now wish to stay with you for a time. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Zhang Wenfeng had to concede that Qiao indeed knew how to manipulate emotions. His father was an honest man, and in front of so many villagers, how could he deny his own mother a place in their home? Even though the two families had had a particularly unpleasant history, if he truly turned his mother away, the family would be subject to the scorn of the village. After all, there was still an unmarried son and a daughter yet to be betrothed. If they acquired a reputation for being unfilial, finding suitable spouses would be nearly impossible. Zhang Defa cast a troubled glance at his wife, Su Qin, who remained silent, sulking with her head bowed. He then looked at Zhang Wenfeng, who, despite his own reluctance to engage in the matter, after all, it was his father's question, could not bear to see his father in a dilemma. Stepping forward, he asked, "Grandmother, do you truly wish to come live with us?" A sheepish smile spread across Qiao's wrinkled face as she replied, "Wenfeng, I recognize that I have wronged you in the past. I now understand my mistakes. Please allow me to stay with you." Upon hearing this, even those who previously deemed Qiao shameless began to feel a twinge of pity. After all, everyone ages, and should one's children refuse to care for them in their twilight years, that would be a tragic fate indeed. Wenfeng, since your grandmother has acknowledged her mistakes, you should take her in. Your uncle's family is heartless. Do not emulate their behavior, one villager remarked. Indeed, this poor woman has devoted her life to their family, but now, in her old age, has been cast out. It is truly shameful for us to share the same village with such a heartless clan. Another added. How can they still stand here with such audacity? Hearing the murmurs of discontent directed at her youngest son's family, Qiao felt a pang of regret. While her son's actions regarding her broken leg had indeed hurt her, he was still her flesh and blood. It was not entirely fair to blame her second son's family. They too were under pressure. As a mother, she did not wish to burden them further. Moreover, having lived with them for so many years, she genuinely missed her eldest, which led to her being sent here. Qiao attempted to explain her situation to Zhang Yulai's family. Initially, she garnered some sympathy, but her subsequent words extinguished any lingering compassion. Those who had just offended her suddenly felt disgusted, as if they had swallowed a fly, and clammed up, unwilling to utter another word. Zhang Wenfeng observed his grandmother's theatrics from the side. This old woman was relentless. No matter how her youngest son treated her, he would always hold the highest place in her heart. He began to suspect that his father might not even be her biological son. Zhang Wenfeng glanced at his father, who appeared quite embarrassed. He understood his father's lingering hopes for this mother, as she was the one who had raised him. How could he truly abandon her? Zhang Wenfeng approached his father. "Dad, if you wish for grandmother to stay with us, I will not oppose it. However, the responsibility for her care will fall solely on you. My mother will not involve herself." Zhang Defa, surprised by his son's agreement, nodded. "Rest assured, I will take care of your grandmother myself." Zhang Wenfeng then turned to Qiao. "Since you insist on staying with us as your grandson, I cannot turn you away. However, I must clarify that our space is limited. There is no extra room for you. For now, you may stay in my sister's small room. She is currently at school and will be returning home on break, at which point she will need to stay here. You will have to share a room with my father then." Upon hearing that she would have to share a room with Zhang Defa, Qiao felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet, having offended the villagers, she knew that no one would come to her aid now, and she could only nod in acquiescence. "It's all right. Grandmother is not picky. As long as there is a place for me to sleep, even if it is in the cow shed, I would be willing," she lamented pitifully. Some elderly villagers, moved by her plight, could not help but shed silent tears. Zhang Wenfeng, however, scoffed inwardly at his grandmother's relentless attempts to tarnish his family's name. If she felt so aggrieved living in their home, why had she come in the first place? It was all for her youngest son, yet she portrayed herself as the victim, which was truly absurd. "Grandmother, even if you wish to sleep in a cow shed, we do not have one. Have you forgotten? You were the one who drove us out without even providing a basin," Zhang Wenfeng retorted mockingly. Those who had been swayed by Qiao's pitiable demeanor now wore expressions of dismay. Some could no longer contain their outrage. Pointing fingers at Qiao, "Isn't it true? When Defa's family was cast out, I remember when Feng was barely born. It was freezing cold, and she didn't even provide a basin," one villager exclaimed. Yes, Defa was the most diligent worker in the family. Yet when they were separated, all they received was a bag of coarse grain. How heartless! Another chimed in now. Defa's family was willing to overlook past grievances and allow her to stay. That was already a sign of filial piety. Unlike her favorite second son's family, who had cast her out at this critical juncture. Who says otherwise? In life, one should refrain from taking matters to extremes, lest it becomes difficult to navigate relationships in the future. Zhang Yulai and his wife Wu Meixia decided to leave Grandma Qiao behind, not wishing to endure the prying eyes of others any longer. They swiftly departed, without even bidding farewell to the Qiao family. Chapter 71. Let my father go. After Qiao was left at Zhang Defa's home, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Although Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling were reluctant to have their grandmother stay with them, considering their home was already cramped, the addition of Qiao made it even more congested. However, since Zhang Wenfeng had already agreed, and their father wished for his mother to remain, as sons and daughters-in-law, they felt it unwise to voice their objections and chose to remain silent on the matter. While Su Qin claimed not to care, she quietly tidied up a small room for Zhang Yan'er. Allowing Qiao to move in, Qiao was aware that the Zhang family did not hold her in high regard, but at this moment, she had no other options. She could not burden her own son and resolved to stay at Zhang Defa's house. This arrangement would also afford her the opportunity to secretly acquire the recipe from Zhang Wenfeng. If she succeeded in obtaining that recipe from the little rascal, the family business would flourish. She had overheard villagers mentioning that the little rascal had rented a storefront in the county, undoubtedly earning a tidy sum. That money should rightfully belong to her younger son. Allowing that little rascal to profit was a waste. Once Qiao was settled in the small room, she was met with indifference, prompting her to call out, "Oh dear, I need some water." Zhang's mother, who had been preparing meat skewers in the kitchen, stepped out to fetch water for Qiao, only to be halted by Zhang Wenfeng. "Mom, don't go." Su Qin shook her head helplessly. "If I don't go and let her shout like that, people will talk behind our backs, claiming we ruined our reputation by bringing her home only to mistreat her. As our parents grow older, we cannot control what others say, but you are still young. We must not tarnish your reputation." Zhang Wenfeng remained steadfast. "Mom, it's not that I'm trying to prevent you from caring for her. We agreed that Dad would handle Grandma's affairs. You can't just take over his responsibilities." Su Qin chuckled. "You really want your father to serve her? Do you think he is capable of that? I know he is not cut out for it, which is precisely why I'm sending him." Zhang Wenfeng replied earnestly, "If you make Grandma comfortable in our home, she won't want to leave. Are you prepared to serve her indefinitely?" Su Qin looked at him, uncertain. "Wenfeng, are you sure it's all right to let your father do this?" Zhang Wenfeng smiled reassuringly. "Trust me, Mom, he'll manage." With that, Su Qin relented and nodded. "Very well, let us have your father take care of it." She handed the water jug to Zhang Wenfeng, who made his way to the main room where Zhang Defa sat smoking. Visibly troubled by the day's events, upon seeing his son enter with a water jug, he asked, "Wenfeng, why are you bringing that in? There's already a jug in here." Zhang Wenfeng approached, placing the jug before Zhang Defa, then took a seat beside him. "Dad, didn't you hear Grandma calling for water in her room?" Zhang Defa nodded. "I did, but your mother is in the kitchen. Why not let her handle it?" Zhang Wenfeng anticipated this response but was determined. "Dad, we agreed that Grandma would stay with us, and you would oversee her care. Mom is busy helping me with the skewers, so it's your turn to take her some water." Zhang Defa hesitated, feeling awkward about confronting his mother, and forced a smile. "Wenfeng, is it really necessary?" "It is indeed necessary. Since you've already made a promise, you must follow through," Zhang Wenfeng affirmed. "You should also show Grandma the kindness of her eldest son, rather than always favoring the youngest." Zhang Defa felt a bit sheepish, yet he realized he had indeed made that promise and could not back out. "All right then, I'll go." He took the water jug and walked out. As he stepped outside, Qiao's wailing echoed like thunder in his mind, leaving him feeling trapped. Zhang Wenfeng followed him outside, observing his father from a distance without saying a word. Zhang Wenpeng approached his brother, asking Wenfeng, "Are you really sending Dad to look after Grandma? Do you think he can handle her temper? If he can't endure it, he'll have to learn." Zhang Wenfeng replied, "It's his choice, and no one can assist him." Still, he felt a pang of sympathy for their father, who had to face their unreasonable grandmother alone. Zhang Wenfeng smiled at his brother. "That's just how Grandma is. She will test our family. Dad must either adapt or learn to resist." Zhang Wenpeng agreed with this logic and fell silent. Inside the small room, Zhang Defa remained quiet for a long while, allowing Qiao to vent her frustrations until he could no longer contain himself. "Mom, you should express these grievances to your second son, not to me. He has benefited from your affection for years. And when you broke your leg, he sent you here without a thought for your sacrifices. The real ungrateful one is him, not me." Qiao was taken aback, surprised that Zhang Defa, who had always been submissive, was now standing up to her. This was not a good sign. If Zhang Defa were to learn the art of resistance, how could she continue to exert control over him? Once Zhang Defa breaks free from her grasp, their family would be facing catastrophic consequences. "Qiao, with a resounding clap of her thighs, wept even more loudly. Alas, life has become unbearable. I merely uttered a few words, yet your temper surpasses even that of your own mother. Eldest son, I acknowledge that I may have been somewhat harsh in the past, but it was all for your development. Just look at how fortunate you are now, with a happy family and a capable son. And yet you turn around to complain about me, your mother. Tell me, if you are not the ungrateful one, then who is? You provide me with so little money each year and still bicker with your younger brother. As the elder sibling, what is wrong with showing a little more care for your brother? Why must you not be more generous towards him? Your family is living comfortably now, yet you show no consideration for your mother and younger brother. Eldest son, my heart is heavy with sorrow. I raised you with such toil, and instead of remembering the good I did, you blame me for being too harsh. Was it not common for families to face such struggles in the past? Just say it. Under Qiao's barrage of accusations, Zhang Defa found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, recalling the time when his mother cast him out during his darkest hour, leaving him and his family homeless with nowhere to turn, and how she then rubbed salt in the wound, he felt a deep sense of bitterness. Mother, how did I treat you before we split the family? Zhang Defa inquired. Qiao was momentarily taken aback by the question but nodded in response. Before the division, you were the labor force of our family, and your contributions were unquestionable. Zhang Defa continued. Yet, in your eyes, my sacrifices for the family seemed to be taken for granted. I performed the heaviest tasks each day, only to receive the least nourishment, and even my wife and children struggled to have enough to eat. This cannot be blamed on me. We were all facing hardship at that time, and there were days when we barely had a meal. But why is it that my younger brother always managed to eat well at every meal? Mother, do not make excuses. You have always favored him. Qiao was caught off guard by Zhang Defa's sudden defiance. Was he truly going to bring up old grievances? It was only natural for a growing child to eat more. Zhang Defa disregarded Qiao's defense and pressed on. If you merely wanted to ensure that my younger brother had enough to eat, I would say nothing, but you hoarded the grain, denying our family sustenance. Later, when the household production responsibility system was implemented, you expelled our family from the home, not even giving us a bag of flour, leaving us to wander the streets, unable to find a full meal. This is the outcome of my hard work for the family. Yet my younger brother, with the work obtained through my labor points, takes it for granted and never considers me, his elder brother. Mother, it is only natural for a person to feel a sense of injustice. Qiao, with a stern expression, coldly replied. Are you trying to settle old scores with me now? Mother, what I am saying is not about settling old grievances. I simply wish to understand why, as your sons, we experience such favoritism. Why must I endure beatings and scoldings while my younger brother is treated as if he were precious, held delicately as if he might break? The disparity is too great. Qiao, fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much, simply stated. When I gave birth to you, I nearly lost my life. It took years of recuperation before your brother was born. It was only natural for me to harbor some resentment towards you at that time. But despite the resentment, I still raised you with great effort. You refuse to acknowledge that you have been ungrateful. Yet look at what you are saying now. Do you not embody the very definition of an ungrateful child? You only focus on my past shortcomings, never reflecting on the kindness I bestowed upon you. Kindness? Zhang Defa let out a bitter laugh. I'm afraid I cannot recall a single instance where you treated me with kindness. Qiao's face flushed with embarrassment, her discomfort palpable. The more they spoke, the greater Zhang Defa's resentment grew, leaving him even more aloof as he addressed Qiao. Mother, the only reason I tolerate your presence now is out of respect for you as the one who gave me life. I do not wish for you to continue causing turmoil in our home. We will provide for your daily meals, but if you expect me to care for you as I did in my youth, that is simply impossible. Very well, I have brought you the water you requested, and I shall not say anything more. With that, Zhang Defa rose and exited. As he stepped out of the small room, Zhang Defa's heart remained tumultuous. This was the first time he had spoken so boldly before his mother. Even when she had expelled him from the home in the past, he had always acquiesced to her will, fearful of opposing her. This sudden shift brought him a sense of relief. Upon emerging, he spotted his two sons standing in the yard, and he wondered if they had overheard the conversation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he approached them. Wenpeng Wenfeng, I hope I did not embarrass you. Zhang Wenfeng replied. Father, we are your sons. How could we ever mock you? Indeed, father. What do you take us for? Zhang Defa chuckled, realizing he had overthought the situation. Of course, his sons would never ridicule him. He smiled and said, however, after speaking with your grandmother like that, I feel much lighter in spirit. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Father, you should not feel compelled to comply with your grandmother's demands. While she indeed gave you life and raised you, you have honored her throughout the years. You owe her nothing. It is important to express what needs to be said and refrain from taking on responsibilities that are not yours. Allowing grandmother to stay with us to recuperate was never our obligation, especially considering she was the one who expelled us. However, out of respect for your filial piety, we cannot prevent you from fulfilling that duty. So we let her stay. Yet, you must clarify to her that this is not something we are obligated to do. If anyone should take care of her, it should be your uncle's family. We are merely providing temporary assistance due to her age and lack of care until she recovers from her injury. Zhang Wenfeng's voice was not low, and he did not attempt to shield his words from Qiao, who overheard everything. Zhang Defa's expression shifted, but he did not stop his son. Indeed, some truths needed to be articulated. Otherwise, his mother might believe their family owed her a debt. There were things that he, as a son, found difficult to voice, but when spoken by his grandchildren, he was curious to see if she would take offense at that moment. Qiao sat on the Kong, her teeth clenched in anger at Zhang Wenfeng's words. The eldest son's transformation into someone uncontrollable was all due to this little brat's instigation. The former obedient eldest son would follow her every command, regardless of his inner reluctance, but now he would first challenge her authority. She regretted not having suffocated this little brat at birth. Yet, there was no remedy for regret in this world, and she could not turn back time. Observing the silence in the small room, Zhang Wenfeng knew that Qiao was restrained by his presence and dared not cause a scene. He turned to his father. Very well, father, let us return to the main room. I have something I wish to discuss with you both. Eldest brother, please call for sister-in-law and our mother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenpeng, curious about the sudden seriousness of the matter, asked, Wenfeng, what is it that warrants such gravity? You will find out in a moment. It is not a bad thing, Zhang Wenfeng replied. Zhang Wenpeng grinned. If it is not a bad thing, then it must be something good. Very well, I shall fetch your sister-in-law and our mother right away. Zhang Wenpeng replied and dashed off to the kitchen. Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Defa made their way toward the main room, with Zhang Wenpeng saying, Father, every matter requires a first step. Once that step is taken, it marks a good beginning. I sense that there is a near-pleasing sentiment in your feelings towards grandmother, perhaps stemming from the years of her oppression over you. Her oppression is her issue, not yours. You need not feel inferior because of it. Zhang Defa was surprised that his son was now offering him guidance. He chuckled. Enough. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. I understand this much, so there is no need for you to reiterate these lessons. Now, tell me, what is the matter that you are making such a fuss about today? Zhang Defa inquired. Father, let us wait until everyone has arrived to discuss it. I assure you it is definitely not a bad thing, but rather a good one. Very well, you are being quite mysterious. Zhang Defa and Zhang Wenfeng then walked into the main room. Suqin, Zhang Wenpeng, and Fu Lingling, along with several others, entered from outside. Suqin's hands were still wet, and she took her seat across from Zhang Wenfeng without glancing at Zhang Defa. She simply inquired, Wenfeng, your brother mentioned you had something urgent to discuss with us. We left our work undone to come here. What is it, exactly? Mom, I need to visit a classmate tomorrow, so I want to be setting up the stall. I'll leave that to my elder brother and sister-in-law. Since my brother has to go to the meat processing plant for meat, you should accompany him and help sell the barbecue with my sister-in-law, Zhang Wenfeng explained. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingling immediately recalled the girl they had encountered in the square and asked, Second brother, is the classmate you mentioned the girl we met at the square? Wenfeng, are you going to the girl's house? Suqin's interest piqued. Although their family's circumstances had improved, Zhang Wenfeng's marriage remained a significant concern for them. If they could resolve his marital situation, it would lift a heavy burden from their hearts. Indeed, you previously said you'd prioritize making money and discuss marriage later. Now you're going to meet the girl's family? And you don't even give us ample time to prepare. Zhang Defa expressed his mild grievance. Zhang Wenfeng quickly waved his hands, assuring, Dad, Mom, we haven't reached that stage yet. If a meeting between both families is necessary, I will definitely inform you in advance. Besides, I want to take advantage of this busy period to earn more money so that we can renovate our home. Given our current situation, we wouldn't have enough space if marriage were to happen. At this, both Zhang Defa and Su Qin lowered their heads. Zhang Wenfeng hastily clarified, Dad, Mom, I am not blaming you. All right, Wenfeng, we are your parents. We understand your intentions. Tomorrow marks your first visit to the girl's family. So be sure to bring some gifts, Su Qin said, turning to enter the house. When she returned, she held a bundle of cash, approximately over 100 yuan. Keep this on you and buy some gifts in town early tomorrow. We mustn't appear disrespectful, Mom. I have money with me. There's no need for this, Zhang Wenfeng protested. Enough. Do you think I, as your mother, am unaware of your finances? Su Qin replied. This time, when you visit the girl's family, find an opportunity to bring her back so your father and I can meet her. Chapter 74. Infuriated by snobbery, early the next morning, Zhang Wenfeng bought cigarettes, alcohol, a box of pastries, and some fruits from the town's general store before heading to Ling Yiran's home. Ling Yiran lived in the alley behind the town's middle school. In his previous life, he had been infatuated with Lu Fongfong and had paid no attention to Ling Yiran. It was only after learning of her passing that he had visited her home for the first time during a condolence gathering. But now, fate had granted him a second chance. He rejected Lu Fongfong, who had betrayed him, and chose Ling Yiran, altering the course of his life. As he reached the alley's entrance, he spotted Ling Yiran waiting there. Today, she looked particularly stunning in a simple, refreshing floral dress. Her long, black hair was tied up high in a ponytail, and she wore light makeup. Ling Yiran possessed a natural beauty akin to a lotus emerging from clear water, perfectly suited for understated elegance. Zhang Wenfeng approached with the gifts, his gaze fixed upon Ling Yiran. Flustered by his intense stare, she lowered her head and said, Why are you looking at me like that? Yiran, you look truly beautiful today, Zhang Wenfeng complimented without reservation. Ling Yiran was taken aback by his directness, her cheeks reddening. Dio, you often speak to girls like this? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. No, you're the first. I don't believe you. When you were chasing Lu Fongfong, you must have said similar things. Besides, she is known as the beauty of our town. Ling Yiran blurted out, then regretted her words, realizing it was inappropriate to mention Zhang Wenfeng's past with Lu Fongfong. She can't compare to you, Zhang Wenfeng countered. Ling Yiran was momentarily stunned, playfully retorting, smooth talker. They quickly moved past that topic, and she noticed the substantial gifts in his hands. Why did you buy so much? It must have cost quite a bit. It's only proper to bring a good amount for my first visit to my future in-laws. Otherwise, they might think I don't value their precious daughter. Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. Ling Yiran's face flushed further as she hadn't expected Zhang Wenfeng to be so forthright. Who says you're my future in-laws? Don't speak nonsense. Zhang Wenfeng leaned closer. Grinning, then why do you think I'm here today? Just for a meal. For a meal? Then why are you dressed so nicely? She shot back, feeling increasingly embarrassed under his intense gaze. Yiran, are you bringing your boyfriend home to meet your parents? A middle-aged woman emerged from the alley, observing the handsome boy with a bundle of gifts beside Ling Yiran. Oh, Aunt Wu, I'm bringing my boyfriend home today, Ling Yiran replied cheerfully. Zhang Wenfeng greeted warmly. Hello, Aunt Wu. Yiran, your parents are always worried about your marriage. It seems you're about to celebrate your wedding soon. How wonderful, Aunt Wu remarked, pleased. Aunt Wu, you must come to our wedding, Zhang Wenfeng said with a cheerful demeanor. Aunt Wu, delighted by Zhang Wenfeng's charm, replied, Of course, I've watched Yiran grow up. I wouldn't miss her wedding for anything. Yiran, hurry home with your boyfriend. Your parents were waiting at the door, Aunt Wu advised before leaving. Did you say you weren't here to meet my future in-laws? Zhang Wenfeng teased. Ling Yiran, blushing, looked down, not responding. Let's go. We shouldn't keep my future in-laws waiting. Otherwise, they'll think I'm not serious about their precious daughter. Zhang Wenfeng joked. Ling Yiran shot him a playful glare before walking ahead. Hey, Yiran, aren't you coming with me? It's awkward for me to walk alone, Zhang Wenfeng called out. Ling Yiran returned to his side, wrapping her arm around his, and they strolled into the alley like a young couple. Yiran, you're bringing your boyfriend home, huh? A woman with a sharp demeanor stepped forward, eyeing the pair with a forced smile. Zhang Wenfeng recognized her as someone who had spoken ill of Ling Yiran after her passing in his previous life. He felt no fondness for her and replied nonchalantly, Yes, Aunt, I'm accompanying Yiran to meet her parents. The woman scrutinized Zhang Wenfeng, noting his handsome appearance and the generous gifts he carried, which amounted to nearly 100 yuan. She felt a surge of jealousy and remarked sarcastically, Yiran, you've found yourself a good family. Just don't forget about Aunt Huang, that's uncalled for. Aunt Huang. We're all neighbors, Ling Yiran replied, wanting to avoid further confrontation. Yet Aunt Huang persisted, asking Iran, what does your boyfriend do? He seems quite generous to bring so many gifts on his first visit, which must have cost quite a bit. Ling Yiran, aware of Aunt Huang's snobbish nature, preferred not to disclose too much to spare Zhang Wenfeng from judgment. Zhang Wenfeng, however, was unfazed by her scrutiny and replied directly, Aunt, I run a small business to make ends meet. Upon hearing that he was a self-employed individual, Aunt Huang's demeanor immediately shifted. Although her son-in-law may not have possessed the same handsome features or the impressive belongings as this young man, at least he held a stable government position, earning a living from the state. With a beaming smile, she remarked, Oh, so you are a self-employed individual. That's wonderful. I've heard that such enterprises are quite lucrative these days. Zhang Wenfeng, fully aware of the underlying sarcasm in her words, remained unfazed and replied, Well, it's not much, just about 180 yuan a day, barely enough to get by. Upon hearing that Zhang Wenfeng earned only that modest amount daily, Aunt Huang's expression immediately soured, and with an awkward smile, she said, That's fine, Iran, hurry and take your boyfriend home. Don't keep your parents waiting. After bidding farewell to Aunt Huang, Ling Yiran stifled her laughter as she walked inside with Zhang Wenfeng. Once they were out of sight, Aunt Huang spat in disdain and muttered, Humph, what a show-off, a mere 180 yuan, as if he's picking up money off the street. Bah! After her tirade, Aunt Huang turned and retreated into her home, shutting the door behind her. Chapter 75. Meeting the in-laws. He. Once they had distanced themselves, Ling Yiran could no longer contain her laughter. Zhang Wenfeng, feigning ignorance, inquired, What has brought you such joy? Do share, so I may join in your amusement. Ling Yiran shot him a glance but quietly replied, That Aunt Huang who greeted us earlier has never been fond of our family. She was merely curious to see what kind of boyfriend I had brought along. Upon seeing you, she attempted to take jabs at you, only to be subtly rebuffed. As you may have noticed from her sour expression, it was as if she had swallowed a fly. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled at this revelation. Ling Yiran looked at him and asked, What are you laughing at? It was quite unexpected to see the usually demure and gentle Ling Yiran gossiping about others. Zhang Wenfeng replied, I didn't realize you had such a mischievous side. Ling Yiran glared at him and retorted, If you keep jesting at my expense, I shall ignore you. All right, my apologies, I won't say another word. Zhang Wenfeng quickly acquiesced. With that, Ling Yiran forgave him, and they continued down the alley. Ling Yiran's home was situated at the end of the alley, a quaint courtyard comprising 2 rooms. This was largely due to the fact that Ling Yiran was her parents' only child. In this era, having a single child was a rarity, let alone a daughter. Ling Yiran's mother had suffered complications during childbirth, which explained their only having her. Ling's father was a tall, somewhat lean middle-aged man wearing glasses, exuding an intellectual air, while Ling's mother epitomized the image of a devoted housewife. When they spotted their daughter approaching with a tall, handsome young man, both parents felt a sense of relief. They had been anxious that their daughter might be deceiving them and did not genuinely have a boyfriend. After all, most girls in the alley of her age were already married, and even Aunt Huang's daughter, who was a year younger than Iran, had already tied the knot and even had children. They feared that if their daughter remained unmarried, the neighborhood would gossip mercilessly about them. Although they were not overly concerned about public opinion, they worried for their daughter's feelings, knowing how sensitive she was. Hence, they had been desperate to find a matchmaker for her, but she had adamantly refused, claiming she had a boyfriend. They thought it was merely a diversion, unaware that it was indeed true. Ling's mother looked at Zhang Wenfeng with growing fondness, and inquired, Iran, is this the Xiao Zhang you mentioned to us? Ling Yiran replied, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Zhang Wenfeng. Wenfeng, this is my mother, and this is my father. Hello, uncle and aunt. Zhang Wenfeng greeted his future in-laws. Child, why have you brought so many things? This is quite extravagant, Ling's mother said with a smile, noticing the items Zhang Wenfeng carried, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young man, thinking he should not have spent so much for a first visit. Zhang Wenfeng, aware of Ling's mother's concern over his spending, chuckled and replied, Uncle, Aunt, since this is my first visit, I wasn't sure what you might like, so I picked up a few things. I hope you won't find them too lacking. Oh, you needn't be so polite with me, Ling's mother said cheerfully, accepting the items. Iran, come help me in the kitchen while Xiao Zhang and your father chat in the living room. All right, Ling Yiran responded. Then quietly reassured Zhang Wenfeng, don't be nervous. My dad is very easygoing. Zhang Wenfeng, being a man of experience, smiled and replied, Don't worry, I know your father is a good man. Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's calm demeanor, Ling Yuran said nothing more and followed her mother into the kitchen, while Zhang Wenfeng accompanied Ling's father into the living room. Although the Ling household was modest, it was tidy and warm, adorned with a family portrait of the three of them displayed prominently on the table. Xiao Zhang, please excuse the simplicity of our home, Ling's father said, feeling somewhat awkward as it was his first time meeting his daughter's boyfriend. Please, have a seat. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Wenfeng took a seat opposite Ling's father. Despite having assured Ling Yuran not to worry earlier, he felt a bit anxious sitting there, as this was his first formal meeting with a girlfriend's parents. However, such an awkward atmosphere could not persist, so he initiated a conversation. Uncle, I heard from Yuran that you work at the compressor factory in town. Ling's father nodded and replied, I was a young intellectual sent to the countryside and ended up staying here. When the compressor factory needed technical personnel, I happened to have studied that very subject in college, so I joined. Xiao Zhang, I hear you are self-employed, Ling's father continued. Zhang Wenfeng smiled and said, yes, after graduating from middle school, I decided to start working and opened a barbecue stall in the county town. Barbecue, you say? I visited the north many years ago, and their barbecue was quite unique. If you like, I can prepare some for you to taste. No rush, there will be plenty of opportunities, Ling's father chuckled. The government encourages economic development nowadays. It's great to see so many self-employed individuals emerging, so what you're doing is commendable. Thank you for your understanding. Uncle, Zhang Wenfeng replied politely. Ling's father nodded. Who else is in your family? My family consists of my father, mother, an elder brother and sister-in-law, and a younger sister who is currently in junior high in town. Zhang Wenfeng answered, let's set that aside for now and prepare for dinner. At that moment, Ling's mother and Ling Yuran entered the room, carrying dishes and smiling. Xiao Zhang, today I've prepared some home-cooked meals. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Wenfeng promptly moved the items on the table aside, shifted the stools closer, and sat down, saying, Aunt, your cooking is even better than what they serve in state-run restaurants. I could smell the wonderful aroma from afar. Ha ha, Ling's mother replied. You certainly know how to flatter, unlike my husband, who is rather tongue-tied and never compliments anyone. Instantly, the atmosphere in the house grew lively as everyone gathered around to enjoy the meal. Chapter 76. A boast that backfires. Xiao Zhang, I heard from Iran that you are selling barbecue in the county town and that your business is thriving, with people lining up at your stall every day? Ling's mother inquired during dinner. Aunt, business has been good. I've leased a storefront in the county town and plan to open a restaurant soon. It's currently being renovated, and it should open in a few days. I hope you and Uncle can come by to support me and try the specialties of my restaurant, Zhang Wenfeng explained, fully aware that Ling's parents were curious about his circumstances, as any concerned parents would be. After all, Ling Yuran worked at the machinery factory in the county, which was a stable job. Ling's parents were not opposed to Zhang Wenfeng's line of work, especially since their daughter seemed to like him. The more they observed his demeanor, the more satisfied they became. Ling's mother smiled and said, Then your uncle and I will definitely visit your restaurant to taste your specialty dishes. After their meal, Zhang Wenfeng spent some more time conversing with Ling's father and mother before preparing to leave. As he stepped outside, Ling's parents accompanied him, and just as they exited the door, they encountered Aunt Huang, who was followed by a young woman holding a child. The young woman bore a striking resemblance to Aunt Huang, with similar triangular eyes that appeared somewhat sharp and critical, presumably Aunt Huang's daughter. Beside her stood a man dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, looking quite respectable, yet his eyes were filled with disdain. Ling Gong, Sister Ling, just now I mentioned to my son-in-law at home that your family's son-in-law is setting up a stall in the county town. My son-in-law suggested coming over to meet him, saying that if there are any issues in the future, we could approach him at the county food bureau, where he holds a position of authority and can certainly provide assistance. Aunt Huang wore a proud expression. Although Aunt Huang's son-in-law was reluctant, he was more than willing to flaunt his advantages in front of others. He stepped forward to say, Hello, I am Zhoubo, working at our county's food bureau. If you require any assistance regarding food safety in the future, feel free to seek me out. After all, our county is about to launch a food safety campaign, and you street vendors must not let your guard down in this regard. Seeing Zhoubo's condescending demeanor, as if Zhang Wenfeng's food stall posed a safety issue, the Ling family felt quite displeased. However, given that he came under the pretense of goodwill, they feared that refusing him would lead to gossip among the neighbors. Ling Fu and Ling Mu had always been kind-hearted people, fully aware that Aunt Huang was merely there to mock them. believing their daughter had chosen a man beneath her. Zhang Wenfeng, however, had no such reservations. He approached with a smile, extended his hand to shake Zhou Bo's, and said, "Oh, so Zhou Gu works at the Food Bureau. I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance." Zhou Bo was caught off guard by Zhang Wenfeng's unexpected request for help and felt a pang of regret. Although he worked at the Food Bureau, he merely handled menial tasks and had no real authority. He was just saving face by claiming otherwise. He awkwardly smiled and replied, "Oh, I'm not sure what you need. Zhou Gu, my shop is about to open, and I need to process some permits, particularly the food safety certificate from the Food Bureau. I was worried about the procedures, but Aunt Huang has conveniently brought you here, which saves me the trouble." Zhang Wenfeng said cheerfully. Zhou Bo, however, had no authority to issue food safety certificates. Those were handled by designated officials. He replied, "There are specialized personnel responsible for issuing food safety certificates, and I don't handle that. However, if you wish to pursue it, I can help you connect with the right people at the Food Bureau. I thought Zhou Gu could assist me directly, but I still appreciate your willingness to help." While Zhang Wenfeng's words were courteous, Zhou Bo felt humiliated. His intention was to show off, yet he ended up being embarrassed. He attributed this slight to Aunt Huang, if not for her desire to flaunt in front of the neighbors. He wouldn't have lost face in such a significant manner. Truly a case of ineptitude. Zhou Bo, feeling out of place, smiled awkwardly and said, "You're too kind. We are neighbors after all. I see you're leaving. So I want to keep you. We should head home as well. I'll see you at the Food Bureau then." Zhang Wenfeng added with a parting jab as Zhou Bo turned to leave. Zhou Bo forced a smile and said nothing, walking away without looking back. Aunt Huang and her daughter were equally confused, but with Zhou Bo gone, they saw little reason to linger. They exchanged a few words before hastily heading home. Ling Fu and Ling Mu felt a sense of relief witnessing Zhang Wenfeng confront Zhou Bo, causing him to leave in embarrassment. Ling Mu approached quietly, saying, "Zhou Bo is just a lowly worker at the Food Bureau. With no real authority, he loves to boast about working there in front of the neighbors, but everyone knows the truth. No one has called him out on it until now, so you've made him lose face. Auntie, with people like him, there's no need to spare their feelings. They have none to begin with," Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. Ling Mu nodded in agreement. "Exactly, the more you give them face, the less they understand their position." "Iran, see Xiao Zhang out of the alley," Ling Mu instructed. "Yes, Mom," Iran replied, accompanying Zhang Wenfeng toward the alley's exit. Zhang Wenfeng held Iran's hand, and she did not resist, allowing him to lead her. After all, they had met her parents, who had a favorable impression of him. Their eventual marriage seemed inevitable. "Iran, how did I perform today? Did Uncle and Auntie approve?" Zhang Wenfeng leaned closer to ask. Iran was taken aback by his suddenly magnified handsome visage, her heart racing, and she blushed, lowering her head shyly, retorting, "You are quite confident. How do you know my parents liked you?" Zhang Wenfeng pointed to his eyes. "Exuding confidence, I can see things clearly. Ha, you're really full of yourself." While Iran said this, her face radiated happiness that she could not conceal. "That so? When do you plan to take me to your home, so my parents can meet you?" Zhang Wenfeng asked intently. Chapter 77. A narrow encounter. Iran was momentarily stunned by Zhang Wenfeng's sudden question. Although she had been anticipating this day, its abrupt arrival left her somewhat flustered. She worried about how her parents might perceive Zhang Wenfeng. Sensing her anxiety, Zhang Wenfeng remarked jokingly, as the saying goes, an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Besides, you're so beautiful, my parents will surely adore you. Wenfeng, you're teasing me again. Iran turned away, ignoring him. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled. I'm not joking. Why mom, brother, and sister-in-law have all met you. You've forgotten that only my dad hasn't met you yet. Realizing she had indeed met many of Zhang Wenfeng's family members, Iran felt less nervous. She looked at him and said, all right then, you can arrange it. Just let me know in advance, and I'll prepare something. No need for you to prepare anything. I'll take care of it beforehand. That is not right. If you're coming to my house, you should be the one preparing. If my uncle and aunt found out, they'd think I'm an ungrateful daughter-in-law, Iran exclaimed, accidentally referring to herself as a daughter-in-law, causing her to feel embarrassed. Zhang Wenfeng teased, oh, so you're already considering yourself a daughter-in-law? You're adapting quite quickly. Ugh, I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, Iran turned and ran home, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Wenfeng felt a warmth in his heart, a feeling he had never experienced in either of his lives. In his previous life, Lu Fangfang had constantly exploited him, always demanding money. If he was slow to give, he would be scolded. If he gave too little, it was the same. He worked tirelessly late into the night, but returned home to find no hot meal waiting for him. This recollection ignited a flame of anger within him. He could never let Lu Fangfang off the hook so easily. As Zhang Wenfeng exited the alley, he unexpectedly ran into Lu Fangfang and Wang Dafu. Lu Fangfang was laden with numerous extravagant items, all purchased with Wang Dafu's money. Although Wang Dafu's family was well off, they could hardly withstand Lu Fangfeng's spending habits. Initially resentful, Wang Dafu's demeanor shifted upon encountering Zhang Wenfeng. He knew he had to maintain his facade. Lu Fangfang, with an air of arrogance, sneered at Zhang Wenfeng. "Oh, isn't this Zhang Wenfeng? Aren't you the one selling barbecue in the county? What brings you to the town? Business not going well? Losing your shirt?" Zhang Wenfeng regarded Lu Fangfeng's ugly, mocking face with pity. "Lu Fangfeng, you truly have no idea how to value money when it's not yours." Turning to Wang Dafu with a sympathetic expression, he continued, "Oh, Wang Dafu, your family must be quite wealthy. I recall your father is merely a village secretary. How much can you truly afford to spend on Lu Fangfeng? Is your family's wealth of dubious origins?" Wang Dafu's face paled at the implication. If Zhang Wenfeng revealed anything, it could lead to severe consequences. "Zhang Wenfeng, who doesn't he know you're from the poorest family in these few villages? Just because you can't afford to spend on Fangfeng doesn't he mean I can't? We're getting married soon, and Fangfeng will be receiving a dowry of 200. I'm lucky to have such a wonderful fiancée. Unlike some people who don't appreciate what they have. Oh, I misspoke. I should thank you for being so ungrateful. Otherwise, how could I have the chance to marry such a wonderful woman as Fangfeng?" As the conversation unfolded, Wang Dafu deliberately sought to provoke Zhang Wenfeng, casually wrapping an arm around Lu Fangfeng's waist. Startled, Lu Fangfeng felt a slight bulge in her abdomen. If Wang Dafu noticed, it would bode ill for her. Leaning softly against Wang Dafu, she playfully remarked, "Dafu, you are so good to me, unlike certain individuals who slander my reputation for a mere pittance. Fangfeng, you are my beloved wife. If I do not treat you well, who else could I possibly cherish?" Wang Dafu replied with a smirk, "By the way, Zhang Wenfeng, we initially had no intention of inviting you to our wedding. However, I have now changed my mind. If you are a man, you will come to our home the day after tomorrow to witness the joyous occasion of my union with Fangfeng." Lu Fangfeng gasped, perplexed by Wang Dafu's audacity in inviting Zhang Wenfeng. "Dafu, why invite him? He's a pauper. If he sees a lavish spread, he might succumb to temptation and spoil our plans. Fear not, our Wang family is reputable. On our wedding day, we have prepared a sumptuous feast. Even if he were to abscond with a table full of delicacies, it would not cause a stir." Wang Dafu reassured her, giggling, "Dafu, your family is indeed generous, unlike some whose frugality is quite palpable." Zhang Wenfeng observed the two ostentatiously parading their affection before him, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet, he was preoccupied with how to deliver their gifts on the wedding day. This presented a perfect opportunity to bestow upon them a memorable surprise. "Very well, I shall prepare a grand gift for you, one that you will remember for a lifetime," Zhang Wenfeng said with a sincere smile. Upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng's beaming face, Lu Fangfeng felt an ominous premonition. Nevertheless, having said so much, she could not retract her words. "We are indeed looking forward to your grand gift," she replied with a smile. "Excellent. Anticipate it. You shall receive it the day after tomorrow," Zhang Wenfeng declared before striding past them, not once glancing back. Lu Fangfeng cast a reproachful glance at Wang Dafu, exclaiming, "Dafu, it was unwise to invite him. He is nothing but a lunatic." Wang Dafu, still embracing Lu Fangfeng, wore a greasy grin that could make anyone retch. Lu Fangfeng, suppressing her disgust, said, "Dafu, what if he causes a scene? Rest assured, should he dare to disrupt our festivities, I shall ensure he enters standing and exits crawling." Wang Dafu chuckled, "It would serve as retribution for daring to upset my darling." "How obnoxious!" Lu Fangfeng retorted, "Darling, let us not rush home. Let us first find a room." Though reluctant, she nodded in agreement. Wang Dafu joyfully led Lu Fangfeng away. Chapter 78. Zhao Guodong returns. Upon returning home, Zhang Wenfeng found his family awaiting him in the living room. His mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law had returned early, concerned about his visit to Ling Eran's family. As Zhang Wenfeng entered, Su Qin rose with a worried expression and asked, Wenfeng, how did it go today? Zhang Wenfeng took a seat. Meeting their eager gazes and chuckled, I merely went over for a meal. Why are you all so anxious? A meal? Su Qin's face fell, her smile fading. Wasn't it to meet the parents? Second brother, look at how you've frightened mother. Speak properly, Zhang Wenfeng scolded from the side. Zhang Wenfeng laughed. Mother, your son is so remarkable. Who would not be fond of him? Iran's parents like me very much. They do not oppose our relationship. I plan to bring Iran home to meet you all in a few days. Hearing this, Su Qin finally relaxed, though she chided, You rascal. You nearly scared your mother to death. I feared there would be objections due to your affair with Lu Fangfang. If that were the case, I would carry that worry for life. Mother, what are you saying? My choices regarding Lu Fangfang are my own, and Iran understands. She does not mind at all. We genuinely like each other, so you need not fret. Zhang Wenfeng reassured her. With a smile, Su Qin took Zhang Wenfeng's hand and inquired, what kind of people were at Iran's home, and what did they ask? Mother, I just got back and haven't even had a sip of water. Why the barrage of questions? You might just kill your son from thirst. Zhang Wenfeng jested. Su Qin playfully slapped him on the back, exclaiming, You mischievous child. What are you talking about? Now is not the time for jokes. Quickly tell me the details. All right, I shall recount everything. Zhang Wenfeng narrated his visit to Ling Yiran's family in detail. After listening, Su Qin finally felt at ease, commenting, Her family seems quite simple, just her father and mother. Indeed, Zhang Wenfeng affirmed. Uncle Ling was a sent-down youth, and due to his skills, he remained here with Aunt Ling. Unfortunately, Uncle Ling's family has mostly passed on, and now only a few relatives remain on Aunt Ling's side. You fortunate boy, you found such an excellent girl, Su Qin teased, though satisfaction filled her heart. Remember, bring my daughter-in-law home promptly so your father and I can meet her. Rest assured, mother, I will, Zhang Wenfeng replied. And the family erupted in laughter. Is Wenfeng home? A voice called from outside. Zhang Wenfeng stepped out of the living room to find Zhao Guodong standing at the gate. Guodong, when did you return? I had no idea. How is Annie doing in the provincial city for treatment? Zhao Guodong immediately knelt before Zhang Wenfeng. Taken aback, Zhang Wenfeng realized, as he had known in his past life, that Zhao Guodong's mother was gravely ill. And without timely treatment, her life was at stake. Zhang Wenfeng rushed forward to assist Zhao Guodong, saying, Guodong, you are my good brother. Don't be so formal with me, or I shall be upset. Thank you so much. Wenfeng. If it weren't for your advice to take my mother to a major hospital, she might not have had much time left, Zhao Guodong expressed gratefully. What is her current condition? Zhang Wenfeng inquired. After examination at the provincial hospital, she underwent surgery there and is now under observation. I returned this time to gather some things, but I fear she will need to stay in the hospital for another month or two. Zhao Guodong explained. Zhang Wenfeng re-entered the house and returned with 500 yuan, handing it to Zhao Guodong. Moved by the gesture, Zhao Guodong looked at the money, feeling overwhelmed but knowing he could not accept more from Zhang Wenfeng, who had already helped him significantly. He declined, saying, Wenfeng, what is this? I cannot take more money from you. You have already given me too much for the ginseng. Take it, Guodong, Zhang Wenfeng insisted. Your aunt is in the hospital? Money is essential now. After surgery, she needs nutritious supplements. Don't hesitate to spend. Money can be earned again, but a mother is irreplaceable. With tears in his eyes, Zhao Guodong looked at Zhang Wenfeng, about to kneel again. But Zhang Wenfeng stopped him, saying, Guodong, what's with this? They say a man's knees are worth gold. Why do you keep kneeling? If you feel indebted, once your aunt recovers, come help me. I have opened a barbecue restaurant in the county and will soon be hiring for a chain. I need someone like you as the manager, and I fear I won't manage. Zhao Guodong replied awkwardly. There's nothing to worry about. I'll teach you when the time comes. Zhang Wenfeng said, Guodong, don't look down on my small business. Wenfeng, how could I ever look down on you? You have helped me so much. Even if I were to work like a mule, I could never repay your kindness. Enough of this sentimentality. Let's focus on practical matters. Zhang Wenfeng said, patting Zhao Guodong's shoulder reassuringly. Get your things together and hurry back to the hospital. Your aunt has just undergone surgery and needs someone to care for her. Avoid any mishaps. Zhao Guodong nodded, saying, Wenfeng, I will come back and work for you. Stop dawdling. Hurry back, Zhang Wenfeng urged, waving him off. Zhao Guodong nodded and hurried away, knowing he needed to rush back to the provincial city where his mother awaited him in the hospital. Upon returning to the living room, Zhang Wenfeng shared the incident of giving Zhao Guodong 500 yuan with his family, as he did not wish to conceal anything from them. Wenfeng, you have acted rightly in this matter. Your Aunt Zhao is indeed a pitiable soul, and Guodong is a dutiful child. If we are able to extend our assistance, we should certainly do so. Zhang Wenfeng turned to Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling, saying, Elder brother, sister-in-law, I must apologize. It seems you have toiled in vain these past few days, as I have already dispensed with the funds. Fu Lingling replied, Wenfeng, I am quite capable of discerning these matters. Money can be earned anew, but a life lost is irreplaceable. Zhang Wenfeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Fu Lingling, recalling how, in his previous life, his sister-in-law had never held him accountable. She is a truly kind-hearted woman, and in this life, he is determined to repay the kindness of his parents and the support of his elder brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 79. A conversation with grandmother just as Zhang Wenfeng was about to retreat for some rest. He was halted by Zhang Defa, who led him to the courtyard. Upon observing the situation, Zhang Wenfeng surmised that his father intended to discuss matters concerning his grandmother. Otherwise, there would be no reason for his father to bypass his mother and elder brother and sister-in-law. His father, being rather soft-hearted, would easily succumb to a few gentle words from his grandmother. Although Zhang Wenfeng understood this dynamic, he felt powerless to alter it. Had his father not been of such a disposition, he would not have followed his mother into labor to repay debts after the calamity he had caused in his previous life. Zhang Wenfeng looked at his father and inquired, Dad, what is it you wish to tell me? Zhang Defa, appearing somewhat awkward, replied, Wenfeng, your grandmother wishes to see you and speak with you. Perhaps you should pay her a visit. Zhang Wenfeng was taken aback. It was unexpected that his grandmother had not directly made demands of his father, but instead sought him out. Dad, did grandmother make any specific requests? He asked. Zhang Defa nodded, albeit with some embarrassment. Wenfeng, you need not feel pressured. If you are unwilling, you may simply refuse your grandmother. Dad, did my grandmother not communicate anything to you? Zhang Wenfeng pressed. Zhang Defa sighed, she did, but I insisted it was your matter to handle. Though I am your father, I cannot dictate your choices. If she has something to say, she may come directly to you. Zhang Wenfeng nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his father had indeed changed. In the past, his father would have acquiesced to his grandmother's wishes, regardless of his own discomfort. After all, his father had always been dutiful to her. Despite her disdain for him, Dad, in the future, if you encounter troublesome situations, simply pass them on to me. I will handle what you find difficult, Zhang Wenfeng declared. Zhang Defa, feeling somewhat ashamed, responded, Wenfeng, such matters should rightly be resolved by me as your father. Yet now, it seems you must address my troubles. I feel quite inadequate as a parent. Dad, do not speak like that. We are family, and as your son, I have grown up and should share your burdens. Zhang Wenfeng reassured him, Do not worry. I will meet with grandmother and discover what she wishes to discuss. Wenfeng, Zhang Defa called out, stopping him in his tracks. Zhang Wenfeng turned back and asked, Dad, is there something else? Zhang Defa hesitated before saying, Wenfeng, remember she is your grandmother. Approach the conversation with care. Let us not allow matters to escalate into a public spectacle, as it would tarnish your reputation. Zhang Wenfeng smiled. Dad, I understand. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with the utmost discretion. Zhang Defa nodded in agreement. Zhang Wenfeng had long desired to have a candid conversation with his grandmother. Only by speaking directly with her could he validate some of his suspicions. As he entered the small room, a foul odor assaulted his senses. This old woman was indeed unrepentant in her treatment of his parents. He took a seat across from Qiao Shi, upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng enter. Qiao Shi rose, her eyes narrowing with disdain. The sight of Zhang Wenfeng's defiance stirred her ire, especially upon hearing of his successful visit to the girl's family. The Zhang family, once destined for poverty and misfortune, seemed to be shedding their miseries, all thanks to this insolent boy. After he had rejected Lu Fongfong, their fortunes began to turn. This family must not be allowed to rise again. Otherwise, her years of scheming would be in vain. Zhang Wenfeng coldly addressed Qiao Shi, grandmother. I understand you wish to see me. However, my schedule has been quite full, and I cannot afford to linger here. Qiao Shi glared at him. You little wretch, is this how you speak to your grandmother? Zhang Wenfeng let out a derisive laugh. The audacity of her expecting respect was laughable. If you wish to play the grandmother card, perhaps you should return to my uncle's home and play that role with Zhendong and Zhenbei. Who are your favored grandchildren? Furious, Qiao Shi gnashed her teeth, unable to retort. If you have no other matters to discuss, I shall take my leave, Zhang Wenfeng declared. rising to depart. "Wait!" Xiao Shi shouted, halting him. Zhang Wenfeng resumed his seat, remarking, "If you have something to say, then speak plainly. Let us not end this meeting in discord without you having voiced your thoughts." Xiao Shi, seething with frustration, found this boy insufferable, utterly disregarding her authority. Unlike Zhang Defa, who was easily manipulated, this boy was a different breed altogether. Since he had broken off the engagement, even Zhang Defa had begun to sidestep her influence, often shifting responsibility onto this boy. If only she could exert control over him, it would be manageable. Alas, he proved to be unyielding. Since force was ineffective, perhaps a softer approach would yield better results. Xiao Shi's expression softened as she attempted to project a grandmotherly warmth. Addressing Zhang Wenfeng, "Wenfeng, do not misunderstand, I have always cared for you." "Care for me? You would not even attend my wedding," he retorted. "Your care extends only to money, compelling me to marry that wretched Lu Fongfong. Your affection is something I cannot bear." Xiao Shi's face turned pale, struggling to maintain composure while her insides churned with anger. This boy was merciless with his words, showing her no regard. Yet, Xiao Shi knew she could not afford to sever ties with Zhang Wenfeng just yet. She forced a smile, saying, "Wenfeng, I was confused in the past, but now I see clearly at my age. How many good days can I hope for? I wish to spend my remaining days in peace, waiting for you grandchildren to establish your families so that I may reunite with your grandfather." Zhang Wenfeng regarded Xiao Shi, noting her remarkable restraint. It appeared her ambitions were significant, though he remained uncertain of their nature. "Grandmother, I am not devoid of compassion. You are, after all, our kin, and I wish to foster a closer bond. However, your favoritism over the years has hindered our connection. Now that you reside with us, I hope you can cultivate a good relationship with my father, as he is your own son, is he not?" Chapter 80. Truly not flesh and blood. Upon hearing Zhang Wenfeng's words, Xiao Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had the tension persisted as it began, she would have found it impossible to extract any information from him. Xiao Shi smiled. "Wenfeng, I share your sentiments. I regret my past harshness toward your father and mother. I have reflected on my actions and feel remorseful. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to atone for my mistakes." Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile, "Grandmother, since you have come to this realization, there is no need to dwell on the past. If my uncle is unwilling to care for you, you are welcome to stay with us. Having one more person in our home will not impoverish us. Simply live here as if you had never given birth to my uncle. You little wretch, your real mother is my true son. What is Zhang Defa compared to him? He will spend his life under my thumb, never to enjoy good fortune." Xiao Shi forced a smile, saying, "Wenfeng, that is not fair. Your uncle is under immense pressure, which is why he sent me here. Look at how well your street barbecue business is thriving. Perhaps you could teach your uncle a thing or two, so he might earn some money. If he has more income, his burdens will lighten. Regardless of the circumstances, we are indeed the closest of kin. You cannot simply stand by and watch your younger uncle endure a life of hardship day after day." Zhang Wenfeng could see that Xiao Shi was undoubtedly reluctant to part with her youngest son. With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, he addressed Xiao Shi, saying, "Grandmother, given how your younger uncle has treated you, it baffles me that you still consider his feelings. Reflect upon my father. Throughout his life, the villagers have praised him for his filial piety, yet you expelled him from your home. This blatant favoritism is rather absurd. Don't you think? Is my father not your biological son?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi immediately panicked. If Zhang Defa were to discover that he was not her biological child, she would surely lose her grip on him. Her genuine son had lived a life of luxury in that household for years, and she could not allow Zhang Defa to jeopardize the good life of her own child. With a stern expression, Xiao Shi retorted, "Wenfeng, what nonsense are you spouting? How could your father not be my biological son? The elders in the village are well aware of the hardships I endured while pregnant with him. It is precisely because of those struggles that I have been somewhat harsh with your father. You cannot claim I am not your real grandmother simply because I was tough on him in the past." From Xiao Shi's flustered demeanor and her explanations, Zhang Wenfeng surmised that his suspicions were indeed correct. It was highly likely that his father was not Xiao Shi's biological son. The villagers also knew about Xiao Shi's pregnancy, and when they learned that she had cast out Zhang Defa, they voiced their grievances on his behalf, deeming her exceedingly partial. One had considered the possibility that Zhang Defa might not be her biological child. However, seeing Xiao Shi's evident anxiety, He realized it would be futile to seek the truth about his father's origins from her. Yet, once this matter was confirmed, he could discreetly inquire elsewhere, eventually uncovering some clues. He looked at Xiao Shi and said, "Grandmother, I was merely speaking out of turn. There is no need for you to be so agitated. If my father is indeed your biological son, let us regard my words as if they were never spoken." Xiao Shi, maintaining a stern demeanor, warned, Wenfeng, refrain from uttering such hurtful words to your grandmother in the future. "It pains me," Zhang Wenfeng scoffed internally. Her concern was not genuine sorrow but rather fear of losing her influence over their family, which would hinder her ability to support her youngest son. Xiao Shi continued, "See if you can assist your younger uncle. It won't take long. Just teach him what he needs to know. He is quite clever and learns quickly." Zhang Wenfeng inwardly scoffed at the notion. With Zhang Yulai's lazy disposition, cleverness was hardly a trait he possessed. He flatly refused, "Grandmother, I cannot extend my help to someone as unfilial as my younger uncle. Please, cease your thoughts of him. He has cast you out of your own home. It would be better for you to pretend he was never born." Xiao Shi was utterly infuriated, unable to contain herself any longer. "Zhang Wenfeng, he is your younger uncle. How can you speak of him in such a manner? Grandmother, he may be my uncle, but he shows no respect for his elders, having cast you from your home. Such a person in the past would have faced severe punishments. In modern society, however, these penalties have been abolished. Otherwise, a disobedient son like him would have long been ostracized from the village. Enough, grandmother. Let us not discuss your younger uncle any further in our household. If you remain concerned about his family, let my father take you back after a few days, so you are not distracted by thoughts of him while with us." After saying this, Zhang Wenfeng turned on his heel and exited Xiao Shi's room without a backward glance. Watching his resolute figure depart, Xiao Shi seethed with resentment. She wanted to scream, yet found herself in a position where she had to concede. All she could do was lament, "Oh dear him, why leg hurts." "Defa, your mother is nearly in agony." Zhang Wenfeng, standing outside the door, recognized that the old woman was about to put on another show. Zhang Defa hurried over, noticing the awkwardness on Zhang Wenfeng's face. He inquired, "What is wrong with your grandmother?" "Father, my grandmother is merely fainting. There is no need for you to go in," Zhang Wenfeng replied. Zhang Defa felt somewhat helpless. However, if he ignored her, rumors would surely spread throughout the village by morning. "Wenfeng, would it not be inappropriate to disregard her?" Understanding his father's concerns, Zhang Wenfeng raised his voice, "Grandmother, do not fret. My father is preparing hot water for you. Once you soak your feet in it, the pain should ease considerably. Just look at how filial my father is, unlike my younger uncle, who, after you have cooked and cleaned for them, cast you out the moment you injured your leg. Such an unfilial son is not worth your thoughts. You should treat my father with more kindness." Zhang Wenfeng's voice rose above Xiao Shi's, effectively drowning her out. Xiao Shi mentally cursed, realizing that this little rascal was deliberately undermining her son's reputation while elevating Zhang Defa in the eyes of the villagers. She felt utterly wronged and apprehensive about what further schemes this audacious boy might devise against her if she continued to provoke him. Consequently, Xiao Shi refrained from further outbursts, choosing instead to lie on the bed in silence. Zhang Defa, observing this scene, felt speechless. His mother's antics left him exasperated. "All right, father, you should rest now. There will be no more disturbances here." Zhang Defa nodded. "Wenfeng, you should also retire early." The next day, Zhang Wenfeng arrived at the county town's shop bright and early. The shop had been renovated to his ideal specifications, and the next step was to procure some tables, chairs, and tools. Once he had everything he needed, he could commence operations. However, before that, he needed to obtain the business license and health permit. When he visited Ling Yiran's family, the unfriendly Aunt Huang had mentioned her son-in-law working at the food bureau, suggesting that if he required assistance, he could approach him directly. Given this opportunity, he had no intention of letting it slip by. He was determined to seek out Zhoubo Zhang when Feng arrived at the food bureau and approached the security guard at the entrance, saying, "Excuse me, I am here to see Zhoubo. Is he in?" Upon hearing that Zhang Wenfeng sought Zhoubo, the guard's expression shifted slightly as he leaned closer and asked, "Young man, what do you want with him?" To be candid, while visiting my girlfriend's family, I learned that Zhoubo's mother-in-law lives next door to them. She mentioned that if I needed help, I could reach out to him at the food bureau. My shop is about to open, so I thought I would ask for his assistance in obtaining the food safety permit. The guard chuckled, "Young man, don't let yourself be fooled. Zhoubo can't help you with that. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Wenfeng had already anticipated that Zhoubo would likely be of little help, so he feigned ignorance, asking, "Oh, is Zhoubo not working here?" The guard laughed and replied, "He is here, but he is merely a gopher. His authority is even less than mine as a security guard. You expect him to assist you with a food safety permit? That's a joke. Really? How can that be? He told me it would be a simple matter if I entrusted it to him." Zhang Wenfeng said, incredulously. The guard chuckled, "I told you, you've been duped. Obtaining a food permit is quite simple. As long as you have all the necessary documents prepared, you can go through the process yourself." "Where can I find these documents?" Zhang Wenfeng inquired. "You'll see them once you go inside," the guard replied. "Would you mind calling for Zhoubo? After all, he asked me to come see him." "If I just walk in, it would seem disrespectful," Zhang Wenfeng insisted. The guard sighed, glancing at Zhang Wenfeng with a hint of resignation. "You are quite the resourceful young man, but if you insist on seeing him, I'll call him." With that, the guard walked inside. Zhoubo, having exaggerated his capabilities to Zhang Wenfeng previously, was now filled with dread at the prospect of facing him again. "Manager Zhou, there is someone outside looking for you," the guard announced, deliberately raising his voice. Zhoubo's face flushed with embarrassment at the announcement. Zhang Wenfeng was indeed a persistent thorn in his side. Unfortunately, he felt powerless to retaliate. His colleagues glanced over, offering mocking stares. Zhoubo felt as though he were being stripped bare, exposed for all to see, and he hurriedly emerged from his office, addressing Zhang Wenfeng. "Zhang Gu, what brings you here? Have I offended you in any way?" Zhang Wenfeng was unimpressed by Zhoubo's facade of friendliness. While he called him Zhang Gu, Zhang Wenfeng knew that Zhoubo was likely disparaging him internally. Zhang Wenfeng coldly replied, "I'm merely the messenger." Some individuals enjoy boasting outside. Now that the matter is at hand, perhaps it is time for certain individuals to make good on their promises. Upon hearing Zhang Wenfeng's words, Zhoubo deduced that Zhang Wenfeng had indeed come to seek his help. Zhoubo hastily made his way towards the entrance, only to see Zhang Wenfeng standing in the security room, carrying several items. Zhoubo cast an unpleasant glance at Zhang Wenfeng, inquiring, "Zhang Wenfeng, what brings you here?" "Brother Zhou, didn't you say that if I ever needed your assistance, I should come find you? Today, I need to process a food safety permit at your unit, and I hope you can help me expedite the issuance of this certificate." Zhang Wenfeng replied, "Young man, I've already told you, he is merely a janitor here. How could he possibly assist you with your permit?" "Don't be ridiculous." Zhang Bin bluntly exposed Zhoubo's pretentiousness in front of him. Zhoubo's face turned ashen at that moment. Zhang Wenfeng, with disbelief etched on his face, asked Zhoubo, "Brother Zhou, is what this security officer said true? Are you truly just a janitor at the food bureau, without any authority?" Each of Zhang Wenfeng's words pierced Zhoubo's heart like daggers, leaving him in agony. Zhang Wenfeng certainly knew how to strike where it hurt. "Manager Zhou, I suggest you take your neighbor inside to speak with the leadership. Perhaps they'll consider your diligent cleaning and errands and assist your neighbor." Zhang Bin mocked with a smirk. "Zhang Bin, cease your sarcastic remarks. I am a part of the office, while you are merely a gatekeeper. What right do you have to ridicule me?" Zhoubo, thoroughly enraged, forgot that Zhang Bin had more seniority there. Zhang Bin, not inclined to tolerate Zhoubo's arrogance, landed a punch squarely on Zhoubo's face. "Zhoubo, stop pretending in front of me. Even if I am just a gatekeeper, I am far more honorable than you, who boasts about being a leader while being nothing more than a joke." Zhoubo, being a weak scholar, stood no chance against the robust Zhang Bin, and was left dazed by the blow, blood streaming from his nose. Zhang Wenfeng stepped in at the right moment, urging, "Security officer. Brother Zhou, please, stop fighting. This is not the place for such behavior. Brother Zhou, don't blame the security officer. He is only looking out for your best interests," Zhang Wenfeng added. Zhoubo, hearing this, seethed with anger and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Wenfeng, exclaiming, "What do you think you are? If it weren't for you showing up here, would I be ridiculed?" Zhang Wenfeng's demeanor hardened, losing his earlier calmness. "Zhoubo, it is you who chose to boast in front of others. My presence here has nothing to do with you. I entered legitimately to conduct business. The doors of the Food Bureau are open for the public, not just for you. Young man, you speak the truth." Some individuals are so addicted to pretense, believing themselves superior, when in reality, they are utterly worthless, yet still dare to act like a boss. It's truly laughable, Zhang Wenfeng added. "Zhoubo, his face flushed with rage. Pointed at Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Bin, seething, "Fine, wait for it. I'll see if you can actually obtain that food safety permit." "Zhoubo, you truly have some nerve. Since when does the Food Bureau operate at your command?" A stern voice interjected from behind, leaving Zhoubo stunned in place. Upon turning, he saw Deputy Director Qining standing behind him, her expression one of disapproval. Zhoubo hurriedly explained, "Director Chen, it's not what you think." I'm not blind," Qining interrupted, her gaze fiery as she shot Zhoubo a glare before addressing Zhang Wenfeng. "Comrade, I sincerely apologize. It is our Food Bureau's failure in management that has caused you distress." Zhang Wenfeng, unable to disregard the authority of the Food Bureau's director, smiled and replied, "Director Chen, there is no need for apologies. I haven't been wronged. It is this security officer who has faced unfair treatment, being insulted as merely a gatekeeper." Chen Ying's expression darkened further. Zhang Bin had been a long-serving employee at the Food Bureau for over a decade, dutifully fulfilling his role, yet he was belittled by a newcomer like Zhoubo. This was an utter humiliation. Zhang Bin, recognizing Zhang Wenfeng's defense of him, realized that Zhang Wenfeng's true intention was not to seek help but to witness Zhoubo's embarrassment. He had long held disdain for Zhoubo, and if he could see him expelled from this place, it would be a delightful outcome. "Director Chen, I've reached an age where being insulted by a mere child is unbearable. You might as well dismiss me." Zhang Bin lamented. Zhoubo, nearly driven to the brink of fury, realized Zhang Bin was determined to see him suffer. He rushed to apologize. "Brother Zhang, I truly am sorry. I acted impulsively just now and didn't mean it. I hope you can overlook my youthful folly and grant me another chance." "Humph," Zhang Bin scoffed, turning his back and refusing to even glance at Zhoubo. Zhoubo felt utterly despondent. This job was secured through his family's connections. While he was merely a janitor, diligent work could lead to a permanent position. If he were to be expelled now, all the effort his family had invested would be in vain. Qining, perceiving Zhoubo's unpopularity, knew that without addressing the matter with a reprimand, it wouldn't be easily resolved. "Zhoubo, take this time to reflect on your behavior at home. Return when you've had a change of heart," Chen Ying declared, sealing Zhoubo's fate. Zhoubo was now filled with regret, lamenting why he had felt the need to boast. It was this very flaw that had cost him his job. Chen Ying ignored Zhoubo further, turning her attention to Zhang Bin. "Zhang Bin, you are a valuable employee of our Food Bureau. We cannot afford to lose you." Zhang Bin understood the importance of knowing when to be grateful. With Deputy Director Chen extending such courtesy, pressing further would only reflect poorly on him. "Director Chen, you flatter me. I am merely a gatekeeper for the Food Bureau, but I will continue to fulfill my responsibilities diligently." Qining nodded, then turned to Zhang Wenfeng. "Young comrade, you are here to obtain a food safety permit." Zhang Wenfeng confirmed, "Yes, Director Chen, I have recently opened a barbecue stall at the square and wish to apply for a food safety permit. I would like to know what procedures are necessary so that I can prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, Qining immediately recognized him as the young entrepreneur mentioned by Elder Qi, who had emphasized the importance of promoting local delicacies to attract visitors to the county. It was indeed this young man before her. Zhoubo had nearly ruined the opportunity. "Oh, so you are the owner of the recently popular barbecue stall. I must say, you look quite young," Qining remarked with a smile. Zhang Wenfeng responded, "Director Chen, have you had the chance to try my barbecue? My family has brought some home. It is indeed delightful and quite unique. I had intended to reach out to you to discuss making your barbecue a signature dish of our county," Qining replied. "Regarding the food safety permit you require, rest assured, I will ensure my team facilitates the process for you swiftly." Qining assured him, "By the way, will you also need to apply for a business license?" Zhang Wenfeng nodded. "I came to the Food Bureau first. I haven't yet handled the business license." "Oh, that's no trouble. Since I'm already aware, I will speak with my colleagues at the Industry and Commerce Bureau to ensure they expedite your business license as well," Qining added. Zhang Wenfeng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Director Chen." Qining smiled. "Young Zhang, what you are doing is beneficial for our county, and we will certainly support you wholeheartedly. When your stall opens, I would like to arrange for the media to interview you, to promote your barbecue as a signature dish and attract visitors to our county. What do you think?" Zhang Wenfeng had not yet considered how to promote his business, and now, Director Chen was already contemplating how to market it. If a publicity campaign were launched, his business would undoubtedly flourish. "I am immensely grateful, Director Chen. Your support gives me confidence." Young Zhang, your barbecue is truly unique and deserving of our strong endorsement. Moving forward, ensure you operate well and strive to elevate our county's reputation. Chunning encouraged. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Director Qin, rest assured, I will work diligently. Excellent. Let us head inside to discuss the details of the promotion, so we can ensure your opening makes an impact and that everyone in our county knows about your barbecue. Chen Ying concluded, and Zhang Wenfeng eagerly followed her into the food bureau. Zhou gazed at Zhang Wenfeng and Chen Ying, who were laughing and chatting as they entered, while he himself had been temporarily suspended by Chen Ying. The disparity in his heart was immense, all of which stemmed from his ostentatious mother-in-law, who had orchestrated this troublesome situation. It was only fitting that she should be the one to resolve these issues. With this thought in mind, Zhou angrily tidied up and left the food bureau, heading straight home. Chapter 83. Ling's father's inner turmoil with Chen Ying's assistance. The business license and food safety permit required for Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue shop were all obtained within a single day. Armed with these credentials, his establishment could officially commence operations. That afternoon, as he set up his stall in the square, Ling Yiran hurriedly approached him, tears still visible on her face, which piqued Zhang Wenfeng's curiosity. Yiran, what happened? Why are you crying? He inquired. Wenfeng, my father. He has been hospitalized, Ling Yiran sobbed. Zhang Wenfeng glanced at Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling nearby and stepped forward, saying, Elder brother, sister-in-law, I need to step out for a moment. I'll leave this to you. Zhang Wenpeng nodded. Second brother, go handle what you need to. If you require assistance, just let me know. Rest assured, I will be fine, Zhang Wenfeng replied, then walked over to Ling Yiran and together they made their way to the hospital. Yiran, what on earth transpired? Zhang Wenfeng asked. Earlier today, Aunt Huang suddenly appeared at our doorstep, hurling insults and claiming that we disapproved of her daughter marrying a good son-in-law and that we were scheming against them. It was particularly harsh. My father happened to return home for lunch and encountered her. After exchanging a few words, he became so enraged that he fainted and was rushed to the hospital. Ling Yiran explained tearfully. Zhang Wenfeng was taken aback by Zhou Bo's audacity to cause trouble for the Ling family. He consoled her. Yiran, this is all due to my connection. When I went to the Food Safety Bureau to obtain the permit, I happened to run into Zhou Bo, who was boasting outside. He ended up arguing with the security guard there and was suspended by the deputy director, which redirected his fury towards your family. This cannot be blamed on you. It's entirely his fault. How can he act this way? Ling Yiran clenched her teeth in anger. Zhang Wenfeng patted her shoulder and reassured her. There are all sorts of people in this world. Since he dares to trouble you, I will certainly not let him off easily. For now, let's go check on your father's condition. Ling Yiran nodded. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Ling's father was already lying in a ward, while Ling's mother sat nearby, chattering away. You know that Huang Yinling is nothing but a shrew. Why bother arguing with her? Let her say what she wants. It won't cost us anything, I don't mind. But her insults towards our daughter are unbearable. If her idle gossip ruins Iran's marriage, how can I, as a father, hold my head high? Ling's father lamented helplessly. Father, let her say whatever she likes. I am not afraid. Ling Yiran reassured him as she entered the room. Uncle Ling, this is all my fault. When I went to get the food permit, I intended to confront Zhou Bo, but instead, I overheard him boasting at the bureau. He got into a confrontation with the security guard and was suspended, believing this was due to my actions, which led him to incite his mother-in-law to stir trouble at our doorstep. Zhang Wenfeng said apologetically, feeling guilty for any distress caused to Ling's father. Ling's father was initially concerned that this incident might lead Zhang Wenfeng to harbor negative feelings towards their family. However, upon realizing that Zhang Wenfeng did not seem to mind and was even apologizing, a weight lifted from his heart. Xiao Zhang, this has nothing to do with you. It is simply Huang Yinling's unreasonable behavior. Uncle, please don't worry. Focus on your recovery, Zhang Wenfeng urged. Ling's father sat up. Actually, I am feeling much better. There is no need for me to remain hospitalized. I should return home. Father, your health is not yet fully restored. If you go home and become upset again, that could lead to serious complications, Ling Yiran protested. Yiran, your father has come to terms with it. As long as you are well, let her say whatever she wishes. I will not take it to heart, Ling's father stated. Really? Of course. Your mother and I are most concerned about your marriage. As long as you and Xiao Zhang are doing well, we have nothing to worry about. Hearing her father say this eased Ling Yiran's anxious heart. All right, I will go take care of the discharge procedures. She turned to arrange for her release while Zhang Wenfeng stayed in the ward with Ling's parents. Ling's father, feeling somewhat awkward, looked at Zhang Wenfeng. Xiao Zhang, I am sorry for putting you in this situation. Uncle, it is not an issue. I believe Iran has shared details about my past with you. I nearly married once, but on the day of the wedding, unforeseen events occurred. You do not think ill of me and are willing to let Iran be with me. I am truly grateful. And how could I ever ridicule you? Zhang Wenfeng consoled him. Ling's father and mother exchanged glances. They were aware of Zhang Wenfeng's previous engagement with Lu Fangfang and had even inquired about the details. Knowing that the Lu family had raised the dowry unexpectedly, prompting Zhang Wenfeng to cancel the wedding. Although they had some reservations about this incident, their daughter had expressed no concern and shared many positive things about Zhang Wenfeng, allowing them to gradually accept his past. Ling's father sighed with relief. Xiao Zhang, hearing you speak so openly about your past in front of your aunt and me brings us great joy. To be honest, when we first learned of your situation, we were somewhat hesitant, as Iran is our precious daughter, and we wish to find her an ideal partner. However, since Iran is unbothered and insists on marrying you, we slowly came to accept it. Now that you are able to discuss it so calmly, we have completely dispelled our concerns and believe in your genuine feelings for Iran. Thank you, uncle and aunt. For accepting me wholeheartedly, I will take good care of Iran and will never betray your trust. Zhang Wenfeng vowed. Ling's father felt entirely at ease now, his demeanor noticeably lighter. When Ling Iran returned, she found her parents and Zhang Wenfeng chatting and laughing together, the previous gloom completely absent. Curiosity piqued her interest. She had only stepped out briefly. What had transpired during her absence? Dad, Mom, Wenfeng, what are you discussing that has you all so cheerful? Ling Iran asked as she approached. Ling's father changed the subject, inquiring Iran, have you completed the discharge procedures? Almost done. The doctor will come by shortly to check on you, and once we confirm everything is all right, we can go home, she replied. That's wonderful. I feel completely fine now, Ling's father remarked, his spirits lifted. The joy of his daughter's happiness infused him with renewed vigor. Chapter 84. Confronting Huang Yinling and her daughter after the doctor conducted his examination, Ling's father was cleared for discharge. Accompanied by Ling Iran and Zhang Wenfeng, the family returned home directly. Upon entering the alley, Aunt Wu spotted them and greeted, Ling Gong, how are you feeling? Ah, Wu Jie, I am well now. Ling's father replied politely, the children brought me back. We will head home now. All right, take care. Ling Iran and Zhang Wenfeng accompanied Ling's father and mother as they walked home. Just as they approached Huang Yinling's doorstep, the door suddenly swung open, and a bucket of water was hurled towards them. However, Zhang Wenfeng reacted swiftly, dashing forward to knock the bucket aside, dousing Huang Yinling instead, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. Blast it! I'll make you pay for this, Huang Yinling screeched, now drenched and furious. Charging at Zhang Wenfeng, he sidestepped deftly, causing her to lose her balance and fall face first onto the ground. Onlookers in the alley, who had been observing the scene, burst into laughter at Huang Yinling's comical misfortune. Aunt Huang, what are you doing? Why are you lying on the ground? One asked. Indeed, while it may not be winter, it's autumn, and the ground is still quite cool. Lying there soaked will surely lead to a cold, another added. Huang Yinling's daughter, Wang Qing, emerged from inside, her face bruised from Zhoubo's earlier altercation. Forgetting her own embarrassment, she rushed to help her mother up. Mom, what happened? Wang Qing, what happened to you? Did your husband hit you? Oh, that was quite a blow. Zhoubo seems so refined, yet he strikes his wife so brutally. Indeed, I had always said that girls should not marry into families with better circumstances. One ends up with no status at all. In an instant, a crowd of onlookers began to point and whisper about Wang Qing. Huang Yinling, witnessing her daughter being mocked by these older women, felt a surge of anger within her, especially after recalling how she had been drenched with water. Enraged, she pointed at Zhang Wenfeng and shouted, You scoundrel! How dare you run amok in our alley? You ought to inquire about my reputation. If you don't pay me 100 yuan today, this matter will not be settled. Zhang Wenfeng was not one to indulge Huang Yinling's outburst. He retorted loudly, You are the one who's lost your mind. You spilled water all over yourself, and when you charged at me, you slipped and fell. How is that my fault? Are you expecting your neighbors to buy you new pants because you soiled yourself? His words pierced Huang Yinling like daggers, nearly causing her to faint from rage. This family, known for their timidity, had unexpectedly encountered such a sharp-tongued son-in-law, which infuriated her even more. Aunt Huang, you soiled your pants. But that has nothing to do with us. Are we responsible for buying you new ones? The laughter erupted from the group of women gathered outside their homes. Huang Yinling felt utterly humiliated. And standing beside her, Wang Qing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She tugged at her mother, saying, "Mom, let us just go home." At that moment, Huang Yinling, consumed by fury, lost all sense of decorum. She pointed at Zhang Wenfeng and yelled, "You little beast! If it weren't for you, how could that water have splashed on me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen." Zhang Wenfeng's expression darkened, and he glared at Huang Yinling, startling her momentarily. However, she refused to believe that a man would dare strike her in front of so many witnesses, puffing out her chest defiantly. "If I don't intervene, should I let that water douse us instead? Who would pour water onto the main road? It seems you did this on purpose," he continued. "This is simply a case of failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice. Who can you blame for that?" "You," Huang Yinling gasped, panting with rage. Zhang Wenfeng showed no sign of relenting, pressing on. "If you rush at me, do you think I would just stand there and let you throw yourself at me? At your age, you should have some shame. You see a man and just leap at him. I wonder how your husband can tolerate such behavior. I advise the other aunts here to keep a close eye on their husbands and sons. Someone so brazen might just end up in their arms." Huang Yinling, infuriated, rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Seeing her mother faint from anger, Wang Qing swiftly pinched her acupoint to revive her. Upon waking, Huang Yinling was rendered speechless by the humiliation. She had always been the one to scold others, never having been on the receiving end of such treatment. Today, however, she was berated by a young man, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. Wang Qing, equally incensed, pointed at Zhang Wenfeng and scolded, "How dare you, a grown man, argue with a woman?" Zhang Wenfeng was unconcerned. Anyone who dared insult him would face his wrath, especially this family. He mockingly said to Wang Qing, "You should straighten your tongue before speaking. With that babbling, one might think a pig had escaped from the pen." Laughter erupted among the audience. Zhang Wenfeng's sharp tongue struck deeply, and Wang Qing was so infuriated she nearly spat blood. Accusing, "My husband was merely trying to help you, and you caused him to lose his job. Are you not a heartless ingrate?" Zhang Wenfeng scoffed, "Your husband was helping me? As if a janitor's opinion matters in the Food Bureau. Since when does a cleaning staff have a say in such matters?" The crowd fell silent, realizing that Zhou Bo, who supposedly worked at the Food Bureau, was merely a janitor. "Wang Qing, you claimed your husband held a leadership position there. Yet he is just a cleaner? Being a cleaner is still a position of responsibility. Oh, you boasted as if he were soaring high, yet he is just a common laborer, and you dare to flaunt him before us. Wang Qing, despite being quite attractive, how did you end up with such a man? We thought you had married up, but it seems you married down. Besides, it appears you lack your mother's fierce spirit. Otherwise, you would have kept him in line." Wang Qing could no longer contain her tears and fled into her home. Huang Yinling, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, rose to leave as well. "Aunt Huang, are you really planning to leave like this? That would be quite unseemly." Zhang Wenfeng blocked her path. Chapter 85. Huang Yinling the Shrew. Huang Yinling glared at Zhang Wenfeng in fury. Having suffered such humiliation today, she found it utterly detestable that he still sought to confront her. Not only Huang Yinling, but the surrounding women were also highly intrigued. Today, Huang Yinling had lost face in front of everyone, which was somewhat satisfying, yet Zhang Wenfeng's unwillingness to let her off the hook seemed excessively vindictive. Even Ling's father and mother exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Wenfeng's actions were intended to vindicate them, and they were grateful, but if he continued pressuring her, it would reflect poorly on them. Ling's mother whispered to Ling Iran, "Dear, why don't you go and advise Zhang to let this go? We are all neighbors, and this has become quite an unpleasant spectacle, making it difficult to resolve." Ling Iran supported Zhang Wenfeng, believing that such shamelessness needed to be dealt with firmly, ensuring she would never dare to act so brazenly in front of their family again. She patted her mother's hand reassuringly, saying, "Mom, you need not worry. Wenfeng will handle this matter well. Trust him." Ling's mother shook her head in resignation. "Iran, this isn't about trust. It's about the many witnesses here. If he goes too far, it may ruin future relations. Mom, do you think that if we let Huang Yinling off today, she will treat us amicably? After all these years, have you ever seen her back down? If she believes we are easy targets, let her be thoroughly frightened this time. so that she will never dare to provoke us again." Ling's mother observed her daughter, noting how much she had changed. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. However, this newfound strength brought them some relief, for her previous disposition was far too vulnerable to be easily bullied. Huang Yinling, nearly grinding her teeth, glared at Zhang Wenfeng and demanded, "What do you want?" Zhang Wenfeng's demeanor shifted. He no longer appeared fierce but instead wore a smile. Witnessing this change, Huang Yinling felt a chill run down her spine. The onlookers, observing Zhang Wenfeng's transformation, no longer worried for Huang Yinling's safety. "Dear Aunt Huang," he began, "you put Uncle Ling in the hospital, and that visit certainly incurred significant expenses. You will be responsible for reimbursing those costs. Iran, you handle the discharge paperwork and let us know how much it cost this time." Examinations, hospitalization, and 4 treatments totaled 56 yuan. "Aunt Huang, considering our neighborly relationship, I'll let you off with a round number. You only need to pay 50 yuan. Ling Iran understood Zhang Wenfeng's intent. If Huang Yinling was not taught a lesson, she would continue her unruly behavior in the future. Huang Yinling was on the verge of cursing. How could Ling Iran, who was once easily manipulated, now side with this little rascal? It seems that like attracts like. They were both filled with malice. No money, no life. Huang Yinling plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. The crowd, witnessing her antics, looked on with disdain. Chiming in, "Aunt Huang, you should compensate for the hospital expenses since you caused him to be admitted. Acting like this is pointless. Iran is only asking for 50 yuan. If it were me, you'd be paying for nutritional expenses too. At least 70 yuan. Since we are all neighbors, how can you behave this way? Will you even be able to continue living in this alley? Aunt Huang, hurry and hand over the money." The crowd continued to pressure Huang Yinling, who, disregarding her dignity, pointed at the women and shouted, "What does this have to do with you? Why are you all butting in? If you're so capable, why don't you pay the 50 yuan for me?" "Aunt Huang, don't be ungrateful. We only want to promote harmony among neighbors." "Exactly. If you continue to be so shameless, don't expect us to assist you in the future. Indeed, our counsel is offered with your best interests at heart, yet you retaliate with scorn and accuse us of meddling in affairs that do not concern us. How utterly disgraceful. It is a classic case of a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a benefactor's heart." Confronted by the jeers of the crowd, Huang Yinling was seized by an uncontrollable fury. She rose from the ground, pointing at the onlooking women and berated them. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think my affairs require your oversight? Tend to your own trivial matters. You can't even sort out the issues in your own households, yet you dare to instruct me on how to conduct mine. Today, I shall not part with this 50 yuan. Let us see what you can do about it." With her hands on her hips, she presented herself as a quintessential shrew, casting a glare at Ling's father and mother, and continued her tirade. "Humph, you, Ling Zhigua, always pretending to be the good guy. Who knew you harbored such malevolence beneath that facade? You lack the courage to confront me directly, instead sending this little brat to pester me. Let me be clear. I won't pay you a dime. What can you possibly do to me?" After unleashing her vitriol, Huang Yinling puffed out her chest, embodying the spirit of defiance. Ling's father initially felt that Zhang Wenfeng's actions were excessive. Yet at this moment, he found them entirely justified. Ling's mother could no longer tolerate Huang Yinling's shameless display and retorted, "Huang Yinling, with your brazen demeanor, how dare you accuse others of harboring ill intentions? You are the true embodiment of wickedness. Qin Xiushui, what kind of person are you? Day after day, dressing flamboyantly to entice whom? And your little vixen of a daughter, putting on airs for whom? I suspect she is even more lascivious than anyone." Huang Yinling was now akin to a rabid dog, snapping at anyone within reach. Zhang Wenfeng's anger reached its zenith. He could no longer indulge this shrew. However, before he could charge forward, a figure bolted past him, arm raised, delivering a resounding slap to Huang Yinling, leaving her momentarily stunned. This individual was none other than Chen Xiushui, Ling Iran's mother. Known for her gentle and amiable demeanor, she had never before resorted to violence, making her outburst today all the more shocking. Zhang Wenfeng was taken aback. Even in the wake of Ling Iran's death, Chen Xiushui had not exhibited such fury. Previously, she had seemed merely a grieving mother. Yet today, she revealed a side that left him in awe, earning her silent admiration. Huang Yinling finally regained her senses, unleashing a piercing scream that caused the onlookers to wince and cover their ears. Chapter 86, subdued in one encounter. Ling's mother was momentarily frozen in shock by Huang Yinling's actions. Zhang Wenfeng approached her, saying, "Auntie, allow me to handle this matter. You and Iran, along with uncle, should stand aside. Wenfeng, perhaps we should let it go. Huang Yinling is but a shrew. Engaging further with her may lead to unnecessary trouble. Indeed, it's merely 50 yuan. We could forego it." Ling's mother was now reluctant to continue the argument with Huang Yinling. Zhang Wenfeng smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Seeing Zhang Wenfeng's confidence, Ling Yiran and her mother ceased their protests and stepped aside. Ling's father, filled with concern, asked Ling Yiran, "Yiran, was Zhang always this formidable?" Ling Yiran shook her head. Wasn't he very talkative back in school? So what has prompted such a change in him? Perhaps it has something to do with his previous experience of breaking off an engagement. Ling's parents nodded in agreement, recognizing the likelihood of this explanation. After all, who could emerge unchanged from such significant turmoil? Zhang Wenfeng observed Huang Yinling, who was now sobbing dramatically on the ground, and approached her. "Hey? Is someone in your family deceased? Why the sorrowful wailing?" Huang Yinling, keenly aware of Zhang Wenfeng's provocations, shot back. "Your family is the one mourning. How dare you speak to me that way, since you have no deceased family? Who are you putting on this act for?" Huang Yinling, incensed, stood tall, crossing her arms defiantly in front of Zhang Wenfeng. Zhang Wenfeng smirked coldly. 50 yuan. Will you pay or not?" "Not a chance." "Very well, if you refuse to pay, then so be it," Zhang Wenfeng declared. The crowd was taken aback by his audacity. Even Ling Yiran was bewildered, unsure of Zhang Wenfeng's intentions. Hadn't he just claimed he would handle it? Ling's mother, equally perplexed, inquired, "Yiran, what is happening?" Ling's father chimed in, curious, indeed. "Didn't Zhang say he would manage this matter?" Ling Yiran shook her head in confusion. "I have no idea." The surrounding spectators were similarly puzzled, unable to comprehend Zhang Wenfeng's motives. What does this young man mean? Wasn't he the one demanding money from Huang Yinling? This was to be expected. Dealing with a shrew like Huang Yinling, demanding money could provoke a fierce backlash. If she were truly enraged, the consequences might be dire. Indeed. Yet it is no small feat to keep Huang Yinling in check. A throng of onlookers buzzed with speculation. In the moment, Huang Yinling felt a surge of triumph. "Humph. You think you can outmatch me? You were still playing in the mud while I was honing my skills in argumentation. You have much to learn," Huang Yinling boasted. Zhang Wenfeng let out a derisive laugh. "Since you refuse to offer compensation, I shall seek those who are willing." This statement left the crowd in a state of shock. Who would be inclined to pay Huang Yinling's dues? Even Huang Yinling herself thought Zhang Wenfeng had lost his mind. "Oh, go ahead, if you think you can," she scoffed. Zhang Wenfeng, brimming with confidence, replied, "Very well, I shall approach Zhou Bo for assistance. After all, you are his mother-in-law, and given that your antics have sent Uncle Ling to the hospital, it is only reasonable for him to cover the costs." Wang Qing, who had been lurking behind the door, was alarmed at the prospect of Zhang Wenfeng confronting Zhou Bo. If that occurred, she would surely be expelled from the Zhou household. She rushed out, grabbing Zhang Wenfeng. You cannot go." "Oh? If your mother refuses to compensate us, I have no choice but to seek out the true culprit." Wang Qing was genuinely frightened. Zhang Wenfeng was utterly fearless. If he went to the Zhou family, they would likely force her to bear the consequences. "Mother, please give him the 50 yuan. Don't let him go to the Zhou family. If he does, my future is ruined." Wang Qing pleaded tearfully with her mother. Huang Yinling, already unwilling to part with the money, was now compelled by her daughter's plea. If her daughter were rejected by the Zhou family, how could she expect to extract benefits from them in the future? Life would become unbearable. With a fierce glare at Zhang Wenfeng, Huang Yinling relented. "Fine, I will fetch the money." Zhang Wenfeng wore a victorious expression, surveying the astonished crowd. Was Huang Yinling truly willing to compensate? Yet, there was no other option. If Zhang Wenfeng proceeded to the Zhou family, Wang Qing would surely face dire consequences. Huang Yinling, not overly concerned for her daughter, realized that finding another suitable match for her would be no easy task. Ultimately, it was her daughter's potential loss of support that compelled her to acquiesce. Huang Yinling emerged, a wad of cash in hand, which she flung towards Zhang Wenfeng. He made no attempt to catch it, and the bills scattered across the ground. "Auntie, is your eyesight failing? I asked you to hand it to me, not throw it on the ground." Zhang Wenfeng calmly remarked. Please come and pick it up and hand it to me properly. Huang Yinling was nearly apoplectic with rage. This audacious brat was infuriating. You little rascal, don't push your luck. Oh, is this what you call pushing one's luck? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled coldly. When one offers an apology, a bow is customary. Given your age, I shall spare you the bowing, but if you cannot even hand the money to me properly, then I might as well visit the Zhou family. Zhou Bo knows how to show respect, unlike you. Mother, I beg you. Wang Qing cried, bowing before Huang Yinling. Huang Yinling, genuinely frightened, regretted provoking this audacious young man. She approached Zhang Wenfeng, picking up the scattered money piece by piece, and respectfully handed it to him. Is this satisfactory? Indeed, it is quite satisfactory. Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile. Auntie, you demonstrate a wise understanding. I only hope you refrain from making such foolish errors in the future. Should you repeat this mistake, I cannot promise I will let it go so easily next time. I understand. Huang Yinling stood there, utterly humiliated, for she was indeed the notorious shrew of this alley, completely subdued by a mere brat who had yet to sprout a full set of hair. Where was her face now? She promptly seized her daughter and turned to return home, slamming the door behind her. Zhang Wenfeng, with a cheerful demeanor, handed money to Ling's mother, saying, Auntie, please accept this money and buy some supplements for Uncle Ling. Ling's mother, momentarily taken aback, accepted the money and led Zhang Wenfeng, Ling Yiran, and Ling's father back home. At that moment, all the women in the alley recognized the formidable prowess of Ling's son-in-law, realizing that they would think twice before provoking the Ling family in the future. Chapter 87. Resolved little Zhang, today I truly owe you one. Upon returning to the Ling household, Ling's mother looked at Zhang Wenfeng with deep gratitude. Without his intervention, they would never have been able to handle Huang Yinling, who had dominated this alley for many years. Although the residents were discontented with Huang Yinling, none had dared to confront her due to her fierce nature. Now, with Zhang Wenfeng's decisive action, that shrew would think twice before bothering their family again, effectively alleviating a significant burden. Seeing the grateful expression on Ling's mother's face, Zhang Wenfeng smiled and replied, Auntie, you are too kind. This situation was indeed initiated by me, so it is only natural that I address it. Moreover, as Iran's partner, it is my duty to help you and Uncle Ling with any troubles. Upon hearing this, Ling's mother no longer held back. All right then, I shall not be polite. When will you bring Iran home to meet your parents? Once that is done, we can sit down and discuss your marriage. Only when you two are wed can my heart be truly at ease. Ling Yiran felt a tinge of embarrassment at her mother's straightforwardness. Her cheeks flushing as she protested, Mom, why are you saying all this? You are simply too bashful to speak up about such matters, your mother. It is my responsibility to advocate for you. Is it not? Zhang Wenfeng chuckled and said, Auntie, Iran and I have already made plans. During the upcoming weekend, I will take her to my home. In fact, my mother, brother, and sister-in-law have all met Iran before and hold her in high regard. Oh, that's wonderful. Since you both have a plan, I can rest easy, Ling's mother replied with a smile. Zhang Wenfeng lingered at the Ling residence for a while longer before taking his leave. The residents of the alley now regarded him with a mixture of respect and trepidation. After all, witnessing Zhang Wenfeng's formidable display against Huang Yinling had left them all astounded. To provoke such a forceful individual could lead their family to a similar fate as Huang Yinling's. Zhang Wenfeng, indifferent to their sentiments, returned home. Upon his arrival, his parents noticed he was alone and approached him with concern. Wenfeng, why are you back by yourself? Where are your brother and sister-in-law? Mom, there was a bit of trouble at Iran's home this afternoon. So I went and helped. I didn't head to the square, but my brother and sister-in-law should be back soon. What kind of trouble did Iran's family face? Zhang's mother inquired, her brow furrowed with worry. Zhang Wenfeng recounted the events at the Ling household in detail. Zhang Defa and Su Qin exchanged glances, with Su Qin suggesting, Wenfeng, should we go check on them? There's no need for that, Auntie. Uncle Ling is fine now. Wenfeng, will your commotion today cause any trouble for their family? There won't be any issues. After this confrontation, that family will think twice before acting up again. They may be bold, but Iran's in-laws, the Zhou family, are well respected. If they dare to stir trouble, I will simply seek the Zhou family's assistance to handle them. That's good to hear. I was worried that things might get too ugly and make the Ling family uncomfortable. Su Qin expressed, finally at ease. Zhang Wenfeng smiled, rest assured, it won't be long before Uncle Ling is transferred to the county seat. At that point, They will naturally move away from that alley. They have been living uncomfortably there, especially with Huang Yinling's family stirring chaos. Many have grown intolerant of it. Why do such loathsome individuals exist everywhere? It's truly disheartening, Su Qin lamented with disdain. Zhang Wenfeng chuckled, Mom, there are all sorts of oddities in this world. Our village is relatively harmonious. We only squabble over trivial matters. Once you visit larger places, you'll see all kinds of people. Su Qin waved her hand dismissively. I find our rural life quite satisfactory. I have no desire to go anywhere else. Enough of that. I need to prepare dinner. Once your brother and sister-in-law return, we can eat with that. Su Qin hurried off to the kitchen. Zhang Wenfeng made his way to a makeshift workshop set up in the yard, where the others were busy preparing skewers. And he, Aunt Huang, and Wu Zhaodi had already found their rhythm, each managing to skewer around 1,000 sticks a day, earning 10 yuan in wages. Aside from a few elderly individuals, 2 newcomers had joined, Zhao Dahua, the daughter-in-law of the village party secretary, and Cui Yi, the daughter of Zhang Wenfeng's third uncle. Both were swift and efficient workers. Dahua, Cui Yi, how are you two settling in? Zhang Wenfeng inquired as he entered. Zhao Dahua, who usually cooked at home, smiled and replied, Wenfeng, there's nothing to get used to. I've already improved significantly since yesterday. I managed 820 skewers today. Wenfeng, I skewered 760 sticks. Cui Yi chimed in with a smile. Zhang Wenfeng nodded in satisfaction. That's excellent. As long as everyone is comfortable, that's what matters. The day after tomorrow, my shop will be opening. We'll need some people to skewer meat in the county. Who would like to join? The pay will be 1 yuan and 50 cents per skewer. What do you think? The group exchanged glances. The prospect of earning more was tempting. Wenfeng, I want to go. Cui Yi, being an unmarried girl without family obligations, was the first to raise her hand. Wu Zhaodi quickly followed suit, saying, Wenfeng, I want to go too. She realized that skewer work in the county would yield better earnings than her current efforts. All right then, what about the rest of you? Zhang Wenfeng asked, looking at Aunt He, Aunt Huang, and Zhao Dahua. They exchanged glances, and Aunt He smiled. Wenfeng, we need to take care of our families, so we won't be going to the county. Yes, we still have to cook for our families. If we go to the county, we won't be able to manage at home. We'll just earn some money here in the village. Although they referred to it as merely supplementing their household income, their earnings at Zhang Wenfeng's place were comparable to or even exceeded what the men made outside. All right, since you've decided to stay in the village, continue working here. Cui Yi, Zhaodi, prepare yourselves for tomorrow. The day after, come to my house, and we'll head to the county together. Both Cui Yi and Wu Zhaodi nodded eagerly. Chapter 88. United as one. Though the Fu family had divided their household, they merely constructed walls within the courtyard, splitting what was once a single home into 3. The elderly couple of the Fu family chose not to live with their sons, opting instead for solitude. Since the division, Zhou Chunyin had been constantly sardonic at home. Upon seeing Wu Zhaodi return, she raised her voice. Some people, once they earn a bit of money, forget who they are. They boast about their filial piety while creating a ruckus at home. How shameless! Bah! Wu Zhaodi, preoccupied with making money, had no time to argue with Zhou Chunyin and headed straight to her own courtyard, slamming the door behind her, leaving Zhou Chunyin fuming in her wake. Zhou Chunyin felt her ire rising. Wu Zhaodi was increasingly disregarding her authority as an elder sister-in-law. Just as Zhou Chunyin was about to confront Wu Zhaodi, her husband intervened. Zhou Chunyin, are you trying to make us look foolish? What's the point of your constant complaining? Fu Aigua, you've really grown bold. Zhou Chunyin snapped, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You only know how to be domineering at home. Why don't you go earn some money yourself? Money, money, money. Have you fallen into a money pit or something? Fu Aigua retorted with irritation. I find myself ensnared in the relentless grasp of financial burdens. On this day, numerous mouths await sustenance. Without wealth, what sustenance can one procure? You are, indeed, a worthless individual. Marrying you feels akin to enduring 8 lifetimes of misfortune. Regarding the quarrel between Fu Aigua and Zhou Chunyin, Fu's mother, Zhou Yunlan, could only sigh in despair. Beside her, Fu's father, Fu Kaizhong, exhaled deeply, stating, Let it be. We are already separated, so there is no need to fret over this. Our descendants will have their own fortunes. How can I remain indifferent? Both my sons are flesh of my flesh. I cannot help but feel a tinge more affection for the elder. Why can the younger not show a bit more understanding? You may request the younger son to empathize. but you cannot demand the same from Zhao Di. Fu Kaizhong remarked. Now, the younger son has his own family. He has his own household to consider. They are economizing for their children's sake. Do you really have the heart to ask them for money? Zhou Yunlan sighed, her tears falling silently. She recognized the truth in Fu Kaizhong's words, yet her heart ached for the elder son's family. Upon returning home, Wu Zhaodi was pulled into the room by Fu Jiangwo. Zhaodi, ignore her. She is acting like a rabid dog, barking at anyone in sight. Jiangwo, I am contemplating building us a new home. I no longer wish to reside here, Wu Zhaodi expressed. Fu Jiangwo shared her desire to move, but their finances were insufficient for both land and construction. Zhaodi, do not worry. I shall strive to earn more, he assured her. Wu Zhaodi nodded. Jiangwo, there is something I must tell you. What is it? Fu Jiangwo inquired. Today, Wenfeng mentioned that his barbecue restaurant in the county will open the day after tomorrow, and he asked who would be willing to work there. I volunteered, she replied. Zhaodi, going to the county every day will be quite taxing. Can you endure it? Fu Jiangwo felt a pang of sympathy for his wife. As a man, he was unable to provide her with a good life, which filled him with guilt, and now he was asking her to travel such a distance for work. It is manageable. I can ride my bicycle, Wu Zhaodi reassured him. Besides, when Feng mentioned that for every skewer in the county, I would earn 1.5 yuan. That means I could earn an extra 5 yuan a day, which totals to 150 yuan a month. If I work hard for a year, we will have enough to build a house. Fu Jiangwo felt a wave of shame wash over him. Zhaodi, I am truly sorry. Jiangwo, why do you say that? Wu Zhaodi consoled him. As a man, I can only earn a few yuan a day, while you can earn over 10, yet I still claim I want to provide you with a good life. What nonsense. We are partners. As a couple, we should work together to improve our lives. Wu Zhaodi grasped Fu Jiangwo's hand, saying, now that we can live separately, I find contentment. My greatest wish is simply to move out and live our own modest life. Fu Jiangwo nodded. Zhaodi, as long as we work diligently, we will soon save enough for our house. Zhaodi, please ask Wenfeng if he has any work suitable for me, Fu Jiangwo requested. Wu Zhaodi agreed. All right. Once I arrive in the county, I will inquire for you and keep an eye out for any opportunities, as there are more prospects there. Fu Jiangwo held Wu Zhaodi's hand. Zhaodi, marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life. The Zhang family. Zhang Wenfeng shared news of the new store opening with his elder brother and sister-in-law. Zhang Wenpeng asked, Wenfeng, do we still need to set up stalls in the county? Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Elder brother, currently, we have only one storefront, limiting our reach. However, setting up stalls offers more freedom. I will create an advertising sign, and when you set up your stalls, you can display our sign to promote our barbecue shop throughout the city. Furthermore, Director Chun from the Food Bureau mentioned that he would invite media personnel to help promote us. This exposure will enhance business at your stalls. Father, if elder brother and sister-in-law are setting up stalls, I hope you can join mother as well. I will teach you the barbecue techniques, and you will learn quickly. Zhang Defa felt tempted, but knew he had to stay home with their mother. Wenfeng, let the younger generation handle the stalls. I will remain here, Fu Qin interjected. Your father is reluctant to leave your grandmother alone. Meanwhile, Fu Lingling spoke up. Wenfeng, I have a suggestion for you. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Sister-in-law, please share your suggestion. My second brother earns very little working for others. Why not let him come work for you? You can teach him barbecue skills, and he can earn some extra income. Fu Lingling felt sympathy for Wu Zhaodi, knowing she worked hard to save enough to move out. Lingling, what are you saying? If your second brother reveals our barbecue recipe, how can we continue our business? Zhang Wenpeng rebuked. Fu Lingling realized her oversight and replied, Wenfeng, I did not think it through. Please disregard my suggestion, sister-in-law. Actually, allowing your second brother to join us could be beneficial, as our new shop requires more hands. I can pay him monthly, offering 10 yuan a day. If he works full-time, that amounts to 300 yuan a month. What do you think? Zhang Wenfeng proposed. Fu Lingling was surprised by Zhang Wenfeng's willingness to accept her brother and nodded. I will inform my sister-in-law tomorrow, so she can tell my brother. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Chapter 89. Lu Fangfang's wedding. After Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling returned to their room, Zhang Wenpeng wore a stern expression. Fu Lingling understood that her husband was likely upset about her mentioning her brother working at Wenfeng's shop. She sat beside him and smiled. Are you angry because I suggested my brother work at the shop? Zhang Wenpeng gazed at his wife. Lingling, Wenfeng's business is just starting. We are already a burden to him. If your brother comes along, what will others think? They will say we are just leeching off Wenfeng. Fu Lingling was unconcerned. Wenpeng, It is precisely because Wenfeng needs help that I recommended my brother. He is honest and hardworking, simply following instructions. I did not suggest bringing my elder brother's family because I do not want to invite trouble. Look, Wenfeng has not objected. He is not the type to be overly polite with us. Enough. Do not dwell on it. After calming Zhang Wenpeng, the couple retired for the night. The next day marked Lu Fangfang's wedding, a significant occasion that Zhang Wenfeng, as a member of the previous generation, could not miss. Moreover, they had received an invitation. Declining would imply he had not moved on from Lu Fangfang and Lu family village. The Lu Guishan household was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy.it had not been long since their daughter's previous engagement with Zhang Wenfeng ended. And now she was marrying another man, drawing murmurs from the villagers. This Lu Guishan's daughter is quite something. She just broke off her engagement and swiftly found another suitor. Is she incapable of living without a man? Indeed. I heard that Lu Fangfang and Wang Dafu were already involved before their marriage. They have supposedly shared a hotel room multiple times. How shameless. I once thought Lu Fangfang was a well-behaved girl. But who knew she would act so disgracefully? If she were my daughter, I would have ended her life. That cannot be. Fan Suehua relies on her daughter for dowry money. Ugh, what dowry? I heard the Wang family only offered 500 yuan in dowry, and they intend to take it all back. Moreover, they will even provide an additional 200 yuan in gifts. Such audacity? Can that miserly Fan Suehua really part with it? Who knows what that miser is thinking? Previously, the Zhang family offered 1,000 yuan in dowry, which she refused, demanding more. Now they offer 500 and expect to take it back while adding 200 more. I suspect Fan Suehua knows her daughter cannot control her desires and has already been in bed with another man. Ha ha ha. If Fan Suehua hears this, she might just come after you. Let her come. Does she think I fear her? As Fan Suehua passed by, she shot a furious glare at the gossiping women. She had heard every word they uttered, knowing full well that these troubles stemmed from her daughter Lu Fangfang. Otherwise, she would not be in such a predicament. Fan Suehua returned home in a huff, and upon seeing her mother in such a state, Lu Fangfang became anxious, fearing that more trouble would arise that day. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Mom, nothing can happen today. Otherwise, I truly won't be able to bear it." Fan Suehua shot a fierce glare at Lu Fangfang and retorted, "It's all your fault, you wretched girl. Do you have any idea how the gossip mongers outside are maligning our family? Let them say whatever they wish. As long as we manage to get through today, our family's future will surely improve," Lu Fangfang reassured her mother. Hearing this, Fan Suehua felt somewhat comforted. If it weren't for the future, she would never endure such humiliation. Lu Fangfang observed her mother and said, "Mom, I still feel uneasy. It seems like something might go awry. What could possibly happen? That Wang Dafu has already taken you to bed. If he doesn't marry you, I'll make sure he faces the law." All right, enough standing around. The groom has arrived. Fangfang, today, focus on being a beautiful bride and don't worry about anything else. Lu Guishan, for once, played the role of a caring father. Lu Fangfang nodded in agreement. Wang Dafu entered, carrying Lu Fangfang as they made their way outside. The wedding procession proceeded smoothly, without any hiccups, as Wang Dafu took Lu Fangfang back to his home. The Wang family prepared a lavish feast to welcome friends and relatives who came to offer their congratulations, making for quite a lively celebration. After all, Wang Dafu's father was the village secretary of Shaoli village, and out of respect for him, many made the effort to attend. Due to the large crowd, Zhang Wenfeng blended in and entered the Wang family's courtyard. The Wang family's conditions were indeed commendable. Their 4 large tiled houses were a rarity among the surrounding villages, and the banquet spread was bountiful, featuring chicken, fish, and pork, indicating that the Wang family had truly splurged. Zhang Wenfeng approached a young boy and said, "Little friend, later, please hand this to the groom and tell him it's a gift from his friends. He must open it on the spot. If you do this well, I'll reward you with 10 yuan. Okay?" The boy, upon hearing of the 10 yuan, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. "I will make sure to do it well." "All right, I'll give you the money now, so you won't lose track of me later." Saying this, Zhang Wenfeng took out 10 yuan and handed it to the boy. "This is for you, but you must ensure the task is completed. No one can see the contents until the groom opens it. If you mess it up, I will find your family." The boy nodded earnestly. Dog Dan, keep my word. Such a good boy." Zhang Wenfeng affectionately ruffled the child's hair. The boy gleefully ran off with the money, while Zhang Wenfeng settled down to watch the unfolding drama. He had come specifically for this spectacle and was determined not to leave without witnessing something noteworthy. The groom and bride have arrived. A voice rang out, elevating the wedding atmosphere to a peak. All eyes turned toward the entrance to see Wang Dafu carrying Lu Fangfang inside. Lu Fangfang was truly a rare beauty, and her bridal attire made her appear even more radiant. Upon seeing Wang Dafu and Lu Fangfang together, murmurs of speculation filled the air. Wang Dafu must be incredibly lucky to marry such a stunning bride. I also heard that the bride's family not only brought back the betrothal gifts, but also a dowry of 200 yuan. Its said, she works at the county's machinery factory. With a stable job, quite a catch for the Wang family. Indeed, considering Wang Dafu's looks, it's remarkable he managed to marry someone so beautiful. It really is enviable. Chapter 90. The exposure of Lu Fangfang's secret. Lu Fangfang heard the surrounding whispers and felt a surge of delight. Her earlier anxieties forgotten. All she wished for now was to be the most beautiful bride. The wedding ceremony commenced, a recent trend that only influential families like the Wangs could afford. Halfway through the ceremony, a small boy dashed onto the stage and approached Wang Dafu, saying, "Brother Dafu, someone claimed to be your friend and said this is a wedding gift for you. You should open it right here." Wang Dafu patted the boy's head. "Dogwa, you're quite formal, go on. I'll look at it after the ceremony." "Brother Dafu, your friend insisted you open it now. They said there's a surprise inside." "All right, I'll heed your advice." Wang Dafu began to open the envelope. Lu Fangfang, upon seeing the envelope, felt a sense of foreboding and interjected, "Dafu, we're still in the midst of the wedding. Isn't it inappropriate to open it now? It's nothing more than an envelope. It won't take long." Ripping it open, a stack of photographs emerged, all depicting Lu Fangfang with a middle-aged man, some even showing them in bed together. Wang Dafu's face contorted with fury. Slap! He struck Lu Fangfang hard across the face. "You wretched woman! How dare you betray me? I'll kill you!" In a fit of rage, he kicked Lu Fangfang in the stomach, knocking her down, followed by several more kicks. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in shock. Lu Guishan and Lu Jibin rushed forward. One restrained Wang Dafu while the other shielded Lu Fangfang. After the assault, Lu Fangfang began bleeding. "My stomach, it hurts," she cried in agony, clutching her abdomen. Fan Suehua hurried to support Lu Fangfang. The Wang family, witnessing Lu Fangfang's condition, understood all too well. Hu Daniu, a fiery character, stepped forward and pointed at Lu Fangfang and her family, accusingly declaring, "So, this is how you raise your daughter? Huh? No betrothal gifts, yet you expect to leech off us. Your daughter has been fooling around and is now trying to find a free ride. You think our Wang family can be taken advantage of? I'm telling you." Fan Suehua, this matter isn't over. Fan Suehua rose to confront Hu Daniu, retorting, "So what if my daughter is pregnant by someone else? Your son is lucky to have a wife at all, and he has the audacity to be choosy. I'll tell you this, my daughter and your son are now legally married. She belongs to your family now, and the child in her womb is yours. Pa, how shameless. Such a disgraceful woman doesn't he deserve to enter our home? Then I'll report you. Your son slept with my daughter. If he refuses to take responsibility, he is a scoundrel and should be jailed. This is outrageous. How did our family end up in such a disgraceful situation with you two? I swear, if you keep talking, I'll slap you into oblivion." Wang Dafu, blinded by rage, lunged at Fan Suehua, striking her hard enough to knock her dizzy, losing a front tooth in the process. "Oh, my tooth, my tooth." Fan Suehua, now speaking with a lisp, charged at Wang Dafu, clawing at his face. In the ensuing chaos, Hu Daniu joined the fray, and together with her son, they overpowered Fan Suehua, ripping her clothes and exposing her skin in a most humiliating manner. Lu Guishan felt utterly humiliated as his daughter's scandal was laid bare for all to see. They could no longer stay. Lu Fangfang, drenched in sweat from the pain, cried out, "Dad! Mom! Help me!" witnessing her plight. Despite her shameful actions, the onlookers couldn't stand by and let her suffer. If she were to die here, they would all be implicated. An elder from the village approached Wang Jigua, saying, "Jigua, this family may be disgraceful, but we cannot let things escalate to murder. If a life is lost, our village will face dire consequences." Though Wang Jigua was furious, he knew this was not the time for conflict. His son had already vented his anger, and the priority now was to get Lu Fangfang to the hospital. Reluctantly, he acknowledged, "We need to stop this," he shouted at the brawling crowd. Wang Dafu and Hu Daniyu, who were currently assaulting Fan Suehua, suddenly ceased their actions. With an expression of fury, Hu Daniyu yelled at Wang Zhigua, "You are the one responsible for this. Your son has been bullied by this despicable family." Upon hearing this, Hu Daniyu was immediately intimidated. They had only one son, and if anything were to happen to him, what would they do? Reluctantly, Hu Daniyu released Fan Shuihua. At this moment, Fan Suehua was disheveled, her face marred with bruises, her hair in disarray, and she sobbed uncontrollably, "Oh, I cannot bear this any longer. My son-in-law is going to kill someone." Wang Zhigua looked at Fan Suehua's dramatic display and was infuriated. "Fan Suehua, today it is your family that initiated the deception. If you continue to waste time here, your daughter may very well perish. If she does die, it will be due to your procrastination, and when the police arrive, it will have nothing to do with our family." Realizing the gravity of the situation regarding Lu Fangfang, Fan Suehua hurriedly crawled to Lu Fangfang's side. At that moment, Lu Fangfang's face was ashen, devoid of color, her lips pale, and a significant pool of blood had already formed beneath her. "Quick! Take her to the hospital," Fan Suehua shouted. Naturally, the Wang family was reluctant, and the Lu family, unfamiliar with the surroundings, found it even more implausible. After all, Lu Fangfang was still their daughter-in-law. If they truly neglected her, they would face legal consequences. Thus, they informed the Wang family, and someone drove Lu Fangfang to the town hospital in a three-wheeled cart. Chapter 91. A miscarriage. After Lu Fangfang was admitted to the hospital, she was taken to the emergency room. Shortly thereafter, a doctor emerged, approaching the Lu family members standing outside, and said, "What have you done? This young lady was 2 months pregnant. How could you treat her so violently? No matter the transgression, this is an attempt to harm her gravely." Wang Zhigua, Wang Dafu, and Hu Daniyu had also come over, and upon hearing the doctor's words, it became evident that Lu Fangfang had conceived before her marriage to Zhang Wenfeng. It was no wonder Zhang Wenfeng had called off the wedding on the day of their nuptials. He must have already known of Lu Fangfang's indiscretion. Enraged, Hu Daniyu pointed at Fan Suehua and yelled, "Fan Suehua, a wretched woman! Your daughter has been promiscuous, which led to the broken engagement, and now she has set her sights on my son, hoping to make him a scapegoat. I'll make you pay for this." As she spoke, Hu Daniyu charged forward and slapped Fan Suehua twice across the face. Having already endured considerable abuse that day, Fan Suehua was beyond caring and rushed to the doctor, asking, "Doctor, how is my daughter? The adult is stable, but the child is lost. If you had brought her in sooner, perhaps the child could have been saved." The doctor replied before turning to leave. At that moment, Lu Fangfang was wheeled out of the operating room. Her face extremely pale, lacking the strength to speak. Hu Daniyu pointed at Fan Suehua and shouted, "This time, our Wang family will not let this go. You owe us 1,000 yuan as compensation, or I will create a scene at your home every day." Fan Suehua chuckled coldly. "Now that my daughter and your son have obtained their marriage certificate, do you think you can simply abandon her? I tell you, that is impossible. Although she has lost the child, let the two of them live their lives peacefully without unnecessary drama. Fan Suehua, do you hear yourself? With a daughter like yours, we, the Wang family, have no need for her," Hu Daniyu retorted. "Tomorrow, we will take them to file for divorce and return that disgrace to your family. Dream on." Fearing that this family would cling to them, Hu Daniyu hurriedly dragged Wang Dafu and Wang Zhigua away. Their purpose in coming was merely to ascertain Lu Fangfang's condition, and now that they knew she was no longer in danger, they felt relieved and chose to disengage from the matter. The Lu family turned to see the Wang family fleeing and were filled with rage. Lu Guishan, in particular, was incensed, exclaiming, "These Wang family members are truly despicable." He then glared disdainfully at Fan Suehua, scolding, "It's all your fault. Had you not been so greedy for that extra 300 yuan, Fangfang would have been married by now, and we wouldn't be in this humiliating situation. Our family would have escaped being the subject of ridicule. What good does it do to blame me now? You agreed to that extra 300 yuan. Lu Guishan retorted, "You are not a man. When problems arise, you let your wife take the blame. I have no respect for you." With that, he rushed forward and slapped Fan Suehua 3 times across the face. Lu Guishan, being a robust man who had labored on the farm for years, easily overwhelmed Fan Suehua, leaving her dazed and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lu Fangfang, witnessing this scene, could not help but sob quietly. Cry, cry, cry. You little wretch still know how to cry now? Where were you before? Lu Guishan glared fiercely at Lu Fangfang, scolding her. In an instant, Lu Fangfang fell silent, unable to fathom how she had sunk to such depths. Previously, Zhang Wenfeng had been her devoted admirer. He would do anything she asked. She had believed that marrying into the Zhang family would secure her future, allowing her to control the entire household. Even if life was difficult in the Zhang family, she was confident she could ensure her comfort. However, all of this had unraveled due to that extra 300 yuan demanded on the day of the wedding, leaving her in this disgraceful state. Now, she felt utterly humiliated. Shaoli village. After the Lu and Wang families went to the hospital, the news of the Wang family's daughter-in-law bearing an illegitimate child quickly spread throughout the village. The gossip not only reached Shaoli village but also permeated Lu village and Xiaohe village. Initially, those in Xiaohe village felt that the Zhang family had acted arrogantly in rejecting Lu Fangfang. But now they understood that it was no wonder Zhang Wenfeng was reluctant to marry Lu Fangfang. Despite her seemingly pure appearance, she had been promiscuous behind the scenes. Who knew how many men she had been with? And whose child was growing in her womb? This raised serious doubts. Thank goodness Wenfeng had not married her. Had he done so, he would have been cuckolded. It was fortunate that this young man had come to his senses in time and called off the engagement. Meanwhile, the residents of Lu village were stricken with worry upon hearing the news, especially those with daughters, who were driven to the brink of madness. This Fan Suehua has truly caused irreparable harm. She has given birth to such a shameless harlot. Because of her actions, the young women of Lu village will find it difficult to secure marriages in the future. No, we cannot allow that disgraceful family to remain in our village. If they do, the reputation of Lu village will be utterly ruined. We must approach the village chief. This matter must be addressed. In no time, several women gathered at the village chief's home. The chief, Lu Yuanzhu, found himself overwhelmed. He had never anticipated such a scandal would arise in Lu village. The previous incidents involving exorbitant bride prices had already cast a shadow over their village, and now this scandal threatened to compound their troubles. If he mishandled the situation, he might lose his position as village chief. Everyone, please calm down, Lu Yuanzhu spoke out to the agitated crowd. Chief, this Lu Guishan family is truly shameless, especially their daughter. This situation endangers all the unmarried girls in our village. We cannot allow them to remain here. Indeed, Chief, they must be expelled from our village. Absolutely, they must be driven out. Chapter 92. Another shocking revelation. Lu Yuanzhu surveyed the fervent crowd, his own expression one of distress. To expel someone from the village was not a decision he could unilaterally make, yet failing to do so could lead to dire consequences for Lu village. Everyone, listen to me. I share your desire to remove them from Lu village. But they have lived here for many years. Just this alone is insufficient grounds for expulsion. Let us all remain calm. Chief, you cannot protect them just because they are related to you. Exactly. You turned a blind eye when they demanded an exorbitant bride price. Now that they have committed such a disgraceful act, if you continue to shield them, we will escalate this matter. Lu Yuanzhu, witnessing the outraged women, felt genuine fear. He realized he had no choice but to abandon Lu Gishan's family. He assured the crowd, rest assured, I will ensure that they are expelled from Lu village. Upon hearing Lu Yuanzhu's pledge, the crowd finally began to settle down. That moment, a sleek black sedan rolled into the village, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. From the vehicle emerged an elderly gentleman, his hair a striking white, yet he donned a Zhongshan suit that imparted an air of vitality. After surveying the onlookers, his gaze settled upon Lu Yuanzhu. He approached and inquired, could you kindly direct me to Fan Suehua's residence? Lu Yuanzhu was taken aback, uncertain about the reason for the elder's visit. May I ask what business you have with Fan Suehua? He questioned. The old man replied courteously, our master has some misunderstandings with Fan Suehua, and I have been sent to clarify matters. Is she at home? Fan Suehua and her family are currently at the hospital in town. Lu Yuanzhu informed him. The old gentleman's curiosity piqued as he regarded Lu Yuanzhu. What has transpired that they are all at the hospital? Before Lu Yuanzhu could respond, a nearby woman scoffed, their daughter has been running around, getting herself into trouble and is now pregnant with an illegitimate child. She intended to marry someone else to take responsibility, but when this was discovered, she was beaten mercilessly. Now, she is fighting for her life in the hospital. The old man furrowed his brow. clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation. "My good fellow, would you be so kind as to escort me to the hospital?" he requested of Lu Yuanju. He had little interest in confronting this shameless mother and daughter, were it not for the elder's instructions to retrieve the Zhao family's heir. Lu Yuanju had already planned to visit the hospital. Understanding that the Lu Guishan family could no longer remain in Lu family village, he needed to facilitate their departure. "Certainly, but may I accompany you in your vehicle?" "Of course." The old man welcomed Lu Yuanju into the car, which then sped towards the town. The onlookers gazed with intrigue at the sedan and its enigmatic occupant. "What do you suppose the old man wants with Fan Suehua?" one speculated. "She is utterly shameless." "I suspect she has stirred up trouble once again," another chimed in. "Wait, doesn't that old man seem familiar? Wasn't he here 17 years ago when a young man was taken from our village? I think he was the one who came for him. I recall something of the sort." Curiosity about the Lu Guishan family's affairs rekindled among the crowd. At the town hospital, Lu Yuanju led the elder to Lu Fangfang's room. Fan Suehua, battered and bruised, cowered in a corner, weeping, while Lu Jibin sat nearby, too ashamed to leave. Upon seeing Lu Yuanju and the elderly gentleman enter, Lu Guishan inquired, "Cousin, what brings you here? And who is this esteemed elder?" Lu Yuanju introduced them. "Cousin, this gentleman has come to speak with your wife. Since your family is at the hospital, I thought it best to bring him along." "Where is my wife?" Lu Guishan barked at Fan Suehua. "Why are you still standing there? Get over here at once." Fan Suehua approached, trembling. The old man was taken aback by her appearance, but after scanning the room, his gaze finally fixed on Lu Jibin. Though Lu Jibin bore little resemblance to the elder, he shared some features with the matriarch, leading the elder to suspect that this was indeed the long-lost heir of the Zhao family. "You are Fan Suehua?" the elder asked her. Fan Suehua nodded. "Yes, what do you want from me?" "I am Fubo, the steward of the Zhao family." He introduced himself. At the mention of the Zhao family, Fan Suehua shuddered. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Please, do not be alarmed, Madam Fan," Fubo reassured her. "I am here solely to retrieve the heir of the Zhao family. The matriarch has decreed that our bloodline must not remain outside our lineage." Lu Guishan, bewildered, interjected, "What do you mean by the heir of the Zhao family?" The elder regarded Lu Guishan and explained, "Years ago, our master was injured and found refuge in your village. During his convalescence, your wife took advantage of his vulnerability, and they became entangled. For many years, she has leveraged this incident to extort money from our master. Recently, we received word that Fan Suehua bore a son from that liaison, and after conducting a DNA test, it has been confirmed. The matriarch has resolved to bring the Zhao heir back to our family for proper upbringing, so he does not languish in obscurity." Lu Guishan stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. He had been utterly unaware that Fan Suehua had so shamelessly deceived him. "Wretched woman," he roared, delivering a slap that sent Fan Suehua crashing to the ground. He then mounted her, raining blows upon her. Her anguished cries echoed through the hospital, prompting other patients to rush in and separate them. Chapter 93. Lu Gishan's betrayal. As the other patients restrained Lu Guishan, his expression turned ashen. He could scarcely fathom that Fan Suehua had brought such disgrace upon him, and that his beloved son was, in fact, an illegitimate child. He should have seen it coming. Lu Fangfang's reckless behavior was undoubtedly learned from her mother. Suddenly, Lu Jibin realized the implications and rushed to the elder, asking, "Are you saying I am not a Lu? Am I the son of your master?" Though initially displeased by Lu Jibin's demeanor, Fubo recalled his duty to the matriarch. He nodded. "Indeed, you are the long-lost son of our master. Do you wish to return with me to the Zhao family?" "Absolutely. I would be thrilled," Lu Jibin exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. The elder's attire suggested that the Zhao family was far from ordinary. They were not a rural family like the Luis. Turning down this opportunity would be sheer folly. Lu Guishan, astounded, could not believe that the son he had cherished for so long would so readily abandon him for his biological father. Even though Lu Jibin was not his flesh and blood, he had raised him for years and was reluctant to let him go. "Xiaobin, you are my son. You cannot leave," Lu Guishan cried out. Lu Yuanju chimed in, "Yes, Xiaobin, your father has cared for you deeply all these years. Whatever you desired, he made every effort to fulfill your wishes. You cannot simply abandon him." Lu Jibin shot a fierce glare at both Lu Guishan and Lu Yuanju. "Silence," I am not even a Lu. I am merely returning to my biological father. What business do you have in this matter? If you truly care for me, you will not hinder my return to my real family." His words resonated with those around him, many of whom began to advocate for his cause. "Indeed, he is not your biological child. Why cling to him?" One urged it is only right for him to reunite with his true father. "If you forcibly keep him, he may never show you gratitude. Let him go." Another echoed. Lu Guishan seethed with rage as he absorbed their words, casting a venomous glare at Fan Shui. It was her disgraceful actions that had led to this predicament. Had it not been for her, he would never have found himself in such a humiliating position. "Xiao Bin, please take your mother with you. If you abandon her, she will surely meet a tragic fate." Fan Suihua pleaded desperately. Lu Jibin regarded his mother, contemplating the dire consequences she might face if left behind. However, whether he could bring her along was not his decision to make. He turned to Fubo. "Fubo, is there any chance my mother could accompany us?" Fubo's expression hardened as he replied, "Young master, the matriarch has made it clear that only you are to return. Your mother, being merely a village woman, does not merit entry into the Zhao family's estate." Despair washed over Fan Suihua. Given Lu Jibin's current situation, he stood no chance against the formidable elder, Fubo. "Considering my mother's plight, if she remains here, she may very well lose her life. I cannot intervene. She is the wife of a Lu. The Zhao family cannot simply take another's wife. The matriarch has also stated that if you do not wish to return to the Zhao family, we will act as if you are not the long-lost son of the Zhao family, for your existence is considered a blemish upon our illustrious lineage." Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Jibin immediately responded, "All right, I shall accompany you alone. There is no need to concern ourselves with the others." The elder nodded, yet inwardly harbored deep disdain. A person as despicable and shameless as Lu Jibin was utterly unworthy of entering the Zhao family. Were it not for the unfortunate demise of the sole male descendant of the Zhao lineage, this wayward grandson would never have been welcomed back. After all, bringing him back would necessitate explanations to the outside world. And if handled improperly, the Zhao family could face significant repercussions. "Very well, since you have resolved to return to the Zhao family, this matter has no further bearing on us. Let us proceed with that." The elder turned to leave. Lu Jibin merely followed in the elder's wake. "Xiao Bin, Xiao Bin." Fan Suihua called out to Lu Jibin. He turned back to glance at her and coldly replied, "Mother, you wouldn't obstruct my pursuit of a better life. Would you?" This statement struck Fan Suihua like a stone lodged in her throat, leaving her heart chilled. The son she had painstakingly nurtured for so many years was, at this crucial juncture, resolutely abandoning her. Without uttering a single word, she allowed Lu Jibin to depart. After his departure, Fan Suihua turned to Lu Guishan with a pleading expression. "Guishan, it was all my fault back then. I regret it now. Let us live well from this point forward. Whatever you say shall be accepted." Lu Guishan kicked her aside in disgust, scowling, "You wretched woman, you think you can still share a life with me? I ought to beat you to death." In a fit of rage, he assaulted her with fists and kicks, leaving her gasping for breath on the ground. Lu Yuanju hurriedly intervened, pulling Lu Guishan away. "Cousin, you cannot continue this. If you do, it could end in tragedy. Do you wish to face dire consequences?" Lu Yuanju harbored his own resentment towards Fan Suihua, knowing she had ruined his cousin's life. How could Lu Guishan continue to live in the village after this? Gradually, Lu Guishan calmed down, realizing Lu Yuanju was correct. If he were to kill Fan Suihua, he would surely face dire repercussions. "Fan Suihua, once we return tomorrow, we shall handle the necessary formalities. I, Lu Guishan, will not keep a shameless wretch like you. Take your worthless offspring and leave my home." Fan Suihua gazed at Lu Guishan in despair. Kneeling and pleading, "Guishan, you cannot treat me this way. I admit my mistakes, but Fang Fang is your child. You cannot expel both me and her. Humph, your words are worthless to me. Get out by tomorrow." Lu Guishan spat. Unwilling to remain in the hospital any longer and stormed out. Concerned for Lu Guishan's well-being, Lu Yuanju followed closely behind. Chapter 94. Scandal spreads far and wide in Lu family village. Zhang Dahua, brimming with excitement, approached the gathering of women at the village entrance, mysteriously proclaiming, "Do you know why that old man came to our village today? Zhang Dahua, do you know?" "Of course. I followed him to the town hospital today and witnessed a grand spectacle." "Quickly, tell us what happened." Did the old man claim Fan Suehua is his daughter? Bah, Fan Suehua is nothing but a shameless hussy. Zhang Dahua replied with disdain. The old man hails from a prominent family in the capital. Years ago, their patriarch became injured and ended up in our village. It was then that this brazen Fan Suehua drugged him and slept with him. As a result, Lu Jibin is not Lu's biological son, but rather the offspring of that nobleman from the capital. Lu Guishan has been raising him for over a decade. What? Is Fan Suehua truly so ruthless? While I've never liked her, how could she dare? Indeed. Although she wasn't the absolute authority in Lu Gishan's household, she was quite favored. Tio thinks she would dare to cuckold him. Lu Guishan will never let this slide. I can only imagine the rage Lu Guishan must feel, raising a son for so many years only to discover he is not his own. While his wife has been unfaithful for years, who knows if Fan Suehua has sought other men? I recall when Lu Guishan returned from working away for over a month, Fan Suehua was already pregnant. It turns out she was carrying another man's child. You have no idea how brutally Lu Guishan beat her in the hospital. It was truly heartbreaking to witness. Moreover, he intends to cast out Fan Suehua and her daughter. Given Fan Suehua's age, if they are expelled, she may find herself with nowhere to go. But you said Lu Jibin is the nobleman's child. They must have taken him away. How could they still want Fan Suehua? Fan Suehua is merely a country woman, and a married one at that. The noble family has graciously taken Lu Jibin back, but they would never desire a married peasant woman. She ought not even to dream of such a thing. It's bewildering what Fan Suehua was after back then, becoming pregnant with another's child and ending up with such a fate. Truly absurd, indeed. As these gossipers exchanged tales in Lu family village, Zhang Wenfeng returned home, where similar rumors circulated in his own village. The astonishing revelations regarding Lu Gishan's family left everyone astonished, unable to fathom that Fan Suehua would dare engage in such shameless behavior. Upon entering his home, he was promptly ushered into the main room by his parents. Xu Qin inquired, Wenfeng, is what they say outside true? Did Fan Suehua indeed cuckold Lu Guishan? All of it is true. Lu Jibin is indeed not Lu's son. He is the offspring of that man. Fan Suehua has leveraged the past to extort money from him, or else, given Lu's circumstances, how could they enjoy their current life? All of it has been taken from that man in the capital. Fan Suehua truly has no shame. She committed adultery, and now her daughter does the same. They must have lost all dignity and cannot continue living in Lu family village. They have no face left at all. I hear Lu Guishan intends to cast out Fan Suehua and her daughter, abandoning them. Lu Guishan is truly heartless. Although Lu Jibin is not his biological son, Lu Fangfang is still his daughter. How can he drive both Fan Suehua and Lu Fangfang away? Enough, mother. This is entirely their family's affair and has no bearing on us. Zhang Wenfeng reassured her, once this matter concludes, we will have no further ties with the Lu family. Let us focus on living well ourselves. Second brother. Zhang Wenfeng's excited voice rang from outside as he and Fu Lingling rushed in, eagerly grasping Zhang Wenfeng's hands. Second brother, have you heard? A major incident has unfolded in Lu family today. It is said that someone presented photos of Lu Fangfang's infidelity during the wedding ceremony, resulting in chaos. Lu Fangfang was beaten by Wang Dafu and has been hospitalized, having lost her child. Zhang Wenpeng exclaimed excitedly. Noticing Zhang Wenfeng's unperturbed expression, he realized that this incident likely stemmed from his second brother's actions. Second brother? Was this your doing? Zhang Wenfeng smiled. Was it that obvious? Zhang Wenpeng patted his shoulder, chuckling, you rascal. That was quite a cunning move. However, it serves them right. Their family has been intolerably arrogant. Let us see how they continue to act now. Moreover, I heard Lu Jibin is not even Lu's biological child but rather a bastard born of Fan Suehua's infidelity. Truly disgusting, I assent it. The mother committed adultery, and now the daughter follows suit. What a fitting consequence. Haha, brother, have you begun to believe in fate? Zhang Wenfeng teased. Wenfeng, it's not about belief, it's simply a matter of feeling relief. The Lu family was truly shameless to attempt to marry their daughter, who carries another's child, to you while demanding such a hefty dowry. Just thinking about it makes my teeth grind, Fu Lingling remarked with a smile. Zhang Wenfeng nodded, saying, all right, let us consider this matter concluded. We shall focus on our business endeavors, earnestly work to build a new tile-roofed house by the end of the year, and enjoy a splendid new year. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling were filled with excitement. They had long harbored dreams of building a new house for their family, but had hesitated to voice it, fearing to burden their parents. However, with Zhang Wenfeng's newfound success in business, their circumstances had improved daily, making the construction of a new house entirely feasible. Su Qin smiled, saying, "There's no rush for the new house. My wish this year is simply to see your marriage settled. Once that is resolved, both your father and I will feel at ease. Indeed, while earning a living holds significant importance, it is equally crucial for you to take your marriage seriously and hasten to bring your beloved home. Father, mother, please do not worry. I am well aware of my priorities. My pursuit of wealth will not interfere with my relationship with Iran." Zhang Wenfeng stated solemnly. As long as you have a plan, that is all we care about. Our concern is that you may become so focused on making money that you neglect your own marriage, Su Qin remarked, her face etched with worry. All right, now that the children are back, let us quickly prepare for dinner, Zhang Defa said. With that, Su Qin headed to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Chapter 95. Underhanded Schemes at Iha Tower. Zhou summoned all the staff of the establishment. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue restaurant, which bears significant implications for Iha Tower. It is worth noting that during this period, Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue stall in the square has already snatched away a considerable number of their patrons. Although he possesses memories from his past life, he still struggles with the nuances of the barbecue business. Tomorrow, when Wenfeng Barbecue opens, do you comprehend what that signifies? Zhou Wen's expression darkened as he surveyed the staff, particularly noticing Lu Dong, who kept his head lowered, fearing Zhou Wen's gaze. Zhou Wen called out, "Lu Dong." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Dong raised his head. "Boss, we are aware, but they are currently on high alert, and we have no means of approaching them. Did you not assure me with utmost confidence that you could obtain their recipe? Is this how you conduct your responsibilities? If you are unwilling to remain here, then get lost. Do not occupy space without contributing." Lu Dong quickly responded, "Boss, I certainly wish to work with you. Is that all you do? Spend your days deceiving me?" Zhou Wen retorted, displeased. "I do not want their restaurant to have a smooth opening tomorrow. You figure it out. If you cannot manage it, then you may choose to leave, as Iha Tower does not accommodate idlers." Cold sweat trickled down Lu Dong's back. Losing this job would spell disaster for him. After finishing with Lu Dong, Zhou Wen turned to the others. "I brought you into my establishment to work and earn money, not to nurture a bunch of freeloaders. Master Zhou, you are my esteemed chef. And even if you cannot replicate their barbecue, you can still introduce some appealing dishes. We cannot allow others to overshadow us while we sit idly by. Boss Zhou, I am indeed working on new dishes. But creating new items requires time. It is impossible to innovate a dish in a single day. Even the most skilled chefs in Kyoto cannot achieve that," Master Zhou replied. "This is your responsibility? Yet you cannot go an entire month without presenting a new dish. How can Iha Tower attract customers under such circumstances? If Wenfeng Barbecue opens, do you think anyone will still come here? Boss, I believe you are overthinking this. Their barbecue restaurant caters to a different clientele, and the two establishments can coexist peacefully." Zhou Wen's anger flared. He had emphasized his point numerous times, yet Master Zhou dared to suggest peaceful coexistence. "If you are dissatisfied with my approach, you are free to leave my establishment. I do not compel anyone to stay." Master Zhou ceased further argument, aware that his salary here was among the highest, second only to Lu Dong's. Previously, he earned in a year at the state-run restaurant what he now makes in just 3 months. Thus, he could not afford to lose this job and chose to step back into silence. Zhou Wen, seeing the crowd, lost interest in continuing the discussion and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you may all leave. Lu Dong, stay behind." Reluctantly, Lu Dong remained, knowing he had no choice. "Boss, do you have further instructions?" he inquired. Zhou Wen replied, "I do not care how you manage it tomorrow. I simply do not wish for their restaurant to have a successful opening. Do you understand?" Lu Dong nodded stiffly. It appeared he must recruit some individuals to create a disturbance. Without action, he too might be forced to leave. "Boss, rest assured, I will ensure they do not have a smooth opening tomorrow," Lu Dong vowed. Zhou Wen regarded Lu Dong with disdain, perceiving him as utterly useless. Yet he had no alternative but to rely on him for the time being. "You had better keep your word. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. I would not dare," Lu Dong assured him before exiting. The following day marked the grand opening of Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue restaurant. The Zhang family gathered at the storefront to prepare for the opening ceremony. It was the first time Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu had seen their son's establishment, and upon its sight, they were genuinely taken aback by the transformation. "Wenfeng, Is this truly your barbecue restaurant? What inspired you to decorate it in this manner? Mother, do you not find this decor appealing? Zhang Wenfeng replied with a smile, turning to Su Qin. She nodded enthusiastically. It is beautiful, truly magnificent. Is this indeed your barbecue restaurant? Zhang Fu still found it hard to believe. Merely half a month ago, they had been the most impoverished family in their village, often the subject of ridicule. Who would have thought that in such a short span, their reputation would experience a dramatic turnaround, and now when Feng was opening a restaurant? It was utterly inconceivable. Father, this is my barbecue restaurant, and I will expand the Wenfeng barbecue brand throughout the province and even nationwide. Zhang Wenfeng assured his father with conviction. Zhang Fu dismissed it as mere bravado. After all, this was just the first restaurant, and he had no idea how business would unfold. The thought of expanding to multiple locations across the country seemed far-fetched. However, when the day arrived that Wenfeng barbecue indeed flourished nationwide, Zhang Fu would have long grown accustomed to the surprises his son brought him. Wenfeng, are we truly offering free drinks to customers who enter the store? Wu Zhaodi approached Zhang Wenfeng with a question. The drinks were a homemade sour plum beverage, crafted from memories of his past life, refreshing and thirst-quenching, particularly delightful during this transitional season. Zhang Wenfeng nodded. Sister Zhaodi, these drinks are indeed complimentary for our patrons. Please have someone create a sign to hang at the entrance, announcing our free sour plum beverage. This will serve as a means to attract customers. Wu Zhaodi hesitated. Wenfeng, this sour plum drink is far superior to the beverages sold elsewhere, which cost 10 cents a bottle. Why offering it for free? Are we not incurring a loss? It is not a loss, Sister Zhaodi. Just follow my instructions, Zhang Wenfeng directed. Wu Zhaodi nodded and began preparing as instructed. Chapter 96. The Opening Ceremony. Zhang Defa and Su Qin exchanged glances, both reluctant to give away such a fine beverage for free, fearing it would be a waste. Wenfeng, that sour plum drink is quite valuable. If we distribute it for free, what if customers only come for the drink and neglect your barbecue business? Su Qin expressed her concern. Mother, rest assured, anyone who enters my establishment will undoubtedly be drawn in by my barbecue. Do you not believe in the allure of my culinary skills? Mother, please take a moment to rest with father inside, while I attend to matters. Su Qin recognized the significant changes in Zhang Wenfeng since his broken engagement and ceased to oppose him. Allowing him to proceed, as Zhang Wenfeng approached the entrance of the restaurant, he noticed a growing crowd, many drawn by the promise of discounts on opening day, while others, intrigued by the sign offering free sour plum drinks, were curious to try something new. Upon seeing Zhang Wenfeng emerge, those familiar with him inquired, Boss Zhang, is your restaurant opening today? Indeed, in just a moment, it will be the official opening of Wenfeng Barbecue. On our first day, we are offering a 20% discount, along with complimentary sour plum drinks for our esteemed guests. Boss, what exactly is this sour plum drink? We have never heard of it before. Yes, we have no prior knowledge of it. The sour plum drink is a natural beverage, free of additives, known for its refreshing properties. It is a specialty of our barbecue restaurant, and anyone who enters, regardless of whether they intend to purchase, may enjoy a complimentary taste, Zhang Wenfeng proclaimed. The crowd was left astounded by his generosity. In this day and age, beverages are quite costly. It is astonishing that Zhang Wenfeng is willing to provide them for free. Moreover, whether one chooses to dine in the establishment or not, everyone is welcome to sample the sour plum soup at no charge. This alone has stirred excitement among the crowd, prompting many to express a desire to enter and take a look. Boss, when does your establishment open? We can hardly contain our anticipation. Indeed, boss, your barbecued meats have already whetted our appetites, and now this sour plum soup has only heightened our expectations. Please, everyone, remain calm. After our opening ceremony concludes, you will all be able to enter and enjoy our offerings, Zhang Wenfeng reassured. Our opening event will also feature a raffle, where one fortunate customer will be chosen to dine for free, alongside 3 second prize winners who will receive a 30% discount and 10 third prize winners who will enjoy a 50% discount. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured, realizing that entering the establishment would almost feel like dining for free. Some, however, expressed skepticism, asking, Boss, is this merely a ploy to lure us in? After all, with such discounts, can you truly turn a profit? Yes, we've seen similar promotional tactics before, only to be met with numerous restrictions that dampen the mood. Indeed, the purpose of dining out is to enjoy oneself. If the experience is marred by discontent, what pleasure can be derived from the meal? Zhang Wenfeng, aware of their concerns, addressed the crowd with conviction. Rest assured, today marks the inaugural day of my establishment. Shortly, we will have dignitaries present for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, accompanied by members of the media. I assure you, all that I have promised is genuine and valid. Should there be any deception, you may directly report it to the authorities, who will certainly address your concerns. Gradually, the crowd's apprehension began to dissipate. Zhou Wen and Lu Dong, mingling among the onlookers, exchanged glances. Zhou Wen, with the perspective of a reborn individual, pondered that Zhang Wenfeng was certainly not of this era. Perhaps he too was a reincarnated soul, possessing knowledge of the future developments in this street. This made him a formidable opponent. No wonder he chose to establish his business here. An intricate situation indeed. Lu Dong, have you made the necessary arrangements? Zhou Wen inquired of Lu Dong, who responded with a sheepish grin. Boss, rest assured, I have everything planned. Today, I will ensure his shop does not open. That is reassuring. Do not let me down. You can count on me, boss. After a brief interlude, several vehicles arrived at the entrance of the shop. Zhang Wenfeng promptly approached, welcoming the arrivals. Deputy Director Chen Ing from the Food Bureau, Director Zhang Qinggang from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and Secretary Wu Yaohui from the County Committee. Another vehicle bore reporters from the county newspaper. The three officials approached Zhang Wenfeng, extending their congratulations. Zhang boss, we wish you a prosperous opening. Upon seeing these figures and the journalists, Lu Dong's smile instantly faltered, filled with regret. If those individuals succeeded today, it would be one matter, but should they fail, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. He never anticipated that Zhang Wenfeng's network was so extensive, having already acquainted himself with such high-ranking officials, inviting them to his barbecue shop's inauguration. This revelation took Lu Dong by surprise, and he glanced at Zhou Wen, noticing a similar expression of concern on his face. Boss, are we truly going to create a scene today? Lu Dong's resolve began to waver. Zhou Wen, feeling a twinge of regret himself, recognized that offending these leaders would not bode well for his business. Yet, if Zhang Wenfeng's opening went well today, opportunities to oust him would likely vanish. Create a scene and make it as grand as possible. Lu Dong, now truly contemplating retreat, felt the pressure mounting. Zhou Wen recognized Lu Dong's hesitance and said, Lu Dong, if today's plan succeeds, I will reward you with 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? Lu Dong's interest was piqued. For that sum, he was willing to take the plunge. Boss, you can count on me. I will not let you down, he vowed. Zhou Wen, reassured, nodded in agreement. With all the dignitaries present, the opening ceremony could commence. Zhang Wenfeng stepped to the entrance, addressing the gathered crowd with clarity. Thank you all for attending the grand opening of Wenfeng Barbecue. I am Zhang Wenfeng, the proprietor of this establishment. Today marks the official inauguration of my barbecue shop. Now, I declare the commencement of the first event, the ribbon-cutting ceremony. As Zhang Wenfeng's voice echoed, the officials stood before the entrance, preparing to cut the ribbon. Such a grand occasion was indeed rare in the county. After Deputy Director Chen Ing, Director Zhang Qinggang, and Secretary Wu Yaohui completed the ribbon cutting, they took their seats in the viewing area as the raffle commenced. Observing the lively proceedings, the officials appreciated Zhang Wenfeng's efforts, which far surpassed the typical opening of a shop. If promoted effectively, this could attract a significant number of customers in the future. I also noticed that Zhang Wenfeng provided complimentary sour plum soup. I sampled it, and it was quite delightful, perfectly complementing his barbecued. I believe this sour plum soup could become a signature offering for our county. I plan to discuss with the principal to see if he would be interested in selling the recipe to our local beverage factory, thus giving our county a noteworthy brand. I share that sentiment. We can certainly discuss it after the ceremony. The idea of making sour plum soup a county specialty is commendable. However, the beverage factory has been operating at a loss for several years. Even if we acquired the recipe, it would merely squander a valuable resource. I propose that if young Zhang is willing, we could co-invest in a factory, contributing some capital personally. This approach would not only boost employment in our county, but also generate revenue, which is far superior to simply handing over the recipe to the beverage factory. Hearing Wu Yaohui's perspective, both Chen Ing and Zhang Qinggang admired his foresight. Secretary Wu, your considerations are indeed comprehensive. We had been somewhat short-sighted. Wu Yaohui smiled. It is not that you are short-sighted, but rather that I must consider the interests of the entire county. The beverage factory's ongoing losses indicate systemic issues that cannot be rectified by merely acquiring a recipe. Young Zhang is a capable individual. If he were to assume the role of factory director, he could indeed contribute to our county's economic growth. Indeed, young Zhang appears to be a promising candidate. At this moment, the opening ceremony had progressed to the raffle stage, allowing patrons to participate upon making a purchase. Many diners emerged to partake in the raffle, with several winning prizes that a young girl ultimately claimed the grand prize. Enjoying a complimentary meal for the day, afterward, Zhang Wenfeng approached Chen Ying, Zhang Qinggang, and Wu Yaohui. Chen Ying appreciatively patted Zhang Wenfeng on the shoulder. "Young Zhang, your opening ceremony is splendid. I had some concerns about your barbecue shop's success, but it seems my worries were unfounded. This success is largely due to the support of Director Chen, Director Zhang, and Secretary Wu. Without your attendance today, the ceremony would not have been as triumphant. I am truly grateful for your time and support." The officials nodded in satisfaction at Zhang Wenfeng's eloquence. They proceeded to arrange for county newspaper reporters to interview him. Once publicized, Wenfeng Barbecue's reputation would be firmly established throughout the county. Suddenly, a voice erupted from within the shop. "What kind of place is this, serving rat meat disguised as pork? This is a blatant disgrace." The outburst drew the attention of all present. Zhang Wenfeng furrowed his brow. Having anticipated disruptions but not of this nature, Chen Ying, Zhang Qinggang, and Wu Yaohui exchanged glances, aware that Zhang Wenfeng was a prospect they wished to nurture. However, any compromise on quality or deceitful practices would be intolerable. Observing the shift in the leaders' expressions, Zhang Wenfeng said, "Please, esteemed leaders, take a seat for a moment. I will address this issue." Chen Ying nodded in agreement. Once Zhang Wenfeng departed, Zhang Qinggang turned to Chen Ying and inquired, "Director Chen, what do you think is happening here?" Chen Ying furrowed her brows. This situation is likely a deliberate framing by someone. Previously, Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue was quite popular among the masses. Even the two esteemed former leaders had dined there and praised it highly. Yet, on the very first day of the shop's opening, a quality issue arises, claiming that rat meat was substituted for pork, which is evidently a malicious slander. Zhang Qinggang nodded in agreement. However, this complicates matters. As it pertains to food, making it difficult to discern the truth, Wu Yaohui concurred. If this issue is mishandled, his barbecue shop may very well be unable to continue operating. Shall we simply allow them to defame us? These people are utterly shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics to ruin another's business. Wu Yaohui shook his head helplessly. There's nothing we can do. We cannot intervene directly, and if we do, it would be seen as collusion between officials and businessmen. Further complicating the matter, we must leave it to Zhang Wenfeng to handle it himself. Once he resolves this issue, we can step in. Such malicious competition must be thoroughly investigated and severely punished. Both Chen Ying and Zhang Qinggang nodded in deep agreement. Zhang Wenfeng entered the shop, only to witness three unruly young men overturning tables, brandishing skewers that, upon closer inspection, contained meat that was clearly not pork, but rather rat meat, complete with black fur. A considerable crowd had gathered, halting their dining in apprehension, as no one dared to eat further until the situation was clarified. Wu Zhaodi had been pushed to the ground. Looking quite disheveled, her husband, Fu Jiangwo, stood protectively in front of her, confronting the ruffians. Zhang Wenfeng recognized these young men. In his previous life, they had engaged in robbery and even murder, eventually being captured by the police and sentenced to death a decade later. It was audacious of them to stir trouble in his establishment. "Everyone, please remain calm. I am Zhang Wenfeng, the proprietor of this establishment. If anyone has concerns, feel free to approach me." Zhang Wenfeng addressed the crowd, then turned to Fu Jiangwo. "Brother Jiangwo, please assist Sister Zhaodi to the back to tend to her injuries. I will handle this situation." Fu Jiangwo glared angrily at the three young men before helping Wu Zhaodi away. Zhang Wenfeng then faced the ruffians directly. "Why have you harmed my staff? Head at you, heartless wretch, deceiving everyone with rat meat disguised as pork." One of the ruffians sneered. "Everyone, take note. This unscrupulous individual is passing off rat meat as pork. Who knows how many of you have unwittingly consumed rat meat? No wonder his prices are so low. Perhaps his ingredients are free." At this proclamation, the patrons' expressions soured, and they glared furiously at Zhang Wenfeng. Some could no longer contain their anger, shouting, "How can a young man conduct business so unscrupulously? Is rat meat even fit for consumption? Indeed, you must not only refund us but also compensate us." Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling emerged from the kitchen, immediately confronted by the uproar. Zhang Wenpeng hastily explained, "Please, everyone, our pork comes from legitimate sources. We would never substitute inferior quality or use rat meat." Yes, we personally cut and skewered every piece of meat. It is all pork, nothing else, added Fu Lingling. However, their reassurances fell on deaf ears as the ruffian retorted. Your hearts are blackened. How could you admit to such unscrupulous deeds? If you claim this is pork, then what is in my hand? He thrust the skewer toward Zhang Wenpeng, who recoiled as a foul odor assaulted his senses. It was not merely rat meat. It was spoiled rat meat. Seeing Zhang Wenpeng momentarily speechless, the ruffian reveled in his triumph, raising his voice. What is the matter? Lost your tongue? Feeling guilty, perhaps? Zhang Wenfeng stepped forward, shielding Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling. The meat you hold is not from our establishment. The ruffian, sensing an unexplainable unease, stubbornly proclaimed. You think just saying it isn't ours makes it so? This was eaten in your shop. Dare you deny it? Zhang Wenfeng remained unfazed. Our pork is marinated using a secret recipe, so every piece bears our unique seasoning. You may examine your meat for any remnants of our marinade. Now, observe the skewer in your hand. Aside from charred marks, it bears no traces of our seasoning. Furthermore, our meat is grilled over charcoal, leaving an imprint from our grilling rack. If you doubt me, check the skewers on your tables. Do they not bear the foam mark? The crowd picked up their skewers, confirming Zhang Wenfeng's assertions. Indeed, the meat bore the foam imprint. Zhang Wenfeng held the ruffian's skewer aloft. You can see that this piece bears neither the marks of our grill nor the foam imprint. Clearly, this meat is not from our shop. Oh, indeed, that is true. It is absent. The realization dawned on the crowd, recognizing the ruffian's shamelessness in attempting to sabotage a newly opened establishment. These individuals ought to be imprisoned. In that moment, all eyes turned toward the three ruffians. They had not anticipated such scrutiny. They had never even tasted the barbecue from this shop, coming solely to instigate trouble. The leader feigned composure, angrily retorting. You say whatever you please. This could merely be your excuse to deflect suspicion. You young man, the owner has clarified everything, yet you continue to argue. Another voice joined in. Such individuals deserve a cell. The crowd's ire intensified towards the ruffians, who could only remain silent, seeking an opportunity to escape. But were blocked by Zhang Wenfeng. What do you think you're doing? I have already clarified that your meat is not from our shop, so perhaps you owe us an explanation. Who sent you to slander our establishment? And nobody. Although Wang Wu was a ruffian, he understood the principle of not betraying those who pay him, defiantly asserting, I am not selling anyone out. Very well, since no one has instructed you, I shall have to take you in. Zhang Wenfeng declared. Just then, officers from the police station entered. Who reported this incident? That would be me. Zhang Wenfeng turned to the officers, surprising the crowd who had not anticipated his proactive measure. The three ruffians turned pale, glaring at Zhang Wenfeng. You actually reported us? Zhang Wenfeng replied as though it were a matter of course. If I didn't report it, would I simply wait for you to accuse my barbecue shop of selling rat meat? Officers, these individuals took advantage of my shop's opening to cause a disturbance, claiming we sell rat meat, and they assaulted my staff. I kindly request your assistance in delivering justice. Wang Wu, are you among those who defamed the owner by claiming he sells rat meat? One officer recognized Wang Wu immediately, smiling as he inquired. Wang Wu chuckled awkwardly. Officer Zhou, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking. Joking, you say? Officer Zhou rebuked. You really don't learn, do you? Take them away. As Officer Zhou spoke, two officers stepped forward to escort Wang Wu and his companions away. Officer Zhou turned to Zhang Wenfeng with politeness. Rest assured, we will thoroughly address this matter. Officer Zhou? I suspect this issue is not as simple as it appears. I believe there are instigators behind the scenes. I kindly request your assistance in investigating further. Zhang Wenfeng replied courteously. Officer Zhou regarded Zhang Wenfeng with surprise, impressed by his foresight, and nodded. Do not worry. We will ensure that no evildoer escapes justice. Xiao Zhou, are you the one on duty today? At that moment, Chen Zhang Qinggang, and Wu Yaohui emerged from the shadows. Zhou was taken aback, realizing that such prominent figures had gathered at this small barbecue shop, and quickly approached. Director Chen, Director Zhang, Secretary Wu. What brings you here? Chuning nodded. Indeed, Xiao Zhou, we are here to show our support for Boss Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately grasped the implications and quickly stated, Please enjoy your meal. I will return to conduct a thorough investigation. Go ahead. Wu Yaohui waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Wenfeng understood that initially, Zhouji might have conducted a rigorous examination, But with the intervention of 3 leaders, the implications had changed significantly. Wang Wu and the other 3 individuals would find it far from easy to extricate themselves from the situation. As for the subsequent developments, Zhang Wenfeng no longer needed to ponder excessively. Chapter 99. The interview after Wang Wu and his entourage were taken away. Zhang Wenfeng's barbecue establishment, having undergone such upheaval, not only remained unaffected but thrived even more. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Wen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Was this truly what Lu Dong had termed a surefire plan? Zhou Wen glared resentfully at Lu Dong, who was now drenched in cold sweat. He dared not guarantee that the others wouldn't divulge his involvement. Should that happen, his fate would be sealed. He quickly turned and followed Zhou Wen back to Lu. Once Zhou Wen returned to his office, Lu Dong entered closely behind, standing opposite Zhou Wen with his head bowed, too apprehensive to speak. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, casting an oppressive chill over the room. Lu Dong, you know what to do next, right? If you involve me in this, I cannot ensure the safety of your family, Zhou Wen threatened. Lu Dong shivered involuntarily, regretting his decision to align himself with Zhou Wen. Although Zhou Wen's salary was indeed appealing, it could very well cost him dearly. He understood Zhou Wen's methods all too well after being in his proximity for so long. Realizing he had no choice but to concede, Lu Dong replied, "Rest assured, boss, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's entirely my own doing." Zhou Wen nodded in satisfaction. "Lu Dong, as long as you comply, your family will continue to receive your salary each month, ensuring their well-being." Lu Dong wore a sorrowful expression as he looked at Zhou Wen. He had no recourse but to accept the situation, knowing that opposing Zhou Wen would only lead to his own detriment. "Thank you, boss." Lu Dong expressed his gratitude. Zhou Wen, feeling no inclination for pleasantries, waved Lu Dong off. "You may leave now." "Yes, boss," Lu Dong responded before exiting Zhou Wen's office. Once Lu Dong departed, Zhou Wen's gaze darkened as he contemplated the future. How intriguing. Zhang Wenfeng, you truly are a rebirth of sorts. Yet, I remain unaware of your origins. Regardless of where you hail from, should you dare disrupt my plans, I will not grant you leniency. At Wenfeng Barbecue. After ensuring all customers were satisfied, Zhang Wenfeng exited the premises alongside Chen Ying, Zhang Qinggang, and Wu Yaohui, all prepared to leave. Upon reaching the car, Wu Yaohui addressed Zhang Wenfeng. "Young Zhang, your barbecue restaurant possesses a unique charm, and the prices are quite reasonable. If you have time tomorrow, please visit the county committee. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Zhang Wenfeng regarded Wu Yaohui with a hint of skepticism, uncertain of the nature of their conversation. However, knowing that Secretary Wu had spoken, he could not refuse. Zhang Wenfeng smiled. "Very well, Secretary Wu. I shall come by tomorrow at noon." Wu Yaohui nodded appreciatively, saying, "Young Zhang, continue your diligent work. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will support you as long as it remains lawful and reasonable." "Thank you, Secretary Wu." Zhang Wenfeng expressed his gratitude before Wu Yaohui. Chen Ying and Zhang Qinggang departed by car. Subsequently, a reporter from the county newspaper approached him for an interview. The reporter, Zhou Qing, was a talented young woman with a fresh appearance, dressed in a denim outfit and sporting a high ponytail that lent her an energetic demeanor. Standing across from Zhang Wenfeng, she inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what inspired you to open this barbecue restaurant?" "A few years ago, while traveling, I had the pleasure of savoring barbecue and found it delightful. The absence of such culinary offerings in our locality struck me as a significant oversight for the residents of our county. Thus, I aspired to establish a venue where our community could indulge in this unique delicacy. I understand that many have attempted to set up barbecue stalls, yet their offerings lack the distinctive flavor of yours. Do you have a secret recipe or a unique approach?" Indeed, I have always had a penchant for culinary experimentation. When I decided to start a barbecue stall, I delved into the techniques involved. The barbecue I enjoyed previously had a distinctive taste. It's not merely about grilling the meat, but involves a meticulous marination process. The marinade is crucial to the delectable flavor of my barbecue. While marination is vital, the grilling technique is equally important. Our chefs undergo specialized training to ensure the meat is perfectly charred on the outside while remaining tender within. That is certainly true. The meat served at your establishment is indeed exceptional. I noticed a sign at your entrance offering complimentary sour plum juice. I had not heard of this before. Is it your original creation? Yes, I came across sour plum juice in some medical texts, Recognizing its ability to quench thirst and confer health benefits, I thought it would be a wonderful gesture to provide complimentary sour plum juice in my restaurant as a way to give back to our community for their support of my barbecue. Will the sour plum juice remain complimentary indefinitely? Yes. However, it requires ingredients, which could lead to financial losses. No? Actually, the complimentary sour plum juice is limited. As you mentioned, it does require ingredients and preparation time. Therefore, I provide it in a set quantity each day, available until supplies last. Following this, Zhou Qing posed additional inquiries regarding the future plans for the barbecue restaurant, to which Zhang Wenfeng responded with ease, drawing from his prior experience with similar interviews. After concluding the interview, Zhou Qing prepared to leave. Mr. Zhang, you are one of the few proprietors I have encountered who possesses such a heartfelt dedication. Rest assured, I will expedite the writing of this article for publication in our newspaper. Once it is printed, I will send a copy to your restaurant for you to see. Thank you, Reporter Zhou, Zhang Wenfeng replied. You are too polite, Mr. Zhang. I only hope that when I visit your restaurant in the future, you might offer me a discount. Zhou Qing jested. Of course, Reporter Zhou, should you come by, I will provide you with a half-price discount. The two exchanged lighthearted banter before Zhou Qing departed with her fellow reporters. Chapter 100. A prosperous opening. Wenfeng Barbecue remained open until 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone in the establishment had been tirelessly occupied throughout the day, and now they could finally take a breather. Zhang Wenfeng began tallying the day's earnings. On the very first day of operation, the restaurant had sold an impressive 5,000 skewers of meat and 300 bottles of beer. With each skewer priced at 0.2 yuan, that amounted to 1,000 yuan. The beer, priced at 1.5 yuan per bottle, contributed 450 yuan. The cost of the meat, at 1 yuan per pound, amounted to approximately 100 pounds, totaling 100 yuan. Labor costs for skewering the meat were 0.15 yuan per skewer, leading to 750 yuan in total for 5,000 skewers. Each bottle of beer cost 0.8 yuan, resulting in a total cost of 240 yuan for 300 bottles. After accounting for labor, charcoal, and rent, the total expenses for the day came to around 200 yuan. With the first day's revenue being discounted by 20, along with various promotions and complimentary offerings, the net profit for the day was roughly 500 yuan. If this level of revenue could be sustained, Zhang Wenfeng would become a 10,000 yuan household within a month. After completing his calculations, Zhang Wenfeng gathered everyone together, saying, "Today marks our first day of business, and I appreciate everyone's hard work. Our revenue has been quite impressive. A testament to your efforts, I have decided to reward each of you with 10 yuan as a token of gratitude for your contributions today." As he spoke, Zhang Wenfeng distributed 10 yuan to each employee, including his older brother, sister-in-law, and parents. Upon witnessing this display of generosity, Fu Jiangwo, who was working under Zhang Wenfeng for the first time, was taken aback and leaned in to whisper to Wu Zhaodi. "Zhaodi, is Wenfeng really this generous?" Wu Zhaodi rolled her eyes at Fu Jiangwo. "I told you, but you didn't believe me. Now you've seen it with your own eyes. Do you believe it now?" "I believe it wholeheartedly," Fu Jiangwo exclaimed, exhilarated. Previously, while working in town, he struggled to earn even 10 yuan a day. Now, Zhang Wenfeng was simply rewarding him with 10 yuan for his efforts. This felt like an effortless windfall. However, he understood that this was not merely about easy money, but rather a reflection of Zhang Wenfeng's generous nature. Subsequently, the business at our store is expected to return to normalcy. While there may not be as many patrons entering, I firmly believe that our enterprise will thrive, provided that everyone diligently applies themselves to the end of each month. I shall distribute rewards ranging from 5 to 10 yuan, determined by each individual's attendance and daily performance, essentially adhering to the principle of the more effort, the greater the reward. Now, I want to prolong the conversation as everyone has worked hard today. Please come forward to collect your wages and then hasten home to rest. Tomorrow, we shall open the store after 10 o'clock. So aim to arrive around that time. After collecting their wages from Zhang Wenfeng, the crowd dispersed, heading home. Although the day had been exceedingly busy, each person wore a beaming smile, for they had indeed earned their pay. Once everyone had left, Zhang Wenfeng and his family drove back home, reaching the village well past 9 o'clock in the evening. At this hour, most people had already retired for the night. Upon returning home, each family member was utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, Zhang Wenfeng gathered everyone in the main room. "Eldest brother, sister-in-law, you need not concern yourselves with the store tomorrow. Just as before, please set up your stall at the machinery factory, displaying our Wenfeng barbecue sign. This will greatly assist us. Father, Mother, you can help around the house, especially since we still need to care for Grandma, he continued. I want to share some details regarding today's net profit. After deducting all costs, our store has made approximately 500 yuan. 500. The family exchanged incredulous glances at Zhang Wenfeng. Despite the high foot traffic, they had offered numerous discounts, and yet, they had not anticipated such a substantial profit. Zhang Wenfeng retrieved 100 yuan and handed it to Suqin, saying, Mother, I will contribute 100 yuan daily from now on. Please keep this for emergencies at home. Suqin quickly waved her hand. Wenfeng, you need funds for your business. There's no need to give me anything. We still have the money you previously provided. Mother, I have set aside all the funds needed for the store, and I trust you to manage them. Don't you want to move into a new house by the end of the year? If we all work together, we can certainly build a spacious home. Since Wenfeng has put it that way, you should accept it. Once we save enough, I will start looking for someone to build our house, Zhang Defa interjected. Only then did Suqin agree to accept Zhang Wenfeng's money, saying, all right, I will keep it for now. Zhang Wenfeng nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let us all get some rest. Tomorrow brings its own tasks. With that, they began to disperse. After Zhang Wenpeng and Fu Lingling returned to their room, Fu Lingling shyly suggested, Wenpeng, if we are to build a house, we should also contribute our savings. What do you think? Zhang Wenpeng, taken aback by his wife's proposal, chuckled and asked, didn't you want to save it? How can you bear to spend it? Fu Lingling rolled her eyes at him. I save money precisely to build a house. Besides, we can't expect Wenfeng to shoulder the entire financial burden alone. All right, we shall heed my wife's counsel, Zhang Wenpeng responded with a grin. As Zhang Defa lay down, he heard Xiao's voice from the adjoining room. Defa, Defa. Suqin turned away, feigning sleep. Reluctantly, Zhang Defa got up and moved to the small room. Upon opening the door, a pungent odor hit him. He forced himself to enter, asking, Mother, what are you doing up at this hour? Defa, now that your brothers have opened a store in the city, you should help them out. Xiao insisted. Zhang Defa was taken aback that his mother had summoned him so late for this matter, and his mood plummeted. Mother, the store is even mine. Even if I wanted to help, I lack the authority. Bah, if it's not your son's, then as his father, you should ask him to assist his own uncle. Surely he won't refuse. Xiao shot back, glaring at Zhang Defa. Irritated, he retorted, Mother, when have you ever seen Wenfeng listen to me? I cannot assist with this matter. If you wish for him to help, you should speak to him directly. I cannot broach that subject. Before Xiao could respond further, Zhang Defa interjected, if that's all, I'm going back to sleep. I'm exhausted after a long day with that. He turned and left, denying Xiao the opportunity to argue. Watching Zhang Defa's retreating figure, Xiao stood frozen, perplexed by the turn of events. Wasn't it said that their family would only decline? Why, then, were their circumstances improving day by day? This left her in a state of distress.